Rodgers and the Steelers open up at the 19-yard line. 32-31. Jets clinging to a 1-point lead. Just like the schedule makers drew it up. Rodgers. And that's a catch for Freiermuth.
That's one of those where the coverage was great. There was just nothing the defender could do when Freiermuth runs a route like that and Rodgers puts it where only he can get it.
So the spot is going to leave them short. 2nd and 1 for Pittsburgh. Under 3 minutes to go. From the gun, Rodgers sets and throws. And a flag down. Contact. It was Stevens against Austin.
Yep, Austin had his step. Stevens just grabbed.
Pass interference. Defense number 21. Spot foul. Automatic first down.
We'll see a little tug of the jersey right there. He's got him beat, holds on to the arm. It's a tough one, man. Playing DB in this league is so hard. Those spot fouls where you're getting a 20-yard penalty because you're hand combat fighting, you're trying to keep up with a guy who he knows the route, you don't. I am glad that I did not have to play cornerback.
Did anybody ever ask you to
Never.
play cornerback?
Once.
Never.
I'm very insulted, honestly.
Aaron Rodgers, he's been down this road many times in his career, trying to do it yet again. Rodgers, and that ball knocked around and ends up in the hands of Metcalf. That was wild.
That was awesome.
Off the ricochet.
Bobbled, hit by Sauce, hit by Cisco, hit by Jonnu, back into the hands of DK.
That's an 11-yard reception. And the Steelers closing in on field goal range. They're there. Calvin Austin with the catch. Tackle from Stevens. We're down to 2:08 to play.
Wow. I grew up in Wisconsin. Antonio Freeman caught a ball in his back one time. That was crazy.
I mean, it's not quite the immaculate reception, but pretty impressive. Steelers, they're down on the scoreboard, but everything is pointing in the right direction for Pittsburgh. 2 minutes to play at MetLife. Season opener with the Jets leading at 32-31, but the Steelers are driving. Line of scrimmage is the 40 on a 2nd and 9 for Pittsburgh.
We're good.
Rodgers, quick hitter, catch by Smith, but the Jets sniff it out. Brings up 3rd and long now for the Steelers. This was the 11-yarder to DK Metcalf. How?
Just bobble ball, just bouncing all around. Somehow he's laying on the ground and ends up with it.
4 different players touch the football.
That last play is tough, Ian, because they're trying to do a quick little screen to Jonnu to get a couple yards to kind of guarantee field goal position, but it backfired and almost moved them a little too far back.
Yep. They still need 5-6 yards to feel comfortable. We're down to 1:13 left.
Yep.
And Aaron Rodgers takes a timeout. He was trying to get the Jets to jump.
Pittsburgh.
So 1 timeout remaining on both sides. Stay tuned. NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time permitting, all the latest NFL scores and highlights. Week 1 around the National Football League. Right now, you're looking at a 61-yard field goal. Boswell career long is 59.
He's been reliable. He's been a phenomenal kicker for the Steelers. He's definitely hoping that his new quarterback can get him a few more yards at least right here.
Pittsburgh got off to such a tremendous start last season, only to see the year end wild card round against Baltimore. They made sweeping changes, and obviously the biggest one, Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Right now they're asking him in this offense to put them in position to possibly win this game.
So let's see if they send a few guys to try and ensure that this gets knocked out of field goal range.
3rd down and 11. Rodgers, he will throw it. Sideline toss up in the air, incomplete. Calvin Austin with Brandon Stevens. And now Pittsburgh has to make a decision.
They're looking for a flag. Little hand fighting there.
Austin was talking to the officials. He felt Stevens got his hands all over him. And now the field goal unit is on with Boswell.
It's definitely one of those, if you're a Steelers fan, you're looking for it. If you're a Jets fan, you feel it was clean.
This is a 60-yard attempt. It would be a new career long for Boswell. For the lead, sweeps the leg, 60-yarder! He's got it! Pittsburgh goes in front with 1:03 on the clock.
Plenty to spare. Bos.
No problem for Chris Boswell. He has been so consistent. 2-time Pro Bowler. And he nails it from long range for our 7th lead change of the day.
That had some distance on it. That was good from plenty.
So now the Jets will get the football. An exhale, sigh of relief from Tomlin. Celebration for Rodgers. And the pendulum swings to New York and Justin Fields. 34-32. The Jets couldn't convert on 2 two-point conversions, and this is a 2-point game.
The one timeout obviously comes into play here.
So Boswell will kick it off. Gibson and Smith are back deep. And it's going to be the rookie. Arian Smith on the return. Smith's got major speed, but he gets taken down just across the 30-yard line. Coming up next, you can count on Game 2 of our NFL on CBS doubleheader being a must-see matchup. The Lions and the Packers lock up at Lambeau. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
And are they all like this? 66 points, 7 lead changes. I mean, this is everything you could possibly ask for.
JJ, get used to it. This is what life in the booth is.
Oh, I love it. And I get to work with one of the best in the business. Very happy to be here.
Well, that target line for the Jets on the Pittsburgh end of the field to give Nick Folk a chance. Fields, high throw, and it's handled by Tyler Johnson off the practice squad and contributing here in the late stages of the 4th quarter. The clock is moving, though, down to 44 seconds. Jets have the 1 timeout remaining.
You have to hand that ball to the official or at least try and spot it yourself. Save a couple seconds here.
They pick up 7. Fields hanging tough in the pocket. Fields taking time. Downfield throw! Incomplete! Jalen Ramsey makes the play against Josh Reynolds. And the clock stops with 30 seconds left.
New addition to the Steelers paying off big here. Jalen Ramsey is going to be all over him, almost runs the route for him as he runs just a little comeback. Had a chance to really finish the game there if he can haul that one in.
3rd down and 3 for the Jets.
These are the situations as a pass rusher. You just lick your chops. You know they have to throw it. You get to tee off.
Fields steps up, and Fields is hit as he threw the football. It's ruled incomplete, but now the Jets face a 4th down. Patrick Queen, he came firing through.
Terrell Austin pulling something out of his bag here, sends both linebackers at Fields, just overpowers the offensive line. Too many guys to block, and a beautiful hit there by Patrick Queen.
And this could be your ball game. 4th and 3. 25 seconds to go. 2-point lead for the Steelers.
Only 10 on the play clock. Got to get going here.
Fields on 4th down. Steps up. Fields delivers. Catch made. And the ball is jarred loose. Garrett Wilson could not secure it. And Jalen Ramsey has slammed the door shut.
No better way to introduce yourself to your new teammates than making a hit like this to end the game. Game on the line, 4th and 3, coming up with a massive, clean hit to end the game. What a ball game. What an absolute ball game these two teams have put on for us today.
Those two players were jawing at the end of the first half, and it's Ramsey who wins the battle. He lifted Wilson in the air to make that hit and dislodge the ball. It would have been enough for a first down, and the drive would have continued. Instead, the Steelers take over. The Jets have 1 timeout remaining, 18 seconds on the clock. All the changes that Pittsburgh made. 29 Pro Bowls acquired by the Steelers during the offseason. And it pays off in the end. Aaron Rodgers gets a win in his first game as a Steeler. The offense did its job, but the defense put the exclamation point on this one. 34-32. The Steelers defeat the Jets.
Josh, run the football here, or if they're just one-on-one, he'll pick and choose who he likes.
Clock down to 4:12. The Bills got to have this 4th and 2. Got it spread out. Only 2 Ravens pursuing, and Allen throws deflected and caught by Coleman on the tip for 6. And the Bills remain alive.
Seen a football game like this before?
Not week 1.
I mean, you feel like you're in an arcade or something. We're playing Madden. I don't even know how to describe this stuff. Balls getting tipped and flying around. Quarterbacks running around like crazy people. Nobody can catch them. Derrick Henry running up and down the field.
And so this time down 9, Buffalo will go for 1 and try to make it a 1-score game with 3 timeouts. And trying to do what's been really hard, stop the Ravens. Prater gets the extra point, and we have a 1-score game here in Orchard Park.
The Bills had to have Keon Coleman come up with a big year. He is the guy they drafted a season ago. He's just going to keep competing here. Gets to the back line, stays focused on it. The ball's tipped around, and he makes a diving catch.
And Sean McDermott was telling us about Coleman when we visited with him on Friday. Maybe the guy who's grown the most on the team. He really had a plan when he left here. He was not up here during the offseason, but they kept getting videos of the work he was doing. And when he got here, once the mini camp started, he came back with ability, maturity, and he comes up with a touchdown here to make it a 1-possession game.
John Harbaugh is sitting over there going, what do we have to do to put these guys away? I'm so impressed with the Buffalo Bills. It just has never felt like they were really in the game, and yet they're hanging around, and it's an 8-point game right now. Anything can happen from here.
Ali and Hill, they've been kicking to Ali most of the night. Takes it from the 4. Runs into a wall, brought down shy of the 30-yard line by Dorian Williams. The guys on the top of the marquee have been as advertised.
Better.
Better?
Better.
All right, go ahead. You got it.
I mean, you know, you take either one of these guys off of these two teams, and, I mean, basically, they've changed the face of the game. This is not a drop back, throw from the pocket league anymore with these two guys leading the way.
And Lamar's going to take it in his own hands and slide inbounds to keep that clock turning and immediately get a first down at the 41-yard line.
I mean, I want you to watch the edge player here, how many different things are presented in front of him? I mean, it simply is one guy is unblocked and he has people going in 3 different directions, and there's just no way that you can keep up with what that is.
Zaire Mitchell-Payton, first year player, I should say, is the man protecting, and Henry lost the football. And the Bills are down there. And they have it. He's having an unbelievable night, but stopped behind the line. The ball punched out, and Terrell Bernard comes up with it.
Guess who? Ed Oliver again going to end up making the play here, punching that thing out, and now 25,000 Bills fans are trying to get back in the stadium.
He's had some kind of night, Oliver.
Oh my goodness.
There are so many guys who've had a great night tonight.
Ed Oliver's made the Pro Bowl tonight.
So the Bills will take over at the 30-yard line. They've already scored 13 points in this fourth quarter. And a chance with a touch and a 2 to tie the game. Allen taking a shot downfield. It's hauled in. It's the third tight end. Jackson Hawes, the rookie out of Georgia Tech, his first ever catch, brings it to the 1. Bills get right on the ball. Allen this time tries to go right. Keeps furrowing and is stopped. Jackson Hawes, 5th-round pick out of Georgia Tech. First 5 years he was at Yale.
He's the blocker. He's the blocker in this offense and makes the play on a second bounce. Mike, this game is nuts. This thing goes to overtime. It'll be one of the all-time all-timers.
Closing in on the 2-minute warning. 2nd and goal. Give Cook left side, fighting for the goal line. Ruled short, and we've got the 2-minute warning.
Oh my goodness.
So it will be 3rd and goal from about a foot away. Remember, Buffalo needs a 2-point conversion along with a touchdown to tie the game. After the game's first turnover in stunning fashion.
I mean, the Buffalo Bills, we talked about the Detroit Lions, we've talked about grit, we've talking about hard-nosed football players. The fact that the Bills have just hung in there in this game, right? It's all you could do. I mean, everything that Lamar and Derek was doing on the offensive side, there was no reason to believe, and then you hang in long enough, you get that one break finally, and here you are on the doorstep of tying this thing up.
And you've got a bunch of what-ifs. The Bills took a point off the board, went for 2, and Keon Coleman had a foot out of bounds and was the first to touch. They lost that. Tyler Loop doinked an extra point off the upright. So we've had both ways, points that you thought were going to happen, not happen. So we sit on 8 points here at the 2-minute warning. Buffalo, a couple of shots to get a touchdown. Allen reaches over the pylon or the goal line for the touchdown. Broke the plane just by jumping and using that 6'5" frame. And now they go for 2 to try to tie this game.
Everybody does the same thing on these quarterback sneaks. They try to submarine underneath, and that time Josh Allen right over the top.
It's a pretty cool wrinkle to that, right? With everybody going down there.
They've got some play that they have practiced almost every day in training camp, and we're about to see it. The most important play, the most practiced play that the Bills have in their arsenal.
Here it is, the throw to Coleman is broken up by Nate Wiggins. Game certainly not over. 3 timeouts, minute 58, multiple options on what Buffalo wants to do. But Wiggins keeps them from tying it.
Remember we were talking about the battle they had down the field? Look at that. It wasn't even started, and Wiggins is looking back in the backfield. He knew the ball was coming. Those one-on-one opportunities, and he was there to make a huge play. It's not over. This is plenty of time, plenty of timeouts.
And you were talking about the play you want to get to. Do you like getting to that play?
I wasn't crazy about where it was thrown. I know it was a bit of a back shoulder, but you got a big size advantage right there for Keon Coleman. And, you know, it was sort of thrown body high, so.
Buffalo 0 for 3 on 2-point conversions. They only tried 1 last year and converted it. Had 3 in this first game. Now they choose not to go for the declared onside kick here, and they're going to kick it off with 3 timeouts.
Absolutely.
1:58 to go.
I think Derrick Henry's going to get a chance to make amends.
Justice Hill and Ali wait. It'll be returned again. It's Ali from the 6. Big hit, bounces off and stays alive. Good tough running by Rashid Ali to keep this going at the 31-yard line, where Baltimore will take over with 1:51 and all 3 Buffalo timeouts.
Well, you know, for the Buffalo Bills, what they're going to do now, they're going to have to stack the line of scrimmage and take away the run and just hope somebody can make a play if, in fact, they throw the football.
If they stop them with 3 downs, Bills can still get the ball back with about a minute 27 or so left. Crowding the line. Henry's got it. Russo over there. You see McDermott streaking toward the official, get the timeout at 1:45. So these multiple conversions as you go through the night and play the game out, here they are. These all 2-point tries.
Yeah, I think this was Keon Coleman stepping out of the back of the end zone. That did not count. Loss of down. Wiggins again there to make that play.
And then again, Allen on the move, throws it to Kyle Hamilton, who almost threw it back for a 1-point for Buffalo because he threw it back to a teammate. And then the last one a moment ago with Coleman. Now we're up 2nd and 9 coming up. And there may be folks who left, but those who are here are being heard. Hill is there in the backfield. It's Flowers to the edge. He goes down, knowing not to go out of bounds. Matt Milano is there. Timeout Buffalo, 1:39 to go.
Wow, they're going to have a chance. They are 1 play away from getting the ball back and only needing a field goal to win this football game.
With a guy who just got here Thursday in Matt Prater. Crazy.
This would be one of the gutsiest comebacks I think I've ever seen. Honestly, I mean, for this team, they've got to be exhausted. They've been chasing these guys up and down the field. And now here they are, 1 play. They need 1 play.
Does the ball leave the hands of Lamar Jackson?
I think you've got to throw the ball and try to win this thing right now. Lamar Jackson has to have it in his hands, but whether he throws it or runs it.
Play clock running down. Jackson with direct communication to DeAndre Hopkins. They need to get to the 41. Flowers in motion. The Bills bring a blitz. And the throw is caught, but stopped shy of the first down. On the tackle by Christian Benford. Hopkins is down to the 38, and Buffalo will get the ball back.
And
unless they decide to go.
I'm going to say that you've got choices to make everywhere here. Your defense hasn't exactly been stopping the Buffalo Bills either.
but they're in field goal range if they get stopped here, right?
I got you, but you also have 3 timeouts on your side,
Yep,
too.
you do, to get the ball back.
Yeah.
It is 4th and 3, and it is Brandon Codrington going back. Jordan Stout to kick it.
Have to play the fake first.
Codrington's a tough time feeling these kicks, and Stout's done a nice job to keep it out of his hands. The Bills will get a ball back around the 20. The whistles you hear, there's just 2 gunners going after each other here in blocking, but that is all cleaned up. No fouls. Here comes Josh Allen. But first, a reminder, Chevrolet postgame ahead. Melissa with the stars of the game. We'll look ahead to next Sunday night in Minnesota. Coming up right after the game. So, for a stadium that is seeing its 53rd and final season and has seen a lot of magical moments, this one would be right up there with any other. The Bills look down and out on this opening night. They were down 15 a short time ago, have rallied, and now a field goal could win it. Josh Allen starts from the 20. Underneath, brought in for 6 by Khalil Shakir. Buffalo, no timeouts. Matt Prater in this direction, warming up, made a 53-yarder, so thinking about getting it another 40 yards. Allen swinging sideline, brought in by Coleman. 7th catch of the night for Keon Coleman. First down, Buffalo with a minute to go.
Talking about looking like an MVP right now, Josh Allen looks in complete control. Just short, drive-starting completions to get this thing going. Plenty of time for him.
Allen gets away from the rush. He's got some space. He's going to take off and get out of bounds. Right around the 38, Roquan Smith was there hoping to hit him before he got to the sideline. That used 7 seconds.
And it's a good thing that Josh Allen's as big as he is, because he continued forward on the play and didn't get knocked backwards, which would have ended up stopping the clock.
Receivers are Palmer, Shakir, and Coleman. Got movement there, no running clock, so no 10-second runoff.
Mike, what happened that time? Let the call be made.
False start. Offense number 73. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
They were up there at the line of scrimmage and making the call, and there was silence. And then Josh saw something and got excited, and he said, "Gold standard, go!" And his offensive lineman that time, Deion Dawkins, ends up jumping because of the excited nature of the way that Josh Allen made that call.
So they lose 5. It's back to 2nd and 10.
Ram out. Yep. Hey, alert it. To what? Good. Round 1. On the high side.
Dawson Knox in motion. Allen unloading, throwing. That's Palmer! Out of bounds at the 35. They're in field goal range. Remarkable.
Just absolutely zipped that throw in there. That was from the first quarter when he came out with that almost angry look. There's only a handful of quarterbacks in this league that could have made that throw right there. And now Baltimore has to start thinking about what they're going to do with their timeouts.
And they get it back to try to respond if Buffalo can score. Baltimore brings some pressure, and Allen throws. It's caught on the run. Coleman, Keon Coleman tripped up at the 9-yard line. Timeout, Ravens.
I tell you, that may not be all bad.
Exactly.
Because if he had scored on that play, it would have given Baltimore and Lamar Jackson an opportunity to get the ball back. Now you're going to get into all those discussions. Now, I got you. We've got Matt Prater, another kicker who's not their ordinary kicker, but this isn't much of a kick at this point. Do we even see the possibility of letting them score from here? And I guarantee the Buffalo Bills are over there saying, even if they do that, take a knee on the 1 yard line.
Lamar, just shake your head, because we're all doing the same. Of course, the Bills have had remarkable comebacks in this stadium. You think back to the playoffs and Frank Reich, but the last win trailing by 15 in the fourth quarter goes all the way back to a wild one against the Jets. So first and goal, 2 timeouts for Baltimore. And the Bills' strategy will be interesting to watch. Do they try to score, and then does Baltimore let them?
I mean, I assume they're setting up for a kick at this point. You want to, at the very least, get rid of those timeouts. And I think you take it down as far as you can. Yeah, absolutely.
Allen takes a knee. Baltimore takes a timeout. They can take another one in, let's say, 3 seconds, but then they become powerless to stop the clock after that. And then, Melissa, it would turn to the veteran Matt Prater.
Yes, I talked to him right before the game during warm-ups. He, as you mentioned, took the red-eye to Buffalo from Arizona on Thursday night. He told me he finally feels like himself today after catching up on sleep. We talked about if he knows any of his teammates' names yet. He said, I'm learning. And I asked how he feels kicking here. He said since he's played here several times, he is very comfortable.
He has played 3 games here in his career. So hard to feel comfortable in this stadium, but he did kick here week 1 last year against Arizona, but this is now short stuff for a guy who's attempted 487 NFL field goals coming into tonight. And add 2 more to that here this evening. They've been working on Spencer Brown in these timeouts. The big right tackle has been cramping, getting a lot of fluids in there as the Bills are about to run their 77th play of the night. And it's victory formation. Harbaugh takes a final timeout. And now remember, Buffalo has no timeouts. So they have to have the strategy to get their guys out there quickly if they take a knee here and be set, not for a fire drill field goal, but the closest thing to it.
I don't know what to say.
Of course, a 2-score game when it was 40-25. Teams in it. You're 1 play away, and we saw the fumble happen. But even at home, it just felt like the Bills lost their energy.
Would you have Josh scramble around and throw it away?
But then when he throws it away, you're going to leave Baltimore 25 seconds, right? No matter how long he scrambles.
Yeah, so you're just going to run the field goal team out there, yeah.
Which everybody practices, but they haven't done it with Prater. So he takes a knee, and now they go out there. And Matt Prater will come on for a game-winning field goal. 41-year-old who's been to the Pro Bowl a few times. He's made long ones. He's made game winners. Less than 100 hours in Western New York. As the clock runs down, Prater lines up for a game-winning field goal. From 32 yards, Prater made it! And the Bills open their final season in this stadium with a stunning comeback win. To Buffalo, Joey Bosa.
Any argument on the MVP anymore? That was incredible.
This place is still going nuts. Matt Prater doesn't know a bunch of his teammates. They know him now. Josh Allen carried this team, kept them alive, and they continue their unbelievable run at home. They've won 12 in a row. Lamar Jackson played as good as you can and can't believe it. Derrick Henry's spectacular game, but the fumble changed everything. And Sean McDermott and the determined, focused Buffalo Bills come away with a win. Gut-wrenching loss to start the season for John Harbaugh and Matt Prater. Welcome to Buffalo. Welcome to hero status in Western New York. Chevrolet postgame coming up next.
Wilson going end zone. Robinson, perfect throw, touchdown New York. On 4th down, 32 yards to Wan'Dale Robinson. The Giants jump back in front with 2:44 left.
I mean, how many times today against these zone coverages of the Cowboys have we seen Giants receivers just run untouched, unguarded? And this looks like Russell Wilson, Super Bowl Russell Wilson in Seattle. That deep ball dropping out of the sky, and we're an extra point away from a 3-point game and a thriller.
It's there. The eye test looks like old Russell Wilson. The line score looks like old Russell Wilson. 26 for 34. 386 yards. Robinson was wide open. Brian Dable's team that couldn't find the end zone the first week. 30 points in Dallas. Russell Wilson, big day here in Dallas. 386 yards and 2 touchdowns. Wan'Dale Robinson, who had a career high last week with 100 yards, has gone way above that today with 142. Giants back in front, 2:44 as the Cowboys get it. Jalen Tolbert with Turpin out with an injury to the 29.
Yeah, so I feel like we continue to say the same things. This is a different coverage. It's cover 3. He's the third, he's the third, he's the third. He will carry the seam route. But again, Diggs just plays too low. He's got to carry that inside receiver, and he just doesn't. And we saw it earlier in the game on the Malik Neighbors touchdown. Granted, it was a different coverage, but the idea of these coverages is you stay deeper than the deepest and you play everything top down, and you just can't let guys run untouched by you.
So now the ball's in Dak Prescott's court. 2.5 left. Underneath he goes for CeeDee Lamb. Lamb for 6 on the first play of the drive. It's not been quite as clean for Dak Prescott today. He's been intercepted, but right here with a chance to win this game.
And these are the 4 guys that they want rushing the passer. Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, and Thibodeau.
In rhythm again, but knocked down at the line of scrimmage, and there you go. Those big guys up front making an impact. That was Burns, who's been all over today, getting his hand on it.
You made such a good point earlier in this half when you said, you have all these pass rushers, you bring in Holland, Adebo in the secondary. All that is great, but it only matters if you play the game with a lead. If you're going to play from behind, but all of a sudden now your offense finds some life, and you can unleash this pass rush, and now your ability to defend in the coverage has a lot more impact on the game.
3rd down and 4. Prescott retreating, finds a crosser. Tolbert has it broken up by Drew Phillips. 2:06, all 3 timeouts. 4th down and a short 4. You got to go here?
Yeah, I think you go for it, and you say, even if I fail, I've got 3 timeouts, depending on how long this play takes, whether or not you're on top or underneath the 2-minute warning. And you say, okay, then our defense in a short field has to at least make them kick a field goal, and we're only down 6. So, yeah, this is a no-brainer. They've got to go for it here.
Giants just struck with a touchdown on 4th down and 4. What do the Cowboys have in store? Prescott steps up over the middle, diving try from Tolbert. Flags are down. It's a catch for Tolbert, and there's a flag in the secondary.
That was an incredible catch.
His first one today.
Wow.
Pass interference. Defense number 8. Penalty decline. Results will play. First down.
Jalen Tolbert coming up with the play. A gain of 12 to extend the drive. Was going to extend anyways thanks to a New York penalty had he not caught it. The catch will stand. It takes us to the 2-minute warning. Giants trying to pull off the shocker. Can they hang on? 2 minutes left. Giants 3-14 last year. Ugly week 1 loss, but a 30-27 lead over the Cowboys. We welcome those of you that just watched Seattle beat Pittsburgh. Joe Davis, Greg Olson, Pam Oliver. 30-27, New York in front. 2 minutes left. Cowboys have all 3 timeouts. Prescott facing blitz. It's picked up. To the sideline he goes, and it's incomplete off of the hands of Jake Ferguson.
Remember, this is where Aubrey, the kicker, and his range, and we've talked about it multiple times today. It feels like you don't have to be in plus territory, and you're technically in his range. And I think if you're Dallas, you want to be aggressive here. Don't just get in field goal range and try to tie this in regulation. Run this clock down and try to win it. Stay aggressive.
2nd and 10. Time to throw. Scans the field and checks it down. Javonte Williams. He got 5, and you talk about them being close to his range. They right now are where he's hit from before. It'd be a 65-yarder from here. And yeah, Brandon Aubrey's made that far of a field goal. Minute and a half with a 3rd and 5. On the slant, George Pickens. Getting inside Cordell Flott. Pickens for 14 yards.
It's now the second time where Flott's got to stay inside leverage. It's 2 high safeties. Every other defender's playing inside, and that's now the second slant they've given up to Pickens.
From the 34 to the sideline, Lamb. Perfect timing. 12 more yards. First down, Dallas to the 22.
Now this is simple, just pitch and catch. Paulson Adebo has gotten a really good start to his time here in New York the first 2 weeks. It's just simple off coverage. And when you play that soft, pre-snap, Dak's going to take a look out there at CeeDee Lamb, and there was 0 chance that ball was going anywhere else.
Lamb trying to atone for last week's late drops. Has gone over 100 yards. A minute 7 to go. All 3 timeouts. Dallas just fine when it comes to the clock. And so they run it. Javonte Williams has room to the outside. He hurdles inside the 10 where it's 1st and goal.
Okay, now if you're New York, you got to start considering your timeouts. Yeah, so New York took their first one. Brian Daboll's losing his mind. He thought there was a holding call on the interior. Take a look right here. Tyler Smith, the newly minted man.
Yeah.
I feel like it happens on every play, but if you're a Giants fan, it's a hold. If you're a Cowboys fan, you're saying, Olsen, shut up. But I get it. But Daboll was giving the official an earful. So smart use of his timeout there. Now the issue becomes you can only stop it 2 more times, just under a minute. It's 1st and goal.
Javonte Williams. In this run game for the Cowboys, they had 6 total touchdowns on the ground last year. They already have 4 this year. Williams has 1 today. Sanders has 1. 1st and goal inside of a minute in a 3-point game. Williams straight ahead to the 6.
That's the same play they scored the long touchdown on.
Timeout by the Giants again. Kayvon Thibodeau, the tackle right there.
New York.
Giants, 1 of them left. Trying to end an 8-game losing streak in this series. Trying to win here for the first time in 9 years. For the first time since Dak Prescott's first home start when Eli Manning was the quarterback for the Giants. Victor Cruz had the game-winning touchdown. 20-19 the final score 9 years ago. The last time the Giants won at Dallas.
All right, so now, conventional wisdom says keep it on the ground, keep the clock moving again, and make the Giants use their last and final timeout. I think you got to call whatever your best play is that will result in the touchdown.
It's a pass. End zone. Pickens! Touchdown, Dallas!
Yep.
George Pickens gives the Cowboys the lead.
Really smart play call. What's the last couple routes he's run? A slant. So now all of a sudden you get that defender a little bit more conscious of the in-breaking route. Great shot right down the line. Line judge was all over it, and that's the evolution during a game. You set up the slant, then it goes fade, and that was a simple fade stop and big-time drive.
Pickens' first touchdown as a Cowboy gives him the lead with 52 seconds left. Back and forth. What a game this has been.
Yeah, what a game. What a play call by Shoddy. You know, you see the Giants have one final timeout. And you go, all right, keep the clock running. But you don't want to settle for a field goal. In those times, you see teams so often, they're so worried about bleeding the clock that they make their life more difficult. Simple motion. He sees the one-on-one on the outside, and they teach him throw the ball to the front pylon, and the receiver will meet the ball there.
Well, you're talking about a good play call by Brian Schottenheimer. He's had to make big play calls before. He's never had to manage the other part of it that you're talking about, how to handle the game. In just his second game as a head coach, looking for his first win. And in a place like this, you start 0-2 your head coaching tenure, the noise is going to be loud.
No doubt.
Either side trying to avoid what will send off alarms.
Look at this.
31 in the fourth quarter.
Look at this fourth quarter, man.
52 seconds. Giants ready to get it back. Tyrone Tracy on the move. Giants have had good field position all day. They will again as Tracy takes it to the 37. They need a touchdown. One timeout as Russell Wilson goes back out there having the best day he's had in years.
Yeah, so they need a good drive starter here. You need a chunk. That's the key to 2-minute offense. They throw it anywhere on the field. They're going to try to hold on to that timeout as long as they can. But this is touchdown or bust now, down 4.
Wilson 168 last week against Washington, 385 today. Drive starts with Wilson going long, wants Malik Neighbors. Incomplete. Great coverage by Kyer Elam. Welcome those of you that join us after watching San Francisco beat New Orleans in a tight game. This has been back and forth. 31 combined points in the fourth quarter. 34-30 with 41 seconds left.
Yeah, just such. You see the difference though between how Elam defended that? He was always on the high side of Malik Neighbors. It feels like every other vertical chance the Giants have taken, it's been the Giants' offensive player deeper. So much better job there by Elam at corner. You don't need to go for it all, though, on every down. You can run crossers. You can attack the middle of the field.
They bring a blitz. Wilson in trouble. Steps up, has room to run. Russell Wilson into Dallas territory. Oh, it looked like he was going to get sacked, but he squeezed out and got 15.
Yeah, and a good use of the timeout. Anytime there's a chunk play where the offense...
And final timeout, New York.
Yeah, so anytime, so they're going to bring... Yeah, so look, so they got a 5-man front with a 6th on the outside edge, and they end up dropping and coming really well done in pass protection. And just look how much space there is, and Daboll decides to use the timeout because the decision there is when the offense is so scattered, you know, the offensive line's back at the original line of scrimmage, the receivers are down the field. It's a good use of the timeout there.
It's their last, so 33 seconds. Field goal does you no good. Russell Wilson in his second start with the Giants. A disastrous week 1 that had him calling for his job already. He is dazzled in week 2. And a guy that's top 10 in NFL history in fourth quarter comebacks. Can he add another? From the Dallas 48. Wilson protected. Heaving one. Wants Neighbors. Malik Neighbors! Touchdown Giants! He dropped it in the bucket from 48. Vintage Russell Wilson. Giants lead with 25 seconds.
And this is a big extra point now by Graham Gano. Dallas still has all 3 timeouts, but how many times have we said they brought Russell Wilson here for his leadership, the intangibles, his attitude, and you know what else? He's one of the best all-time deep ball throwers in NFL history. He had lost that element of his game these last couple years, and especially last week, but you can't throw a deep ball in the bucket better than that one right there by Russell Wilson.
433 yards, his 3rd touchdown of the day, his 2nd to Malik Neighbors, who they drafted 6th overall to make plays like this.
I mean, look at the concentration. He can't even see.
He's blindfolded.
He's blindfolded. His mouthpiece is bouncing around.
No biggie.
It's just, we have seen this time and time again. Malik Neighbors, Wan'Dale Robinson, whoever it is, they're always on the upfield shoulder of these defensive backs, and this deep passing game of the Giants has been incredible today.
All right, so let's look ahead here. Here's a spot where you're missing Kevontae Turpin. You don't have that weapon part of your return game, but if you're Dallas, you only need to get the ball to around midfield to have a shot at Brandon Aubrey tying this game.
Yeah, it feels so fitting. I feel like the opening drive of the game, we talked about how much Brian Daboll was stressed about this unit. Kicking to Turpin, of course, he's now out, as you just said, but you could be on minus side, meaning on your side of the 50, and be in field goal position. So 3 timeouts, Dak Prescott behind center. This game is far from over.
Instead of Turpin deep, it's Miles Sanders and Jalen Tolbert. Tolbert from inside the 5. Jalen Tolbert to the 33. 19 seconds, 3 timeouts. They need to get to the New York 48 to get to where Aubrey's career long is.
And again, that's like career long desperation. With 3 timeouts, you can throw the ball anywhere on the field. So you'd love, in a perfect world, to be able to trot your field goal unit at least on the plus side of the 50 and make this a little bit more reasonable. Although they got arguably the best kicker in the league, and here we go.
Eye-popping stuff for the Giants offense in this game. Now the defense that they've invested in tries to finish it.
Yeah, don't get too soft. Look how deep they are. You don't want to give up a chunk play here on 1st down.
Prescott pursued, tossed it up, and it was almost picked by Lawrence. Kayvon Thibodeau came flying after him. They haven't blown this dead yet, and George Pickens has taken it to midfield. They're letting it play on, saying fumble.
That's why they teach defensive players. You pick up every loose ball. You never know. Don't let that thing bounce around.
Figure this is going to be.
The fumble cannot be advanced by the offense. The ball be placed where the quarterback lost it.
Yeah. Now we'll take a look.
Was it a fumble or is this an incomplete pass?
After replay assist, it's an incomplete pass.
There you go.
Which is important.
2nd down and 10.
And they'll have to reset the clock.
Yeah, which is important because obviously if you're Dallas, you don't want to use your timeout. I thought Dak could have gotten rid of this ball. The Giants' defense was so deep and soft.
14 seconds, 1-4.
All right, so they've got to reset to 14 seconds. Thibodeau has joined the party. Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter all making plays today. Runs it down to 14 seconds. About 20 yards away from having a shot for Aubrey. Very soft defense from the Giants. Prescott underneath. He's got him. Ferguson at midfield. 9 seconds. Now 8. They'll call a timeout. You'd love to get a few more yards here.
Yep. And again, that was just from standing up here looking at the defense.
Dallas.
Remember, you're not trying to defend to keep Dallas from getting to the 35-yard line like in the old days where you say, I'll make it a 50-plus field goal. Midfield is field goal range. Look how deep they are. Dak throws this ball well before Ferguson's head even gets around, and We've got 9 seconds left to pick up as much as they can.
Welcome those of you that just watched the Lions beat the Bears. What a thriller this has been. 9 seconds left in a 3-point game.
Look how much dead space there is. I'm going to move up here now and press.
They run a draw and get 4. That confident in the leg of Brandon Aubrey.
Wow. I thought he had more yards there.
So did I.
You know, it's so hard for a back, though.
They're going to just send him out there right here.
And if you're the back, right, you have 9 seconds. You're doing the math in your head. You have no idea how long 9 seconds is with the ball in your hand. So he gets through the line, picks up a few, and seems like a pretty fitting ending to this game, doesn't it?
Wow. It's been bomb after bomb, and Cowboys are hoping there's one more. This is the best long-distance kicker perhaps in NFL history. Trying to hit from 64 yards to send this game into overtime. Former pro soccer player, now NFL weapon. Aubrey, does he have enough? On the way, it is! Good! That's why they trusted him! Wow. Never a doubt! On to overtime!
Wow! Tell you what, we've called some great games together, buddy, over the years. I'm not quite sure we've ever called a game like this. The offensive explosion in the fourth quarter, 64-yard field goals as time expires, 5,000 penalties.
Russell Wilson going into
Russell
time
Wilson
machine.
Looks like it's 2013 again. This is as good as NFL football gets here in Dallas, Texas.
Let's go.
I'll be here all day. This is incredible.
New this year in the NFL, both teams get a chance in overtime, even if the first drive is a touchdown. Jerry says, yeah.
Knew it all along.
Uh-huh.
He's giving an extra bonus to there to scout found Brandon Aubrey playing soccer.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, gentlemen, great job so far. We're going to play one 10-minute quarter. Both teams will have an opportunity to possess the ball, even if we score a touchdown. Right? All replays are upstairs. Fourth quarter timing rules. Each team has 2 timeouts. Any questions? New Yorkers, still the visitors.
You go tails.
You go tails. It is tails.
We want to play defense first.
You want defense? Which way you want to kick? Huh? All right, you got it.
Of course, that is a much different decision you would have made
Absolutely.
with the old rules.
Yeah, it's smart. You want to know what you need.
Whereas before it'd be, we may not ever get it if we let them have it first. This is the 126th meeting between the Cowboys and the Giants. 41 points in the fourth, the most in rivalry history. Boy, just when you think you've seen the play that they're going to show on all the highlight shows as the one, these teams keep one-upping each other. Neighbors had the go-ahead touchdown, and then Pickens strikes right back. Well, the Giants go deep to Neighbors again before this 64-yard field goal as time expires pushes the game to overtime. Wow, I feel like we deserve a little more.
I feel like this
huh?
is the only way to decide this game. I mean, 41 points, and they needed every second.
We're playing for 65 years, these teams. That's the most they've ever combined for in a quarter. Miles Sanders on the return for the Cowboys to the 33-yard line. There's an important injury report that we're going to get in a moment. First, there's another flag here. There's a flag on Dallas on this return. We'll go down to Pam in a moment.
Receiving team number 40. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Pam, what'd you learn?
That the Cowboys have a new center in this game. Starter Cooper Beebe, he has an ankle injury. His return is questionable. He's sitting on the bench. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon.
All right, Pam, so Brock Hoffman, who has not played a snap of offense this year, comes in and takes over center. Dak Prescott today, 34 out of 47, over 300 yards. Penalty pushes this drive back to the 19 to begin with a rollout and a quick throw to CeeDee Lamb. They get 8.
Yeah, so let's go back. We heard Russell Wilson, the Giants won the toss, elected to go on defense. And you mentioned the new overtime scoring rules. What you don't want to do is, what you do want to do is you want to know whether or not you're in 4-down territory on offense the entire drive. Am I in field goal mode? Am I in touchdown mode? So the obvious choice is you make Dallas get the ball first.
Javonte Williams on 2nd and short has a first down. Stopped by Banks. You get your full playbook.
Yep.
Take your time.
Now, you want to dive really deep into it. Theoretically, if Dallas were to go down here and score a touchdown, if you're Brian Daboll and you're able to answer with a touchdown of your own, do you go for 2 to just end the game? We've got a long way to go, but that's all the conversations they're laying out before the situation starts.
Fake the toss, look downfield, and ultimately check it down to Williams, who's got room. And Javonte Williams has 12 yards, running hard to the 43.
Remember our conversation about Gronk pass? That was it again.
Was it?
That time they defended it. He didn't like the window, so he checks it down. In the NFL, if you throw it to the guy you fake it to, right? So they're trying to get, here's Gronk pass, fake the swing. He doesn't like the window. It's like 100%. If you throw to the guy you fake to, he's almost always open as a check down.
What's that one called? Is that like the Marshall Faulk pass?
Sure.
Yeah.
We can take liberty there.
Back to Williams on the ground. Dancing in the backfield. Okereke tackled him. He got a short gain. Bobby Okereke leading the NFL in tackles through the first 2 weeks. When he's been healthy throughout his career, he's been that guy. In his 3rd year in New York, coming up with a stop right there to make it 2nd and 9. And neither one of these teams feels like they can afford to lose this game. History would tell you they can't. The last NFC East team to start 0-2 and go to the playoffs, the Giants Super Bowl team, the 2007 season. Last time the Cowboys started 0-2 and made the playoffs, 93. A fumbled snap. Prescott dives on top of it and got it.
Well, I mentioned new center. I don't care how much ball you've played. Overtime. Cooper Beebe's in the entire game. Let's take a look. Hands split. They talk bottom hand pressure on the quarterback. Can keep those 2 palms together. When they split, bad things happen. And great effort there by Dak, making sure he falls on it.
Disaster averted in the game. Yeah, it's been ugly with the penalties. 24 of those combined, just 1 turnover though. It was on Dallas.
Remember, they can be short of the first down here and be in field goal range. We just have to keep reminding ourselves this is a little different.
Lamb and Pickens both down here, same side. They go the other way. It's Jalen Tolbert, and it's knocked out. Drew Phillips, the defense. How about that? You've got Pickens and Lamb, and he doesn't even look in their direction.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if Phillips got a hand on it or if it was just dropped. Let's see, does it get through?
It did.
It does. Jalen Tolbert, it's not an easy catch. It's not a gimme. But if you do, it's a first down.
4th drop for Dallas.
Yeah, if you're Giants, you're just saying, don't jump off sides. Don't line up in the neutral zone. Watch double count.
Now any score would win the game for the Giants. Olszewski back at the 5. Return of 8 after a booming punt from Brian Anger. Russell Wilson got to be having the time of his life today. Proving people wrong. 27 out of 36 for 433 yards and 3 touchdowns. And this is just the appetizer. The Super Bowl rematch. Eagles and Chiefs will follow. He's having the kind of game that they had dreamt that he would have. Coming here, give him some optimism after the 3-14 season. But then after last week, it looked like there's no chance they'd get this version of Russell Wilson at any point.
I would test them deep again. At no point does it look like Dallas has fixed the issues of letting guys run through their coverage.
Neighbors has been that guy, top of the screen. They go outside to him, and he's got it for 14 yards, working against Kaiir Elam in this depleted Dallas secondary.
Well, you want to know what the vertical passing game does?
Gets a cushion?
Yeah, you think this is a cushion here on 1st and 10? Watch Elam. He's in his zone turn before Malik Neighbors is even 5 yards downfield, and that's what the threat of downfield passing does. It opens everything else up underneath, intermediate, and run game.
Especially when that downfield threat would end the game. Neighbors again underneath, dives ahead for 7. 9 catches for Neighbors, 170 yards.
They were sending Jackson Dart. Now he got out about the numbers, and they called him back off.
Wow, it was surprising to see him the little bit that we did. Change up, he went in there for 3 plays. They were all run plays. Changed their mind there. It's a new career high for Russell Wilson, 454 yards passing. 2nd and short. Oh, the ball is out. That's a live ball. It is out of bounds. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an incomplete pass. First off, what a great effort by Scadaboo to chase that down, to bat it out of bounds. I would love to know whether, let's see, let's take a look here. It's an incomplete pass, isn't it?
But it was backwards.
Oh, did it go backwards?
Pretty sure it did, yeah.
Oh, yeah, so it goes backwards. Great call. Wow, so when he tried to palm it, he held on to it too long and actually threw it across his body. Great call there, Joe. Makes that effort by Scadaboo even more impressive.
Next score wins this game. 3rd and 17. Only a 4-man rush. Wilson with time. Deep ball. Robinson can't get there. Dallas's defense comes up with a stand.
Yeah, I don't think Robinson thought the ball was thrown. He stopped running and then realized late that the ball was coming his way. Take a look here. We used to call that a bomb 7. See how he stops? Once you do that, you got no choice. And Russ is saying, man, just keep running.
We've connected on a bunch of those today. Wandale saying I couldn't see it.
Yeah, the problem is if you look back at the quarterback, you're not going to see him throw it. You never see those balls. You have to look up. You don't look back.
Here's the punt. Tolbert comes on. Fair catch at the 38. Well, you don't figure that you're going to get a couple shots at this if you have to punt it on your first drive in overtime, but Dak Prescott and the Cowboys will, and as we saw at the end of regulation, they don't need a whole lot to put this into Aubrey's range.
You hear Dak, he's in the huddle. He said, this is the opportunity to put this one away. Now you can play for 3. Your options are unlimited. True sudden death.
Play action. Got drilled and sacked. That is Elijah Garcia, who's played 11 games over the course of 4 years in the NFL. He's saying, I want to get involved too with all you superstars up front.
Yeah, and they kept in they only sent 2 guys out on the route. It was beyond max protection. At some point, if there's no one downfield, Dak's got to throw that ball away. You just can't take a sack when you're on the fringe of field goal range on first down.
That's the 11th tackle for loss for the Giants in this game. Makes a 2nd down at about 20. Prescott getting some of it back to Pickens. Adebo couldn't hang on. There's a flag down as Pickens gets close to a first down. The flag is around the marker.
Offensive pass interference.
Wow.
Wow.
Pass interference. Offense, number 3. 10-yard penalty.
Wow.
Second down.
Wipes away the 17-yard gain.
You just don't see offensive pass interference called in that context very often on a one-on-one route. It's usually a pick or something like that. Let's take a look here. Off coverage. Paulson Adebo. I don't know. That feels tight.
Well, if anybody's going to get flagged for getting his arms extended, it's a guy with arms that are a mile long.
Wow.
Pereira tells us he's not making that call.
And now look, it's 2nd and 29, and now Dax, in his mind, is just thinking, in 2 plays, can I get at least where I field goal is a conversation, but then you're pretty much getting a first down.
Yeah. Yeah, they need the 48 on their own side for a first down. Need the other 48 to get into his range. Hand it off. Curious call right there, but Javonte Williams makes something out of it. That thing was going nowhere, and Williams got 20 yards.
That's just a tired defense. You got a chance to make it 3rd and a mile, and they just can't get him on the ground. The physical running, just tired legs. They've been out there the entire 4th quarter in what's been an absolute shootout. And 3rd and 10 looks a lot different.
Giants pass rush has put its imprint all over this game. Down to 2 to snap it, and Dallas is going to use a timeout.
First yard timeout, Dallas.
Out of this 3rd down and 10 play,
seconds.
and hands on thighs across the board. Everybody even gasping for air. And a 37-37 game doesn't just go to overtime, but this overtime is going to go the distance. 64-yarder from Aubrey, tying his career high, has sent this game into overtime after back-to-back big plays, really back-to-back big plays in that amazing 4th quarter.
And this is going to be the 78th play that this Giants defense has had to defend, and they need it to be their best.
In the game, it's seen about 1,000 yards of offense. 3rd down and 10. Dak outside. Jalen Tolbert. Drew Phillips hangs on for dear life. 4th and 5. This is too far, even for Aubrey.
That's an unbelievable tackle, and Drew Phillips, he's had an up and down day. Gave up a touchdown, gave up a couple completions, had a pick, but that might be his best play of the day.
He didn't make that tackle. There's another 15, 20 yards there at least.
It's for sure a first down, and the ball is well into Giants territory and clearly in Aubrey's field goal range. So of all the good he's done today, that might be his best.
How about after that 4th quarter we have, both teams are going to get 2 possessions in overtime? Now one of these teams finishing it off?
There's been nothing. You got to imagine they're going to take a timeout here. They don't have 11 men. This is a mess here on the Cowboys punt team.
Delay game. Offense number 5. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
Super Bowl rematch is underway. Scoreless game early on in Kansas City. As soon as this one finishes, we will get you there. Now, how about your NFL Sunday, folks?
Wow.
We could get an old classic rivalry, but probably not going to be that good a game, right? Giants look terrible week 1. Cowboys going to roll them. No. This has been an absolute thriller. And eager to punt it. Olszewski takes a look at the coverage. Here he comes. Olszewski to the sideline. To the 33. It's a good return. Solid field position. Russell Wilson, a career day, 454 yards.
And it all starts with his ability to push the ball downfield. A year ago, this was the worst team in the league in downfield deep ball passing. And in week 1, it didn't look like Russell Wilson was going to be able to turn the tides, but tell you what, he's gotten back in a time machine today, dropping balls out of the sky, on time, in rhythm, accurate. This is the best performance we've seen from Russell Wilson since he's left Seattle.
And if I'm a Cowboys fan, I can't help but think, could Micah Parsons have stopped 1 or 2 of those big plays?
There's no question. That's probably on the mind of everybody in this stadium.
Dump off, Singletary, hit in the backfield and dropped. Kenneth Murray with a tackle for loss. 2:40 to go, 2 timeouts. Field goal would win the game for New York. Everybody gasped. There will be a 2-minute warning in overtime in addition to those 2 timeouts for Brian Daboll to work with. Second and 14. Wilson. Deep ball. Oh boy, threw it up for grabs, and it's intercepted. Donovan Wilson. Oh my goodness. Ill-advised from Russell Wilson, 1-on-2. And Donovan Wilson just had to play center field on a routine fly ball.
Yeah, with all the great he's done today, I'm not sure there. I don't know if the rush, I don't know if there was a lack of communication on the route downfield, but that wasn't even close.
Third try for Dallas? My goodness.
Yeah, so it starts with the pressure here on the edge by Sam Williams. He just takes Bo right back into his lap, and this is one of those like Malik's down there somewhere. The problem was Malik Neighbors is running a corner, an out route, and Russ throws this ball inside by the numbers, and Malik Neighbors does his best job trying to turn into a DB and go hands to hands and punch it out, but that's about as easy a pick as Donovan Wilson's going to get in his career. And Brian Daboll, of all the good they've done offensively, especially down the stretch, bad time for your first turnover of the year.
Cowboys hoping the third time's the charm. Their third possession of this 10-minute overtime. 2 minutes, one timeout. From their own 30. Needed about 25 yards to get into Aubrey's range. Prescott looking long. Lofts it up for Pickens, who's got it. They're in field goal range as George Pickens gets 27 yards.
Tell you what a difference George Pickens makes for this Cowboys offense. We're so used to CeeDee Lamb being the go-to guy. Paulson Adebo now is matched up man coverage against Pickens, and Dak has just enough time to hang on there under pressure, and George Pickens has made some of the game's biggest plays for this Cowboys offense.
From here, it'd be a 60-yarder.
Oh, it's like an extra point.
In his sleep. Make it a little closer with Williams. Kayvon Thibodeau's made a couple plays in this overtime. It's a short gain. A minute 10 with the one timeout. Philadelphia and Kansas City underway in the Super Bowl rematch. Appetizer has turned into a main course on its own.
Yeah, you just think how far field goal kicking has come. We saw them settle for a 64-yard field goal in regulation, and now they don't seem to have much urgency other than picking up a couple yards here to trot Aubrey out to try to win it.
Prescott a look to throw. He's in trouble. Can't take a sack, and he won't. He'll run right down the middle inside the 30. 17 for Prescott. It becomes a chip shot for Aubrey.
Well, there you go. It was just going to be a simple inside slant. He's wide open, outside leverage man to CeeDee Lamb. He doesn't like it. And all the defenders' backs are turned. They're just trying to pick up a couple yards. Simple inside looky route and get down and trot the field goal unit. And I promise Brian Schottenheimer feels a lot better about this being the field goal for his first ever career win as a head coach than he did a play before.
Brandon Aubrey, we mentioned he was a soccer player. He played at Notre Dame, played some pro soccer, retired from that, got a real job as a software engineer. He's sitting on the couch like the rest of us watching a game one Sunday, saw somebody miss a kick, and his wife said, "You could miss it like that." And it sparked something in his head. He said, maybe I'll give this thing a shot. Oh. He goes out there, starts kicking.
Hats
gets
off
a
to his
job,
wife.
Right?
Really astute observation there from Mrs. Aubrey.
64 to get it here. And now much closer trying to win it.
New York, 30-second timeout.
Right after his wife said, you should give this a try, he said, all right, I went to a local field right after that and started kicking balls away. Hit a 60-yarder that first day out at the field by himself with nobody watching. So then he got more formal about it. He hired a kicking coach and got a job in the USFL. Cowboys signed him out of the USFL, and he's become the best long-range kicker, no doubt, in the NFL right now, and pretty good argument the game's ever seen. 64 long range to tie it and get it into overtime. 46 to try and win this thriller. Aubrey got it into overtime and now wins it. What a ball game! Cowboys in OT. Third time's the charm for the Cowboys in OT. They get 3 drives and cap off the last one to end this game and get the win. The first one for Brian Schottenheimer, no doubt one he'll never forget.
Looked like they were hoping to try to take a shot down the field on the one-on-one look, but they didn't get it.
This time Dixon gets rid of it much faster. 4 sacks tonight for the Houston defense. Here's a nice return by Noel, the rookie, still rolling. Flag on the play. And Noel is out of bounds inside the 30, but there's a flag back at the Houston 30-yard line. And everybody is moving back the other way as Frank Ross wants to know who it's on.
There is no foul on the play for offensive holding. The result of the play is a punt return. It's first down, Houston.
So they pick it up, and everybody has to move down to the other end. The flag came out late. And maybe with Tremon Smith with that block, it looked like it was close to being in the back, but after the flag came out, they pick it up, and D'Amico Ryans knows his team is set up at the 26 of Tampa Bay, and they're inside field goal range already.
Yeah, here they go. And you got an offense that's struggling, and you hear coach speak each and every week after these games. It's all 3 phases. Tonight, it's at least been 2 of them for the Houston Texans with the defense and now the special teams after the block punt, the return now by Noel. They're trying to carry this offense into the end zone if they can for a win.
53-yard return by the rookie Noel, who was all Big 12 special teamer last year, and the rookie has set him up. Vita Vea makes that stop on Nick Chubb. And a gain of just 1 as we are coming up on 2.5 minutes left, each side with 3 timeouts.
Well, when Jalen Noel, when he got in the open space, this guy's got some burners, and he can scoop. So I thought, Dixon slowed him down a little bit, but I thought he was gone.
Houston running backs in this game, 14 carries, 32 yards. That's it.
18, what's that?
Chubb's got 18. Add to it, Nick Chubb. Touchdown Texans. They're on top.
Tied.
The Texans will go for 2 after a 25-yard carry by Nick Chubb.
The movement they get up front, you see the push inside. Titus Howard makes a key block on the inside. McCollum takes a bad angle, as does Winfield. Everybody's up at the line, and once he gets past, touchdown Houston.
And if they convert, it's a 7-point game. Just 0 for 2 last year on 2-point tries. Did not try one week 1. Stroud in trouble. And down he goes. Plays made by Deion Jones. And this is a 5-point game.
Well, Gumbawale, he's in the backfield. You got to secure the inside first. He's got to help here. Instead, he goes outside, and you can see Jones then has a straight shot. Trying to sort through that, and here he comes. And Hassan Reddick off the other side. And here's a look at the touchdown by Nick Chubb.
More yards on that carry, 25 yards than he had all night. Had 18 before that. And Stroud knew it right away once he got past the line of scrimmage, and that for the Texans, their 5th play of 25-plus yards in this game. And I'll say this for Nick Caley, first-year offensive coordinator. It has been ugly trying to run the ball tonight, but he stayed with it, and he gets a 25-yard touchdown carry by Nick Chubb, his first since Week 12 last year with Cleveland.
You know, I mean, Tampa's had their opportunities, and, you know, and in some ways they've kind of been trying to hand it to the Texans, and the Texans haven't been able to take advantage of it. You just keep knocking at the door. Eventually something's going to give, and it finally did with Nick Chubb. But we saw what Baker Mayfield did last week. He's going to get another opportunity tonight.
Here's Johnson to the 30, and a flag on that play. With 2:04 remaining in the game, 3 timeouts.
During the return, holding by the receiving team, number 98. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's first down.
Now back the Buccaneers up to the 20 with 2:04 to go. Next week's Monday Night Football matchup, a great one in Week 3. The Detroit Lions, the Baltimore Ravens. Peyton and Eli's alternate broadcast on ESPN2. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown at 6 o'clock Eastern. Jared Goff, 334, 5 touchdown passes, 5 incompletions yesterday in that big win over the Bears. And Lamar Jackson, 4 touchdown passes, no picks.
After the offense's showings last week, these defensive coordinators aren't going to get much sleep this week.
A lot of room for Irving. 10 plus. And we're at the 2-minute warning with exactly 1:56 to go. 3 timeouts. Buccaneers need a touchdown. A lot of action early. Maybe some action here late in Houston. We welcome you back. Remember, the officiating crew on that 53-yard return by Noel picked up the flag. We're thinking it could either be this or Agunbowale with a grab on Ryan Miller. Did you see anything, Russell Yerk?
No, Joe, I didn't. On that first one, you see a hand on the back and a hand on the shoulder. I didn't see any extension pushing from the back. I'm glad they didn't call that for a block in the back. And then you saw the beginnings of a potential hold where he had his hand, but I didn't see a clear restriction as he passed by. I'm glad they picked up the flag.
Well, so are the Texans.
Yeah, I was going to say,
53 yards later, and then a couple more plays, they were in the end zone.
I don't know if I'm glad or not glad. I don't know where my emotion is on that, but I have seen a lot less called.
First down for Tampa Bay, down by 5. Mayfield has to come underneath. Pass is caught and a short gain. Remember, it's worth saying again, as you look at Mayfield since he became a Buccaneer, he's got 22 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter or overtime, most in the league. Buccaneers are without their 2 starting tackles. Mayfield airs it out for Evans, incomplete. With Stingley out there in coverage, and those two have battled all night long. Stingley has had the upper hand.
Pretty good coverage all night by him. That's been one great battle. And, you know, some of that man coverage and things that they're doing, if you can find an in-breaking route where you've got a little more room to throw the football. Been pretty tight trying to get the ball to Evans along the boundary.
He's been targeted 10 times, has 4 catches, 3rd and 10. Mayfield out to his right, looking for help. He's going to air it out. Has Abuka, who can't make the catch. Fourth down.
Well, it was such a great job by Mayfield as he gets outside the pocket and then finding Abuka down the field. I mean, this ball, while he's on the run, is absolutely perfect.
It's worth talking about, Troy, as you look at this throw and the missed chance for Abuka. Tampa Bay has 3 timeouts left, but they're choosing to go for it on 4th and 10. Pressure off the edge. Mayfield steps through. And he's tripped up with a first down by Gardner Johnson. To'o couldn't bring him down, and Baker Mayfield gets the big first down.
Yeah, and I think he's hobbled as it is, so he's not moving as well as he typically can, but it opens up, he takes it, and just does what he does.
15 yards on 4th and 10. The Buccaneers alive. Catch made by the tight end Otten, and he's out of bounds with 52 seconds left. And 3 timeouts on the board for the Buccaneers, down 5.
Pretty good. You're going to see here as Baker is looking in the pressure. Here they come, and he just escapes. And everyone running in man coverage with their backs to Mayfield. They don't know that he's got the football.
Second down, the ball at the 45 of Houston.
Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are not on the field.
And a timeout, I think, wisely taken by Houston because of that. I think those guys are out of breath. They've been chasing Baker Mayfield this entire second half, coming after these 2 tackles. And Houston has to use a timeout with a stopped clock.
Yeah, and
we do need to remind you, we're coming up on the start of this second game. At the top of the hour, Brock Bowers, who was iffy during the week with a bad knee. That's a big weapon that's out there for Las Vegas tonight. He's good to go in that battle in the AFC West against the Chargers. Both teams 1-0.
Yeah, I think go back to the decision to go for it on 4th down. Todd Bowles looking at it saying we're going to have to make a stop regardless. We can give up 3 points and it's still a 1-possession game. Why not go for it here? And it paid off.
Second down and 2. Irving. Alshire cannot make the stop. Irving still rolling down inside the 25. And timeout Tampa Bay. That's just their first with 42 seconds left. But they have to get it into the end zone.
How good is Bucky Irving? I mean, he just has a feel, knowing that David is going to be Azeez Al-Shaair in coverage, and he just puts his foot in the ground and gets going north and south. You see how hard he is to get to the ground, and what an impact he has made on this football team since he was drafted in the 4th round.
Derek Barnett got a hand inside, not just the shoulder pads, but the necklace of Baker Mayfield, broke it.
And Joe, quick point there, that's not a foul because he was still in the pocket, so you can't have a horse collar.
First down from the 23.
And they got Hunter and Anderson both on the field.
Mayfield protected. Irvin out of the backfield one-on-one, and he lowers his shoulder and tries to go right through To'o and got 5 and stops the clock with 34 seconds left.
Yeah, all the time in the world for Tampa Bay with 2 timeouts remaining.
Buccaneers trying to get to 2-0 for the 5th straight year. They've got 18 yards to go. Pass caught. Evans down to the 7. And it'll be first down and goal from the 7-yard line, and the clock continues to run with 2 timeouts.
Pretty soft coverage. They're trying to disguise a blitz, but they're not able to get home, but it opened up a lot of room.
Clock running. That's Otten out of bounds, hit by Gardner Johnson at the 2. And it's second and goal with 9 seconds left.
9 seconds left, and because of the 2 timeouts, they don't have to throw the football.
In essence, the touchdown wins it. Second and goal, ball just outside the 2. Rashad White in the game.
Well, look for him. He's the red zone threat for Tampa Bay.
And now timeout is taken by Houston. 9 seconds to go. 2 timeouts. And the playbook is wide open for first-time offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard, who was in charge of their third down plays a year ago. Cut his teeth with the Miami Dolphins last year. He was working for Liam Cohen, and now it's all on him.
It's all on him, and I'm not so sure that I wouldn't just run it here twice. Houston did not do it when they were down here and couldn't get it in. We'll see what Tampa Bay has in mind.
Hot and in motion. They are going to run it. And no signal yet. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Rachaad White on top with 6 seconds to go.
He's been doing it all night. Contact before the line, and he just keeps moving the pile. We've seen it. We saw it all last year. I told you he gets stronger as the game goes along, and with the game on the line and them needing to play, he just carries them right into the end zone.
Alshire couldn't stop him. And now going for 2 are the Buccaneers. There's only 6 seconds left in the ball game. And Tampa Bay will use a timeout, as the Texans are staring at an 0-2 start. And I've been saying it all night. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 6 seconds away from starting this season 2-0 as they've done the previous 4 years.
Well, I think right here, Joe, Tampa's got to be smart or Mayfield has to be smart. Everybody needs to be what they're going to try to do here. You get a little reckless on this 2-point play, and you give the defense an opportunity to return it, and just they don't necessarily need the points.
Their first 2-point try of the year. Mayfield is just going to get rid of it out of the back of the end zone. And Mayfield took a lot of hits here tonight, and a lot of low hits from this Houston defense. Not saying it was dirty, but he's just been through a lot in week 2.
No doubt. And even on that last play, Joe, he got hit hard. And he is it's going to be interesting to see how he comes out of this game for next week, because he has been a battler. And it's what you come to expect from him. But they did it last week. They needed to make plays. Mayfield makes it on 4th down. Here's the last hit that he's pretty beat up tonight. A lot of guys are. This was a physical game, both sides of the ball.
So 6 seconds remain. The Texans do have a timeout. Compare the 2 quarterbacks, and the numbers don't blow you away. The difference tonight, the run game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, albeit with that 25-yard carry by Nick Chubb for Houston, that was the only bright spot all night of the ground game for the Texans.
Yeah, that was their demise. Everything was on C.J. Stroud, just really couldn't get anything going, and they're still trying to find their footing under the first-time offensive coordinator, Nick Caley.
Here is a return by Tremon Smith, and that's it. The clock expires as Smith brought it out, and this game is over as Todd Bowles and company have started 2-0 again. And D'Amico Ryans, who's guided his team into the postseason each of his first 2 years, they've started 0-2. Don't forget, coming up next on ABC, catch a special replay of the very first episode of High Potential. And coming up right now on ESPN, we'll send you to the Las Vegas Raiders and the LA Chargers. From all of us here in Houston, what a game. Bucks 2-0, they win it. Good night from Texas.
3rd and 10 after 2 Hurts incompletions. And the Rams get pressure. This is their strength, the pass rush. Here they come after Hurts. It's picked up. It's floated to the outside, and Brown used his strength to rip it away. A.J. Brown fighting to the 34. 25 yards. What a monster.
And it wasn't bad coverage by Darius Williams, the veteran corner. The ball floats a little bit, but I mean, how many times have we said this? You've got one of the biggest, most physical receivers in the league. Give him a chance. And tell you what, this second half, he's come to life.
Boy, he swatted Darius Williams off him like he was a fly, landing on his arm. Hurts pulls it, has room, has a blocker, has a first down. Rams go from 3rd and 10 inside, or the Eagles go from 3rd and 10 inside their own 10 to out near midfield in 2 plays.
Yeah, now these are the explosives that we're accustomed to seeing. We made such a big deal out of it. It was such a missing piece of this offense first 2 weeks and in the first half, but they've come to life here in the second.
Halfway through this 4th quarter, Barkley stopped by Young. Well, they have stopped Saquon Barkley today. Not even just relatively speaking, they've just simply stopped him. 15 carries for 47 yards after he averaged 230 against him last year. That said, it was the big plays. It was the blink of an eye that really got him. It only takes one. And here in a 1-score game, Barkley always that threat. Second and 8. Hurts to throw. To the sideline. Smith. Kinchins the tackle. 3rd and short.
Well, I'll tell you what. Since they made the move to bring in Fred Johnson at right tackle, doesn't it feel like they've just settled down? Matt Pryor, who initially replaced the injured everything Lane Johnson. Pryor came in, had some issues, made the switch to Fred Johnson. He has done a great job settling this pass protection in, because with Lane Johnson, this is one of the best offensive lines in the entire league, and they obviously were missing him at the start.
3rd down and 3. Hurts looks to throw. Delivers, and going up to get it is Smith. Devontae Smith with 11 yards and a Philly first down.
Just a nice clean pocket. It's only a 4-man rush. Something the Rams are able to do as good as anybody in the league. They can get high pressure without blitzing, and this 4-man rush just can't get to Hurts enough, and it just puts too much stress on that soft zone coverage and gives them time to find Devontae Smith.
-1 in the passing game in the first half, up to 194 now as Barkley gets hit at the line. Boone Ford in there to shut it down. Under 5.5 left. 2nd and 10 coming up for the Eagles. Winner of this game moves to 3-0. I figure you're going to get a little bit of clarity on what the NFC race is going to look like today. How real is Sean McVay's Rams after a 2-0 start, beating 2 teams that they should beat. A lot of talk about the Eagles not being pretty enough through 2 games. Certainly through a half today, they didn't change that. Coming to life in the second, trying to get to 3-0. Under 5 left. 2nd and 10, blitz coming, picked up. Hurts with time, laid it off to Barkley, who had room but couldn't catch it. Braden Fisk broke through at the last moment there. Credit to the coverage for the Rams there, holding up.
Yeah, but again, look at Fred Johnson here, right tackle. This is not an easy, they're going to bring nickel pressure off the slot. Look at him and Saquon Barkley. Pick up 2 for 2 there. Hurts has time, and Barkley's able to catch that ball as he releases out of the protection. He's got a lot of room to run. But I'm impressed with Fred Johnson. It's a heck of a 4th tackle.
Yeah.
In fact, your starting 2 tackles are the best in the league.
7-year veteran they got in a trade from Jacksonville. The Eagles have converted 2 third downs on this drive. They're going to need to use their first timeout. The play clock running out.
Timeout. Philadelphia.
On Tuesday, the critically acclaimed smash hit Doc returns with a thrilling season premiere. After a doctor loses 8 years of her memory, a patient comes back to haunt her. Doc premieres Tuesday at 9, 8 Central on Fox. You were lamenting that you hadn't watched the premiere and you felt like you couldn't add anything. Good news, it hasn't happened yet.
Hey, we can't wait. fired up.
Tuesday night, 9 o'clock. So 3rd and 10 here. 4:48 left to go. They have shut down Saquon Barkley. Will it be enough to hang on and get some revenge after the Eagles won the 2 games last year head-to-head? The Rams feel like had they punched it in on that last drive in the divisional round, they would have been Super Bowl champions. They were that close to winning here in the snow last year.
Interesting personnel. They got 5 bigs along the front. Everybody else, 6 defensive backs.
3rd and long. Pressure coming from the secondary. Hurts goes outside, and it's a perfect strike. A.J. Brown stays in bounds to the 15. Second time on this drive, they've found Brown on 3rd down, this time for 23 yards.
Yeah, so they bring all the bigs here, but they drop and they bring the small guys out of the secondary. But again, just a great job by this Philadelphia Eagles offensive line. And why would you not just continue to target one-on-one? When the pressure doesn't get home, it is going to put a lot of stress on the secondary, and we've seen that now a few times just on this drive alone.
From the 15. Quarterback draw. Barkley leads. And Hurts gets popped by Spates. Seen a few design runs for Hurts today. Hadn't had any of those the first couple weeks. Got a few yards right there. 2nd and 8.
Yeah, and just think, with everything that's gone on, the ups and downs, the first half utility of the Eagles offense, and now the second, this game really is in the balance because of the red zone. The Eagles have yet to not score a touchdown in the red zone the entire season. They're 7 for 7, and those field goals in the first half, we said it at the time, they're looming very large now here in a 1-score game.
Another quarterback draw. A little more room this time. 3rd and 3. Yeah, the Rams in the red zone 2 for 5.
Yep.
Lamenting those missed chances as this clock winds down inside 4 minutes.
So he sees this open, empty space, just the design quarterback draw. Just doesn't quite have enough room in there. We've seen them use that play over time, and again, in my mind, this is 4-down territory here. I don't think you have much of a choice now under 3.5 minutes. Down 5.
3rd and 3. Barkley spins. Barkley surges. 1st and goal for the Eagles. Didn't look like there was anything there, but the reigning player of the year made something out of it.
Yeah, he is dead to rights. He is in the hole with unblocked Rams defenders, and just there's a handful of guys in the league, the elite guys that can make that move and then still be able to get vertical to pick up the 1st down. I know he hasn't had a great day, but that's an unbelievable effort there on 3rd. Must have it.
2:45, 1st and goal for the Eagles.
We'll find out what Tiger Woods is. Just checked into Tiger Woods.
Which is a handoff to Barkley, who's thrown down in the backfield by Byron Young. 2.5 left, 2nd and goal. Tiger Woods, by the way, is who Saquon Barkley talked to this offseason about how do you follow up a huge season. And so he said that his whole mantra for the year is Tiger mode. If the Rams had read the clips, they would have known that was going to be a handoff to Saquon when they heard Tiger Woods.
What a note. You're a professional, Joe Davis.
I was trying to keep up with you.
Wow.
2:07, let's see here. Could let this run down to the 2-minute warning. Looks like they will. Well, had you told the Eagles, certainly had you told this crowd early on in the 3rd quarter that they'd be sitting right here with a chance to take the lead with 2 minutes left, I think most people would have said, no chance, we look terrible. But they've come to life and have a chance to take the lead from McVay's squad. We welcome those of you that just watch a bit of a shocker. Carolina rolls Atlanta. And here in Philadelphia, 26-21, the Rams have led throughout. They led 26-7 early on in the 3rd quarter. But the Eagles' offense has come to life. And out of the 2-minute warning, have it 2nd and goal at about the 9. Rams just 1 timeout left, 2 for the Eagles. The Eagles have been the best red zone offense in the NFL this year. Brown to the near side. Hurts looks the other way. Now comes back as Barkley out of the backfield, tiptoeing the sideline inside the 5. 3rd and goal.
Well, now you see how much confidence they have in this running game. Coming into today, they were almost exclusively a run-heavy red zone offense. Very few red zone passes in the first 2 games. So a shot here, obviously, to take the lead, pending a 2-point conversion and get up by a field goal. So this is a critical down here. Can they get close enough that even if they don't score, we obviously all know what will be coming next on 4th down.
Brown to the slot on top. 3rd down and goal. He looks in that direction, throws, incomplete. Boy, Curl turned his head. That ball was pretty much right to him. 4th down and goal with 1:51.
Yeah, so you hear the crowd. They're going crazy here. Curl's in coverage. The ball's thrown well behind A.J. Brown. And when A.J. Brown spins around, I think that's a good no call. I mean, that ball's 7 yards from A.J. Brown.
Got to be looking for him again here, don't you? But the Rams know that.
They know it, but I still think until the Rams prove they've got a matchup guy that can win a contested catch in the end zone, top of the screen, one-on-one.
With Kobe Durant, he's got a huge size advantage on him. Here we go, 4th and goal. Room in the middle there. As Hurts uses legs. He'll look to throw. To the sideline, it's Smith. He's got it. Touchdown Philly. All the way back to take the lead.
He just looks across the field and just says, all right, what matchup do I like the best? And it's been so much of A.J. Brown this entire second half, but here, press coverage in the slot against Emmanuel Forbes, and the suddenness, the change of direction by Devontae Smith, and then understanding exactly where he needs to be on his route depth. You talk about coming to life, Joe, in the second half. They looked like they had never practiced offense in the first half, and now they look like the greatest show on turf. I mean, this has been a remarkable turnaround, and you got to give a lot of credit to Jalen Hurts. The game has been put on his back, and the passing game has been what saved the day here today.
Going for 2, trying to make it a 3-point lead. Gets rid of it quickly, knocked away by Kinchins. The defense on Smith. Jalen Hurts did not have a passing touchdown over the first 5 halves of this season. He's got 3 in the second half here. And look, they finally asked Jalen Hurts to be the guy. It wasn't that he couldn't, they hadn't asked him to be. And as they put it on his shoulders in this second half, he goes from not doing anything in the first half, because they didn't really ask him to go ahead, toss it downfield. Well, yeah, he does. And he's 21 of 32, 226, 3 touchdowns.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so go back and look at the touchdown. He sees all his matchups across the board. A.J. Brown's here off the left side of the screen, but look at Devontae Smith, one-on-one, Emmanuel Forbes in the slot, edge rusher, and he just knows this is one-on-one, outside release, the widest receiver, and with that inside leverage, it's going to be very hard for Forbes to be able to separate as quickly as Devontae Smith can.
So Brown and Smith both getting their first touchdowns of the year. From 26-7 to 27-26. Still a lot of time for the Rams. Blake Corum on the return. Blake Corum stopped at the 30. Now the Eagles, in a couple tight games so far, have come up with a stand. Red zone takeaways. Week 1 against the Cowboys, and week 2 against Mahomes and the Chiefs. Carter might have barely gotten a finger on that. Kelsey couldn't catch it. Makuba got his first career interception. This time it's the offense that has turned it around in the fourth quarter. But again, it falls on the defense's shoulders. Can they get one more stand? It's Matthew Stafford. 52 game-winning drives, far more than any other active quarterback. Incomplete, looking for Nakua. Defended by Jacorian Bennett, who is fresh into the game with Adoree Jackson dealing with injuries.
Yeah, and worth noting here in this 2-minute drill by Matthew Stafford, they've only got one timeout. They've had to burn some timeouts for some miscommunication and late play calls, so put them in a tough spot.
This time he hooks up with Nakua against Bennett. A little bit short.
So first order of business here with 1:30. Just ensure you get the first down. Just get a clean set of downs. There you go.
To Kyron Williams, ahead to the 44.
Yeah, so now you got to go fast. You want to keep that timeout for a long pass play when the offensive line's far away, or God forbid a sack. Like, you want to hold that field goal as long as you can. That timeout, I mean.
Stafford has Nakua again. First down inside the 45. 3 pass plays, all of them to Nakua, going at Jacorian Bennett. Under a minute, still with the timeout intact. Here comes pressure. Deep drop. Deep throw. Nakua again. Wanted a flag, won't get it. Looked like Bennett had a hold of him for a moment, but no call. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, pretty clear where they wanted to target one-on-one with Bennett. You mentioned he just came into the game.
Wow.
Yeah, that's PI. I mean, Bennett falls down and grabs Puka Nakua by the back of the jersey. Philly fans are saying, all right, we got away with one. You got away with one on Devontae Adams' touchdown, and now we're all even.
Very long for Carty, by the way, 58 yards. You need to get another 4 yards to get to that range. Speaking of Devontae Adams, does not have a catch in this half. Lined up to the near side. Again, a blitz. Over the middle, it's Nakua again into field goal range. Stopped by Bennett with 33 seconds. 3rd down and 1 with the 1 timeout.
Yeah, so everyone's asking, all right, why is Bennett on the guy they keep throwing it to? Well, Quinyon Mitchell, he's been shadowing Devontae Adams the entire game.
Straight ahead. First down for Kyron Williams. And are they comfortable enough right here where you're just kind of putting the ball in the middle of the field? You got the 1 timeout in 15 seconds. They'll use that last timeout in Carty's range, but remember the last time he kicked it, he had it blocked.
Yeah, of course, and it was
Timeout.
really...
Philadelphia. They called theirs before Los Angeles did.
Oh, interesting.
It's their second timeout. It's 30 seconds in length.
Okay, so now Philly still has, now LA still has the opportunity to pick up more yards on the ground. They have a timeout. They can set their field goal unit up.
That's a decent gift there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting decision there.
Please reset the game clock to 18 seconds.
But what stands out, you mentioned that last blocked field goal, and yes, it was the interior pressure of both Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, but it was also the trajectory of the kick. So they want to get this thing as close as possible, take all the pressure off having to drive the kick, and have plenty of space that you can get this thing up off the ground and avoid all those up interior rushers.
18 seconds, still the 1 timeout. Stafford going sideline. Nakua, dangerous throw, incomplete, 13 seconds. Bennett the coverage. Wow, you hold your breath there if you're a Rams fan.
Yeah, just underthrew it just a little bit. Really good effort there by Nakua. I thought he was going to grab it off the top of his head.
More often than not, he does. 11 catches today.
Ball needs to be thrown just a little bit wider, a little bit more to the boundary, and that way you don't have to reach your hands behind the defender's helmet.
It'd be a 51-yarder from here. 13 seconds. And now they'll try to get a couple more, and they do. Kyron Williams will set this one up. Clock winds down. They'll call a timeout and put it on the foot of their second-year man from Stanford, Joshua Carty.
Los Angeles, their third, the 30-second timeout.
It'll be 43 yards from here. Joshua Carty's hit 4 field goals today. His last one was blocked.
Well, he's a kick away from being by far the MVP, because we saw what he did on those kickoffs. Philly couldn't handle the dirty kicks. Obviously, he had his last one blocked, but from this distance, he has to have the confidence of being able to kick this, get this ball up in the air. You know, all those big interior defensive linemen, they're going to push, jump. That's how they blocked it on the last try, and here we go again.
Comes down to this. McCarty officially from 44. Timeout taken by Philly.
Timeout. Philadelphia, their third. It's a 30-second timeout.
A nice job here from Nick Sirianni, giving Carty some time to think about it. This Eagles team that has won 18 of its last 19 games, including 2 against the Rams, week 12 of the regular season. The divisional round where the Rams were this close. They needed a touchdown in that situation, fell a little bit short. Eagles go on to win it all. Rams looking for revenge right here.
Well, those are the two guys right there, lined up next to each other. Try to generate as much internal pressure as they can before they jump.
'98, the man that blocked it last time, right in the middle. From 44. Joshua Carty has it blocked again! This time Jordan Davis, the big man, looks for the icing on one big cake. Eagles hang on.
We've seen a lot of crazy endings, buddy, and I'm not sure we've seen back-to-back blocked field goals, and the last one resulting in a walk-off touchdown. Unbelievable effort, and we pointed out those were the two guys. There was no mystery where they were going to come. They're right here. They just run over the interior left side of the Rams field goal unit, and tell you what, I'm not sure what's more impressive, his ability to get in there and block the kick or how fast he just ran with the ball. But
he wouldn't have run that fast last year or the year before. He dropped a bunch of weight, said he feels night and day different this year, the way that he's moving. We saw him run down Matt Stafford earlier for a big third down stop. And then he gallops free right here. It didn't matter even if somebody was trying to catch him. I'm not sure they would have. Philly blocks 2 field goals in the same game for the first time in 17 years, and they do it to preserve the win. The defending champ, not always pretty, but almost always ending on top. 3-0 for Nick Sirianni in Philly.
And I'm so glad he didn't just fall down.
Right, go big fella.
He deserved that moment of jumping into the crowd following that block. That was incredible moment there by Jordan Davis.
And for the Rams, what a tough loss to stomach. A game they lead pretty much the whole way. The Eagles score the last 26 points of this game and win it 33-26. Now Kurt Menefee in Los Angeles for the State Farm Game Break.
As everyone gears up here for a massive 3rd and 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised right now if Caleb Williams decides to put this in his own hands and on his own legs. He's had great success in critical moments on this drive of making it happen, scrambling, and picking up that yardage.
Remember, you don't need a touchdown here. You need 3 yards for the first down. It is Swift. Appears as though he's got it. We'll see where the officials mark the football. Waiting for the signal from Adrian Hill.
Well, they had Raiders, Jermaine Pratt, Spiro, scot-free.
And it will be 1st and goal for Chicago.
If you're Patrick Graham, you can't call a better defense for that play. One-on-one in the hole. And somehow, some way, DeAndre Swift is able to avoid a scot-free Jermaine Pratt. And now, Raiders defense, they got to step up.
This is going to be the 11th play of the drive, Arch. You have to wonder fatigue here for the defense. And boy, you mentioned at the top, Caleb Williams last week wins. Everything was brilliant on a day where everything seemed to go their way. Can you win these grinded out, ugly games on the road?
Well, he's put together a really nice drive. Now all he has to do is try and finish.
1st and goal Bears, buck 39 left in regulation. Swift to the outside, in for the Chicago touchdown. And the Bears punching back have retaken the lead here in Vegas.
It's just a foot race. Blue Kelly has contained Swift. Right around the edge, turns on the Jets. What a drive, what an answer for Ben Johnson when the offense, it's been tough sledding.
Bears obviously going to go for 2 here. Extra point does you no good to try to extend this thing to a 3-point field goal lead. 94 seconds left as the drama builds here in Vegas. What does Ben Johnson dial up here on the 2-point attempt?
Yeah, alert some sort of zone read to Caleb Williams' left side.
Williams steps up. Williams looking, end zone. And it is going to be batted down. Pratt had it, threw it down to the turf. As Chicago comes up empty. And the Raiders are down a point.
Well, Crosby coming off the edge forces the issue, and really nobody open right there for Williams. Just tries to make it happen.
Just no openings for Caleb Williams to try to throw that football. Tonight on CBS, it's time for the premiere of 60 Minutes with UFC's Dana White, followed by the season finale of Big Brother plus Matlock tonight on CBS Sunday. March, we thought that this one would be close to teams desperate for a win. Again, we saw what Chicago did last week. They were so good in that game. Now can their defense put the finishing touches on this game?
Listen, I think both football teams in this game have battled their own certain adversity. I think early it was Raiders overcoming the takeaways, and then when you had to have it and be at your best, really a great response by the Chicago Bears. But now it's a minute 34, and this kickoff now, you only need a field goal. This is where it gets pretty interesting on this kick.
Torrey Taylor, fielded by Laube inside his 5-yard line, crosses the 20, 25, 30. Laube. Boy, that is a gigantic return. No flags. And the Raiders are back in business. Boy, a week after they had just an awful special teams performance in Washington last week, Laube pulls a rabbit out of a hat at the perfect time for the Raiders.
It is, and now with a minute 27 and 2 timeouts and only needing a field goal, everything's on the table for the Raiders. They have plenty of time, run or pass. They just have to run their offense.
Raiders begin from their own 42, 2 timeouts. Buck 27 after a 39-yard return from Laube. Here they come. Geno, free rusher, and somehow is able to get it out cleanly to Bowers. Boy, the concentration from Geno Smith. Clock stopped, 1:21. There's Daniel Carlson, or the psyche of a place kicker in this kind of a moment. 2nd and 4.
Expect Dennis Allen to continue to be aggressive. That last play was an all-out blitz.
Geno Smith again, right back to Bowers. 1st down and more. Have to start to think about these timeouts here now if you're Ben Johnson. There's still so much time left. 70 seconds. 2 timeouts left for Pete Carroll. As the chess match, the game management between these two coaches.
It's really a game at the line of scrimmage now for Geno Smith. They have everybody at the line. Are they coming or are they dropping? And it's up to Smith to make the right decision and get the ball out fast.
Quick delivery. This is Tucker, who had that titanic performance last week. Nick McLeod on the tackle. Stops the clock. 48 seconds. Carlson, who has been a Pro Bowl kicker for this Raiders organization.
Typically expect pressure because Chicago now, they're in a spot where they have to try to force him out of field goal position.
See the target line. Genti gets down close to the 35. Boy, it looks like Colton Miller may be hurt at the end of the play. Their left tackle, who really has been the lone bright spot of this offensive line, and he is in a world of pain.
Oh, he gets just,
looks like it's his shoulder.
No, he gets rolled up on the back of his legs. I couldn't quite see who it was, but one of the defensive linemen from the Chicago Bears rolls up the back of his legs.
Well, just hate to see it, especially in this kind of a moment. So the athletic trainer's onto the field looking at Miller with 43 seconds left. Boy, I hate to see it. Colton Miller carted off the field, unable to put any weight on his leg. And so Stone Forsythe, their swing tackle, who's played all of 3 offensive snaps this season, into the game for the Raiders at left tackle. 3rd and 2 Vegas, 43 seconds left. It would be about a 53-yard field goal from here. Smith, the handoff to Genty, and he has stood up. Kevin Byard, who has been just remarkable in this game. 2 picks, dropping Genty for a loss of a yard.
Well, Spiro, now, you know, the Raiders, they're going to kick this field goal. And there's going to be, with the way the kickoff is, with the timeout situation, Chicago's going to have a chance now. If the Raiders make this field goal, they'll have some time to try to get down the field and get themselves into field goal position. I think one thing we've learned here in the last couple weeks, that it is very difficult with the way the kickoffs are now to stop a team from getting into field goal position at the end of a game.
Daniel Carlson, 8th-year kicker, 2-time All-Pro, has twice led the league in scoring. 12 of 15 in his career on go-ahead field goals in the final 2 minutes. A 54-yard attempt to try to put the Raiders in front. Jacob Bobenmeyer, the snapper. A.J. Cole, the holder. The kick is blocked. Unbelievable. And agony down on that Vegas sideline. It was Josh Blackwell sneaking in who got a fingertip on it. First blocked field goal for the Chicago Bears since week 2 of the 2023 season, and the reaction from Ben Johnson.
Sparrow, that's unbelievable. You know how rare it is for an outside rusher to be the one to block it. When you see blocks, it's usually up the middle. For him to be able to bend that corner, get his hands on the football, just an incredible play and an incredible finish for Chicago.
Boy, a week after the craziness at the end of that Philly-Rams game, a blocked field goal by the Chicago Bears in the closing seconds, and they're going to get out of here somehow, some way, with a 2nd straight win. Caleb Williams, it wasn't pretty, but again, how do you navigate these ugly, physical, grind-out games, and somehow they're going to get themselves to 2-2. For the Green Bay Packers, the only team before today to have 800 all-time victories. They're now joined on that list by the Chicago Bears. 25-24, our final score here at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes, followed by Big Brother and Matlock. Now for Argentina, our producer Jason Ross, our director Mark Grant, Gene Steratore, Spiro Ditas saying so long from Las Vegas. On CBS.
Here, forced a field goal attempt, even if it's made, you have to feel really good if you're a Cowboys fan that somehow, some way, they're going to work their way into field goal range.
Ball at the 15. Green Bay can get a first down at the 5.
We do have a backup safety in the game, and Thomas, number 2, if you wanted to look there.
And no Josh Jacobs. Emmanuel Wilson remains the back. Crash so big down here. Flip sides. Cowboys bringing 4. Love throwing end zone. Touchdown! Romeo Doubs again! It's the hat trick for Doubs, and the Packers take the lead. What a night for Romeo. Big extra point here to make it a 4-point game and force Dallas to need a touchdown. McManus knocks it through. Green Bay shores up the protection on the career-high 3-touchdown night for Romeo Doubs. Green Bay takes the lead again.
Really well-designed play call right here. You've got trips over here, so this safety's going to cheat here, which means you've got one-on-one with a lot of space in the middle of the field on the backside. And that's about as easy a pitch and catch in that situation as you can get. But just remember, so much of this game is about formations. You saw the late motion. They know how to open up those parts of the field. And for Matt LaFleur, that was really, really well done.
For Jordan Love, a 3-touchdown, no interception night. All 3 to Doubs, the 4th-round pick out of Nevada. Remember, Christian Watson is coming back from his ACL injury. Jaden Reed is out. So the receiver core has been thinned with Green Bay. But Doubs has stepped up and been huge tonight.
He really has. And that touchdown, again on 3rd down. I mean, they have really done a job on 3rd down. But to take that from a tie game to a 4-point lead and basically take the best field goal kicker in the National Football League and Brandon Aubrey out of the game.
On these kickoff returns tonight, Cavante Turpin has been slow playing and looking for a hole to open to hit. We'll see how McManus can point it. You know, he's got the laces facing the Cowboys sideline, which means you can't kick it with a little twist on it and make it tough to catch. So he's got retreating Turpin fielding it at the 1. He goes to the right. He's got some space. There goes Turpin. Good field position for Dallas at the 46-yard line. With 1:38 and a timeout for Prescott to take it to the end zone. Been here and done it 7 times.
Well, they've been unstoppable here, and the way they've done it, at least thus far, is they throw a couple of early passes to begin to drive and then come back to the run game some. But this is sort of that moment. We talked about the others before, but Pickens now, it would be sure nice to get him involved.
It's down. Prescott had that slip out of his hands. Let's see what that is. It is ruled incomplete for the moment, and then
forward with control of the ball. It's an incomplete pass. There was a receiver in the vicinity at 2nd down.
all answered there very efficiently by Ron Torbert.
Now we've got Nate Thomas playing the left tackle position.
35 seconds, please. 135. The clock will start in the snap. Thank you.
And once again, you heard Ron Torbert when he opened his mic to say that there was a receiver in the area and it was incomplete as Prescott lost control of the ball. Terry, the replay and live, there wasn't anybody really around as an eligible receiver. Torbert again talking on the mic.
The game clock will start in the snap.
We're just talking about the clock here. Terry, I'll take your 2 cents here.
Yeah, Mike, there is no receiver in the area. Now, if it slips out of his hands, there's no foul here, but it looks like he actually throws the football into an area where there's nobody. I believe this should have been intentional grounding.
And is the slips out of the hand the judgment of the referee?
It is, yes.
Gotcha, thanks.
If that's what he ruled, then it is no intentional grounding.
2nd and 10. 4-man rush. Big pressure inside. Ferguson protecting the ball. Takes a big hit. Gains 7. Clock spins with $1:25 to go.
And that's no surprise, right? We have seen when everything starts to get hot, Jake Ferguson is the guy that they want to get the football to. And here they go again.
George Pickens, bottom of the screen. Prescott inside. It's Jalen Tolbert crossing. Tolbert at the 30, brought down to the 27-yard line. 1:04 to go. Dallas will keep the pedal down. Parsons on the field. He'd love to have a closing exclamation point moment. He's moved over to the top of the screen.
They're dropping a lot of safeties in. There are going to be some chances down the field.
That got rid of it. Here's Pickens inside the 10. Pickens to the goal line. He's in for the touchdown. In 62 seconds, they go 54 yards. Don't forget the Turpin kickoff return. And now the Cowboys will have a chance for a 3-point lead. And look at Prescott.
Hey, I'm just going to reference the New York Giants game. It ain't over yet.
Oh, no. Brandon McManus can hit him from long range as well, the Green Bay kicker. This Aubrey kick, huge. Good. Lead is 3, and the difference in the game right now was that blocked extra point and the 2-point return for it in the first half.
So what you're going to see are safeties dropping in there, which means right at the snap of the ball, Dak understands that's one-on-one with his best player on the outside. Get him the football, catch and run, break a tackle, and it has been the breakout night, at least as far as his Dallas Cowboys career goes, for George Pickens. He has been sensational tonight. And remember, that's Carrington Valentine, who's in for Nate Dobbs.
And Dak Prescott matching Jordan Love. Their numbers almost the same. And George Pickens, he was frustrated when he did not perform and had a drop last week. And Dak said, you just got to stay on board here because no CD Lamb. We're going to ask a lot of you. And Pickens comes through. 2 touchdowns over 100 yards on the night. CD Lamb very happy. Green Bay has had issues trying to catch and how to return these Aubrey kicks. The last couple have pinned the Packers back at the 20. They need a field goal to tie. They've got all 3 timeouts. Aubrey's kicks in, drifts back. He catch kick going backwards. From the 2, it's Savion Williams trying to get to the edge. He gets past the 20. Still going to the 26-yard line with 35 seconds remaining. And Green Bay will take over there.
Plenty of time. We flip it around now for the Green Bay Packers. And obviously, we're going to talk about Romeo Doubs, but this has also been Tucker Kraft time as well.
McManus hit from over 60 in warm-up, so if you use that as a gauge to take a shot, they need to get around the 45. So Green Bay probably needs about 30 yards in 35 seconds with 3 timeouts. Very doable. Josh Jacobs back in. He's the back. The 26. Outlet. Jacobs, pass Shamar James, down the sideline, out of bounds to boot. He got everything there to the 49, and they're not too far from field goal range with plenty of time left.
Well, we talked about the backup linebacker, Shamar James, in the game, and those little swing passes have just been killing the Cowboys, whether it's a screen or a swing. That time, Shamar James just really could not make the play.
Murray back in the game, so James playing his first game, his first snaps. The 5th-round pick thrown in the middle of it here. Love, pressured, escapes, throws it out of the pocket, incomplete. Got to pass the line of scrimmage. Kraft in the area. Down to 22 seconds left.
I tell you, I think they're going to end up having to play James Houston a lot more. he is impacting the big moments of the game. He did not get Love on the ground that time, but he is a factor. He got the fumble earlier in the game, and I thought he had him again.
You just think, what do they need to have a realistic shot from here? A field goal is 67 yards. So they've got a couple of downs, a couple of timeouts to get 10 yards. Even 7 to take a shot at it. 22 to go. Cowboys show blitz. Here they come. Love gets it out. Complete sidelines to the 40-yard line with Malik Heath. That should put them in realistic range for the veteran McManus.
Yeah, I think realistic, and part of me wants to say, all right, now you could take a shot to try and get it all, but when you're in this situation, you've got to get it closer.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? You can't count on somebody making a 57-yard field goal.
We've all been spoiled by the evolution of the long kick. 17 to go, still all 3 timeouts. They'll run it inside here. Get nothing, take a timeout. Jacobs stopped by Murray, who's back in the game. A dozen seconds left in regulation.
It was 3rd down, too, so that became a factor. I mean, obviously, if they'd gotten to 4th down, they would have had to kick it.
Green Bay are still first. It's a 30-second timeout.
Again, that bizarre missed extra point, blocked and returned for 2. That rule changed a decade ago in 2015, so this is the 11th season of it. We've only had 15 instances where a team has taken one of those and scored the defensive 2 points. And it's the difference in the game because that's a 3-point swing. 1 less for Green Bay and 2 for Dallas. It was Wanye Thomas, second man in, got through the opening, got the block. And Marquise Bell brought it back, and Dallas had absolutely nothing going on at this point in the game.
And that was what Brian Schottenheimer said gave them a spark when Melissa talked to him.
12 to go. Timeout taken by Dallas. They got a peekaboo at what Green Bay was going to do.
3rd and final, charge timeout. Dallas.
Well, I think you're going to see the Dallas Cowboys allow a short completion. I really do, because you're going to get it down around that 5-second mark. They're going to kick it. If you do anything else, they're not a great blitz team, and if you take that chance and land in some man coverage, they've just given up so many big plays this year. So I think they'll sit back in their zones, rally up, make the tackle, and Green Bay will kick.
Green Bay had Mason Crosby as their kicker for so long. Went through a couple of rough spots last year, but McManus, a veteran, available, signed, and has really stabilized the kicking if it comes down to a field goal.
A sack here would be deadly, though.
And they choose to run it here with Clowney chasing Jacobs and brought him down at the 35-yard line. 8 seconds to go. And exactly like you were saying, Chris, just get a few more yards and a few more yards and get it a bit closer.
I mean, but it's still a 53-yard field goal. So there's nothing easy about this upcoming kick. The one thing I would say about it right now is it's sitting dead center in the middle of the field. So depending on what your kicker likes, sometimes they like it in the middle, sometimes they like them on one of the hashes.
Manis made a 61-yarder back in 2021. Remember, he kicked in Denver for a long time. Made a 56 earlier this year, 55 last year with the Packers. It's been fun tonight. Good game, good day. Starting with the game in Dublin this morning and concluding here at Arlington tonight. 2nd and 6. Love with 7 seconds left, putting it up top and deep and out of play as everything was covered in the direction of Dontavian Wicks. And now Brandon McManus will come on with a long field goal attempt to try to tie this game.
You know, this game has just gone back and forth where the Packers could live with a field goal and the Cowboys, when they drove, had to have a touchdown because of the 4 points versus the 3 points. And so the game might end on the 3-point to just go ahead and tie it up.
Matt Orzik is the snapper. Daniel Whelan, the punter, is the holder. It's McManus to tie the game from 53 yards. Operation clean. Kick is right down the middle. And we will go to overtime. Nailed it.
Well, I take back what I was saying about those 58-yard field goals. I think that would have been no problem. It's amazing what these guys are doing kicking the ball anymore.
The evolution of the 50-yard field goal has become just standard. The 50th 50-plus of McManus's career sends us to OT. This is the second overtime in the National Football League this year. Game 62 of the league season. And the other overtime was right here. And the score in regulation was 37 apiece with Dallas and the Giants. And we'll do it again. Joe Milton, the backup quarterback, out for the coin flip. And McManus, who just made the game-tying field goal.
We will proceed to one overtime period of up to 10 minutes. Each team will have an opportunity to possess the ball unless there is a defensive score on the first possession. Each team has 2 timeouts. Fourth quarter timing rules apply. All replays will be handled by the replay booth upstairs. Any questions? All right, this is the same coin that we used to toss at the beginning of the game. This is tails. This is heads. Green Bay, what's your call? Heads is the call. Heads is the call. It is heads. You want to kick? Okay. Which goal do you want? You want to kick? Okay. You want to, okay, flip around.
So the Giants.
Green Bay has won the toss, elected to kick.
Did the same thing in the first overtime game of this regular season with these adjusted rules where you're guaranteed a possession. They won the toss and chose to kick. And that's what Green Bay will do. We'll play a fifth period here in Dallas. All even at 37. Wild back and forth game. 31 points in the fourth quarter. Who's going to win it tonight? Well, the coaches in overtime, just like they needed one more decision, right? The rule change, they now have to make that decision after the coin toss.
Yeah, I think it's a big advantage to go second. I really do, because you know what the other team is going to put on the board, if anything. If it's a touchdown, it's one bit of strategy, and the second team will have the rights to 4-down territory all the way down the field. So it is an advantage. There is the possibility the Cowboys could take control of the ball, run out 10 minutes on the clock and kick a field goal and win it. The way they're scoring in this one, I don't think they could do it if they wanted to.
There's also that freak of a returner in Cavante Turpin. There's a chance he can get in his hands and go. He's going to bring it out from the goal line. Here comes Turpin looking for the opening, cutting it back inside, flag down. He's down to 43, and it'll bring it back. So it'll be a long field here for Dallas in all likelihood. Preliminary indication on the Cowboys. So the road will be long. Meantime, the kicker McManus was involved there around that tackle area, and he's a little shaken up. Let's watch that. That could be a huge development. Ron Torbert again.
During the return, holding. Return team number 53. 10-yard penalty. Dallas's ball, first and 10.
You know,
go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Mike, that's one thing when you're talking about McManus. He could go into the concussion protocol. I'm not even saying that's what it is. But if it didn't work out that way, conceivably, he wouldn't be eligible to kick, right? I mean, anything's possible.
Affects a lot of things. Pointing towards his back area as he took that shot. So Melissa will keep an eye on that on the sideline. Cowboys begin overtime with the ball. And Prescott gives to Javonte Williams. He runs it inside for 11 yards. Good carry for Williams.
Yeah, I really think, Mike, you're seeing some good play inside by Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass. We said this game may well come down to those 2 backup players. Watch the double team in here. Really set this thing up and just get the push to get that play started.
Parsons bottom of the screen, rushing inside, but Dak's got it out quick. He's got Pickens for 4 to the 35-yard line. And Dallas gets a possession. Green Bay guaranteed a possession no matter what Dallas does. The change in the rule in the offseason, ensuring that, like the playoffs, you get a shot with the ball.
Yeah, and Carrington Valentine out there just gave up the touchdown. So they're like, let's throw another one in front of him and see if he's still ready for this thing. But it is hot in this building. And Green Bay comes from a different environment than what Dallas does. You wonder how much this heat may be impacting them here in the fourth quarter and overtime.
2nd and 6. Williams, that time Green Bay had it all stopped up. Limiting the gain. It'll be 3rd down now here for the Cowboys. 90 seconds into this 10-minute overtime session.
Well, we've got 2 play callers on either side as head coaches in this game. And this is the play call of the night.
Says 4. It's really like 4 3/4 that Dallas needs here.
Micah Parsons out wide, and he is going to get a running start.
End of the play clock off in time. Prescott throwing sideline caught. It's Pickens. Out of bounds at the 43-yard line. George Pickens targeted for the 11th time. 8th catch of the night.
Big time throw right there, and it's set up by this big guy out here, Nate Thomas. He's got Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons has space, and he just flat out got it done on that one. And then Dak and Pickens delivered as they have all night long.
Pickens coming up huge, stepping into CeeDee Lamb's position. Just outside the 42. Play pass out quick. Caught by Schoonmaker, the tight end. Limited gain to the 39-yard line. Again, you're thinking touchdown, but you want to get points on the board. This is in Brandon Aubrey's field goal range. The whole building, it feels like it is, but it would be 57 from here.
I wonder if Dak was wondering who made that play call. We're going to bootleg into Micah Parsons. That's the first time we've seen that, and he barely got it off.
Micah Parsons credited for 2 assisted tackles, no solos, no sacks on the night. 2nd and 7. Prescott gets away. Parsons chasing him. Puts it up for grabs. Coming back is Tolbert. Did he keep his feet in? Yes, he did. Ruled a catch on the sideline inside the 5. Oh.
That is an unbelievable play. I'm going to tell you, for Dak Prescott, if you have any doubts, let's make sure he's in. Yes, I think so.
Play.
Looks all good.
What a play.
They're going to run down and make sure they do it fast, but they don't have to. But that was a fadeaway for Dak Prescott on the release. I don't know how he got the ball down there that far.
Play clock down to 7. Cowboys have it 1st and goal. And Brian Schottenheimer was going to take a timeout. You get 2 in overtime, and he wants to take one here. As you said, Chris, it has been a long night. It's hot. Cowboys have run 64 plays. Just give everybody a chance to catch their breath and not waste it down here. Back to that play. Prescott keeping it alive for that shot downfield.
So it isn't one of those plays. You're going to see him when he comes out here. He's not running towards the line of scrimmage. He's going to face pressure coming at him. So he's got to back away from this throw, and it throws it 45 yards-ish in the air out here. This is not your typical on the move. This is going backwards, all arm, and put it right on the button.
Hey, a shout out to Ryan Dixon. He's the field judge in the shot there. He got that call right. Those calls are so tight. We're looking at it in super slow-mo and stopping it. Heck of a play, heck of a call. 1st and goal, Dallas from the 5. Lipke in motion. Williams carries a yard or so to the 4. It's like you're watching the game, you're watching the down and distance, and then every once in a while you go, ooh, look at the clock. The clock moves, it feels like it moves at double speed in overtime sometimes.
It really does. Here comes Micah Parsons back in after a little bit of a breather now. Let's see where they're going to line him up here.
Left side of the defensive line, right on the hash mark, closest to you. Dak, play fake, looking. Here's Parsons chasing. Dak taking off. Parsons gets him. He comes down. He's down by contact. That is no gain. Could technically be called a sack, depending on how the statisticians deem it. Either way, it's third down.
It doesn't matter what it is. It is a touchdown saving play by Micah Parsons. I mean, he's going in. There's not a doubt in my mind. The corner had his back turned, just pure hustle and speed, and that's what you pay for.
So it sets up 3rd and goal, officially ruled a sack. Interesting to see if they don't get it, what the decision is for Schottenheimer. 4:50 to go. Flournoy in motion. Prescott looking, throwing back to the end zone and getting rid of it. Nothing was open. Throws it away. 4th down. Got to kick the field goal here, and on comes Aubrey to try to give Dallas the lead.
Unbelievable, right? I mean, we saw Dak Prescott run in for the touchdown earlier. You sort of contained Micah Parsons all night.
Yes.
Jerry is probably thinking, thank goodness he didn't tear us up tonight. And then the moment of the game, when it looked like Dak was going to run in for the touchdown, Micah came out of nowhere.
So Aubrey out. Dallas will go for the field goal here. 22 yards, just the short stuff for Aubrey here. And he pops it through, and the Cowboys take the lead 40-37. The score by which they won the game in here 2 weeks ago against the Giants. Now the Packers get it. Field goal to keep it going, touchdown to win. If they don't score, the Cowboys will win. Tonight, what a show put on. Jordan Love, 300-yard game, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Dak Prescott matching that, and had a rushing touchdown to boot, although he stopped trying to get another one. Romeo Doubs, career-high 3 touchdown catches on the night. And on the other side, George Pickens only has 2, but he's got a $134, has come up with some big plays. It has been a 1-score game since late in the second quarter. Dallas leads by 3. Green Bay's got Bo Melton and Savion Williams back to receive. Again, a perfect kick by Aubrey, bouncing it in the landing zone, bounces into the end zone, and Green Bay has to start from the 20. Aubrey's been sensational with those kickoffs in this second half.
And it's so key because now they start on the 20. The kickoff almost never starts on the 20 or inside short of a foul. And because of those kicks, it is a long way to go now for the Green Bay Packers. They do have the advantage, obviously, 4-down territory until they at least get into field goal range. So it'll be tough for the Cowboys to stop them here.
Touchdown wins. Field goal continues the game for the balance of the 4:40 that's left. A turnover or a Dallas stop on downs, and the Cowboys move to 2-2. Jordan Love begins it from the 20-yard line. Josh Jacobs, the back. Out quick. Octavian Wicks met by Dante Fowler. Limited gain.
Pretty conservative approach now for the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously don't want to give up anything big. But Micah Parsons, Dak Prescott. Mike, this is just tremendous, right? I mean, you have to remember the Green Bay Packers have just dominated on defense really all season long. They've just been playing great. And the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, you wondered whether that offense could be enough. And he told us, we haven't been stopped. We've stopped ourselves.
Love pressured, flushed by his own teammate, Kenny Clark. And a flag is thrown as the pass is incomplete. Ineligible downfield on Green Bay is the indication. So the pass was incomplete. It would be 3rd and 6 if he declined the penalty or push him back for second.
Ineligible player illegally downfield. Offense number 75. That penalty's been declined. It's 3rd down.
Interesting. It is 4-down territory, but he'll keep it at 3rd down and a half dozen.
How I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say this was an RPO, but I wasn't so sure that it wasn't a little bit messed up. It was an RPO. He pulls it down, and then that allows those offensive linemen at a certain time, they have to go downfield, and they're going to make that block. But for Ryan, that one hurt.
So the Packers have 2 plays to get just over 6 yards.
All up.
This game going, and is Dallas taking their final timeout? Let's see.
They were showing heavy blitz pre-snap. I hate that timeout happened. I was looking forward to watching that.
So Dallas is now out of timeouts. Again, it doesn't matter for challenges because overtime, all the challenges are initiated by the booth or the replay center in New York. I love this new overtime format. This is so much fun, isn't it?
It really is, and it's honestly what it should be.
Absolutely.
It was so unfair before. One team could take it, go down, score a touchdown, and that was the end of the game. It seems silly. So the league is, and let's give some credit too. The kickoff rule has really improved the game.
Yes.
It just has.
Let me come back to what you said at the start of the game. Yeah, this whole Micah Parsons trade. We don't know who's going to win that trade 2, 3, 4 years down the road. But a win for Dallas tonight in this atmosphere and environment would be huge going forward with momentum for them.
And here they go. I think they are showing that same blitz again. Let's see if they pull out of it.
3rd and 6. They're bringing 5. Love's putting it up top towards Wicks. Comes back. Packers want a flag. They get nothing. Incomplete. We're down to 1 play to keep the game going.
This is a blitz and throw it up in the air, and there's Wicks, and let's take a look. When I first saw it, I thought it was interference. Hard to tell whether it was Bland's arm that pulled him down, but
Wicks initiates with the first 2 hands on Bland.
Wow, close. Let's just call it close.
No doubt. So here we go. Got to get the first down to keep the game going. 4th and 6, and Green Bay will
First
take.
time out of overtime, Green Bay.
30
seconds.
Good sweaty palm stuff here.
Well, we have seen in some key moments, not always, but Jordan Love does have the ability to take off. And if you spread it out enough, that creates double opportunities. It creates an opportunity to either get the pass in or you create some space for your quarterback to run. So this is that moment. I mean, it really is for the Green Bay Packers. This is one they had to feel pretty good about coming in here, and they are 1 play away from walking away with a loss.
Emmanuel Wilson's the back. 4th down to keep the game alive.
No pressure out of Dallas.
Here's Love. Got to have at least 6. Puts it up. It is double caught and a first down. Matthew Golden able to hang on. 38-yard line.
And one of the things they told us about Matthew Golden is he probably has the strongest, best hands on the team. And there it was in the clutch. He had the confidence to reach those hands out and make that catch. Anytime you've got a rookie and you're going to that guy when you gotta have it, that tells you something.
Everyone, that was line 1. Great hands on 0. He keeps the game alive. It's an inside run with Wilson. Emmanuel Wilson gets close to the 47-yard line. 3:05 to go. Green Bay trying to get in range.
And Mike, emotionally for a defensive team, you're 1 play away, right? You're thinking, we make this stop, we go home, we party, we celebrate, we beat Micah Parsons, and then they hit the first down. Now you've got to regroup. Now you've got to piece it all back together and try to get it to that 4th down again.
Green Bay taking its time here. 1 timeout remaining. Love again inside. Give Wilson into the secondary to the 40-yard line. The yards coming in bigger chunks on the ground with Emmanuel Wilson for 13.
You know, Wilson really wasn't much of a factor for this team until last week, and he got a bunch of opportunities at 48 yards rushing, and thank goodness he's been in there tonight for Josh Jacobs. He's done a job.
There's a 2-minute warning in overtime, and it will come here. Packers sitting on, for the moment, a 58-yard field goal to tie if they can't move it any closer to the goal line. We've hit the 2-minute warning again. Green Bay needs a field goal to tie. Beauty here from these teams. Dallas up in overtime by 3. Chris, also interesting towards the end of the game here, if you're Matt LaFleur and you get Jordan Love at quarterback, you'd like to milk clock here as well. Of course, you want to score and win the game, a touchdown. Field goal, you don't want to give the ball back to Dallas.
And they can do it because Dallas now out of timeouts.
Green Bay driving at the 40-yard line. It remains Emmanuel Wilson as the back. Dallas bringing an extra rusher. It's thrown inside and caught. Nice move, slithering by his Wicks to the 25-yard line. Goes Dontavian Wicks. He's got a Packer first down. 1:45 to go here in OT.
Yeah, they brought the blitz that time with Reddy Stewart, but he was so far away, he really could not impact the play. I think he's right out here. He's going to try to come in, but look how far away that is. And basically the ball is gone before he has any chance. So now you're creating a void in that zone defense, trying to get there, but the timing of it wasn't good enough.
Green Bay, 1 timeout left. 80 seconds left in OT. 25, Love slant again. 6 yards on that one. To the 19-yard line goes Dobbs.
I think we know who his favorite receiver is. You know, don't forget that Christian Watson's out, Jaden Reed's out. I mean, there are good receivers that are going to be coming back on this Packers team.
4, it is Wilson running left. Emmanuel Wilson trying to get to the outside. It's a good tackle by Donovan Wilson. Or else Emmanuel could have gone a long way. Now 40 seconds left. Do the Packers take a shot or two at the end zone to try to win it here?
And they know exactly who the kicker is for the Dallas Cowboys.
1st and 10 at the 12. Love gets it out. Big hit on Golden. Trayvon Diggs all over it. Loss of 3. And the clock is stopped. Final timeout of the Packers at 28 seconds.
That's his second one. Watch Diggs just come flying up. He's going to read Love, who has to turn all the way around. The minute he does, he runs right past the block on the outside to make that play. Because he read it so much faster than Dobbs saw him coming, he was able to split that gap. Big time play.
You can get a first down inside the 3, but you got a couple of shots for the win here. And then the 4th down field goal would tie, and you'd leave here with a tie.
You also have a clock to think about.
Yeah.
You know, so plenty of time right now. You could still complete the ball in the middle of the field, run up, down the ball, and have at least one more play.
2nd and 13, 28 seconds to go. Cowboys bring 4. Love outlets it. Wilson is stopped in the field of play at the 16 with 21 left. Now it's 3rd down. As it runs down to 13 seconds, they're going to have to leave themselves time for a field goal attempt here. Down to 7 seconds left. As Love takes the snap.
The game right here.
This better be quick. Love to the end zone. It is broken up with 1 second to go.
That was so poorly managed. They almost lost the game before they had a chance to tie it.
And also lucky that that ball bounces where it hit, because the clock stops once it hits something there. Incomplete. If he just put that out of the back of the end zone, they would have run out of time. So McManus is on for the game-time field goal.
I mean, once you get down inside of 10 seconds, anything can happen. Love could have scrambled around. He gets the ball out of his hands, but my goodness, that was terrible.
Here is McManus for the tie, 34. And this one is good, and this one ends in the 2nd highest scoring tie game in NFL history. 40-40. Each team got it once. Each team got a field goal. Wow. And all you can do is just... All right, that's it. No more.
That was fun. You know, sometimes you're just happy to be invited to the party.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, great. Pretty cool.
What up, baby?
Boy, that would have been unbelievable for the night that Jordan Love had. To have that thing come down to that play. And you know what he was thinking. He didn't want to spike the football, right?
Right.
Because then you would have had to kick it right there. He wanted one more shot, but it just happened too slowly.
It's interesting, the new thoughts of how you handle an overtime situation. It ends in a 40-40 tie, and Mike's return. The Chevrolet postgame comes your way from Arlington after these messages.
Make a miraculous play off his hands. If he doesn't drop, Cam Curl's sitting right there for the pick.
Pinheiro now attempting a 59-yarder. Niners got him in week 2. He's 9 for 9 with field goals to this point. Snap good, hold good, the kick is good. Pinheiro, the former Bear, the former Panther from 59. San Francisco up by 3. That beautiful shot. Tonight's aerial coverage is presented by SoFi. Stadium opened in 2020, the pandemic. I did the first game in this stadium before a crowd of 0. Rams against the Dallas Cowboys.
Man, what a brutal year.
Yeah. $5 billion edifice and nobody's here.
Nobody's here.
Nobody.
But you made up for it with a great Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. In the second year. Meanwhile, they're working on Jones. Jones has eaten about 11 bananas tonight on the sideline. Meanwhile, there's the kick that goes into the end zone, meaning the Rams will get it at the 35-yard line. We can tell you next Thursday night, to the Meadowlands we go. Eagles, Jalen Hurts and company are undefeated right now, taking on Jackson Dart, the belle of the ball for the moment in New York, and the New York Giants on Thursday night.
Mac Jones started that drive on his own 2-yard line, facing serious adversity. Ended up 6 of 10 for 61 yards, and 10 of the 12 plays were passes to at least give them a shot at the field goal. And they got the 3-point lead for now. Let's see what Matthew Stafford does.
Pinheiro, 59 yards, is a career long. And they start this with Puka Nacua picking up 11 and a first down. Tackled by Siegel, the rookie.
Now, this is where Stafford thrives. This is what he really loves. These kind of opportunities with the game on the line. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Plenty of time here. But I think he plays better with the urgency of having to make a play.
Case in point, last week. Hangs in there, fires, that's caught, that's Adams to the outside, he goes, tackled at the 37-yard line by Siegel.
Matthew Stafford works from his right, comes all the way back. It's like he knows exactly where he's going to go. He's just trying to move the defense, comes back, has a huge hole in that zone, puts it right there where Adams can make a nice play for an easy completion in a big game.
Just before the 2-minute warning, Stafford. That pass is incomplete over the middle. It will be second down, but there is a flag down.
It's going to be defensive holding again. Way to the right, away from the play.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both on a defense. Illegal contact, defense number 26. That penalty decline. Holding, defense number 2. 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down. Timeout for 2-minute warning.
You take your pick. 2-minute warning comes with 1:56. Set up for a great finish on this Thursday night. After the game, as always, the JCPenney post-game show exclusively on Prime Video. Kaylee, of course, will interview the player of the game. Lots to talk about as well. Whit and Fitz are ready for the road trip for the ages as they saunter across the country in a bus.
Oh, yeah.
With bunk beds.
That'll be a blast.
Oh, yeah. If they make it, they'll make it. All right, first and 10.
Big fella's got to be in the lower bunk.
No question. 1:56. Down by 3. Rams have all 3 timeouts. Start on the ground. To the outside. Kyron Williams. Lots of space. First down, a lot more. Tackled just shy of the 10-yard line. Fred Warner chases him down after a gain of 20.
Boy, he is tough. Kyron Williams, such good vision, such ability to accelerate upfield. And if I'm the Rams, I'm not obviously in any hurry. Niners only have 1 timeout. It's a methodical situation with 1:28. You're already obviously got a chance to tie it. Now you're just working clock to not give the Niners much time, and you're looking for that shot into the end zone.
No question. You want 7, not 3. On the ground. Williams. He's going to take it to the 6-yard line, but he got a penalty.
They got a hold there on the Rams.
So it would have been.
Oh, going against the Niners.
I'm going to say it was.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 98. 5-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
He was going up against the tight end, Davis Allen. It's the rookie, Michael Williams, who's a very talented player. They think he's going to be a star, but bad time to get his hands up into the face mask of the tight end. See if he does. Good position there. Well, I didn't see it.
Nope.
I didn't see it at all. No, I don't know.
I'm with you.
Damn.
First and goal. 67 seconds. Williams. Can he get in? They signal that with the ball coming out, and it goes the other way. And the call is a fumble in San Francisco ball. Wow. That is unbelievable.
I think Alfred Collins, 95, somehow gets his hand as a last-ditch effort to just swipe at the ball. And I think he got it out of there. He'll come from our left. You'll see a big hand come in right there. Knock that ball. That is a fumble, and the big fella, the rookie out of Texas, makes maybe the play of the game.
Second round pick. Absolutely the play of the game.
Now, right away, my brain goes into a minute 2. You're at your own 1-yard line, and the Rams have all 3 timeouts. So
now the 49ers got to get it out of there. Inside the 1.
Exactly. So right away that everybody thinks, oh my gosh, the Rams lost the game. No. Minute 2 to go, all 3 timeouts. Probably a very conservative approach at your own 1-yard line. Kyron Williams got to try to shake that one off. I know he's devastated, but he's going to more than likely get another opportunity.
From the 1. Can he give him some breathing room? Jones will try to. Gets about a yard. Now the Rams can take a timeout, which they will. 1:02. There's Collins, second-round pick. 49ers used their top 5 picks on defense. He was one of them, trying to shore up, especially the front 7.
Al, I'm already thinking about the Niners more than likely running conservatively, not picking up a first down. If you're the Rams, you stop them all 3, you call 3 timeouts. You're probably going to get the ball around midfield with Matthew Stafford with 40 seconds to go.
They got time. Oh, yeah.
I mean, this thing's a long way.
We ain't over. No way. Kyron Williams last year, 5 fumbles. 3rd most among running backs. Stafford just hoping for an opportunity to get back out there. McCaffrey is the back. It is 2nd down and 9. Rams pressing the front, and McCaffrey will be stopped.
They're not going anywhere.
No gain, so now you got 3rd down. Rams take another timeout, so they're down to their last timeout. From the 2, it'll be 3rd down and 9.
I mean, could you handpick a quarterback in the league that you want right now to potentially get this football back in Stafford with these receivers? After what he did last week, what he's done throughout his entire career. Like I said, they'll get it, worst case, maybe at their own 40. That's if he booms one. And they're already within 20 yards of having a shot. Carty's career long is from 58. which means if you get it to the 40, you got a shot.
If it's not blocked. These days.
Right.
3rd down and 8.
Got to run it here. Make them use their last time
You
out.
would think, yep, just to make sure that they use that last time out.
Does he go to Bourne here? Does he try to just get aggressive? And
Bourne is outside right. This motion.
All right.
And they stuff McCaffrey at the line. So now you got 4th down. Now you got 53 seconds. The Rams have used their final timeout.
Yeah, this has played out exactly how we thought. 3 conservative calls, 3 timeouts.
Now Thomas Morstead becomes an important figure because he's going to punt. Crazy game, huh? And a beauty.
The other thing is the Rams, do you set up, do you come after the punter? Do you want to take that risk? Do you sit back and just kind of let's just see where this is a tough spot for this punter to be in? I think they're going to get the ball, worst case, right around their own 45 or right at midfield, if not even better.
Yep, Xavier Smith is back. He sets up for the moment at the 50. Morstead up against the back line to get it quickly out of the end zone. They lay off. They set up the return. Smith holds in, 47-yard line to the 49er 40, and with a flag thrown, a flag is down.
That's going to be a hold on the Rams.
Yep.
Defending the gunner.
Yeah, so negate the run back. They're going to be on their side of the 50.
During the return, holding. Receiving team number 25. 10-yard penalty for the spot of the foul. First down.
Penalty on Trey Brown.
And so much for having the ball at midfield or positive territory. 25 Trey Brown. He's the guy in the back, just grabs on and throws him to the ground. So that's going to push him all the way back. How far back are they going to go?
They're figuring that right now. Moving back and forth are the officials.
Oh, they're right at midfield.
Yep. Put it right on the 50. 42 seconds, no timeouts.
What kind of defense the Niners going to go with? Tough to get pressure by just rushing forward, but allows you to play better in defending against 12 and 17. They're on opposite sides right now, Adams and Puka Nacua.
They rush for it. Drop 7. Stafford avoids the sack. Down the sideline into traffic. Nacua can't get it. Broken up there by Lenore. The Amador Lenore. Puka covered well. 2nd down and 10.
Good pressure there by just rushing forward. Matthew Stafford put that up there. The rookie, Marquise Siegel, was back there. He probably impacted the pass more than Lenore did.
They're going Siegel's way a lot.
They have. You know, he doesn't locate the football, but I think he affects him as far as just cutting in front of him.
And number 36 has been in on a lot of the action tonight. 2nd and 10. Stafford fires, and it's Adams, the intended receiver, but behind him. So it's going to be 3rd and 10.
You know, that's a little bit of a miscommunication where Matthew Stafford is wanting Davante Adams to settle in that soft spot in the zone, and instead he continued across.
Rush 4 again. Good protection. Underneath they go to Williams trying to get out of bounds, and he does, but it's going to be a 4th and 4 with 25 seconds.
They're going to put that ball at about the 40, almost the 43-yard line, and Sean McVay is going.
Yep. Well, otherwise you'd be looking at a 61-yarder.
61. Career long is 58. He knows his kicker better than anybody.
Sure he does, especially this year. 4th and 3. Stafford fires, caught. Inside the 29-yard line, Williams. Now they got to race up there and spike it. It's exactly what Stafford will do here, stopping the clock with 12 seconds. It'll be 2nd down with 12 seconds to go in regulation. And right now you're looking at about a 48-yard field goal.
We talked about how Davante Adams has been setting screens and helping teammates out by drawing attention. How about this? Good job of affecting two. Not only D. Winters, who is guarding him, but also the corner who's trying to stay underneath to try to help out. Actually, Winters, the linebacker, trying to help out on Kyron Williams. And Davante Adams sets that screen to free him up.
Stafford's now thrown for 333. Do you go inside or outside with the throw here? Meanwhile, you got a whistle.
Third and final timeout. San Francisco.
Yeah, 49ers
30 seconds timeout.
took a look at how they were lined up. Take their final timeout.
Yeah, this play has got to get out of bounds. You have 12 seconds, and if they're not going to kick it here and you run a play, you run the risk if that ball is somehow inbounds without a timeout, that clock's going to run out.
Absolutely.
So you're calling the plays on the perimeter here. That's your only chance. Or take a shot downfield to the end zone, right?
Go for the kill shot.
Yeah, go for the win here.
They got the guys who can do it.
I mean, you score a touchdown, or maybe you get a PI down near the end zone. It was 2-2 out. Well, last week that made that 88-yard touchdown. And what I loved is Matthew Stafford said, you know, I've been here 5 years, and I've never, every time we've called it, I've never thrown to that guy.
Yeah, Nakua wide to the left. Stafford, he's going for that kill shot, and it is incomplete. Adams covered. So now you got 6 seconds, and they will bring in the field goal unit.
Yeah, so they take the shot to Adams against Lenore. Lenore's had a rough night with the PIs, so like I said, you get potentially make a play or you get the call, and instead it's an incompletion and some pressure now on the kicker with the block kick issues they've had.
No question. Already had one blocked by Jordan Elliott. From 48 to send us to overtime. And overtime it is. From 48, Jones's night is not done. Neither is Stafford's.
Pressure's on, great snap, great hold, great kick, block all those blocks that have happened to you out. Step up and deliver. 2 seconds left on the game clock, but as you say, for all intents and purposes, we're headed to OT. And Stafford once again does it.
Well put. You got to block out the blocks. Don't you? It's the brain game. Shanahan with a little body English, but doesn't work. To OT we go. Again, the winner of this game will be in first place with a mark of 4-1. Loser goes to 3-2. Seattle, if they win, will stay in first place with whoever wins this game in a tie for the top spot. A lot going on in the NFC West.
And here comes the dirty ball, that knuckle ball with 2 seconds left. See what kind of crazy bounce this thing takes. Oh, he's just going to clear it. He's going to clear it out.
Yep. Well, they had us in overtime before we're in overtime, but here's Sky Moore. And that now officially will send us to overtime. Find out who's going to win the toss, make the call. Remember the new rules now, even if the team scores, team A scores, team B is still going to get the ball. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown or whatever it is.
And they're walking through all the options on this coin flip, making sure everybody understands what Kyle Shanahan wants.
Yeah, do you want to play defense first or offense? It's an interesting call because if you win the toss, you want to, play D.
What do you think? I like defense.
Here's the thing, though. The 15-minute overtime, I think I'd be more inclined to play defense than a 10-minute overtime.
Yeah.
If you give the ball away and the offense takes it for 8 minutes.
We are going to play a maximum of 10-minute overtime. Both teams will have an opportunity to possess the ball. Fourth quarter timing rules. Both teams will get 2 timeouts and all replays are upstairs. Any questions? Nope. San Francisco is still the visitors. It is tails. You want to kick? You want to kick? You want the ball? Which way you want to turn? Which way you want to kick? I don't want to move. Yeah. We're good. All right, let's not move.
All right, so to OT we go in a 23-23 game. Rams 49ers on Thursday night. That coin flip was an interesting sequence. It looked like Matthew Stafford gave the sign that, defer. He wanted to defer, and then Bill Vinovich said, no, you can't defer in overtime.
Right.
So he corrected him right off the bat.
What a finish to this game. I mean, the last few drives, Mac Jones at his own 2-yard line drives down to give him a field goal. While they're down, he gets him the field goal. Niners, how about that strip at the goal line? And then Stafford, the field goal drive, after they get the 3 and out, use their 3 timeouts. It's a lot of drama to get us to this overtime period.
So the 49ers get the ball first. There are the numbers on the night, almost 800 yards of offense.
Los Angeles elected a kick, therefore San Francisco gets to choose which direction.
Right, so the teams have been going back and forth. While we were in the commercial last minute, they line up one way, now they're lining up the other way. Terry, what did you see?
So Al, the coin toss was just a mess.
Right, it was.
We start with the Rams wanting to defer. You can't defer. They want to kick because they want to go on defense first. And then we really didn't finish with which way are we going to go?
Right.
Which was really important, which was led to all the confusion. I think we're right now.
Apart from that, everything is very cool. So the 49ers will get the ball. Again, it's a 10-minute overtime. Even if they get a touchdown, no matter how they score, the Rams are going to get to possess the ball. Meanwhile, you got one of those kicks. Right, outside the zone. Remember, it's got to be inside the 20.
40-yard line.
Right.
Short kickoff. Kicking team number 16.
He's been
the ball will be placed at the 40-yard line.
So good at those dirty ball kicks this year. It's only behind Carolina as far as where teams' opponents have started their drives on these kickoffs, but he's got to get it into the 20-yard line. If it lands outside of that 20-yard line, which it does clearly, and then they're going to start at the 40-yard line.
McCarthy's been all over the place. The kickoffs have been good generally, not good here. Out to the 40, he's had a field goal block, but then he sends the game into overtime.
And
with a kick.
You're only 20 yards away from having a shot at a field goal by having this.
All right. Jones, does he look for Bourne, who's had a fantastic night? And Bourne is the man in motion. Swings out to the left. Throws. Going to be a first down. Hits Juszczyk, serenaded by the 49er faithful in Los Angeles tonight. First down.
And with Kittle down and Deebo Samuel in Washington, 44 takes on a bigger role. This time he's split out wide. Usually you see him inside, whether he's a fullback or even like an H or tight end. This time they split him out. Haven't really shown this look much at all tonight, but he could catch the ball so well. And against that zone, he sat down perfectly, gave Mac Jones a target, a good first down call for the first.
Jones, 29 of 44. He's thrown for 308 yards, 2 touchdowns. Swings it out to the right side. That's McCaffrey. Nice move, nice stutter move to the inside, and a big gain as he takes it all the way down inside the 35-yard line. Christian McCaffrey.
Now watch DeMarcus Robinson dial up Nate Landman. He's not even worried about the corner. He wants to make that corner have to try to make a tackle. He's going to dial up that linebacker and leave Christian McCaffrey with the corner. What a great decision, because Emmanuel Forbes at 6 feet, about 170 pounds, in the open field against 23, not a real good chance he's going to make that tackle just by diving. But good job at eyeing up that linebacker.
Juszczyk in motion. 1st and 10. Pass to the outside. Hold in. It's Tongas.
Got to go back to Mac Jones. He's been on a journey in his career. 5th year, Didn't work out in New England. Was a backup in Jacksonville. 2-0 this year, filling in for Brock Purdy. Brock couldn't go tonight, so he's asked to step in tonight. Short week. He and Kyle Shanahan have put together a great plan to give him a shot here in overtime. And these first few plays, looks like he did early in the game when he was very decisive and accurate throwing the football.
2nd and 4. That's caught. That's going to be a first down. That's hauled in right there. Catch made. Tongas first down at the 22. Well, Jones is on that resurrection tour. We saw Baker Mayfield. He was on that resurrection tour here on a Thursday night a couple of years ago when McVay had him for 48 hours and he led them to a win. We've seen Darnold on that tour. And a coming of age in a way. He was there as a rookie. He was good. He had some good years in New England. Then to Jacksonville. And now a big night for the 49ers. Jones, that's caught. McCaffrey, 15-yard line. Kobe Durant making the stop.
That's 5 plays on this drive after the dirty ball kick didn't land in the landing zone. It's the first time in his second half, now in overtime, that Mac Jones and this offense, from an execution standpoint, looks the way they did early as far as balls getting out, finding the soft spots in the underneath zones, and letting the receivers do the damage after the catch.
Meanwhile, Shanahan is down to dessert on that menu. 2nd and 3. Look out. Down he goes at the 23. A sack. Kobe Turner is the man. 3rd down. 3rd and 12 now.
The difference here is the Rams took away those underneath throws where he's been living. So he wanted to check it down to McCaffrey, but the Rams did a nice job of coming up with tighter coverage, so he had nowhere to go with it, and that's what allowed Kobe Turner to finally get home.
And the Rams, who had a ton of sacks coming into the game, get their first of the night. 3rd down and 12.
McCaffrey out of the backfield, or Bourne up top.
Jones under pressure again. Hit, gets it away. Pass bounces. Now you got 4th down. Young and Turner came in that time. So the line of scrimmage is the 22. They'll spot it at the 30-ish. And we'll have a 40-yard attempt. And of course, the Rams will then have a chance to get the ball. What a night from Mac Jones, who has taken shot after shot and is hunched over as he comes back to the bench.
You almost got to carry him off.
Wow. So here comes Pinheiro. This is going to be a 41-yard attempt. He's made 3 of 3 tonight, and this one is off the upright and through. He doinks one for the lead.
Oh, a game of inches. It's like you said, out just to the inside of the upright.
Yep. Got the bounce, got the carom. With 5:51 now, the Rams will get the possession to try to tie it or win it. Yep.
Oh, it's clutch.
Eight-ball side pocket.
Exactly.
Pinheiro, what a pickup that is. Boy, look, the one good thing for the 49ers is they don't have a game for 10 days now because of the Thursday night game. Next game is Tampa on the road. Here's the hit on Jones this time. Man, oh man.
And there's that lower body again. Young wrapped up around him.
Get him up, get him down.
Yeah, he looked like he was giving about everything he's had tonight.
Well, he might not be done because if the Rams get a field goal, on we go. Meanwhile, the kick is fielded and brought back by Smith, Xavier Smith, to the 34-yard line. So in overtime, you get 2 timeouts. Ton of time, no problem in that regard as Stafford comes back out. What a warrior this guy's been tonight. Jeez. Well, we're not done with Cardi yet, I would think, right?
No, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out. From the 33, Stafford in the pocket. Stafford throws, caught. Nakua is a gain of 9. 2nd down and 1. So Puka tonight has caught 10. Now caught 52 on the season.
Go a little tempo here. Remember, Matthew Stafford, we talked earlier, this is where he loves to work. 50 game-winning drives. That's the 5th most in NFL history.
2nd and 1. Again, the drop. Spins away. Going deep downfield. And it's Atwell makes the catch. Like last week. Got leverage and position on Siegel and picks up 38.
This is a deep crosser matched up against a safety with that kind of speed. Look how he pulls away. Stafford half rolled out of the pocket to his left and had the arm strength to come all the way back to make that throw to Atwell.
Tutu Atwell, the hero last week. Only his 2nd catch of the night. The 2nd long one of the night. From the 20, Stafford trying to win it here. Incomplete. Again, going Tutu's way.
Well, Denor actually is in man coverage against Davante Adams, and Lenore comes off of Adams and almost gets in the way of that throw, as you said, to Atwell on the crosser. That was close to an interception.
If the 49ers get a pick, that would be big news. None in the last 11 games. That would end it. Stafford surveys. 2nd and 10. 4-man rush. Swings it to the outside, going to the ground. And the catch is made by Williams. Clock runs, but that's pretty much irrelevant at this point. It'll be 3rd down and 6.
D. Winters has had his hands full in those man-to-man situations against Kyron Williams. Remember, this is a Rams team that's had plenty of opportunities. They fumbled at the 1-yard line. They fumbled at the 24. They missed a field goal. Had an extra point blocked. This is not a guarantee for them down here.
Nakua slot left. Adams wide right. Send 5. Going to the ground is the catch made here by Williams. And it is at the 11. So now you've got a 4th down and 1.
He's already
the game
he's
going.
already calling the play. He's playing for the win. He's ready to roll. No hesitation. I mean, by the time Williams was down, he already had the play call.
4th and 1. Tight formation. And now a timeout.
And Kyle Shanahan ran down the sideline to get that one in.
30-second timeout.
He took a look at that formation. He said, hold on a second.
What a game. What a game.
I'm just thinking the same thing, yeah.
What a game. This is awesome.
Well, it started out, if you joined us late, and if you're a baseball fan, you probably did. It looked like the 49ers are going to rout the Rams. They took an early 14-0 lead. Got another situation here where, man, the 49ers almost jumped offside. 4th down and 1. Stafford's thrown for 389. Does he keep it on the ground? Trying to draw him off. They've got the timeouts, and that's what he's going to take right here. So they try to draw him off, then take the timeout.
The booing is from the 49ers fans,
exactly.
Not the Rams.
Yeah, the PA announcer here likes to scream, "Whose house?"
Not tonight.
Not tonight. Yeah. Sometimes the Rams are just running the place.
This is why you make the big bucks, right? This is confidence in your quarterback, confidence in the play call. Yeah, they didn't just try to draw them off, call the timeout, and then bring out the field goal unit. 9 is still out there. They're still playing to win. Williams out of the backfield has been a handful tonight in these situations. D. Winters, 53s. Like I said earlier, he's been getting him, and it's been a mismatch with Williams winning.
On the ground. Does he make it? It doesn't look like he did. Now the ball is out. When did it come out? The 49ers think they have stopped him short. They're already on the field. They're already celebrating. And that could be Marquise Siegel, the rookie, who's involved in that one. And Stafford can only come to the sideline and go, I can't believe it. What an ending.
What a job by so many different individuals led by Kyle Shanahan. I'll tell you, you hit it, Al. Marquise Siegel makes the play, but Chase Lucas does a really good job, 26. He and Fred Warner, they blow up the offensive line. Watch the effort here and here to allow 36 to come in and keep him short. They eat it up. Boom, that hit right there assures that Kyron Williams can't get to that first down line. Trying to get to the 10-yard line. Fred Warner comes in, Chase Lucas comes in, 26, and then that hit right there assures the Niners victory. One more look. Winnington in there trying to get a push. Nakua, but I tell you, the Niners, what a fitting play. They took the fight to the Rams on that last play, and Saleh's got to be fired up, and he clearly is. What an effort by that defense.
All night long. John Lynch as well. I mean, the 49ers came in as the walking wounded.
This is the kind of win that can change the complexion of an entire season.
Right, they're going to get some of their people back. You get George Kittle back. That's huge.
Yeah. Backs against the wall.
Yeah, you'll get Ayuk back at a certain point. Meanwhile, there's going to be a whole quarterback thing going on in San Francisco. You know that when Purdy's ready to come back?
Yeah.
Oh, Mac Jones, I mean, how much, you can't have any more admiration for a man than him tonight.
Yeah.
Battered, bruised, banged up. What a night for him.
Yeah, the 10-day rest before their next game. And look at the respect the two sides have for each other. I mean, it's a bitter rival. They know that by the time we get to week 17, these two are probably going to be right there. But this was a hell of a game. Went back and forth.
Yep. That was Richard Sherman with Devontae Adams. Mac Jones, man, good rookie year. Then a career that was on a downward trend, and then he goes to Jacksonville and he backs up Lawrence. Comes to San Francisco to back up Purdy, and he's 3-0. So Kyron Williams, yeah, he
missed opportunities.
Fumbled earlier, had a chance for a touchdown there, and then gets stuffed in overtime. And the 49ers fly home with a mark of 4-1. Williams on the bench. Cardi with the field goal that tied it. But in the end, it's the 49ers with the victory.
The kiss off the upright.
Eddie Pinheiro doinks one through. The big stop on fourth down. So many twists and turns in this game tonight. Don't go anywhere. The JCPenney post-game show, Carissa and the gang, coming your way next.
On a 3rd and long, it was. Denver's longest play of the day, 34 yards. Back they go to Ingram, balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Ingram.
What a big-time back-to-back plays right here. This simple rollout. We've seen this. Andy Reid. Everything. Does he get in? Yes, he's in for sure. Wow, that is stunning. I was not expecting the Broncos to come back and tie this game with 7:36 still to go in the game when they were down 2 scores. Are they going for 2?
They're going for 2 here. Going for 2 halfway through the 4th quarter.
One thing about Sean Payton, he's not scared. You saw that onside in the Super Bowl before, Jim? You ever see that before?
Yeah, I was there to see it.
I know.
Going for the lead. Here's the rollout, the throw, it's there. And the Broncos have taken the lead. That was Franklin on the receiving end, and they have come from 14 down with 15 unanswered points.
I have not seen this play very often. This is Sean Payton's special. Watch this. One step in and just go right down, flat down the line for a wide receiver on a single side. You're going against the one guy you want to in man-to-man coverage, Ringo. You don't want to go against Mitchell or DeJean. What a throw, what a play call, and what guts.
Yeah, no, what a risk. High risk. You want a signature win, you got to make a signature decision sometimes.
Wow.
And still got a half a quarter to go, but that is stunning. That's 15 points in 5.5 minutes.
You wanted a game, you got one. Here we go, people. This is crazy.
And what trust he has in his second-year signal caller.
That was gutsy.
You didn't see that coming, did you?
No. And then the call, it's like I would possibly do it if I had this perfect play, and I'm like, that was their perfect play. That's when you watch tape all week to see how they play it, how they do it, and you literally say, we got the look we got, we're doing it.
Here's the kick, traveling to the 6 to Shipley. Gets by a couple of Broncos. He's got a big return. They're going to be near the 40, actually passed it to about the 43.
Got to remember, this team doesn't lose like ever. The Eagles are going to be just fine.
Next Sunday, you can count on an NFL on CBS doubleheader, beginning with a divisional matchup. The Browns and the Steelers. Later, after an impressive overtime win on Thursday, the Niners are back on the road. They take on Baker and the Bucs. It all begins at noon Eastern. The NFL Today. We're going to be down in Tampa, Tony, and you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is a great moment right here. Jalen Hurts played good. Now you got to go finish.
He's going to throw. He's got Smith turning upfield. Got 9. Singleton in on the tackle.
Perfect start. Play they ran over and over again. You can hand it off. You can keep it. And if the flat's open, you throw it.
They're going hurry up from the 48 of Denver.
Pretend hurry up sometimes. You get up and you look at the defense because they think you're going to snap it right away.
Back they go to Devontae again, who's having a monster afternoon. His 8th catch. Goddard threw a block for him. That goes for another 8. Hold on, we've got to check the laundry.
A legal man downfield. Usually it happens on these plays because the O-line thinks that you're running the ball. They don't know that you have an RPO.
Legal man downfield offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. Remaining second down.
Called on the right guard, Steen.
But you can't blame him. His job is to block the run. It's an RPO, we call it, run pass option.
Mm-hmm.
They can't see the quarterback. They're not turning around looking. Did you hand off or not? Right here. He's going to block the second level, which he should because he thinks the ball's handed off. And then as soon as the ball's thrown, he's like, oh, why? Why?
Barkley again has only run the football 5 times in this game. It's a 2nd and 6.
That will change
right now. And he runs right into DJ Jones. Now you got 3rd down coming up, 3rd and 6.
Well, this is a great job from the interior of the defensive line. Jones pushed Jurgens all the way back.
I'd like to welcome those of you who have been watching the Texans and the Ravens are joining us here in Philadelphia, where the Broncos have come back from 14 down coming into this quarter and just scored 15 points in 5.5 minutes to take the lead. 3rd and 6 for the Eagles, who are unbeaten.
It is a little shocking, truly, like how fast that just happened.
3rd and 6, here they come. Pass caught, but stopped 3 or 4 yards short. Smith with the catch. He's hit. Brandon Jones hit Hurts.
This is a safety blitz off the edge, and this is another job by Vance Joseph making it uncomfortable for this offense. And now we got a decision. Look at right out here. comes scot-free, and this is why it's hard against the Broncos when you're in obvious passing situations. Here we go.
Yep, Denver has stopped them the last 6 third downs, but now this is 4th with 5.5 remaining.
Trying to see if it's man-to-man. Who runs out with him? Cover 0. Everyone's coming after. Did they check or no?
Deep down the field they go, and flags are out as it's caught again by Devontae Smith. There's a flag at the line of scrimmage, and it's going to go against Philadelphia.
Was no one on the line of scrimmage? Illegal formation?
Illegal shift offense. Number 26 did not reset after 2-minute motion. 5-yard penalty remains 4th down.
Now you got a punt. And they bring out the punting team. Wow, Tony.
Watch. He's still moving. He's going to send Barkley. See that movement right there? That's the difference. Now he has to reset. Because Barkley's still moving, you would call technically 2 guys moving. So close.
5 pre-snap penalties on the Eagles today. None costlier than that one. Man boots it away. Matching Denver's 7 punts on the game. It's not very deep at all, and only it's going to be marked at the 31-yard line. It's only 25 yards on the punt. 5 minutes to go. And here's how we got here. All of the action by the Broncos offense has come in this 4th quarter.
And it really was the patience to go down and just simply move the ball, matriculate down the field, and then eventually finishing with that touchdown. Then to go for 2.
Yeah.
For the new audience, it was 17-16, and Sean Payton decides to go for 2.
You saw the touchdown, one by Dobbins on the ground, the other by Ingram. And you look at what Nix has done. It took him a while to get over 100 on the game, but now he's over 200 as he's come on hot of late. They've got 113 yards in this quarter. It's only 15 for Philadelphia. He's going up top again as he lobs it complete. First down it is. It's Troutman. Nice play call right there, Tony.
I mean, this is why we showed earlier. You're going to fit the receiver in here, but watch. Block the D end out here. Block him, Troutman. Block him. And then let him go. And that right there is why Sean Payton is one of the best in the NFL. I think the coaching staff on both sides, both these teams are high level. This is why this is a big boy game.
4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And a new set of downs. Dobbins. Boy, it didn't look like it was a whole lot over there, but he found 6. Just a reminder, after the game, the State Farm post-game show with the great James Brown directing. All the guys were with him in New York, the broadcast center. They'll take you all through the scores and highlights from around the league on the State Farm post-game show. How about this? In 1-score game since the start of last season, Denver's only 1-8. While the Eagles have been in all 1-score games so far this year, they're 11-1 of their last 12.
Belief of a champion, a young quarterback, but maybe that changes and maybe it doesn't.
He's in trouble. Oh my goodness. He got it away. There is a receiver, Troutman, in the area.
Yes, I agree.
That was dangerous.
Very.
That was Hunt who was in on him.
Outstanding job by Hunt. You could argue finishing the drive. Watch Hunt right here up top.
And now they've thrown a flag, Tony.
He reads it, goes in there, doesn't fall for the fake. That's close. I could see either way. Honestly, I might side with Philly.
Grounding offense, number 10. All big plays at the front of foul with Walter down, 3rd down.
All right, wasn't Troutman in the area or not? Gene Steratore, what did you see there?
Listen, I've seen them pick up flags for intentional grounding with receivers working themselves back. I think it's in the vicinity, Jim. I know he's 10 yards away. Troutman's working himself back. I've seen those plays not be called intentional grounding in the past.
I agree with Gene on everything he said. I'm just saying, I think in that specific case, I would have probably called intentional grounding.
Denver right now is on the field. They're applauding something. They might have a replay assist here coming.
Well, if someone's in the area, that's why I think Gene is correct. It just looked like he's trying to get rid of the ball and do it.
So it is an incompletion. They changed the call. It's still a 3rd and 6.
Just don't tell us?
Yeah, they didn't. Never mentioned it.
Not that big a deal. Just a huge deal.
That would have been a loss of down, too. They're bringing it. Nix throws it. What a catch. Sutton able to get the battle. 1 over Mitchell. And Denver keeps on moving.
It's a tight split. And then he widens, and the ball's up early enough for him to have time to find it behind him. And you see just the size difference. It's perfect defense. I can't give more explicitives about how good Mitchell, DeJean, some of these guys are on this defense. But Sutton, being big, just caught it. That means there's an extra lineman in the game when you see them talk there.
How about that? 16 yards on 3rd and 6. That whole sequence was huge. The grounding call, the flag picked up. Not the loss of down, not the loss of yardage.
At least
manageable.
All explained perfectly, though, right?
2:40 to go.
We didn't even know they were at 36.
Delay game, offense, 5-yard penalty, remains 1st down.
Well, that's a little sloppy right there at this time.
You wouldn't think so for either of these teams. If anything, Philly's been a little sloppy on offense. You saw they got stopped because they had 2 guys moving on their big down and distance. Getting that ball away by Bo Nix was either brilliant or terrible. If it would have been called intentional grounding, they got away with it. Now we got ourselves a huge moment.
Got an extra lineman in. They're going big on 1st and 15. That means Dobbins going to get the work. Dobbins maybe got 2 out of it.
If I'm Denver's going to take all down. If you're going to take a timeout, Philly, I would do it now.
Which they have.
Smart. That's exactly right. I would have done the same thing.
Tonight on CBS, by the way, it's time for 60 Minutes. Famed actor and director Rob Reiner, followed by a Grammy salute to Cyndi Lauper live from the Hollywood Bowl, plus Tracker, that's tonight on CBS Sunday. Got to remember, if you're the Broncos right now, if you were able to get, it'd have to be, if they don't pick up a 1st down on this next couple of downs, it'd have to be Lutz from long range, but a field goal would be huge.
I don't even know that you're going to kick one from this distance. You're going to have to get
another 5 or 6 yards.
Totally
maybe.
agree.
Yeah. But you got 2nd and 14. If somewhere come up short of the sticks and bring out Lutz, that kick would be monster.
Totally agree. A touchdown to a field goal is a dramatic difference, especially when it gets under 2 minutes. And I'll tell you, this is where coaches show off. Vic Fangio has shown off plenty of times. He did it in the Super Bowl again. Sean Payton has shown off plenty of times. Nick Sirianni, the staff. But this is a Sean Payton versus Vic Fangio moment.
2:34. Please reset the game clock to 2:34. The clock will start on the stat.
The fans wanted those 3 seconds.
2nd and 14.
Every second matters.
Yes, it does. Just ask the Broncos in 2 heartbreaking last-second losses.
Here it is. Fangio versus Payton.
Do you throw it here on 2nd down?
Fangio's asking the same thing.
He's got a man right in the middle of the field and near a 1st, about a yard short is Sutton. It's going to be 3rd and 2 and another timeout called by Philadelphia. Boy, Sutton has been a big part of this comeback. He's made a couple of crucial catches on 3rd downs.
Well, this is why it's such a tough thing. It's a free blitzer, and that's what opens up Sutton. But the reason is Sean Payton put 4 guys on one side, only 1 receiver over there. That's why the blitz had a wide open area, because you don't plan for that. He brought it out at the perfect moment.
It's going to be 3rd and a long 2. And if they were stuffed here, it'd be 48 yards for Lutz. Assuming that's what they would do. And let's see what they can do. They picked up some crucial 3rd downs in the late going. And they've got Harvey, the rookie, in at running back for 3rd and 2.
I think they're running it. It doesn't look like it, but I think they want to.
Going to Harvey out of the backfield. He is brought down, holding on. Makuba able to make a big tackle, and flags are thrown at the end of this, right where the tackle was made.
Oh, that's going to be huge, whoever that's on. Makuba with an incredible open field tackle, but whatever this call is.
Denver thinks it's on the Eagles.
This monster.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense,
Oh.
53. Automatic first down.
Zach Bond. That is just a terrible error right here. Would have brought up 4th and 1.
Oh, no, you cannot do that.
Gene, any doubt about that one, that call?
Well, you know what, Jim? Once Harvey is down, you can see the defender really hasn't committed to the tackle yet. You know, I know it feels bang, bang on the field, but when you see a player down before a defensive player then decides to take that shot, you're late. And in that case, he's late on the hit, and it's a 15-yard foul.
Okay, now you've got the ball spotted just inside the 15. Philadelphia has the 1 timeout and the 2-minute.
I mean, I agree with Gene. I did not agree with the intentional grounding earlier. I think it's a bang-bang and it's close. But if I called it, I probably would have stuck with it, because it feels like the quarterback couldn't see or even know someone was in that area either. But now you're going to run the football. So now you got to sell out if you're Philly.
To Dobbins.
Take the timeout for Philly.
You're going to see a run on 2nd down that'll take it down to the 2-minute warning. And then you're going to run it on the backside of that and try to, kick a field goal. Philadelphia's not out of it. Not over. How do you see this next couple of snaps being handled? As you look at this right here. When they have trailed in franchise history, entering the 4th quarter on the road by at least 14 points, they're 1-112. Tony?
I just think that intentional grounding, it's interesting. What happens if a quarterback's getting tackled and he just goes, but there's a guy in the area.
Troutman was,
he's in the area, but
10 yards away.
Let's just throw it over our head and hope that someone's in the area. It's like, is that intentional grounding? He was trying to intentionally get the ball and not take a sack. That's why I felt like there's a chance that should have been a penalty for intentional grounding. But now we are here. Sean Payton has to run the ball, keep it simple. I don't expect them to do anything different than run it 3 times.
Timeout called by Denver. I'll give you one other really fun option. One option for Philadelphia is you let them score a touchdown here.
You're not wrong. But you just saw him go for what? 2.
Yeah.
So then you could lose automatically with him going for 2.
But they went for 2 again?
I'm saying it's a great thought. You should definitely think about it.
Want to welcome everybody across the nation joining us for the late stages here in Philadelphia as the unbeaten Eagles and Super Bowl champs are in big trouble. They led 17-3 coming into the final quarter, but then Bo Nix, guys like Cortland Sutton and J.K. Dobbins, they got things going in rhythm, and they have owned this quarter. They have a 2nd and 9, just outside of 2 minutes to go. Eagles out of timeouts.
Ready?
I expect another run.
Dobbins holding on to it with 2 hands. And it'll take us to the 2-minute warning. Again, Philadelphia cannot stop it. Just this one. 2-minute warning.
Now we can have a discussion about what you would do as your Sean Payton. When we get back, let's tease him just a little.
Must be some win. They're talking signature win for this young bunch if they were able to get one at Philadelphia. 2 minutes away, but it's far from over.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Verizon. The NFL is powered by Verizon 5G and by Burger King. At BK, have it your way. You rule.
State Farm post-game show with JB and the crew is coming up. All the nation watching this crucial 3rd and 8. Do you run it and get it down to 1:10, Tony? Or do you risk incomplete and give him 1:50? You know, that's kind of...
So many permutations here. Who's on the other side? Is Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, all these dudes over there? You're going to be really aggressive. Jalen Hurts, you think of him that way. He's really good. Have you seen it lately? I don't know. But I do think right now it's going to be a safe one where the clock is going to run no matter what. Screen, run, something fast.
Okay, they fake the handoff, and he's in trouble. Now he's going to run with it, which is just fine.
That's Sean Payton talking to Bo Nix. If it's open, the play call, and it's man-to-man, and it's there, you throw it. If not, you don't throw the ball away. Genius right there.
Yeah.
You literally were aggressive, but you tell your quarterback, you take a sack.
It's the worst thing you can... That's it. Run off the clock. Just don't throw it incomplete.
It was literally a super smart call because you had the chance to get him and get a guy open. But if it's not there, you don't randomly throw the ball away and stop the clock. You go ahead and take a sack and then kick the field goal.
So there's the timeout, 1:14 to go. The field goal is going to be about 31 yards, and I guess this is the perfect time to bring up what happened the last time the Eagles played at home. As the Rams were going for a win on a field goal from much longer distance, it was blocked and returned for a touchdown, and the Eagles won. And we know they've blocked 3 kicks in the last couple of weeks.
You're exactly right. And I can tell you, if I'm a Bronco fan, I'm concerned because this is one of the best crews I've come across watching tape.
Incredible.
This Eagles unit, you're going to see 2 huge guys on this left side. You're going to get Young in there. You're going to have Carter in there. And you're going to have Jordan Davis in there. And you've got some tall guys right here. And you've got some big guys. You've got to push. My hand's going to go up, and if that kick goes by the area of them, they can block this.
31 yards for Lutz. Up a little wiggle. Believe it might have been Carter of the Eagles. This was on.
False start, offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty, remains 4th down.
Okay, and so it goes against Denver instead. Now make that a 36-yard attempt.
Just remember, huge guys inside. You'll see the false start right there. But these guys right here, they are big and tall. 6'6" Jordan Davis.
Here we go, 36 yards. Against that wall, up and over it, and good through the uprights. And 1:11. We weren't too far off on the math. 1:11 to go. You're going to need a touchdown now if you're Philadelphia. Lutz has hit from 55 and now 36. And again, a lot of the nation just joined us during that drive. There were a couple of big penalties, moments in that drive. This one right here is initially called intentional grounding, but you see Troutman was in the area. They ended up picking up the flag, and then this would have set up 4th and 1, but it was an unnecessary roughness call against Zach Vaughn, giving the Broncos time to use more of the clock and lead to the field goal.
2 calls that literally can make the difference in the game, right? Each one.
Totally.
And this is why you coach. Nick Sirianni's done as good a job as anyone at the pulse of the team, getting them to improve, get better. And Jalen Hurts has a great opportunity right now to go against one of the top defensive units, one of the best pass rushing, defensive against the pass in the National Football League. It'll be difficult, but we've seen him do it before, and I expect him to go out here and do pretty well on this drive. We'll see.
And he's got to do it with no timeouts. And A.J. Brown, again, some of you just joining us who was subject of a lot of attention this week with A message he had posted social media early in the week, expressing some discontent about not getting the football. He's had 5 catches today for 43, operating against Patrick Surtain. From the goal line to Shipley. Shipley across the 20, met at the 25, and this time they don't let him get out past the 40 like they did the last time.
This is a situation I remember in 2015, first game of the year against the Steve Spagnuolo defense. It's really difficult because you have to score a touchdown. It is so different going out there to get a field goal because then you feel, hey, I can be patient and just take what the defense gives me. Right now you feel like you have to get a chunk play, something 20, 15 to 25 yards down the field at some point. Don't do that. Take what the defense gives you, and it's going to be in the middle of the field. Don't think the back isn't there. He's the guy.
1st and 10. In the pocket, in trouble. Again, this is going to use a lot of clock here. They got the sack. Bonito. Someday the nation's going to really understand he's one of the best. He's in on 2.5 sacks today.
You've been saying it over. The one thing you can't do, take a sack. Now it becomes very difficult for Philly.
2nd and 14.
The back.
Across the middle to the back. To the 30. And again, the clock will run with Barkley. Tackled down by Barron. We're down to 30 seconds to go.
If you did it on 1st down, it would be down to 50 seconds. You do it again, you'd be at the 42, 45-yard line.
Here's a 3rd and 7. Inside 25 seconds. Knocked down, incomplete. Barron again. And now it's 4th and 7, 21 seconds, and no Philadelphia timeouts.
Bonito, you've been saying he's not underrated anymore after this game, and this ball was just barely touched. Needed to be more out front. But you're going to get guys protecting the end zone. You know the middle of the field is going to be open. They need something special now, don't they, Jim?
They really do. And again, got to address a couple of things here. It's 4th down for starters.
Got to get the 1st down, something up in here. And then from there, you can go up and clock it and then take a shot at the Hail Mary.
He's got time in the pocket. Down the middle he goes. It's going to generate a flag. You got to think right here. Yep, here they are, a couple of them. As Goddard is all but tackled. The likes of J.L. Skinner.
Pass interference, defense, number 34. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic 1st down.
That's a hard job. Skinner guard left, right, and in the middle there. And he holds him right there. If you didn't do the last part, you would have had a chance, but that's the right call.
Okay, now at least you got the football if you're Philadelphia in a range where you can heave it into the end zone. Just at what point do you do it? Again, middle of the field, the game's all but over. That was an 18-yard penalty.
So look at the sidelines, Jim. I don't see anybody on defense over there yet, okay? How many guys over here? Just Surtain. That means run him up, bring him out, get yourself another 8 yards.
Here's Hurts. Down he goes. He's got his man. He's out of bounds. That's Dotson. 9 seconds. They're giving themselves a chance.
This is a great job. They were prepared for this. It's that same area of the field, right? 1st, 2nd, 3rd level, out of bounds. You still can do it again with this amount of time, Jim. 9 seconds. You don't have to throw it to the end zone. The defense is going to have to play the end zone. So you can take advantage of that. You'll see 3 safeties in the end zone. Or 3 guys back there.
Denver doesn't have any timeouts to regroup either. If they wanted to talk this over, they got 3 back deep, Tony. 9 seconds from the 29. Here's Hurts. Pass almost intercepted. And everybody looking for a flag. And it's not coming out. Skinner again was on Goddard. He got flagged the last time, but not this time. We're down to 1 play. And Sirianni is furious after looking at this up on the big board.
That's close, yeah.
That would have been, again.
Initially, I didn't think so, but.
Had they called it, the ball would have been inside the 5 with 1 snap to go. Now, here we go.
This is big right here. You practice this situation from the 30 all the time. Got to get something. He's got to extend the play as a quarterback here.
Got zeros on the play clock. Now they've readjusted that and put it back at 25 and a reset. And now we're down to one play for the Eagles, the Super Bowl champs, to stay undefeated.
3 guys got to get in the end zone. Extend the play unless it's a Hail Mary.
Can they pull off a miracle? They got one shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win.
That was close.
Smith and Brown, both wideouts, were right there fighting for it. The 12-game home win streak is over. There are the 2 wideouts.
In his hands for a second.
Hufanga at the end, number 9, came in to make sure that ball got out of there, out of the pack. Look at the 2 wideouts side by side. Smith and Brown, they've wanted the football more often. They both made a play on it at the very end of this one.
You can't ask for a better opportunity from throwing a ball from the 30 up in the air right there. That had a great chance, and you said it before. Signature win.
It's a big one.
You just said it.
It is, no doubt.
This was their litmus test. Are we for real? Denver's for real.
That's exactly what Bo Nix had told us meeting with him this week. If we could win it, it would be our biggest win. It is a signature win. The team from the Rocky Mountains has come into the town of Rocky and delivered a knockout blow here at the end of this one to the champs.
What a game.
Tracy, down to you.
Well, thanks a lot, and certainly the biggest win for you since you've been with this Broncos team. It was a struggle early. You guys were down 14. How did you come back?
I mean, we kept stopping them on defense, and we just started putting drives together, and we had a good drive there at the end of the third quarter, and we got points, and then we got our confidence back. We felt like we could go down there and do it again, and our defense just played incredible. They just kept getting us the ball back. No matter what happened, they never wavered. They just kept getting the ball back, and we just scored when it mattered. And there at the end, we just made good football plays and had a good long drive there to finish the game, and that's one thing we haven't been doing. So it's great to see. It's an awesome win.
Speaking of scoring points, tell us what went into that 2-point conversion that coach decided to go for.
Well, I don't know. I just knew he's like, hey, left hash, let's roll. And he sent a play in. And we went out there and executed it. Troy ran a great route. We've been repping that play for a few weeks, and it paid off. And we went up, and then we had another great drive to go get a field goal, or they would have had a chance there at the end. So those points were huge, and just a great team win, man. Great team win.
And a great win for you guys as you head to London. Have a safe trip, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much. Go Broncos.
That will be one fun flight to London tonight for the Broncos. So there's a star in the making right there. Look at this. They're all in each other's way in the end. Probably would have had a better chance if just one of them was in the area, but they all converged. A sea of people. The ball is swatted out, and the Broncos have come to Philadelphia, a team that had gone 20-1 in its last 21 games, and they put up 18 points in the fourth quarter. They were down 14 starting the final quarter.
We talk about that aura, that championship like prestige, that thing that you have that says we're going to win and everything. It almost looked like Denver did that on the other side, where they were like, we're meant for this, we belong in this category. But they hadn't proved that to me or you or most of the fan base yet, that they're at this level. After today, you got to start to think about them.
Everybody's going to look at them differently after this one today. They put up 158 yards in the fourth quarter and 18 points to win it. Coming up next, the State Farm postgame show for Tony and Tracy and Gene. This is Jim Nantz saying so long from Philadelphia. Back to New York for all the scores and highlights coming up after this.
Partner said you want to be the man, you got to beat the man, right? And Josh Allen's the MVP of the league. And Drake May in his first primetime game, Chris Collinsworth's been pretty good.
Pretty darn good, man. I tell you, I will take either one of these quarterbacks and feel really good about my life.
Good numbers for May, the number 3 overall pick. And now a chance here on the road to get the victory for the Patriots if they can get a field goal drive. .217, all 3 timeouts for New England. Ball will come down to the hands of Trevion Henderson. And Stevenson made a man miss, gets out to the 30-yard line. Reggie Gilliam the tackle.
Well, tonight we have seen Drake May make quite a statement for himself, and he has done so much of this damage when he has been able to roll out to his right and get away from the pocket. Now, the last time we saw the Buffalo Bills, they came back with that spy package and cut him off at the pass. And so now we'll see how both teams adjust to that.
Place going nuts. Here we go. Pressure right at him. He gets rid of it, and it's caught. What a play to Diggs for the first down across the 40-yard line. Drake May, what a play. Wow.
You have to be kidding me. First of all, he's trying to get outside the pocket so he could throw it away. And then he just stood up and he said, my guy is right there, and made one of the great plays of the night.
Catch number 10 for Diggs, 146 yards. Near sack does not happen. May got away just before the knee came down. Patriots have it first down at the 40-yard line in a tie game. You see the standings. Reminder, Buffalo's won 8 of the last 11. New England dominated this series for about a decade. Buffalo has since taken that title of the king of the AFC East. New England's trying to reintroduce themselves into the storyline in this division. And no matter how the next 2 minutes or beyond go, this Patriots team has shown the nation tonight they are so much better than they have been over the last couple of years. It is Ramondre Stevenson for a couple of yards. Back to that great play on the other side of the 2-minute warning.
It really was, and it shows the feistiness they have in Drake May. Look at the stiff arm. He is outside the pocket, and he is in a stiff arm battle with 320 pounds, Daquan Jones. And not only did he get the ball off, he got it complete for first down and didn't put that knee on the ground. Something special.
Minute 28. Starting to think about what the strategy will be. Patriots have all 3 timeouts. May firing sideline. It's caught right around the 40. And there's Kayshon Boutte bringing it in. On the edge of field goal range.
This is the heater zone right here. You want to throw one in beside a cover 2 safety, you better have a laser, because that guy is going to be flying in that direction. And everything we've seen from Drake May is just like Josh Allen. There is no throw that is off limits to that young man.
You see the timeout taken by Buffalo. They're trying to preserve time for them on the back end and give themselves an opportunity to respond to what New England does. Patriots have the ball at the 39-yard line. Remember, New England has a rookie kicker in Borregales, who did have a fourth-quarter kick of 53 yards at Miami. That was to extend the lead. The rookie may be called on in a bigger pressure spot in a couple of moments.
They are just 5 or 6 yards away from field goal range.
The 39, May will hand it. Stevenson running inside. Gets 5 to the 34. That puts him in field goal range as Bernard makes the stop. And the clock is stopped with 1:13 to go. And the timeout. There's Andy Borregales. They took a draft pick to bring him into the NFL, a 6th-round pick. Both he and Tyler Loop, the new kicker in Baltimore, were the 2 drafted place kickers from this year's selection process.
His season long is 53. His college career long is 56. Well inside that range right now. But the first down ends the game as far as the Buffalo Bills being able to have a shot at coming back the other way. This is a big couple of plays right now.
2nd and 5. Bills have the safeties all up in the picture there, tight to the line. Inside run. Stevenson gets nothing. Final timeout taken for 34 by Buffalo. 1:07 to go. One of the big stories tonight, Stephon Diggs' return. He has returned and been fabulous. Targeted 12 times, 10 catches, Chris.
Player of the game, Drake May / Stephon Diggs. Right? We have seen the magic of this combination together. Schoolyard stuff, grade A catches throughout the course of the night. The move before the catch was made there to create the separation, and then just the ability to understand when your quarterback's in danger, help him out. And we have seen all we need to see tonight out of Drake May. He has delivered in a big way in one of the toughest atmospheres we've seen this year.
Patriots get 5 yards in the first down. Bills cannot control anything the rest of the way. From the 34, pressure on May. Booting, trying to get away from Bosa, does, takes the hit and gets back for no gain, which is a big deal because it keeps them in field goal range. They'll be able to run the clock down to 20 seconds and take a timeout. And Vrabel is telling me right there that it was okay with what he ended up doing. And Mike will go over by the official, I would imagine, here to get that timeout.
And he knew that he could not throw that ball. Right? There was no way he could throw that ball. And right now, I mean, anything can happen. You've got Josh Allen on the other side of this coin, so I'm not discounting anything here.
You see Borigalis, only 5 attempts, and the timeout taken with 20 seconds remaining. And the field goal attempt will come from 52 yards for the rookie out of Miami.
But, Mike, a huge difference between a make and a miss. You miss this field goal, and basically you're giving Josh Allen the ball on about the 42-yard line or so and 20 seconds to work with, right?
And only needing 20 yards to get in Prater's field goal range after that.
Correct.
So the clutch kicker forever was Adam Vinatieri, and New England had him. And he always came through, it seemed, in these spots. Borigalis, born in Venezuela, looked up to Vinatieri his whole life as he was part of a field goal kicking family. Now here he is with his first big-time NFL kick. From 52 for the lead. Right down the middle, Borigalis nails it. And the Patriots take the lead with 15 seconds remaining.
And Vrabel's saying, calm the blank down. Exactly what he's saying. This game is not over, but what a clutch moment for the New England Patriots to just drill that. Did you see the jump that the Buffalo Bills did pre-snap? It would have been so easy for them to flinch, to jump off sides. Superior coaching here on the part of the Patriots. See that movement right before the snap and not one flinch on that offensive line. How many different kicks this year have we seen blocked and run back for a touchdown and mistakes made? That was a big moment.
And terrific initial height on the kick. And Mike Vrabel told us last night, I like this team, like the direction we're going. And Drake May, who's been almost perfect in this second half, 13 of 14. And Borigalis comes through money time. Now, we've seen a couple of times this year, kicks not get into the target zone and give a short field to the other team. Doesn't happen here. Curtis Samuel with the kickoff return. Taking a lot of time to go across the field, and there's a flag down on top of that. So now only 8 seconds remaining, and the Bills will be way back.
Holding receiving team number 44. It's a 10-yard penalty, first down.
And the 11th penalty of the night. Chevrolet post-game coming up, Melissa, with the stars of the game. The top storylines from Week 5, and we'll look ahead to next Sunday night at Arrowhead. And the top storyline from Week 5 until tonight was Philadelphia losing at home to Denver, and that left us with one unbeaten team. And in 8 seconds, we may be popping champagne in South Florida. The last of the unbeatens may go down.
Look where that kick landed, too. It forced the return, and it forced, 12 seconds off the clock?
Absolutely, yes. And we reference, of course, the undefeated Dolphins team. Every time the story goes, the last undefeated team goes down. It's a chance to celebrate one of the great accomplishments in sports history, that undefeated Miami Dolphins season. This timeout taken by New England just to make sure all of their defensive principles are in order here at the end of the game. Josh McDaniels there with Drake May.
Exactly what I was going to say. These two guys barely had heard of each other, but like in April, right?
He hadn't met him yet.
Yeah, he hadn't met him, didn't know anything about him. And he said, look, we've got a mountain to climb, right? I've been working with Tom Brady. He's top of the thing. That's PhD. We're going back to kindergarten. We're starting over. I'd say he has come a long way since then.
See everybody backed up to the 35. Be a lot of laterals coming. The first pass has to be caught first. It is by Palmer, but no time left on the clock. And the last of the unbeatens has fallen in the NFL. The Bills have lost at home, and the New England Patriots let everybody know they are here. The Patriots come into Orchard Park and beat the Bills 23-20.
If you want to be the man, you have to beat the man, and he beat the man tonight.
The New England Patriots have won back-to-back games for the first time since 2022. And Patriots fans at the end of last year said, well, the season wasn't good, but we got a guy. Yeah, you do.
They got a lot of guys.
They do.
They got Mike Vrabel. They got Josh McDaniels. They got Drake May. They drafted Will Campbell. This is a team that signed a lot of free agents, and you can't look at them through the prism of a season ago. Milton Williams, what he's done. This is a different football team.
And the Patriots within a game in the AFC East. Well, the drive to win the game-winning field goal drive started with this Drake May moment, holding off big Daquan Jones to find Stephon Diggs on his return night with 146 yards. And clutch and kicking go hand in hand in New England. Andy Borregales brings that back out of mothballs. The game-winning field goal from 52 to give Drake May his first win in his first primetime game. As all the veterans on this team, like Hunter Henry et al., know what it means to come into Buffalo and knock off the guys who've been the top team in this division for the last 5 years. Josh Allen's team knocked off by Stephon Diggs' team here tonight. Our final score at Orchard Park: Patriots 23, Bills 20, and the Chevrolet postgame is coming up right after these messages.
And now using their first is Jacksonville, so they've got two with 1:48 to go. Second and goal from the 2. Hunt in for the touchdown. And now the all-important extra point to make it a 4-point game and force the Jaguars to get it into the end zone, as that was an impressive drive by the reigning AFC champs.
It really was, and it's just Patrick Mahomes knowing exactly what it was that he needed to do. They took over 6 minutes off the clock on that drive. Would have loved to have taken a little bit more, but they cap it off with the touchdown here to Kareem Hunt. And now Trevor Lawrence, well, first let's get the extra point. This is an important extra point here by Harrison Butker.
And he drills it. 4-point game, 28-24 with Kansas City on top. Jacksonville with 2 timeouts, 1:45 for Trevor Lawrence to do something about this 4-point deficit.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that happened to Jacksonville was the fact that Kansas City scored. The best part is they've got 1:45 and they still have 2 timeouts. So there's all the time in the world for Trevor Lawrence, and this is one of those moments. It's one of those defining moments for a quarterback, and one that could have a major impact on the remainder of this season for Jacksonville. We came in, Joe, talking about it. Not all games are the same, even though they all count the same. This is a big moment for Jacksonville, Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence, and they've got all the time to get it done.
Mahomes with his arm and his legs. 5 for 5 through the air, 51 yards, 2 big runs for 20. And then Hunt takes it in. And it's 28-24. The lead for the team that since Patrick Mahomes has taken over quarterback, their season has not ended before the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, it is as someone who played and went to 4 consecutive, it's hard for me to even get my head around what they've been able to do.
This is Tootin. It goes out of bounds.
Wow.
And that'll put the ball up at the 40. That makes it a little bit easier with 1:45 and 2 timeouts.
Yeah, you don't see that a lot from the Kansas City Chiefs. It's why they've been so hard to beat. They typically don't make those kinds of mistakes that beat themselves.
Been some costly special teams mistakes tonight. Some flags against Dave Toeb's crew. And the drive will begin at their own 40. 2 timeouts. Down by 4. That was Travis Hunter in motion. Lawrence has to spin out of there. And he's just going to try and pick up what he can, and he gets 5+. They're going to give him 6. 1:30 to go, and back to the line of scrimmage as fast as they can.
And now would be the time for Chris Jones to make his mark. He's at the top.
On 2nd down and 4, Lawrence able to outrun Jones. And now brought down by Leo Chanel. And a timeout is taken by the Jaguars. They're left with 1, and that is a loss of 3 and a sack for Chanel.
Well, it's a great job. Chris Jones is the one who forces them out of the pocket. They've got Walker Little, and then they bring a little help with Hunter Long at tight end, and so they got 2 guys over here trying to take care of Chris. Little's a little late getting over to help, but he was the one who forces them out of the pocket, and then they've got the Chiefs there to finish it off. So he just has not been able to sit in the pocket and deliver the football the way he would like.
Karlaftis joined Chanel to bring down Trevor Lawrence, and now it's 3rd down and 7 with just over a minute to go. Starting center Robert Hainsey is out. Anton Harrison, their right tackle, was out. Now he's back in there. And Travis Hunter is out there for the Jaguars.
And no Brenton Strange,
their top tight end. Lawrence for Thomas. Oh, he dropped it in. Catch is made. And the first of the second half for Brian Thomas Jr. What a time for it.
You couldn't throw that any better. I couldn't tell if it was Karlaftis that got the pressure on him or not, but he was under duress in the pocket. And for a guy who has struggled in the early part, right here off the edge, but you see Lawrence, he has to kind of hang in there and delivers this ball. Brian Thomas, I mentioned he's had some issues with drops and struggled a little bit in the early part. Could not have come up with a bigger catch at a bigger moment.
How about 33 yards on 3rd and 7? Lawrence. De'Ami Brown. Another good throw.
That ball was thrown on a rope, and De'Ami Brown, with outside leverage, he's able to get to the outside. Just an excellent job coming off the line of scrimmage. Jalen Watson's outside leverage, but because he's threatened by De'Ami Brown up the field, he's able to get to the outside of him, and then just a rope by Trevor Lawrence. Those are his 2 best throws of the night.
There's 48 seconds left. They have a timeout. Kansas City with 3 timeouts remaining. They could run it here if they want. On 1st down, late pressure. Lawrence was hit. And the Jaguars looking for a flag with De'Ami Brown, the intended target, and Trent McDuffie in coverage.
That was close because you leave the ball in the wrong area on that throw, bad things can happen. And this ball gets away from Lawrence a little bit.
I don't see a foul there, Troy. He's got contact, but he's playing the ball as well. That's legal.
Yeah, a lot of contact, sure. I agree.
2nd down and 10. And the play clock expires.
Delay a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
That's 2.
Can't happen. You could hear he was using the hard count, which is great, but you also got to know how much time's on the clock. Here's the clock over here, and he's never looking over that way to see what was on the clock. Just it's happened tonight. It's happened last week, and it can't happen in these moments.
Makes it 2nd and 15. Play clock under 5 again. Quick throw, De'Ami Brown. Got through 2 tackles, but doesn't get much. And a timeout is taken quickly by Jacksonville before a 3rd down after a gain of a couple. And we'll take a look at the 2 quarterbacks. Interesting quick timeout by Jacksonville right there as you look at the numbers. 300-yard passing game for Patrick Mahomes. Each quarterback has run for a touchdown, thrown for a touchdown, and thrown an interception. And both guys lead their team in rushing. But it's 3rd down now and 13.
Well, when you do call the timeout, you allow Spagnuolo and this defense to figure out what kind of look they might want to bring.
Extra men on the rush. Blitz. Lawrence floats it. End zone. And no flag that I see. There is a flag in the corner. It was Cook defending and face guarding. It was Cook who ended up with a ball, and it looked like, Russell, that was pass interference. Yeah, he initiates contact. He's not playing the ball. That's pass interference.
Kamari Connor.
Pass interference. Defense number 27. Ball's placed at the 1-yard line. 1st down.
Didn't see the flag initially, and there is Connor with the contact and not playing the ball.
Yeah, he's got his back. He's in man coverage. Brian Thomas, when the ball's underthrown, that's what you got to do as a receiver. If you can get your foot planted, come back, you know, it puts the DB in a tough position.
2nd pass interference call against the Chiefs tonight. It's 1st and goal with 30 seconds left. Now Lawrence goes down, has to get up, breaks a tackle, touchdown Jacksonville.
Holding. Defense number 6. That penalty is declined. Result of the play is a touchdown.
Jaguars back on top. There was a holding call against the Chiefs in the end zone. And Trevor Lawrence, there were some mistakes made on that possession, but man, he made some big-time throws. And how about that run?
There was no timeouts remaining for Jacksonville, so when he goes down, if he's tackled there, they're going to have to hurry to get to the line to get the clock stopped. He was able to score. Oh, man.
And it's a 3-point game after the extra point by Cam Little. And now Kansas City with 3 timeouts remaining on their side.
The center, I think, steps on his foot, or the guard. It's the right guard. That's what happened. Steps on his right foot as he's trying to come out. And it looked like he was dead in the rights. And here they all come. He looked like Earl Campbell getting out of there. But I remind you, this is not over.
I also remind you that a kickoff out of bounds put the ball at the 40 to start this drive. They got the call in the end zone on the pass interference on Chamari Connor. And then Trevor Lawrence is able to take it in after falling down, getting stepped on, in one of the more exciting one-yard touchdown runs you'll ever see.
No, there's no kidding about that. That's an excellent job. He's battled throughout the night. It's been far from perfect. But, man, what a gritty performance by Trevor Lawrence with his legs, making some big-time throws. The one to Brian Thomas up the sideline when he was under pressure. You can't throw that and place it any better. It reminded me of the throw Eli Manning made against the Patriots in the Super Bowl one year. Just on the money.
It's going to be returned by Brashard Smith. And it's a nice return, but a flag flies, and now we're down to 16 seconds. And it's going to be a hold against Kansas City, another special teams penalty against the Chiefs.
That is a massive penalty, taking away these yards.
Return team number 43. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down, Kansas City.
That's again on Jack Cochran, and that's the fourth special teams penalty against the Chiefs in this game.
Yeah, they were only, if they don't get the penalty, they're 15, 20 yards away from at least giving Butker an opportunity to try to tie this game up.
16 seconds, 3 timeouts, and the ball will be placed at the 17.
That's a massive penalty against the Chiefs.
Career long 62 yards, which means getting it to the Jaguars 44. Mahomes over the middle, broken up. Kelsey and Worthy were both there, and it was Eric Murray who knocked it away. And now only 9 seconds remain.
Looked like Murray might have had an opportunity of making the catch and the interception and ending this game, but right now they just want to get the ball on the ground. Here he comes. That's all he was focused on. He very easily could have made an interception on that ball.
They put 1 second back on the clock. 10 seconds remain.
They'll be careful about playing too deep.
Underneath, neither receiver had their head around. It was Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy. And neither one were ready for the throw, and now 7 seconds left.
If Hollywood Brown, he's not looking. If he catches this, I mean, they were so deep, Joe, that he catches it and is able to run. I think there's a good chance, if he had been smart, knew when to get down, that they could have had a shot to try to tie this with Butker.
7 seconds left. Still 3 timeouts. 3rd down and 10. Underneath, it's Kelsey. He goes down, and a timeout is taken with 2 seconds left. Let's go back to that opportunity for Hollywood Brown over the middle when he wasn't ready for it.
Well, they were so deep in coverage. I saw exactly what Patrick Mahomes was thinking. Look how deep these guys are and how much room there is. Now you get here Hollywood Brown coming through the middle, put it on him, and if he's able to catch it, you see he's one-on-one right here with Eric Murray.
Liam Cohen, I think he was thinking along those same lines, and what a statement win this would be in his rookie year as a head coach in the NFL as his team tries to get to 4-1.
Yeah, this is a defining game that can propel you to greatness.
They put a second back on. 3 seconds left. 2 timeouts. And now Mahomes calls timeout again. I mean, that's back-to-back timeouts, right, Russell?
Yeah, a team cannot call back-to-back timeouts. Kansas City had just called timeout. They can't take it. That's
Kansas City called back-to-back timeouts, and by rule you cannot do that. It's a 5-yard penalty. It'll still be first down.
I don't think they care about the 5 yards. Jacksonville was, even though Kansas City has timeouts, I think they were hoping they'd take 3 seconds off the clock.
You know, penalties, a big story coming in. The Jaguars, the most penalized team in the league coming in as far as accepted fouls. Tonight, it's Kansas City, 12 fouls. 12 flags. Jacksonville, 4. First down and 15. Nobody's even rushing Mahomes, and he lets it go, hoping for a penalty. Incomplete. Jaguars win it. Jaguars had lost 8 straight to Kansas City. They get their first win against the Chiefs, the Jaguars do, since November of 2009. Let's send it down to Laura with Trevor Lawrence.
Well, Joe, Trevor just said, woo, I'm tired, and I don't blame you. Let's start with your game-winning touchdown run. You get your foot stepped on, you're falling down, and somehow you score. What was it like from your perspective?
Just panic, sheer panic on the ground, we didn't have any timeouts, got stepped on coming out, and I was like, I got to get up, and I was just going to throw it out of bounds to stop the clock, and then there was really no one around me, so went and made a play.
You also made an incredible play, the throw to Brian Thomas Jr. He made a great play on his end, too, that really set up that touchdown drive. What can you say about the way that when it mattered most in this game, your guys stepped up for you and you did the same?
A lot of guys stepped up, and it takes all of us. The defense, special teams had some big moments. Brian staying in it. You know, we had on the drive before, I threw a third down completion to Travis, so we kicked the field goal, and he ran the go route and told me, hey, I beat him. I got him on the go. So we came back to a little double move, and I knew if I got one-on-one, I was going to take a shot with him. I trust him.
We've talked tonight about how this could be a defining win for your team going forward. How can you build on this?
Just keep doing what we're doing. I mean, it's obviously our process is working. We got to stick to it, come to work every day, trying to get better. I think we've done a great job of that, and there's still so much more that we can improve on. Like even offensively today, had some turnovers. We had a turnover on the 1 yard line that was on me. So, I mean, there's things that we can build on, but we're finding ways to win against a really good football team tonight. So that's all you can ask for.
Pretty good birthday present. You got some cake waiting at home or anything?
Yeah, we got a lot of cakes at the house, so we should have plenty to choose from.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate you.
Joe.
Laura, he turns 26 today, and he won't forget this one for a while.
No, they'll be partying in Duval County tonight.
Chiefs walk out of here with a record of 2-3. They didn't lose their third game last year until Super Bowl 59. Jaguars are now 4-1 with their rookie head coach. Here's the game-winning score. Down goes Lawrence, up and into the end zone. And a final of 31-28 Jacksonville. What a joy to cover this one tonight. The Monday Night Postgame presented by Nationwide with SVP starts now.
Way back.
Way back to a 2nd and 20. Rodgers avoids the sack. Deep downfield, caught at the 35-yard line, and going all the way to the end zone is Freiermuth. Pat Freiermuth, 68 yards.
He just got lost in the back end of coverage, Al. They've played so well defensively. And this time, we keep asking, if it's not DK Metcalf in this offense, who is going to make a play to help Aaron Rodgers in his pass game? And you know who it's been tonight? Pat Freiermuth. What a night he's had.
4 catches, 106 yards for a man who came into the game with 8 receptions on the season. Now the all-important extra point to give Pittsburgh the lead, 31-30 off the foot of Boswell. So, Rodgers has brought them from behind. Now we'll watch Flacco.
Yeah, watch the safety go outside, and it just creates a huge space, a void in the zone. It's just an error. Two defenders on one side all the way to the boundary. Geno Stone, 22, and DJ Turner. It's just a bust in coverage, and who better than Aaron Rodgers? Even after the scramble, he's got to avoid Osai. His eyes must have lit up when he saw how big of a void he had with 88 right in the middle of it. Throws that on a line. You can see the reaction. Stone tries to come back to recover, but there was a bust on the back end. And Aaron Rodgers once again responds, but leaves Cincinnati with an offense that's so dangerous, led by number 1, Jamar Chase, with a lot of time.
Man, the ebb and flow of this game.
And good for 88. Like I said, it's been so much talk over the last few weeks about Darnell Washington and Jonnu Smith and Connor Hayward. Tonight, Freiermuth reminded him what he can do.
Kudos to our crew. I think we have some fantastic reaction shots tonight. The facial expressions of the guys throughout the course of the game. Meanwhile, the run back here is out to the 30-yard line by Taj Brooks. So this is where Flacco, who has 29 career come from behind wins in the fourth quarter or overtime.
Well, Joe Flacco has an opportunity here to kind of chase away the kind of the hex that hover around Cincinnati. I'm sure there are a lot of people screaming at their TVs right now, but usually something like that happens to Cincinnati. There's no time left. But here, he's got time.
It's a good verb used, chase away.
Free timeout.
Very good.
Thank you, sir. Hanging out with you on these dinners.
Please. That'll ruin you.
Great dinner last night.
Oh, that was terrific.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So 1st and 10, we have a officials timeout. As this drive now starts from the 30-yard line, and that pass is caught on the outside of the 41-yard line. Chase stays in bounds. Picks up another couple tackled there by Porter. That's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. It'll be first down at their own 45 with the Cincinnati Bengals, with Pittsburgh on top by 1. So right after the game, the J.C. Penney post-game show, exclusively on Prime Video. Of course, Kaylee will interview the player of the game. I don't know who it'll be.
Who's gonna pick?
A lot to pick from. Meanwhile, Cincinnati at the 45-yard line. Bengals with 2 timeouts. 2 minutes to go in regulation. Flacco sidearms it. Chase again. And Chase will take it inside the 40. And that is 16 catches for him. A new Bengals team record.
Wow, of all times, confusion by emotion. Watch T. Higgins move and watch Patrick Queen, the leader of this defense. There's confusion. There's confusion. See him pointing. A lot of confusion, and that's why Jamar Chase ends up being freed up. The motion there with T. Higgins, Patrick Queen trying to get everybody on the same page. Really, just like Cincinnati's defense, a tough time to have a bust.
The wheels are spinning now on both sidelines. Strategy is going to be gigantic here once they get into field goal range. They're pretty close right now. Now, if you're Pittsburgh, you have to take a timeout.
Yeah, they've got to use their timeouts. They're going to use all 3 of them here. They use their first one.
Yeah, McPherson's long this season is 50 yards. 147.
Cincinnati will run the ball 2 more times. Pittsburgh has got to stop them from getting to that first down marker, which will allow them to get the football back, but it will set up Evan McPherson with his leg strength. It'll be a very makeable potential go-ahead score.
Yeah, I'll say leg strength. I mean, don't forget
last week.
67 yards, but timeout had been called by Matt LaFleur. Otherwise, that would have been a new NFL record. Tried it again and missed it. So the Steelers led by 10 in the second. Bengals led by 10. 3 seconds into the fourth. Pittsburgh up by 1. 2nd down and 8. Flacco down the sideline, caught! And sliding to a stop at the 6 is Higgins. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Could have gone in, but this way he stops the clock. 1:37 forces Pittsburgh to use its timeouts and sets up what could be a game-winning field goal.
Great call, Al. I'm right there with you. Tight coverage, pulls away late, and then right there, the veteran presence to know exactly where he was on the field, what's going on with the game clock and what needs to happen. Slides down, protects the ball, makes Pittsburgh use their second timeout. As you said, I love the word brilliant decision by T. Higgins.
Tremendous. Makes the catch, can get into the end zone, understands exactly what's happening, forces Pittsburgh to use a timeout. They've got one, and McPherson getting ready to what he hopes is a game-winning field goal.
And for all you young receivers that want your clip or your moment, you take away the selfish approach. And you realize that, yeah, it would have been great for him to score a touchdown there, but it would have hurt the team and given Aaron Rodgers the ball back with time. Instead, he slides down, obviously, and makes a great call.
Right. Flacco put it between the hash marks. That will force Pittsburgh to use that final timeout. 2nd and goal. Run a couple of plays, bring McPherson in, and who knows?
You were talking about who's going to be on that set postgame. How many seats do they have?
I'll tell you what.
They may, I mean,
well,
Higgins might have just made the list with that play.
He just brought a seat at the table, even though his counterpart scored 16 passes tonight for 161 yards.
So much at stake in this game for Cincinnati, sitting there at 2-4 without Joe Burrow. You bring Joe Flacco in, a great second half last week against Green Bay, and now with a shot maybe to take down the division leader.
Flacco buys a couple of extra seconds before he takes the kneel down there. Flacco, meanwhile, 342 passing yards tonight. 3 touchdowns.
Well, this second half, there have been so many answers. Cincinnati puts a score up. You're thinking, uh-oh, they're pulling away. Pittsburgh comes right back with a touchdown to themselves. Cincinnati goes up again. Pittsburgh comes back. It's just back and forth. I mean, this is what you love to see on a Thursday night, these divisional matchups.
Rodgers has thrown 4 touchdown passes tonight, all of them to tight ends. And now the Bengals will take a timeout using all of that clock. Want to run it down as far as they can. I mean, they're already starting to smile, but I don't have to tell you about the crazy kicks this year.
Oh, gosh.
I want to put the kibosh on anybody. Just bringing up a fact.
Well, the kibosh is just 31-30 that I brought up about 30 minutes ago, right? And it has a chance to, Joe Flacco's in town, and he said, nah.
They're going to blame you. So Pittsburgh trying to avoid going to 4-2 and having only a 1.5 game lead. So Flacco buys a couple of extra seconds. He'll go to the bench. McPherson and his gang will come out and try to salt this one away.
Yeah, they have the last timeout. They can work it all the way down. Don't have to feel any kind of rush at all. Down to about probably 11 seconds. Joe Flacco is playing for the Cleveland Browns, a rival of the Bengals. He's down there leading this team, yelling on the sideline.
Final timeout by the Bengals.
Being a leader.
And then he got benched. Dylan Gabriel took over.
Yeah.
Here he is.
31 of 47 tonight.
Amazing.
342 and 3 touchdowns. And I think beyond that, his presence and his leadership, when he walked into the building with the guy in the hat with the hat on backwards down, it gave him hope. It gave him a belief. It affected the defense. It affected the special teams. It affected the coaching. Everybody believed with him here.
Here we go from 36. Snap good. Hold good. Kick good. What a night. Still 7 seconds on the clock, but for all practical purposes, the Cincinnati Bengals are going to come out of here with a win.
What a job by Zach Taylor. These last few weeks have been tough for Zach Taylor, for the Bengals. The seasons that they've had, some of the injuries that have occurred, the slow starts that have gone on. Zach Taylor has just kind of sat in the pocket and taken it and kept believing that this team could dig themselves out of it. And down 31-30 and thinking, okay, same old, Joe Flacco leaves them right down and gives one of the best kickers in the league a chance to put him up. And Joe Burrow loves to see it. What reactions.
On both sides, in all circumstances.
Most important thing here is to get this ball either into the landing zone or into the end zone. You don't want to give Aaron Rodgers a chance.
Nope.
4 career Hail Marys, the most in NFL history.
Yeah, he's thrown a few. Even threw a double Hail Mary in a playoff game in Arizona a few years back. So this will bring it to 35. Meanwhile, you know, if you're the Bengals, all of a sudden, 4 losses, but you bring Flacco in. Their next 2 games, both here, Jets and then Chicago.
Wow. Isn't it incredible? What a win against a division leader. I mean, this could be a springboard. It's not just to get you to 3 and 4 and a game and a half behind the Steelers. You got some momentum. You got Joe Flacco rolling. You got the schedule you just mentioned, both games at home. It's amazing what one game can do to change the complexion of your approach and the direction of your season.
One game, one guy. 7 seconds. You got Metcalf down at the bottom of the screen. Do you run the lateral play? They'll try. Well, they're going to try to get it out of bounds first, and they do with 3 seconds. So Pat Freiermuth, who's had some night, picks up 5.
They're just trying to give Aaron Rodgers, get him a little closer before he throws it up there to DK Metcalf. He and Freiermuth.
Well, they're 60 yards from the end zone.
Metcalf by himself up to the right, up to the top.
Rodgers spinning, winding up as far as he can throw it into the end zone. What's going to happen here? Knocked down. DJ Ivey knocks it away. Never a dull moment in this one. Woo! What a game.
You know, the guy that has the most Hail Marys in the history of the NFL just threw that thing up perfectly, 60 yards. Everybody holding their breath.
Amazing. Just amazing. Well, the Icy Hot Bowl, the Altacaca Bowl, whatever you wanted to call this game tonight. It was wild.
And there was Joe Burrow saying hello to Aaron Rodgers. So you got 3 guys way back there, dropping 8 guys in coverage, and there's Rodgers. Throws it about 65, 70 yards, still throwing it a long way, but what a job of locating the football. Never a doubt with DJ Ivey.
Crowd holding its breath at that point.
He's done it so many times. Look at 38. High points it and just knocks it straight down.
Metcalf was down there. Crowd chanting, "Who Day, Who Day." Well, it's the second time we've seen Flacco do this on a Thursday night. He did it in Cleveland a couple of years ago. Does it tonight.
What a ball game.
Tremendous.
We've had, like you said, we've had a heck of a run.
And T. Higgins on a brilliant play, making sure that the Cincinnati Bengals could take it home. Sliding to a stop, taking almost all the time off the clock, setting up the field goal. Cincy wins it 33-31. Chris and the guys will wrap things up. Should be a hell of a JCPenney postgame show right after these messages.
Streaming on Paramount Plus. Gillen the kickoff. It'll be taken at the 5. And here come the Broncos, and this is Bade, who will stagger his way out to about the 26. The quarterbacks today, Dart 3 touchdowns, no picks. Bo Nix 1 touchdown pass we saw on his last possession.
Well, it's just been a clean day for Jackson Dart coming in here as a rookie and just his 4th start, 2nd time on the road. You see how productive he's been. Bo Nix, on the other hand, has had a lot of passes deflected. What do we say at one point? He's up to 3 or 4 deflected now. It's been one of those days. They've had some miscommunications. He's had a couple of near misses on deep throws.
Now the defense.
They got to come up with something here.
1st down and 10. Here's the handoff. And they'll take it up with the run to the 33, J.K. Dobbins. And he picks up 7 on the play. Belton was there to get him. It'll be 2nd down and 3, but now that defense can really just pin their ears back and go right at the quarterback. And for Dart saying, hey, we'll take it any way we can get it, on the ground, through the air, on deflected passes, however.
Yeah, he's incredible. It's really been an amazing day coming on the road against this defense and put up what they've done.
Evan Ingram outside, ushered out by Belton.
But as you just were saying, Kevin, the fact that they got that touchdown, now the defense can play more aggressively instead of just, hey, we're going to play soft and keep it in front and let the clock run and everything else. Because of this cushion, now you can play aggressive and understand that the consequences aren't as severe as if it was just a 2-possession game.
Here's a Giants team that began 0-3. They've won 2 of 3 coming in. Coming off a win over Philadelphia, the Super Bowl champions. 1st down 10, Nix again to the side. Belton with the big hit on the catch over there by Marvin Mims. Out to the 42, pick up a 5, 2nd down and 5.
How about Belton? Right, Holland goes down with an injury. He's out for the rest of the game, and Belton just comes in sticking people. He had the huge hit at the goal line right at the end of the 1st half. And
now they got Tyler Nubin out at the safety, and they've brought in Banks. Here's a 2nd 5, and he will one-hop it over on the side to the receiver, Cortland Sutton. 3rd and 5.
Well, Brian Burns is looking for a call on Garrett Bowles coming off the left side. Watch up top to your left-hand side. He gets underneath. Bowles up around his neck, and I don't think there was enough there for a call, even though Burns was looking for it. Yes, he's up around his neck, and yes, there's a tug there in super slow-mo, but if you see it more at regular speed, I don't think there's enough there to warrant the flag, even though he was hoping for one.
And it's 3rd down and 5. Bade was the back, and he gets the call. He's looking for a block. Pelcheski gives it to him, and he takes it for a 1st down catch and run. And he's out to the 48, and he picks up 7 on 3rd down and 5 with the tackle made by Muasau. 1st down, Denver.
Well, just a third down conversion of the day for the Broncos.
1st down and 10 for Nix, 16-32. Pocket crumbling, flag is thrown, and he goes down with Abdul Carter around his ankle. Stop was made, 47.
Holding, offense, number 72, 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
Well, they're going to get him this time.
Yep.
This time it's against Thibodeau, though. Same kind of move. He gets him up around the neck. Watch at the top of the screen, 72. He gets that left arm up around the neck at Thibodeau, and Carter able to get the sack.
Giant defense came into today 28th in the NFL, 20th in points allowed. That's quarterback and head coach with a quick word right there. 1st and 20 with the penalty for Bo Nix. Wenshi the block. Here they come up the middle. Pressure applied by Davidson. It goes out here to Ingram and knocked out of bounds. Ushered there by Drew Phillips. Gain of 9 on 1st and 20. Adam Shine standing by in New York with this update.
Kevin, Trent, it is all Dallas. Marcus Mariota in for an injured Jaden Daniels. And we have ourselves a pick 6. Deron Bland taking it to the house. 41-15. Back to you.
All right, Adam, thank you. Second down, 11. Ball batted down again. Burns that time in the passing lane, swatting that ball away. Is that the fourth knockdown of a Knicks pass this afternoon?
Yeah, Burns just timing that jump up perfectly as McGlinchey was holding him out.
Third down and 11.
Well, at this juncture of the game, Kevin, it's all 4-down territory from here on out for the Broncos offensively.
Giants without two starters in their secondary underneath. It's Ingram. He's got to get to the 41, and a big hit right there by Andrew Phillips. Knocking out the former Giant. Ingram on the catch and run. The 31-year-old tight end could not get it. Picked up 9. It's 4th and 2, and they're going to keep that offense, as Trent was just alluding to, on the field.
Well, and knowing that down and distance, you just hit the crossing route. You try and pick up the first down, but you know that you're going to go for it on 4th down anyway, so you're just trying to get a chunk of yardage back. You see Burns and Thibodeau down right now taking a breath. The officials are going to stop things. It looks like Burns is...
Or Burns, rather. Yeah, right. Newman is back in. He has just come back in the game, and here is Brian Burns being looked at. Couple sacks today, 9 for the season. Coming in as the 3rd ranked sacker in the league through this early part of the year.
You can see that right ankle is spatted up. See the tape on the right shoe there? The left one doesn't have it. So there must have been something he was dealing with or happened in this game already. And I'm sure at elevation, as much as he's been running today, a little bit of it is just gassed as well.
Five in the Giants secondary, 4th and 2. Big play here for the Broncos. Thibodeau with the pressure, incomplete on the throw. They're looking for Bryant, flag thrown. In the middle he went. And working on Art Green, or was it on Phillips? It was
Pass
Phillips.
Interference. Defense, number 22. By rule, the ball is placed at the split foul, automatic. First down.
Well, it's the same thing. Watch 22 as he comes in motion. It's that left arm. He gets wrapped around the waist. You see the receiver get turned. Easy call for the officials.
So another first down on this drive for Denver. Nix again. Bulls trying to hold him off. Nix will be on the run. He's got the first down. And Okereke will make sure he stays to the boundary, and he's down to the 19 of the Giants. He goes into the red zone, a run at 21 by the second-year Bronco quarterback. 1st and 10, Denver.
We're going to see the Giants here are only going to rush 4, which tells you it's 7 drop into coverage. Then you lose outside contain, and Nick sees that. He knows he doesn't have a receiver over there, but he has plenty of space. Choosing wisely, stepping out of bounds.
Burns is back in. And it's 1st and 10 at the 19. With Nix to the end zone. An incomplete overshooting Sutton. And coverage by Flott, who continues to play well in the secondary for the Giants. 2nd down and 10.
Well, knowing with only under 6 minutes now to go in the game, he had Mims in the flat for about a 5-yard gain, maybe some yards after a catch, but taking a shot to Sutton on the corner route, trying to get a quick touchdown. Not able to make the connection.
Broncos had won 3 straight since losing some early games of the season in the last play of the game. But here, the Giants have had control. 2nd down and 10, dumping it off Bidet. Got a block out there from Miners and the center, Wattenberg. And then brought down as he wheels his way down to the 7, picks up 12. It's 1st and goal for Denver. Wattenberg leading the way on the side, the center. This was one of the most highly ranked offensive lines in the NFL coming into week 7. First and goal, there's the whistle. Timeout.
Charge timeout.
Giants.
New York. They're second. It will be 30 seconds.
And one left for Brian Dable. Coming up after the game, time permitting, the State Farm post-game show. The latest scores, news, and highlights all coming up on the State Farm post-game show from CBS in New York. Bo Nix today, 19 of 37, 164 yards. And you take these quarterbacks, you compare them year to year. First half of last year as a rookie to the first half this year. The numbers are down across the board.
The numbers are down, and really both these coaches understand playing young quarterbacks and what you're trying to do. You're trying to manage games and put them in good positions, but you also give an entire offseason, in this case Bo Nix, where defensive coordinators get to game plan and see the things that you're doing well and try and defend those things.
First and goal from the 7. Nix deflected again. Deflected once again. And that might have been Darius Alexander. It's second down and goal for Denver. 91, yep. The rookie from Toledo. Second down and goal. Fake handoff, here comes Nix in pursuit. Thibodeau getting a block. And he'll get inside the pylon. That is a touchdown. Seven-yard touchdown run by Bo Nix. His second rushing touchdown of the season.
You're going to see the mesh here. He sees Thibodeau crash to the inside, so he just keeps it, able to get around the edge, and then with a good block to the outside, just walled off. Ingram was allowing Nix to get in that front corner as they're going for 2 once again.
Giants have led the entire way, going for 2 right here. Nix with the block by Bidet to the end zone, caught for 2. And grabbed by Franklin. And it's a 10-point game. Giants' biggest lead today, 19 points.
Well, it just shows you how important that deflection touchdown that the Giants just got prior to this drive, because now all of a sudden a 10-point game with 5 minutes to go, it's not unheard of, Kevin. So nope. There's a block by Ingram with the wall up there, and then the 2-point conversion to the back of the end zone to Franklin.
.5:13 to go. Giants have a timeout. Broncos have 2. 10-point game. Closest it's been in a while. It was 19-0 New York. As Dart gets ready to come back in, 14-26 for him. 3 touchdown passes and 265 yards through the air.
And remember, if they were going to try an onside, they would have to tell him early.
Notify.
We would all know it based on how they were lined up. So no surprise onside. And
Singletary and Olszewski
and all
deep.
3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning in the Broncos' favor. So the Giants trying to use up as much time as possible, get the Broncos to burn their timeouts, need to protect the football like they've done all day.
Lutz with the kickoff. Olszewski with the catch and the return from the 2. Singletary a block. And he runs out. He'll be near the 30-yard line. It's been over a year since the Giants have won a road game. Daniel Jones threw 2 touchdowns, the first of which to Wendell Robinson in the red zone, then Darius Slayton for 30 yards. Seahawks tried to rally. The Giants blocked a potential game-tying field goal, returned it 60 yards for the 29-20 win. 8 consecutive losses on the road, for New York. Now with a couple tight ends and Scatterboo back there, it's 1st and 10. Dart, Scatterboo, and they'll try to pry his way in there, and then he is stopped on the play by John Franklin Myers. Grabbed him up high, limits him to a gain of 2 out to the 32.
And that's the first timeout quickly by Sean Payton. You see all 11 guys stacked in the box there for the Broncos?
They were there and ready, weren't
with
they?
With the tight ends and only one receiver in with the tight alignment, and said this is not going to happen. Last week, Dart was exceptional against the blitz. Today, even more so. Look at the production there, nearly 200 yards and the 2 touchdowns. Great poise by the rookie.
Scatterboo on the ground, averaging a little over 4 yards a carry, 13 for 55. 2nd down 8, Scatterboo. Bellinger trying to block. Humphrey with the block, and he'll spin his way to the 35 with a gain of 3. Setting up 3rd down and 5 to go. And another timeout taken by the Broncos. 1 left and under 5 to go. You know, this defense at Denver, they've faced some running quarterbacks here the last couple of weeks, Hurts and Fields, so they've gotten a feel for running quarterbacks. But today, the quarterback for the New York Giants, Dart, has only run 4 times.
Well, and it's generally not a called run, right? All of his runs have mainly been on scrambles and off of a called pass. So they've gone to more of a wide up. Let's see, they got 3 receivers in, so they're spreading things out a little bit more. So Denver's not stacked in at the line of scrimmage.
It's a 3rd and 5. They come up the middle, heavy pressure in the throw. Intercepted! It's picked off by Sternad. He breaks a tackle, breaks another. Now inside the 20. Oh, disaster! What a play! 21-yard return. Sternad comes up with the pick. And plenty of time left for Denver. In the first turnover.
Sternad's going to be lined up in the weak side, and he's going to work his way out over here. This is right where he came from last time, where he blitzed the A-gap and was able to get the pressure. Dart not able to get anything on that. Watch his feet. So he can't step into it. He's stepping over a defender. Sternad is able to get in the lane, and because he can't get enough elevation on that pass, timely interception, the first big mistake for Dart on the day, as the Broncos now back in the red zone.
So 3 touchdowns and 1 pick right there. The day for Dart at the 19. Nix going deep. 1st and 10 and incomplete for Harvey. And the coverage on the play by Muasau, the linebacker. 2nd down and 10 for Denver.
Well, McGlinchey's slow. McGlinchey's still down on the field. That would be huge for the Broncos,
who already playing with their 3rd different guard today.
Lindsey 69 on the backside. Let's see.
From behind.
Yep. Dexter Lawrence is going in on the tackle, and his legs hit into the back of McGlinchey.
So Frank Crum would come in at the right tackle. A 2nd-year lineman from Wyoming.
And McGlinchey's playing great this season. He's rated one of the top 10 tackles in the NFL and has done an outstanding job all season. And today we really haven't had reason to call him out much. Good to see him walking off on his own.
Denver in their first 8 possessions. 5 punts, a turnover on downs. End of the first half, last 2 touchdowns. Here's a 2nd and 10. Nix, Crum the block. Underneath they go. Franklin. And then he was grabbed by Okereke and Muasau. And he's down to the 14-yard line. Gain of 5. 3rd and 5. and 5 wide.
Keep an eye. You got Ingram here in the slot. And something there.
Thibodeau.
Unless you get the hard count, you get the easy one, Kevin. That's
offside. Defense number 5, unimpeded to the quarterback. 5-yard penalty. Results in a first down.
First and goal at the 9. So after the linebacker, Sternad has his first career interception. He sets up this great beginning field position. They start at the New York 19, down to the 9, first and goal. Knicks with 5 wide. Plenty of time in the play clock. Knicks, Crum the block. Caught. Mims. Slants inside from the 5 down to the 2. Pickup of 7. Second down goal.
well, they catch him in man-to-man. It was pretty obvious what they're going to run as they try and get up to the line here quickly.
Harvey the back. Nix chased by Thibodeau. Backpedaling. Touchdown. Harvey. And the Broncos are back in business. And cash in on the interception of Dart.
Okereke's in man-to-man coverage. He gets walled off on the inside, picked by his own guys, so he can't get out there. He's late getting to the flat. Here he is right here, but watch the defender as he's trying to get through. His own guy causes him to cut underneath. Watch, it slows him down just enough that he can't get out there in time.
Harvey with his second receiving touchdown. The rookie running back and a second-round pick out of Central Florida. Lutz the extra point. And it is a 3-point game after a 19-0 Giant lead. Giants led 19-0 and 26-8. And now it is a 26-23 game with plenty of time left. And it began with the interception here. Sternad picking off Dart.
Well, that's what led to this last touchdown. And here's the touchdown to Harvey.
Quarterbacks today have combined for 5 touchdown passes. Dart with 3, Nix with 2. And I'd smile too if I were Sean Payton. Down in a 19-0 hole. He's come back and made it a 3-point game. And in games decided by 8 points or fewer, last year they really struggled. This year 3-2, and their 2 losses this year coming on the final kick of the game.
Well, and we talked to Sean about that this week, learning how to win games. This team's growing up. Bo Nix is still a young quarterback, still an inexperienced quarterback, just in his second year.
Remember, there was a missed extra point by the Giants' Mikatamne. In the last 4 games, the Broncos now have outscored their opponents in the fourth quarter 51-7. I mean, that's a remarkable number.
It is phenomenal, and really that's why these games are never over, and that's why the pressure and being smart with the football and managing things, and you know, so many people don't want to be labeled game managers, but there's certain times where sometimes that's the best thing to do. And even though Jackson Dart was trying to make a good play, now he's got to come up with something here to keep control of the ball.
Olszewski banging like a pinball. Key will make the tackle with Skinner. And they're out to the 27-yard line, and they'll have it. 1 timeout apiece. First down and 10. The crowd back into it. Under 4 to go. A one-time 19-0 lead is down to 3, and the Giants have got the ball. On the road, his second road start as an NFL quarterback, Jackson Dart. Scatterboo is in. 2 tight ends. Bellinger, the fullback. Dart, Scatterboo. Bellinger a block, and then he is smothered. Brought down by Jones. Hit on the play by Moss. Nothing there. No gain. Second down and 10, and the clock continues to tick. Young quarterbacks, one a rookie, one in his second year, putting on a show.
Well, it may not have been the prettiest all the time, and you're going to get that with young quarterbacks, especially with two defenses that they're going against. But coming up big in big moments, both of these guys, this is how you finish football games. We just talked about Sean Payton, how impressed he's been with Bo Nix and his team being able to finish close games. Now it's Jackson Dart's opportunity here on the road.
2nd down and 10. Scatterboo in the middle. Jackhammers, nothing there. Again hit hard. Singleton, Franklin Myers all had a hand on that stop on a gain of 2 with Scatterboo. And a timeout taken.
Yeah, the Broncos used that last timeout.
So Denver is out. Giants with 1. And a huge 3rd down and 8 coming up for New York.
Well, I would think you'd try and set up some kind of screen, something that's a quick throw to the outside or a dump off to Scatterboo. Something that you know is going to be a completion that keeps the clock running. You want to get the first down because then you could ultimately end the game if you can get to the 2-minute warning, or at the very least give them the ball back with only a couple seconds. But you also want to keep the clock moving here, so look for a very secure type of throw.
Dart on 3rd down and 8. Boy, they're crowding that line. Here they come. They bring 5. Dart to the air. No! To Robinson. McMillan the coverage. 4th down and 8. And they're going to have to rely on their defense. The punting unit is out there for New York.
Well, Robinson was looking for a penalty here. Let's see. They're going to be right in the slot. Gets to the outside. McMillan has some grab. It's all within there. There's nothing there. I know there's a 5-yard bump rule, but not enough there to warrant a flag. Now,
Jamie Gillen.
Now plenty of time for Denver to move down the field.
Mims is back. On a winless day, Gillen the punt. And Mims at his 20. Hang of 4.57. Got by Belton and squirms his way for a 12-yard gain on a 50-yard Giant punt. No timeouts for the Broncos. They trail by 3.
Couple of DBs down as you look here.
They've done it before, not too long ago at Philadelphia.
Giants down a couple of defensive backs. Javon Holland's out, Adebo's out. The guys up front were gassed. We saw Burns limp off the field earlier, but he's back out there.
Lutz is watching and waiting.
Is McGlinchey back in at right tackle? Yes, he is.
From the 32, it's out to Dobbins. They'll try to dance, and down he goes. Tackle made by Burns. Losing a yard. Clock is ticking. 2nd down and 11. 2-minute warning will stop the clock. Broncos are out. You see the play clock now at 27. With the 2nd down and 11. McGlinchey the block. Nix across the middle. Incomplete. And looking for Franklin. 3rd down and 11 to go.
Well, Dobbins was on a crossing route out of the backfield, and Franklin was working underneath, and it looked like they both got in each other's way, or at least it caused. Watch as Dobbins, 27, comes across. Franklin loses sight of the ball because of that and never locates it until it was too late.
3rd down numbers today for Nix. 3rd down and 11. They need their own 42. Nix to the air, Bowles with the block. Nix going long and caught by Mims. 1st down. Belton and Phillips were back there in the secondary. On 3rd and 11, a gain of 32 to the 38 of the New York Giants.
Teams have gone after Phillips all season long. He's given up some yardage, this time throwing a back shoulder to Mims. Phillips not able to locate it in time. Right now you're looking at about a 56-yard field goal.
That is well within his range.
Definitely.
He had a 57-yarder last week in London against the Jets. First and 10, Nick short, incomplete. 2:04 to go, no timeout. Second and 10, Franklin was in his crosshairs on that throw.
But Kevin, a field goal just ties it, right?
Yep,
You want to try and go down. You've got this position. You want to get some things going. You got no timeouts. You got the 2-minute warning coming up. Try and get yourself in to try and win this game at the end of regulation.
It's second down and 3. Just before the 2-minute warning. Giants have led the entire game. Nix underneath. Ingram out of bounds. Oh, he stayed in and finally brought down by Belton. It's a catch and run. He's inside the 20.
The defense just assumed he was going to go out of bounds as they pushed him, and he planted the foot and took it down the sideline. Great job by Ingram.
2-minute warning is here. 1:56 to go. The Broncos on the move at the Giant 18, trailing all afternoon long.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Crown Royal. Kick off with Crown. Please drink responsibly. And by Chili's 3 for Me. The best $10.99 you can eat.
So here are the Denver Broncos, trailing all afternoon by as many as 19-0. Now within 3, first and 10 at the 18-yard line of the Giants. As we come out of that 2-minute warning break, we have an official timeout. Broncos out of timeouts.
Not sure what that was, but reset the play clock. And
running back will be Bidet. Nix will take it himself on first and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today.
what a great play call and a great play design. Sutton is on the outside. He's going to seal it. And Bowles gets around to the outside to be the lead blocker.
Lutz with the extra point, which is vital. And he gets it. 4-point game, 1:51 to go. And the Denver Broncos, who trailed 19-0, have come back to take a 30-26 lead over the New York Giants.
So Sutton's going to come down and crack Thibodeau. Bowles gets out in space. He's able to get up, and then he seals it. And
then
Nix is able to get in untouched.
McGlinchey gets a block down low, too. And Bo Nix with the touchdown run, his second of the season. 18 yards. What a comeback by the Denver Broncos. It was 26-8. 26-8 Giants with 5:14 left.
Well, and remember, the Giants missed the extra point, and then on their second score, they went for 2 to make up for it and didn't make it. So that's the 2 points that they're missing right now, because all of a sudden, instead of a 2-point, it's a 4-point game now, but it would have been a 2-point game. So now the Giants are going to need a touchdown here with 1:51 and 1 timeout.
They're going to put Oshesky and Deonte Banks back there to retrieve the kickoff. It had been Singletary, but Banks is back there now with Oshesky. So plenty of time, 1:51 and a timeout. Giants have led over 50 minutes of the game until now. And the boot, and they'll put it at the 35 on the touchback. Tonight on CBS on 60 Minutes, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff on the Israel-Hamas deal. Then CBS Premiere Week continues with the new season of the #1 hit show Tracker and the all-new music competition series, The Road. All tonight on CBS. All right, what's going through the mind of the rookie quarterback on the road down by 4?
Well, there's plenty of time as you hear the crowd trying to get into this, make it as difficult as possible with communication. But you've got one timeout, a minute 51. That's a lot of time.
Tracy the back. Dart today, 14 of 28, 3 touchdowns and a pick. It's 1st and 10. Thomas the block. Crumbling pocket. Grab below. Zach Allen cut him. Allen brings him down at the 31. A sack right there. They lose 4 and the clock is ticking.
Well, Allen just on a twist in the middle of the field. They lose track of him. He's able to come up with that sack as the time is running.
2nd down and 14. Tracy remains. Dart. Good cup. Going deep. Oh, he's got him. And he missed him. Looking for Jalen Hyatt, who was the Bolitnikoff winner, the best college receiver a couple years ago at Tennessee, and he had separation.
A little double move, a little slant and go. No help to the inside for Surtain. As Dart just overthrows him by a couple of yards, he sees him. He knows he had a missed one there.
3rd and 14. They need the 45.
Under 10 seconds on the play clock. You don't want to burn the timeout for something like this. You got to get up and get it snapped down under 5.
At 1, at 0, the snap, the penalty. Unless they call the time.
Prior to the snap, delay a game. Offense, number 6. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
3rd and 19.
Well, I attribute that to the crowd noise because there were some of the players out there had their hands up like, I don't even know what the play is. Trying to get something called. Delay getting to the line. Here we go, 3rd and a mile, but you've got to try and at least get half of this back to make it a more manageable 4th down. You see the coverage, looks like a 2-deep shell. They're going to try and keep everything in front of them.
Jackson Dart, 3rd down and 19. Moving up, has time downfield and broken up by Surtain. Looking for Robinson, 4th and 19.
Surtain was trying to bait him. He made him think like, oh, I can sneak this over the top. Watch Surtain as he lets him go, and then he drifts back. Watch. He sees the crosser coming, but he's like, you see the acceleration? Once he baited him into that, he tried going up and getting it. 4th down now.
Jaquan McMillan was there as well. 4th down, 19.
Under 10 seconds. Now you're under 5 seconds. You got to.
Dart.
Barely get it.
Here they come. Here he goes, and it is bobbled and caught. Robinson reels it in, but
I think he's got it. I think he did.
McMillan was right there, and they give him the 1st down.
Oh, and 15 roughing the passer, Kevin.
Oh, my goodness.
Automatic 1st down.
They get 19 on 4th and 19. Robinson comes up big again.
All right.
This is his Dart, steps up in the pocket. He hits Robinson, but right there,
Franklin
Myers with the hit that gets the extra 15. Now it's down to the 40.
And again, plenty of time on the clock, 1:01. And a New York timeout. And they're at the 40 of the Broncos.
Under 2 minutes, so you can't challenge that. And it looked to me like he was able to extend it before his knee hit the ground, but the penalty, it doesn't matter now.
What a test for a rookie quarterback. 1st and 10. Thomas a block. Dart going deep and looking, and it was broken up at the 1 and incomplete, looking for Bo Collins. The rookie from Notre Dame with Hufanga back there.
Well, now you got to worry about the health of the players. That was a heck of a collision there.
Was that Riley Moss? No, it was
Jones.
Brandon Jones. And Hufanga on the coverage of Bo Collins, who had only caught 1 pass this season. and the intended recipient of that pass. So it's 2nd down and 10. There's an injury timeout. We're going to step aside with an injury timeout. The Giants on the move, down by 4, under a minute to go on CBS. That's a look at P.J. Locke. He's taking the place of the injured Brandon Jones, who walked off under his own power. He's in the blue tent. 2nd 10 for the Giants, who led 19-0. Comeback orchestrated by Nix at the 40 of Denver. Jackson Dart with 3 touchdown passes today. 2nd down and 10. Scatterboo in. Dart gets away from Tillman, who now chases. And incomplete at the 15. Moss was down there covering a little Jordan Humphrey. 3rd and 10 for the Giants.
Well, good downfield coverage, as you just said. Here's 89, little Jordan Humphrey. He's trying to come back to the ball. He looks and he sees that he's scrambling. Ball's too wide to come up with, but good coverage there. Some help over the top. The 2 safeties were deep. 49 seconds. You can still throw the ball in the middle of the field. I know you're trying to save some time, but 3rd and 10, don't forget the middle of the field.
And a timeout. Dart again. The time. The throw. And going for the rookie, and incomplete. And looking again for Collins. And a flag thrown at the 4 in the middle of the field. Well, Moss was covering.
Well, it did look like some contact. And is that Peyton all the way out with the officials? He's down at the 2-yard line out on the field. He's got to be careful not to get a flag.
And he just got a flag. He just got a flag.
I think what his argument is that the receiver grabbed Moss, but Moss wasn't turning around for the ball as the ball was coming in. There's Peyton all the way down there. He's down at the 2-yard line trying to get in the middle of the officials. That's what draws the extra flag.
There are 2 fouls in the play, both by the defense. Pass interference, 21. By rule, the ball was placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down. There was also unsportsmanlike conduct on the head coach.
It's goal to go for the New York Giants, who trail by 4 but have led most of the game.
Well, you would think it's the 2-yard line for the pass interference and then half the distance for the penalty on Peyton, moving it to the 1-yard line, but they have the ball at the 2. Now Brian Daboll's down at the 8-yard line trying to get the officials' attention. He's waving his arms like, I think he's probably saying the same thing I just did. And there they go. They're moving it up to the 1. I think that's what he was trying to get that point across. 40 seconds, Kevin, so still plenty of time. You can do anything. You've got the 1 timeout. What we've seen most of the time has been a quarterback sneak.
They brought in Aaron Stinney as an extra lineman.
We couldn't hear what Brad Allen was trying to say there, but they were trying to say there's a player eligible, and Singleton couldn't. He's like, who are you talking about as eligible? We need to know as a defense.
First and goal. Dart will run it himself and dives.
They're saying he's
short inside the 1.
Dart saying he got in. The clock is rolling, or it should be. Let's see. He catches.
Charge timeout.
I don't know. I don't think his knee ever went down. So New York calls the timeout. They can't challenge it. His contact
is under further review.
That looks like a touchdown.
It looks like a touchdown is right.
Watch right here. He never touches the ground. His forearm is till the thigh comes down. The ball's in the end zone. Definitely broke the plane. The knee never goes down. Right there, he makes contact, but the ball's already in. Yes.
Ball's well over the goal line. Gene Steratore is a rules analyst. Gene, what do you see on this one?
Yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying. I was looking at Jackson Dart's thigh pad, which I think was the first body part to make contact and where the football was at that point. To me, guys, as you said, I think the ball's breaking the plane when that right thigh pad hits the ground.
I'd love we get to bring Gene into the game.
It is a touchdown.
Wow!
Yeah. How about that?
And the Giants are back on top. Leading by 2 with 31 seconds left in regulation.
But there's still plenty of time here. You got to...
Please reset the game clock to 37 seconds.
They've already missed an extra point. So this extra point's critical because Denver...
Because of the replay review, we will restore the timeout to New York.
So 37 seconds left. There won't be any time goes off on the extra point.
And an important one for Micatomne.
You need to get the extra point because Denver's going to have a chance to come down and try and kick a long field goal. If you're able to make this, it'll be to tie. If you miss it, it could be to win.
He missed earlier. And
he missed again.
No, he missed that one again. He's in for the injured Graham Gano, who is on IR. 2 missed extra points. It's a 2-point game. The Giants on top. The Broncos will have it out of timeouts.
Well, the one he missed earlier, he pulled to the left. He missed it to the left. It was a low snap, but the hold was good, and they were able to get it down. As we take a look, this is the first one, and he hooks it. Just barely pulls it left of the upright. This time, pushing it to the right.
Here's a player who played at Rutgers for a couple of years. And he misses his second extra point. The Giants are on top by 2. Can they hold on? And does Denver have anything left? As we've had a wild fourth quarter. Down by 2. They'll get the ball in about 37 seconds right now. 37 exactly with who knows what once the kick is away. Broncos have 2 losses this year by a combined 4 points. By 1 to the Colts, by 3 to the Chargers. On game-ending kicks.
Well, and both teams have scored on deflected passes. We had a pass interference call and a... Here we go.
At the 5-yard line, it's Bidet. And brought down with the return of 20 yards by Bo Braid. 33 seconds to go, and Knicks with no timeouts and down by 2. The 2 losses by the Giants have been by field goals. Or rather by the Broncos have been by field goals.
Need to get about 30 yards just to have a legit chance.
The numbers on the quarterback, Bo Nix. 1st and 10 from their 23 and no timeouts. Nix. Long down the middle and caught,
and he caught it
at the 48-yard line and grabbed by Mims.
They're going to spike it here.
They're going to have to. Clock is ticking, no timeouts, and there's the spike. Stopping the clock at 18 seconds.
Well, they're going to get Burns for being offsides. Burns wasn't back across the line of scrimmage. Remember, he hurt his ankle, and he was slow getting back onto his side of the line. The ball was snapped.
On infraction. Defense, number 0. 5-yard penalty. First down.
So mark them 5 yards closer. They'll be at the 43 of the Giants. What a catch by Mims and a thicket of defenders. A forest. Wow.
Kevin, I thought he was throwing the ball to Sutton. I thought he was throwing the ball to Sutton on the dig route. You see that Burns was offsides, but it looked like it was going to Sutton.
A reminder, the kickoff of the Falcons and Niners game at 8:22 Eastern tonight on NBC. It's 1st and 5. Timeout, New York. They use their final timeout.
So Mims was on a seam route, clearing things out. Sutton was on a dig route to the outside. Mims is able to come back for it and make the catch.
Will Lutz continues to warm up on the sideline. The excruciating end of this game. You can see it on the faces of both these head coaches, Brian Daboll and Sean Payton. At the 43, 1st and 5. Nix with 2 touchdowns, a rushing touchdown himself of 18 yards. It's a 1st and 5. Nix and caught by Sutton. Got it on the side. Newman was there. Sutton quickly assembles with his team at the line. Clock is ticking. They'll spike it. 2 seconds left. They're going to try a field goal to win it. And Will Lutz will come out.
What a crazy fourth quarter, Kevin. This is...
The 2 losses by the Broncos have been on game-ending field goals. And wouldn't it be something if they ended this one on a game-winning field goal for them? It'll go down to the 29. It is a 39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver has won! The Broncos are 5-2 for the first time in 9 years. So improbable. NFL teams had won 1,602 consecutive games when leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of a game. We've had 3 lead changes in the final minute 51. And 2 extra point misses by a young kicker for the Giants. The game-winning 39-yard field goal by Lutz. And Denver scores 33 points in the fourth quarter. 33 points in the fourth, the most ever by a Bronco team in history. Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes. Then back-to-back season premieres of Tracker and The Road. For Trent Green, Melanie Collins, and Gene Steratore, Kevin Harlan saying good night from Denver. This has been a presentation of the NFL on CBS.
Cincinnati. Good part of the crowd is headed to the parking lot. Bengals looking for some late game magic. Low catch by Brown. Wisely trying to get himself out of bounds. That'll stop the clock. 1:53. So the only hope here obviously is a touchdown and then a recovered onside kick because Cincinnati does not have any timeouts left. So if Chicago gets it back, Arch, they would not need a first down. Zach Taylor looking for some magic down on that sheet. Joe Flacco, nearly 360 passing yards and a couple of touchdowns. What does he have left? Looking right, Josivas. Flacco threads the needle. Josivas, again, heady play, gets out of bounds. They pick up 19, 147 left.
Well, listen, going down the field like this, they are making it interesting. Their ability to get out of bounds and be able to stop the clock and still have 1:40 seconds left on the clock. Now, there's a lot of stuff that has to happen. But right now, if you're Chicago, don't try to be a hero and play the ball. just tackle the runner in bounds. That's going to help you win.
Flacco to the end zone. It's Fant for the touchdown. So the Bengals not going quietly.
And this is
23-yard pass.
This is incredible. If you're the Bears on defense, Fant's just going right up the seam. Brisker is the safety on that side. He gets outside the numbers.
That's what we saw last week with the Jets. You're going to go for 2. You basically have 2 chances at it. So Zach Taylor says, let's go for the 2-point try right here.
If you get the 2 points now, then you can win it. If you don't, you still have an opportunity to tie if you get another touchdown.
Flacco, end zone. It is caught. Higgins. Joe Cool leads them down the field. A quick strike that they were hoping for. 2-point try makes it a 6-point game. And we still got 1:43 left.
The fact that they were able to score in this type of a situation in about 30 seconds with no timeout, to me, is incredible. But it all means you got to get the onside kick. We know the chances of picking up the onside kick aren't great, although we did the Arizona Cardinal game, and Carolina was able to actually get their onside kick. They didn't end up winning the football game, but we have seen that this season. But if the Bengals do recover, there's nothing that tells me that with 1:40 left that they can't go down the field and score just as easy.
And Archie, it has not been a good special teams day for the Bears. Started right from the jump, that nearly 100-yard kickoff return by Charlie Jones. Multiple special teams penalties on the Bears. And they need one more big play right here to end it. Otherwise,
Spiro,
it'll be Flacco with a chance to win.
Joe Flacco has thrown for 398 yards in this game. 398 yards, 35 points, and the Bengals are in great danger of losing.
Just incredible. Second straight week. Third straight week that they've scored 30+. We know how it ended against the Jets last week. Just a crushing finish. McPherson lines up, looking for the bounce. Football live. Who's got it?
I don't think it went 10 yards.
Did it go 10?
No, it didn't go 10 yards.
Didn't believe that it went at first blush.
The ball died, and unless the Bears touch it first.
Right, that is the only hope here for the Bengals. Officials, first of all, trying to get to the bottom of the pile to see who's got the football. Has to go 10 unless it's hit by a Chicago Bear before. Cincy is saying they've got it, and they do. Unbelievable.
No way. I think
Blake Blakeman says Bengals ball.
I think Daniel Hardy. It might have hit Daniel Hardy, number 92.
Let's quickly bring in Gene's territory. Gene, take us through.
I'm looking at Daniel Hardy's right toe as well, right there. I think he is first to touch right at that point, even though the ball's gone 9 yards. Live football at that point. If you take a look here, watch the right toe. Daniel Hardy left foot. I'm sorry, there's a left foot graze right there on the football.
This is unreal. Taj Brooks, Oren Books were two of the Bengals in the vicinity.
And the ball didn't even go 10 yards. You know, Hardy's trying to make a block. There's chaos, and right now, the legend of Joe Flacco can be at an all-time high with 1:40 left.
It was Oren Burks with the recovery, low pass, and it's incomplete.
But did he take
Chase Brown?
Boy, that was close.
Didn't appear to have enough control, so it's deemed an incompletion. Boy, that's the second drop. Not an easy catch there, but Brown talking to himself. 1:37 left. And the Bengals out of timeouts.
Yep, never had any control.
Joe Flacco, the 40-year-old gray-beard quarterback, playing with the AC joint sprain in his right shoulder, was a question mark the first part of the week. We heard the report from Aditi at the top. He got through a workout on Thursday, pain injection this morning. What does he have left up his sleeve? He fires and completes. Higgins inside Bears territory, 90 seconds.
Yeah, and they'll most likely run a play here. Flacco's got the experience. No need to spike the football. Run a play right here.
Bears rush 4. Flacco going for it. Higgins with another all-world snatch. Jaquan Brisker with a punishing hit. And Higgins is still down. Boy, was the follow-through with all of Brisker's weight coming down on the upper part of Higgins' torso. What a catch in this kind of moment, Arch, with the money on the table.
Defense number 92. That penalty's declined. Is over the play is a first down.
So the defensive penalty obviously declined by Zach Taylor. I mean, this is just incredible.
I don't
Higgins,
know.
meantime, gingerly walks to the sideline, and that's a potentially big loss here for the Bengals.
Oh, that's a massive loss because Higgins has been incredible. Contested catches.
Chicago is not charged with a timeout. However, in this case, because we have an injured player for Cincinnati, we will charge them with their 5th timeout.
So that would have been a 10-second runoff, but because of the defensive penalty, there is no runoff. So 71 seconds left. 1st and 10 Cincinnati. They got the football now marked down at the Chicago 22.
Sparrow, how many, I keep attacking these safeties. How many times, they're keeping their safeties back. How many big plays? In their last drive, Flacco went down the field and scored in about 30, 35 seconds. And now right now with 1:11 on the 22-yard line, incredible.
Flacco from the gun on 1st and 10. Over the middle, it's Brown. Brown's got a first down. Look out. He goes head over heels. There's another marker thrown right in the vicinity of where Brown went out of bounds. It's a pickup of 16 on the catch and run.
They might get Nashawn Wright for illegal contact. And if they do, that is devastating.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 26. The penalty's declined. His over play is a first down.
Boy, the walls are caving in on the Chicago Bears. Acrobatics from Brown. And this Bears defense holding on for dear life.
This secondary is in shambles right now.
1st and goal run here. It's Brown. Going to lose yardage. Kevin Byard among the tacklers. 58 seconds left. Chicago is going to take a timeout. Remember, Cincinnati is out of timeouts.
But that's a good play from Zach Taylor, because right now you figure with just about a minute left in the game and where your field position is, knowing you're going to throw the football, you don't want to leave Chicago now with time so they can go down the field with timeouts if you do score and be able to get field goal position. So right now, yes, you're trying to score, but inside the 10-yard line, you got to try and find a way to score. It take as long as you possibly can, so Caleb Williams and that offense doesn't have time to go down the field.
Just remarkable career passing day for the 40-year-old Joe Flacco, playing with a bum arm. 2nd and goal. Flacco, end zone, touchdown, Yossi Bush. Joe Flacco bringing the Bengals back from the dead, and we are tied. Improbable.
Sparrow, I've seen bad. I don't think I've ever seen a defensive collapse in 2 minutes like I just saw from the Bears defense.
Got to hit the extra point right here. McPherson, operation sound, and the Bengals, a week after their meltdown defensively against the Jets last week, up a point, but there's still 54 seconds.
I mean, what else can you say? The Bears are in shambles. This looks like cover 2. And if it was cover 2, Noah Sewell is the linebacker responsible for running the middle of the field. It looked like both corners played in the flat. Again, you don't know what the call is, but somehow, some way, Josivas atoning for that gaffe. And Flacco, 44 passes today. He's dropped back with a sprained AC joint, 457 yards, and a legendary 2 minutes.
Joe Flacco, Iceman, 15 points in 49 seconds.
You're my boy, Blue.
And Arch, just when there wasn't enough craziness, this one is far from over. Bears still have a timeout. We know how bad the Bengals defense has been.
Do you have any confidence right now, if you're Zach Taylor, do you have any confidence in your defense whatsoever? I mean, that's really the question. Now, the good news is you haven't been able to stop the run all game. You're going to have to stop Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, and DJ Moore.
This is Blackwell trying to get him good starting position, just shy of the 30. And here comes Caleb Williams. Boy, what a disastrous loss this would be for the Bears. As Williams trots out, down a point. And how about this? Since the start of last season, look how many of these games that the Bengals have lost. By far more than any other team, 30-plus points. And this defense, again, under the microscope right here.
Well, these are the moments right now that you dream about if you're Caleb Williams. We've seen him in this situation a few weeks ago in the Raiders game where he got them in position, but right now it's all up to him.
Bengals rush 4, pocket collapses. Williams buying time, fires, incomplete. Looking for Loveland, excellent coverage. Josh Newton was there for the Bengals. So you need about 35 yards to get into the range of Cairo Santos. 42 seconds.
And because you have the timeout, now you can attack the middle of the field, but you can only attack the middle of the field if you can get a big chunk play. I mean, you have to get some major yardage, because with 42 seconds left, after you burn the timeout, then you're running out of time to be able to get your scramble field goal unit on the field.
Williams steps up in the pocket. Williams running for his life, batted down and incomplete. Again, the coverage down the field sound, and that enabled the rushers to get to Williams. Osai applying the heat.
Yeah, the Bengals did a great job defending the sideline and understanding the situation. Now, Williams did have a check down, but then at that point, again, knowing that you're going to have to get in a field goal position with only one timeout, really limits your options. But you've got to make a play down the field. You've got to be able to get some sort of chunk play, 20, 25 yards, if you want any chance of trying to win this football game.
On 3rd and 10, Williams again under duress. Williams gonna run for it across the 40, gets close to midfield. 23 seconds, that'll be a first down run for Williams of 14. So Ben Johnson takes his final timeout right here as Santos continues to get that right leg warmed up.
25.
Caleb Williams, the desperation to keep his Bears team alive here in Cincinnati. Well, you thought this game was at hand if you're a Bears fan. Late stages of the 4th quarter, this place was dead. Half of the stadium headed for the parking lots.
Sparrow, if you're Cincinnati, you've got to defend about 15 to 20 yards right now. And if you're the Bears, you can take a shot and get it to the sideline. If the ball is in bounds, then you're going to have to get your field goal unit on the field. I wouldn't think you have enough time to run more than 2 plays and get your field goal unit on the field if this ball is completed or the clock is running.
Williams slings it. Williams, Loveland bangs off his man. He's going to
score!
Oh my!
Colston Loveland in a jaw-dropper. 58 yards on the catch and run from the rookie. It was Jordan Battle who missed the tackle, and another meltdown by the Cincinnati defense. This is one of the craziest games we have seen in the NFL in recent memory. Unreal.
You have got to be absolutely kidding me right now. I mean, what a drill shot for Caleb Williams to hit his rookie tight end in the game's biggest moment, and all he does is rumble the rest of the way for a touchdown. I don't think I've seen anything like this. The defense on both sides of the ball, just incredible.
Bears go for 2 here to make it a 7-point game. I don't think any lead is safe. 17 seconds. Remember, Cole Kmet lost in this game to a concussion, so Loveland, you knew, had to step up into the breach, and he has his second touchdown catch. Williams fires, end zone, incomplete, so it'll stay at a 5-point differential. Arch, what in the world happened on this play for the Bengals?
I mean, you got both safeties deep. Battle, knowing what the situation is. Battle is super deep, and then he just doesn't wrap up. He just tries to go in there, put a shoulder on him, but in my mind, in that situation, he is playing too deep, so he can't close on the football. I love what Williams did. Boy, when he had to make a play, he had a big-time scramble on the play before to set him up, and knowing that time was running out, that you had to take a shot downfield, just rips a seam right down to his tight end, and Loveland does the rest.
I mean, it's just amazing. 8 lead changes. That just about tells the story here in Cincinnati. Just the agony from this fan base over the inability of this defense to get any stops.
If you're Chicago, you got to kick this into the end zone. You cannot give the Bengals, who've already returned a kick in this game, the opening kickoff. You cannot give him an option to return this football.
Charlie Jones took the game-opening kick, 99 yards. And that's what they do. They boot it into the end zone with 17 seconds left. We know under normal circumstances, Joe Flacco, Arch, has a cannon of a right arm. But with that right shoulder, no timeouts. It is desperation time yet again for the Bengals.
Boy, listen, I thought, we did this game, the Bengals game last week against the Jets, and to me that was a demoralizing loss. This one right here, if the Bengals, this is about as demoralizing as it gets.
Keep in mind, T. Higgins not on the field for the Bengals. 15 seconds. Flacco near side. Believe they're going to rule this incomplete. Nashawn Wright nearly the pick. Mitchell Tinsley, the intended receiver.
Well, just think about it. You didn't have any timeouts. About 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the game. Flacco goes down the field. You did an onside kick. The odds of getting the onside kick, getting it, going down the field and scoring. But remember, we said you want to leave as little time as possible left for Caleb Williams and the Bears. Williams answers, and here we are with 10 seconds left. This is the game.
Flacco steps up, delivers, gets it to Chase, and that certainly gets you at least in a position for a Hail Mary. 4 seconds. And Arch, why not? What else? What haven't we seen in this game? 4 seconds, one last gasp for the Bengals.
We saw Aaron Rodgers a couple weeks ago against the Bengals.
Look, the Bears and their fans know about these Hail Marys.
Yes, don't celebrate too early. I question whether or not, I don't want to question Flacco, probably doesn't have the arm to get it all the way to the end zone here. So if you're the Bears, no matter what happens, knock the ball down or tackle.
Flacco trying to give his guys a shot, fires down the field, and it is picked. Nashawn Wright and the Chicago Bears survive a career day from Joe Flacco in a potentially epic comeback by the Bengals. But in the end, it's the Bears in a thriller, 47-42. So a week after the Bengals score 38 and lose, they score 42 and come up short. Just wild here in Cincinnati. 47-42, our final here from the Queen City. We'll send you over to Jim Nantz and company in Buffalo after these messages on CBS.
Jacksonville is holding on for dear life right now. Houston has got the momentum. Trailing 29-24. 2 minutes to go. 2nd and 3. Marks in the backfield. Mills to throw it. He does over the middle. It is incomplete. It caromed off of Schultz. Andrew Wingard, the safety, got in there.
Great defense by Wingard there just to get his hand across and in front and put it through the breadbasket. Something you teach young guys in the pass game. Don't swipe at the ball. Just stick a static hand through the breadbasket because that's what makes it tough to catch. Really nice job there by Wingard.
And now a 3rd down for the Texans. 1:56 on the clock. It's a little pop to Marks. Blocker turns the corner, 1st down. The speed of the rookie Woody Marks, they wanted to take advantage of that, running some outside zone, getting him to the perimeter. It works, and they convert.
Yeah, they're going to pin the outside rusher with Dalton Schultz, the tight end, and then they wrap Ursery out around the edge to lead the way for Marks for the 1st down.
Clock continues to roll. We're down to 1:26 to play. 1st down for Houston. Mills pats the ball. He throws it. End zone! Incomplete. Flag down. Kirk the intended target. Jones the defender. A pair of penalty markers, one in the end zone, the other thrown at the 4.
I mean, I'm looking at that, and that's some hand fighting there, in my opinion.
Pass interference, defense number 22. Ball placed at the front of the foul. It's an automatic first down.
It is Jarian Jones who had the interception to open the day.
He's pinning that left hand of Christian Kirk down with his right hand. But I'm just being honest, and a guy who's seen a lot of football, that's some little hand fighting that almost goes on every play. I can understand the frustration there if you're Jones. I can also understand the elation if you're a Texans fan.
So they place the ball at the 2 with 1:19 to go. Single setback is Marks. And the play is whistled dead. Marks took it into the end zone. Flag was thrown immediately.
77, Trent Brown.
Full start, offense number 77. 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
And it's the veteran who won a Super Bowl with New England, Trent Brown, getting the start on the right side of the offensive line because of various injuries.
And this has been a killer for the Texans on the goal line this year. Penalties.
Number 57.
Knocking them back. You just can't have it. It just makes it so much more difficult when it's already been difficult for him down there.
So it remains 1st and goal, but they back it up to the 7. 1:19 to go. 5-point lead for Jacksonville. Give it to Marks. He tries that shake and bake. And Jacksonville just piles on him defensively. Loss of 2 on the play. They whistle it dead. Clock is rolling. 1 minute left. Place the ball at the 9-yard line. 2nd and goal for Houston. Collins has been the go-to guy in these situations. And a jump on the left side. Ursary, the rookie. .39 seconds to play.
That was an everybody but the center situation there. And you could see him talking about it after the play, saying, wait, wasn't it one on one?
And the question is whether or not there will be time taken off the clock.
And it might be Liam Cohen, the one who's trying to preserve that time.
False start, offense number 54. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down. Jacksonville is elected to decline the 10-second runoff. The game clock will start on the snap.
So they declined the 10-second runoff. They call it on Patterson. There was movement everywhere.
And the Texans have put themselves from the 2-yard line now to the 15.
And start on my snap. Thank you. On my signal. Thank you.
So they're going to start the clock on Alex Moore's signal.
The clock will start on the snap.
2nd and goal. Back it up to the 14-yard line. Mills darts it. Incomplete. Nico Collins. He had multiple bodies defending him in the area. It's 3rd and goal.
He puts the ball low where only his guy can get it, but he puts it just a little bit too low. Some contact there as well, certainly.
So now 3rd and goal for Houston. 37 seconds on the clock. Davis Mills.
What a rush, Walker.
Steps up, he's gonna run! Mills looking for the pylon! He's got the angle! Touchdown, Texans! The unlikeliest of scores. It's Mills with his legs to put Houston in front.
Clearly in here, but he outran Walker all the way to the end zone. Walker with an unbelievable move on Trent Brown comes free, and Mills just scampers his way in. Like you said, Ian, the most unlikely of ways for that to happen.
And they will go for 2, up by 1. The Texans are basically trying to save their season. They're 3-5. Two-point try here for Houston. Mills loses it and then just jumps on top of it. They never even get a playoff. They are up by 1, and Jacksonville has the most dangerous kicker in the NFL on their side.
A little bit of a low snap there, unable to handle it. But don't discount. We talked all day a little bit about Nick Caley and the offense and not being what they want it to be. But that drive at 93 yards to take the lead. This is what it looked like for the Texans in the 4th quarter. Got themselves back into this game. There was certainly a time where it looked and felt unlikely for them to be able to come back, but the belief and the offense able to do it, the defense continuing to give them the ball back.
167 yards for Houston in the fourth. Jacksonville has got 2 yards.
And you mentioned it, Ian, they don't need many yards to get themselves into field goal range with 31 seconds left here and 1 timeout. So Trevor Lawrence has a chance to go out and answer and see if he can lead another game-winning drive like he's done 3 times this year so far.
The Houston Texans are 0-5 in 1-score games. Jacksonville, 4 of its 5 wins this season have been by 1 score. Kick by Wright. Return man is Tootin. Tootin trying to get to the sideline. And he's down before he hits the 35. Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes and the future of America's family farms, followed by new episodes of Tracker and the music competition series, The Road, plus Sheriff Country tonight, CBS Sunday.
Ian, what I want you to watch on this drive is Trevor Lawrence with his legs. That's where the Texans have struggled late in games. See if they put a spy on Trevor Lawrence to make sure he can't pick up yards, because they don't need many to get into field goal range.
They need 17 yards for him to try a 68-yarder, which he made last week. Lawrence, he's devoured!
Danielle Hunter, number 4 on the day. He is just having his way out here.
Third and final team.
Danielle Hunter is not human.
Please set the game clock to 22 seconds.
He looks like a cyborg. He plays like a cyborg. Came into today having a drought and ends the day with at least 3.5, possibly 4 sacks.
And it forces Jacksonville to use its final timeout. 22 seconds on the clock. The sun is bursting through the panels here at NRG Stadium, and it coincided with the Texans' comeback. No timeouts remaining. 22 seconds on the clock. Lawrence will operate from the gun. Deep drop. Lawrence steps up.
There it is.
He's going to run.
There it is.
Lawrence ducks out of bounds as he hits the 45.
I told you. That's where the Texans have had issues this year late in games on the final drives is quarterbacks with their legs, letting them out of the pocket. And here, Trevor Lawrence takes full advantage, and it's man coverage behind, so all the DBs are looking at their receivers, not back at the quarterback, which gives him so much room to scamper. 21 yards. That's the kryptonite right now of the number 1 defense in the NFL.
Right now it would be a 73-yard field goal attempt. 13 seconds left.
No timeouts.
Lawrence on the move. Flag is thrown. Completion into Houston territory. Parker Washington. Penalty marker at the 39. 7 seconds on the clock.
Use of hands. Hands to the face. Offense number 55. 5-yard penalty.
Edoga, the extra offensive lineman.
55 right here. His hands up in the face, and just a killer of a penalty. Not only because of the yardage, which is obvious, but also because now you only have 7 seconds left and no timeouts.
The Texans have outscored the Jaguars 20-0 in the fourth quarter. They need about 15 yards for this to be realistic, and they have no timeouts remaining. So they have to get the yardage and then get out of bounds. Houston takes a timeout.
Third and final team timeout. Houston. It will be 30 seconds.
And you're going to see what you call orange coverage for outside leverage, or boundary, protect the boundary, whatever you want to call it. Everybody's going to be protecting the sidelines because they don't care if this pass is completed in bounds. 7 seconds is not enough to complete it inbounds and get up there.
They were down by 19 points. Largest comeback in franchise history was 2013 at the Chargers, down by 21. 7 seconds remain. Can they get Cam Little a chance? He set an NFL record last week, 68-yard field goal. He made a 70-yarder in preseason. No timeouts remaining on either side. Texans are trying to save their season.
See everybody protecting the perimeter out here.
Lawrence. He's sacked, and it's over. Will Anderson Jr. gets there. The ball pops in the air, and Rankins takes it the distance. What a way to end it. The Texans come from behind and defeat the Jaguars. And their defense puts the final cherry on top of the sundae.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Only fitting that the defense ends it for the Houston Texans. They protected the sideline. Will Anderson gets home, and Rankins takes it home for the touchdown.
So they outscore the Jaguars officially 26-0 in the fourth quarter. Tremendous rally and an eye-popping highlight to end the day. You never know what you're going to get every Sunday in the NFL. Jacksonville was in control, looked like they were cruising to a 6-3 start to the season. Instead, it's Houston that gets an incredible win at home, and they split the season series with the Jaguars. Coming up next, State Farm postgame show for J.J. Watt, Evan Washburn, Gene Steratore, Ian Eagle saying so long from H-Town. We'll take you back to New York for all of the scores and highlights coming up after this. A thriller in Clutch City.
Andy Dalton did not get to take a snap, though, after a 7-minute drive from Atlanta. And now Bryce Young looking for a game-winning drive in the division, a team that he's beaten 3 times in his 11 wins career. He gets it away under pressure from Ellis. Dowdle down the sideline. Rico Dowdle on the gas pedal and in.
Unbelievable.
Touchdown.
Unbelievable.
He tight-roped down the sideline. Looked like he might have clipped the edge. He stays inbounds, and Carolina takes the lead.
And what a play call by Dave Canales.
For those of you just joining us, Rico Dowdle has sprinted down the left side here in Atlanta for what looks like a game-changing touchdown. The question is, did he keep his left foot inbounds on one step down the fringe here? Watch as he comes down the sideline.
Right there. If he stepped out, that would have been the moment, and it looks close.
Oh, that is really close.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown. Going to take a look at the play to see if the runner stepped out of bounds.
Now, the step initially looks clean, but as he swipes the foot to come back up into the next step, does he end up out of bounds? Dean, what do you see? The call is touchdown.
These are so close. I do think part of that foot actually slides out of bounds. Now, what the league has, they have boundary line cameras. So they have a camera looking right down the line. That would be the best look. Certainly appears that that foot is out. It has to be clear and obvious. This is one of those decisions I'm glad I'm not in the command center having to make right now.
Yeah, Dean, you and us,
Dean,
all three of us.
Then? We're putting you on the spot.
If it's me making the decision, I think it's out. Again, that boundary line camera is going to be key.
I think to your point, Jason, when he goes to push off with the next step, it looks like if there was any moment, that's where it crosses the line.
If at any point he steps on that sideline, he's out of bounds.
What a play call.
Yes.
You know, they invited Caden Ellis upfield. Jalen Walker's rushing as well. There's no one for Rico Dowdle. And there's all that space to roam and run.
You hear the crowd reaction. They're seeing close-up views. There's a whole
optimism.
Yeah, there's a whole like theater in the round video board up above here if you haven't been here. So there are like 4 replays of it simultaneously that they're watching with the zoom in that you're seeing at home.
After review, the runner stepped out of bounds at the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
It'll be first and goal at the 10-yard line.
It looks like that's the right call, Brady, right?
And still plenty of time for the Panthers here.
You have an opportunity to bleed the Falcons dry of timeouts. I mean, scoring is paramount.
I was going to say
scoring is paramount.
I am not one of those analysts who will sit here and tell you that you need to bleed the clock at this moment. Maybe if you had the ball on the 1-yard line, that's something else you'd think about. But you go score. You go take the lead if you can take the lead. What about this day for Bryce Young, by the way?
A career-high 382 in the air.
Battling through an ankle injury almost the entire game.
Oh, they have McMillan and Natron Brooks up top. That's the matchup. Does Bryce Young want to do it? That looked like the safety help that could come over the top. First and goal. It's a give, and it's Dowdle who is stacked up immediately.
Did Atlanta call a timeout before the play?
The officials.
Right after.
Wow.
First, 30 seconds.
No, it is. It's after the play.
It's
after the play, yeah. So the play stands. It's second and goal.
Please set the game clock to 1:19, 1:19.
Yeah, the way the officials administered it, though, they were in so quickly on the Ororo hit. So Bryce Young, 382 early to McMillan for a touchdown. He gets knocked around and still fights back.
Just an incredible performance. He's been efficient through the air, but is also in a comeback fashion because Bijan Robinson has had himself quite the day. Young, though, connected with Xavier Legette earlier, and here's the hit on Penix that ultimately knocked him out of the game. Cousins has come in and supplied a field goal to help build the 24-19 lead.
Second and goal, Carolina. Young, a lot of time. Scanning, firing, end zone, incomplete. It was for Dowdle. Coverage for Caden Ellis. Third down and goal, Carolina. What's at stake here for the Panthers is to be competitive in the NFC South. They could pick up a game on Tampa Bay, Brady, it looks like.
As Dowdle's subbed out, Chuba Hubbard comes in at running back. They're scanning for matchups. Teteroa McMillan down here in the slot. Appears to be zone coverage. That'd be where I'd go.
Young, light rush for Atlanta. Bryce Young steps and throws. He's got it to McMillan. Touchdown, Carolina.
He had him twice. He had him for the first down, and as he scrambled, McMillan releases upfield. He keeps his eyes on him for the touchdown. Watch as he works outside. There's your first down. Nope. Turns it up as Young scrambles. And this is just, to me, you can't put your linebacker in that position. You just can't.
Caden Ellis was over the top of him at the snap. Terrell was in the area, but Terrell's been chasing him all day long. They go away from it there. It's a two-point conversion try for Carolina now. They're trying to make it a three-point game with a $1:08 to go. Young lobbing it. End zone. That's Coker for 2. Carolina by 3.
They find him in man-to-man. That's the man-to-man beater. And again, you mentioned it. Terrell that time matched up on McMillan. Why they didn't the prior play, I have no idea. That's been what they've done almost the entire second half. They've limited McMillan until that touchdown play.
It was the last 2 plays of the drive, Brady, that he wasn't shadowing McMillan. And for Teteroa McMillan, he's got 4 NFL touchdowns. 2 against the Cowboys in a huge win for Carolina. 2 against Atlanta here today.
Bryce Young just seems to have his Atlanta Falcons numbers. And he has played well in this stadium, dating back to his time in college.
And now it's up to Kirk Cousins, likely. The 14-year veteran for Atlanta.
And wise timeout by Raheem Morris to be able to save a little additional time for a comeback. Remember, they used that timeout so quickly right after the first down play on the last drive.
Fitzgerald to kick it away. From the 5, it is Agnew on the return. He's got a crease. Agnew across the 40-yard line to the 45. So Carolina had great field position off the touchback. Atlanta even better on a tremendous return for Agnew.
You're going to see a seam right down the middle of the field. Agnew does as well. Not for a couple arm tackles to slow him up. He might have hit that and been out the gate.
Please set the game clock to 1-0-1.
Shaw Smith-Wade, who eventually made the stop on a 40-yard return. So a minute 1 for Kirk Cousins.
Zane Gonzalez, the field goal kicker. His career long's 57 yards.
He's hit from 52 this afternoon. Cousins steps up, fires near side. He's got the first down across the 45. It is David Sills for Atlanta. It's a gain of 11.
Good job by Sills, too, getting up. He initially slipped out of the cut. Just able to get up to make the play.
His 17th career catch. Just about 1 for every year Kirk Cousins has played in the NFL coming into this afternoon. Cousins. Robinson, catch and run. Nice ball placement for the catch and run from Cousins inside the 35. First down, Atlanta.
Let's call this a Texas route or an angle route. You clear everything out underneath, allow your running back to work one-on-one versus the linebacker. Easy pitch and catch for Kirk Cousins.
Well, they're certainly in field goal range. Cousins feeling the pressure there. Might have had his arm hit. It's second down. 30 seconds to go in the 4th. Atlanta trailing by 3 with 2 timeouts. And there is Zane Gonzalez, who just joined up. This is his first game with Atlanta in the continental United States. He kicked for him in Berlin last week. And now the game, or at least overtime, might be riding with him.
2 timeouts. Plenty of time to run the football, too. Bijan Robinson, again, has been limited the second half. A light box, still a lot of yards there.
Cousins down the middle. It's London who gets decked by Thornton. Atlanta timeout. Clock stops at 26.
30 seconds.
So you're in field goal range here. For a play call on 3rd down, what's paramount, Brady?
Well, the first thing is here, if you're in field goal range, you could take a shot. Now, that's assuming that Carolina gives you the look that you're looking for, and that's going to be a one-on-one opportunity. Now, again, with your backup quarterback in there and Kirk Cousins, I'm not necessarily sure that's the way you'd play this. Probably a bit more conservative. Put yourself in a position that then make Zane Gonzalez feel comfortable where he's kicking the ball from. You'd like to be on the hash. Kickers like to be on those marked yard markers that allows them to be able to work to angles too. It makes them feel more confident and comfortable.
We'll see 3rd down and 4 first. Algier and Robinson both in for Cousins. Kirk Cousins lobbing it far side, a little too much, incomplete. Mike Jackson on the coverage of London, and it will be Zane Gonzalez to try to tie the game.
So there's your shot, though. That's the matchup. Your number one wide receiver working against Mike Jackson. A little bit more air on the football. We can bring that one down, but that's the knockout punch you're looking for, trying to avoid going into overtime, instead trying to end it now. But instead it rests on the shoulders with the leg of Zane Gonzalez.
The former Carolina Panther who missed only 2 field goals 4 years ago in a Panther uniform. This will be from 45 for the tie. Atlanta has lost 4 straight. Trying to find a way to break that. Zane Gonzalez, his second game for the Falcons this year. It is on the way. It's leaking, and it is good! Oh, that was losing oil on the way home, but we are tied.
Good snap, good hold. The prior field goal, too, just snuck in that left upright. Whew. This one even closer.
I mean, tell you what, Shaw Smith-Wade was not far away from blocking that thing either. I mean, how about the revolving door at kicker for Atlanta, right? Younghoe Koo misses week 1, a 44-yarder. They move on from him. Romo shows up. He's here for the balance of the year. Misses there. Zane Gonzalez shows up, joins him in Berlin. And now he has tied the game. Carolina has 1 timeout, 16 seconds. It feels like overtime is in our future. But again, remember Atlanta last week struggled to cover kicks late in the game to allow Indianapolis back into that game.
Kickers are able to at least take opportunities or chances now from 60 plus. It seems like every week.
Yep. Fitzgerald's long is 57. This return for Hubbard. Looking for a crease, and that closes very quickly. 11 seconds to play with for Carolina. Daryl Hodge with the stop. 11 seconds.
So you've got time essentially for 2 plays. And with the timeout, you're going to take a shot, I would assume, somewhere on the sidelines, middle of the field. But if you're Atlanta, you got to guard the sidelines. You don't want to give them a freebie. It looks like they'd rather just take this thing into overtime.
Bryce Young will try to build on a career high 394 yards, 3 touchdowns. Falcon fans are learning that 60 minutes just isn't enough. For better or for worse.
Hey, free football, man. This is great.
This division, it just gets wild. I mean, Tampa Bay has already lost today. Here are the overtime rules for you. The coin toss to determine possession. Both teams get the chance to have the ball. We've seen a couple of ties this year. Dallas and Green Bay. It came down to the very last moment there, and all replays are initiated from the booth. So we'll see what Carolina has in store. But you figure, I mean, Atlanta's playing without their starting quarterback. Michael Penix Jr. is out. He doesn't look like he's coming back into this game.
We're going to play a regular season overtime game. New this year, you're both going to get a possession with the football unless there's a defensive score on the first possession, or whoever gets the ball keeps it for 10 minutes. Okay? We're going to play fourth quarter timing rules. You both have 2 timeouts. And a reminder that all challenges still come from the booth. There's no coaches' challenges. Same coin, heads and tails. It's your call. Heads is the call. It is heads. You want to kick this way. All right. You're going to receive down here to start the overtime period. All right. Thank you.
So Atlanta's going to have it.
The toss, and we'll kick.
Kirk Cousins, year number 14 in the league. Away he goes after this. Michael Penix Jr. out with an injury for the balance of the second half. Kirk Cousins, who was drafted all the way back in 2012, a year before the Panthers' last and second overall sweep of Atlanta in the regular season. The veteran quarterback will see the ball first in overtime. but he does have an opportunity. You know, it's kind of an emergency mode last time they had the ball. You don't get to see Bijan Robinson as much. He's got 100 yards. He's got a couple of touchdowns. You figure he's going to be a big part of this.
You'd have to think that. I mean, if you look at the second half, Carolina put up 17 points. The Falcons only 6, and really on a short field in the last drive after the return. And so you got to get Bijan Robinson back involved in this game.
Fitzgerald's kick sails through the end zone. Brooks let it roll. So Atlanta will have the ball first here in overtime. 10 minutes, only one 10-minute period. We've seen a handful of ties in the history of this league. Remember Green Bay and Dallas earlier this year. Kirk Cousins, 43,000 yards. Game number 167 of his career. Just trying to salvage a season for a team. He's thrown for 450 plus for 3 separate franchises in his career. He's lived this life before, and he'll go from the 20. It is a stretch play. It is Robinson. He thought about carving it outside and then just took the 4 yards right into Sherrillis and Merrick, second down.
And the difference so far with Cousins, since he's come into the game, ball's getting out of his hand really quick. Exploiting a lot of the underneath routes versus the zone coverage that Carolina has presented him.
Cousins on a screen. Got it to Robinson. He hits the hole hard to the outside. He's got a first down, but a marker down at the 25.
Yeah, you worry if someone's too far downfield anytime you see a flag come out that quick after a screen.
Raheem Morris and Dave Canales awaiting word from Clay Martin.
Player downfield on a forward pass. Offense number 64. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Good call, Brady. It's the center, Newsel.
Let's take another look. Right here in the middle, Newsel. A little play action fake involved. This is a longer developing screen. It's why you just got to hold your water if you're an offensive lineman. Typically, they've got to count. And in practice, you'll hear them literally count out loud. But in games, they try to pause and wait as long as they can to release downfield.
Cousins throwing this side. Pitts put it on the ground. Kyle Pitts was running before he caught it. It is third down. There was some green in front of him. It was tantalizing. Didn't have the ball.
And that is one you have to have if you're Kyle Pitts. We talked about it again, too, the difference of a right-handed quarterback, left-handed quarterback. A different spin, balls coming at them from a different side of the body. Sometimes that little difference that makes a difference in a catch and a drop.
Sherrillis up at the line. He'll back off. Cousins to throw. He gets it away, and that is near the ground, and Hodge could not reel it in. It's incomplete. It was close. Hodge could not pull it in. It is fourth down. Jackson on the coverage right there with him.
Well, the protection was there. The route was there. The ball's just low. Daryl Hodge does a good job getting back inside downhill to it. Needed a little bit more time probably to work the route, but it's going to be a tough catch regardless.
Yeah, he did everything he could to try to rescue that. That looked like it was going to be well short out of hand from Cousins. ETN, the rookie out of Georgia, to return it. Pinion had a great one last time in the fourth. Down to the 7. This one goes bouncing inside the 30. 52-yard punt, and Bryce Young looking for that signature moment again against Atlanta. Looking for his first 400-yard game of his NFL career as well. He's 30 for 44. Teteroa McMillan has 8 of those catches for 2 touchdowns, and you figure A.J. Terrell is going to follow.
To score any points will win the ball game.
So now field goal does it for Carolina, as you heard Clay Martin announce. Remember, Tampa Bay has lost, so Carolina could close within a half game in the NFC South. All it takes is 3. Young hands it to Dowdle, who has collapsed after a yard. David Onyemata with the stop, 2nd down and 9.
He's been so disrupted this season watching Onyemata, the anchor of this defensive line in the interior. The play had no chance.
Second and 9. Young talking to Lewis, the left guard. And Bryce Young rips it this side. It's caught by Tremble, who turns upfield. Tremble breaks away. Tommy Tremble inside the 15. That is a nasty catch and run.
His first and only catch of the game couldn't come at a better time and a bigger moment. You talk to the coaching staff about Tommy Tremble. They just say he flips a switch when he gets on the football field, primarily used as almost a fullback. In the way they use him in the run blocking game as a tight end off the ball, but this is all just determination. What a play.
It's his 3rd catch in the last 5 weeks. Dowdle on the run. Carolina suddenly all about the Tremble.
Look at this. The stiff arm on Harrison, and then just tough running. He's doing his best to try to outrun Caden Ellis. If not for Ellis, that's a touchdown.
I mean, that is an irate run. It's a level up.
You can't ask for much more for Bryce Young, who's obviously battling through this ankle injury. Guys have stepped up out around him when he's needed to the most.
Right back to the ground. Dowdle just trying to stay in the middle of the field. A cushy fall down at the 11 to set it up for the local product, Fitzgerald from Colquitt County High School. Very drivable to the home of the Falcons.
This is nothing new for the rookie. He's done it twice before. Most recently versus Green Bay.
We're going to run one more play. Give it to Dowdle again, and he'll go straight ahead. And that is when they call on Ryan Fitzgerald. Bijan Robinson has seen this before. Atlanta, a late lead in Berlin against Indianapolis. Couldn't put it away. San Francisco, Miami, New England before. Fitzgerald for the win to draw Carolina within a half game in the division. From 28, and Carolina has won. The officials are talking it over underneath the goalpost, but that went through, and the Panthers win it 30-27. What a moment for Ryan Fitzgerald from down the road a piece. Carolina 30-27, and the Panthers are a half game back in the NFC South.
For the Falcons. Take another look. Clean operation. Solid kick. That's 3 on the season now for Ryan Fitzgerald. The Falcons desperately needed this one. to keep their postseason hopes, division hopes, and aspirations alive.
What a game, huh? First time since Carolina had Greg Olsen that they've swept the Atlanta Falcons. For our entire crew, Brady Quinn, Sarah Kustok, Jason Benetti, so long from Atlanta. Carolina a winner after the break. State Farm postgame. Kurt Menefee and the guys in Los Angeles.
Long for this Giants offense, playing right into the hands of the Lions defense. You can already see the Lions defense, they want press man across the board. All of their corners are lined up, man coverage on the receivers.
5.5 remaining. 3rd down and 17. Winston stays on his feet, directing traffic. Now he throws, and it's caught. Wow! Theo Johnson on 3rd down and 17 makes the play for a Giants first down in Lions territory.
Yeah, you're just watching the rush, and it played perfectly into the hands of the Lions defense. They have tight man, so you know it's going to take a little longer for these guys to get open. You get the rush. They don't get Jameis down. He keeps his eyes downfield, and Theo Johnson, one of his favorite go-to guys, again coming up with a big play for the Giants.
39 yards from Winston to Johnson on 3rd and 17 to keep this drive alive for the Giants. From the Lions 18, this is Tracy. Tyrone Tracy picks up 3. Jack Campbell made the tackle. Now 4.5 remaining. A huge play. If the Giants had not converted, they would have punted it back to the Lions.
Look at that, 10 catches of 20-plus yards today. Wow. The most since 1991. And I mentioned Jameis Winston, a special type of quarterback to sit in there. You just saw exactly what I was talking about. He beats the rush, keeps his eyes downfield, cool, calm, collected. Throws a beautiful ball to Theo Johnson. He's been doing that all game today.
2nd down and 7. Here's Tracy. Tracy inside the 10. Still going. Picks up a Giants first down.
Yeah, look how many yards they're getting. Kenny, remember I said that the offensive line just leaning on the Lions defense? Look at that. The first time he gets touched was 6 yards down the field. Brian Branch can't bring him down. Tyrone Tracy, he's still churning those legs. This is a tired Lions front 7. They're getting beat off the ball by this front 5 of the Giants offensive line. Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, they're the ones getting some nice yards with this offense leaning on them.
First and goal from the Lions 4. Tracy.
There's defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard.
Timeout taken by the Lions. Detroit had not allowed a 300-yard passer all season. Jameis Winston has thrown for 344 yards, 2 touchdowns. Also has the TD reception. Russell Wilson started the first 3 games. Jackson Dart, the rookie, the next 7. But still in concussion protocol, so it's been Winston these last 2. Kelvin Shepard played for the Giants in 2016 and 17. Steve Spagnuolo, their longtime defensive coordinator, one of his mentors, one of the big reasons that Shepard went into the coaching profession.
That's right. He models his defense like between Aaron Glenn and Steve Spagnuolo. And look at the time of possession. New York Giants just been running the ball and making some timely big plays.
2nd and goal. Fake to Singletary. Winston incomplete, looking for Theo Johnson, so the clock stops.
Yeah, I don't like that play. I want to see them run the football, force the Lions to use a timeout, or run 40 more seconds off the play clock. And you see the throw just outside the reach of Theo Johnson. You know he wants to go to him, but again, Mike Kafka, look, I don't like that call, but this whole game, outstanding. Completely outstanding. I mean, he's done a tremendous job of play calling, been very patient the whole time. Now is the time you force these guys to take their timeouts.
3 tight ends for the Giants. And an extra blocker, Stinney. There's Singletary, nowhere to go. So the Lions defense coming up big on 3rd down to stop Devin Singletary. Aiden Hutchinson along with Derek Barnes. Second timeout taken by the Lions. So with the Giants leading by 3, for the moment, the offense remains out on the field. A field goal would make it a 6-point game. Detroit could go ahead with a touchdown and an extra point, so it looks like the Giants going forward on 4th down.
Yeah, I don't like that call either. I'd rather them take the points and then rely on your defense. The defense has done a nice job today. The Lions have put up 24 points, but it has been a struggle offensively for the Lions. It was feast or famine basically the whole game, aside from Jahmyr Gibbs having these outstanding runs. There wasn't much offensively.
So instead of attempting a field goal, which would extend the lead to 6, 4th and goal. Winston looking, throws, and it's incomplete. Off the hands of Johnson. So it remains a 3-point game. And Detroit will take over deep in their own territory.
Yeah, again, I don't like the call. You see Jameis Winston, he was going to go to either Wan'Dale Robinson or Theo Johnson. We knew that. Rock is sitting right there with the pass breakup, but now you have the Detroit Lions who can just get down the field, kick a field goal to tie the game as opposed to needing a touchdown.
Right, if the Giants kick the field goal, Lions would need a touchdown, but now just need to get into field goal range to tie it.
Yeah, I don't like their 2nd down call, which was a pass. Didn't like that. Didn't like them going for it on 4th down. Aside from that, though, as I mentioned before, Kafka, he's done a tremendous job today. It was really good play calling, great scheme that they had. Now Jared Goff, 21 game-winning drives in the 4th quarter OT. Last time he did it was against the Baltimore Ravens. He's got an opportunity here.
Worse starting field position for the Lions. Then they have only one timeout. Goff from the end zone. Pass is complete to the tight end, Brock Wright, as we check in with Carissa.
Thank you, Kenny. Letting you guys know what's coming up next. It's America's Game of the Week, a classic NFC East battle. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles looking for their 5th straight win and quieting those critics, taking on Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, looking to keep their playoff hopes alive. It's all coming up next. It's America's Game of the Week. Kenny?
All right, thanks, Carissa. We look forward to it.
Giants have a defender down right now. See, the trainers are attending to him. It looks like it's Drew Phillips. He just got up. He was the one that just made the tackle on Brock Wright. There's Drew Phillips. He's going, taking the legs out of Brock Wright, trying to keep him in bounds so the clock would run.
So Phillips will be helped across to the Giants sideline.
They're already out. Deonte Banks today, he's inactive. Paulson Adebo, one of their starting corners, he's not here either. And so you're looking at them playing, either Corey Black, Nick Jones has been coming in as well.
4 losses after leading in the 4th quarter this season. Giants have not trailed today. They've led 10-0, 17-7, 27-17. 2nd down and 6. 2:50 on the clock. Goff under pressure on 2nd down. Flag is thrown as Goff steps out of bounds at the 15-yard line.
Holding. Offense, number 68. Penalties half the distance to the goal. Replay 2nd down.
Taylor Decker, the left tackle.
Brian Burns is such a smart player. He goes up the field, up the field, up the field. Now, 4th quarter, up and under. When he does that, you get the holding call on Taylor Decker, flush Jared Goff out the pocket, and that brings up a 2nd and long for the Detroit Lions. Brian Burns, very smart player, and he's able to do it all. I mentioned him rushing the passer as he's doing now, where he should be, obviously, but he can also drop back. He plays the run well, but I like how smart he is. It's a chess match for him.
2nd down at 11. Goff from the end zone. Catch made by Gibbs, and he picks up a Lions first down out to the 18-yard line.
Still have the 2-minute warning and 1 timeout. And anybody wondering why the Lions aren't rushing, there's really no need to rush right now. They can get another play in before the 2-minute warning and then still have that timeout to rely on, since they only need a field goal instead of, had the Giants kicked the field goal and made it, a touchdown.
From the 18 on first down. Pass incomplete. Clock stops at 2:07.
Yeah, the Giants are looking for intentional grounding, but he got outside the tackle box and the ball did get across the line of scrimmage, so no intentional grounding. Meanwhile, Brian Burns is going to take a rest. Dexter Lawrence is also going to come out. Seeing where they're going to generate their pass rush from. It's going to be Abdul Carter. It's going to be at the bottom of the screen, and Chauncey Golston. So got Abdul Carter right down here. See if he can generate pressure on Jared Goff.
Goff on second down. And wrapped up about a yard shy of the marker is Amon-Ra St. Brown. As we hit the 2-minute warning in Detroit. 3rd down and 1 for the Lions.
Today's game on Fox is sponsored by Ford.
Nearly 900 yards of total offense in Detroit today. Jameis Winston to Wan'Dale Robinson. Amon-Ra St. Brown into the end zone. Also reached the 500 reception mark. Winston back of the end zone. Isaiah Hutchins. And then how about Gunnar Olszewski? First pass attempt of his career. First reception for Jameis Winston. 2 Giants touchdowns on trick plays, and then Jahmyr Gibbs took this one 49 yards. Now on 3rd and short, Lions pick up the first down. It's Gibbs down to 1:50. Winston 344 yards. Goff a couple of touchdown passes. Big plays throughout. And now Detroit looking to get into field goal range. St. Brown makes the catch. Bates, career long, is 58 yards. State Farm game break coming up, so they would have to get to the Giants 40. They need about 22 yards to get up to field goal range. It's St. Brown again. Lions have 1 timeout, down to 1:15.
You know, if I'm Shane Bowen right now, as they're going to spike the ball, I would start to play press man and make these throws tighter for Jared Goff. We saw last week versus the Eagles, they played press man basically the whole time, made it very difficult for Goff. He had his worst completion day probably in his career, now that I think about it. And you come back now, I'm looking at Shane Bowen and what they're doing defensively. It's really passive, right? He's hoping that Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter can get there with a 4-man rush. But in a 2-minute drill, look, they get tired just like the wide receivers get tired, right? So the rush may not be as strong, and you got to do something to help them. So you play press man, make those throws tighter, or make Goff have to pat the ball one time maybe, and go from there.
Now they're forced to take their final timeout.
Final timeout, Detroit.
With the clock stopped after they spiked it. Play clock ran all the way down. Our Fox NFL doubleheader continues with America's Game of the Week. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. Some of you will see the Falcons and the Saints. Check local listings for the game in your area right here on Fox. How about that note at the bottom? Dak Prescott 21-2 at home against division opponents.
Amazing. Amazing. Talk about dominance. Meanwhile, the Detroit Lions just lost their timeout.
Out of timeouts.
Because of the play clock. It ran down.
2nd down and 10. It's Gibbs. Picks up a Lions first down. Gain of 12, and now a flag.
All of the Lions players are signaling it's against the Giants. They might have messed with the football or something.
After the play, delay a game. New York knocked the ball out of the player's hand, delaying the game. Number 8, the 5-yard penalty First down.
So that's Javon Holland.
So he makes the tackle, and then he's trying to slow the game down. He knocks the ball out of Jahmyr Gibbs' hand. You can't do that, especially not in front of the official. So they get a delay of game, and what it does is stops the clock, and it gives the Detroit Lions an extra 5 yards.
So now the line of scrimmage, the 36. It would be a 54-yard field goal from here. Goff on first down, incomplete. Diving attempt made by the rookie Isaac Tesslaw.
I just mentioned Abdul Carter. He's going to get very low and around. Taylor Decker gets a shot on Jared Goff. Brian Burns is there as well. Doesn't allow him to follow through with that throw.
Fans reacting to the replay on the
Yeah, they thought
big screen.
that Burns hit Jared Goff in the head, right?
There's Bates. His career long 58. 2nd and 5. Final minute, fourth quarter. Lions with no timeouts. Goff swings it out, and then
Nice
Dane
tackle.
Belton takes down Jahmyr Gibbs. They lose 5 yards on the play.
That was a poor decision by Jared Goff. It was going to get them nowhere. Plus, he's inbounds, and the clock is still winding down.
Now 3rd down and 10. Goff looking, pass incomplete. So now it's 4th down, and thanks to that play that enabled the Giants to force a loss of 5 yards, it will be a 59-yard attempt. Would have been 54 if not for that.
Well, what I like
a couple ago.
Yeah, I like the switch up by Shane Bowen, defensive coordinator. What you saw was man coverage finally, as opposed to zone coverage. So Dane Belton had Jahmyr Gibbs man coverage. They get the 5-yard tackle for loss. And then that time, Zaire Barnes, he had man coverage as well, forcing down the 4th down.
So here's Bates from 59. It is good.
I mean, even Mike Kafka had to smile at that one. Career long 59-yarder. He put everything he had into this kick. It looks like it's going to bend wide. Kind of curls back inside. Just sneaks in there.
Matching a franchise record. Matt Prater with 2 59-yard field goals for the Lions. And they have tied this game at 27.
Man, gets no closer than that. Bent it right back inside. But we have to go back to Mike Kafka going for it on 4th down as opposed to kicking the field goal. They would have been up 6, and then the Lions would have had to have gone for it on that 4th and long, trying to get a touchdown to win the game as opposed to kicking that 59-yarder to tie the game. Now, the Giants do have 3 timeouts, 28 seconds.
Olszewski on the return. Out to the 32.
So they have 3 timeouts, 24 seconds. And what we've seen all game is Jameis Winston hitting these big shots to Theo Johnson, big shots to Wendell Robinson. They have had all these chunk plays. I can see them being very aggressive going forward to try to get a 4th field goal.
That was a smart play on the kickoff by the Lions. They kept it out of the end zone, so they gained 3 yards. Giants would have gotten it at the 35, and they also took time off the clock.
That's correct. Took off 4 seconds. Go-to guys have been Theo Johnson, Wandale Robinson for Jameis Winston.
Giants have all 3 timeouts from the 32. Winston throws.
Oh, what a play.
Robinson, the intended receiver.
What a play. Amik Robertson, that's actually cover 2. Amik Robertson almost baited Jameis Winston into that. So just watch what he does here as far as falling back. That is a tremendous play by Amik Robinson. They've run that so many times, and they've had it open so many times. This time, great individual effort by Amik Robinson for that pass breakup.
Giants need about 28 yards to get it to field goal range for Koo. Winston off his back foot. Pass incomplete.
Flag on the play.
He was looking for Hodgins.
Illegal hands to the face, defense, offense, number 72. It's a 10-yard penalty, replay, second down.
That's on the right tackle, Jermaine Illuminor.
Yeah, now it's about the time where you say, okay, we'll just run the football and take it to overtime. By the way, Jermaine Illuminor, he's had a phenomenal game today. He's done a tremendous job against Aiden Hutchinson and the rest of this pass rushing Lions defense. We haven't heard anything of Aiden Hutchinson today. He hasn't done much. Got to give credit to the offensive line. And then there we go. Offense, they're going to take a knee and take it into overtime.
Giants led most of the way. Lions tied it on the 59-yard Bates field goal. So this game will head to overtime in Detroit. Bates tying a franchise record from 59 yards out moments ago. Coin toss coming up. Both teams with the opportunity to possess. 1 10-minute period, 2 timeouts per team. All replays initiated from the booth. And for our crew, Jonathan, back-to-back overtimes in different countries. Madrid last week.
You're right. You're right. Went across
Commanders
the
and
pond.
Dolphins.
Yeah, went across the pond. Had the international game. Boy, was that a fun time. Madrid was a great city. Really enjoyed it. And now we got overtime here. It's been a very kind of up and down game. You kind of look at it from the Giants' perspective. Really proud of the way that they played, how hard they played. Interim head coach Mike Kafka, he was phenomenal to talk with.
One 10-minute overtime period. Both teams will have the opportunity to possess the ball unless the first team scores, unless there's a safety on the first possession, or one team holds the ball for all 10 minutes. Each team is allowed 2 timeouts, fourth quarter time rules apply, and all replays are initiated from the replay booth. New York, visiting team, the line is heads, the NFL shield is tails. What is it called? Tails. Called tails. It is tails. You won the toss. You want to kick the ball and you want to kick it that way. Yep.
So Russell Wilson makes the correct call on the coin toss. Overtime from Detroit. Next. Last time the Detroit Lions lost back-to-back games, middle of the 2022 season. Lost last week in Philadelphia. And now overtime. First time this season for the Lions. Giants, week 2, lost in overtime at Dallas, 40-37.
Giants were up 27-17. Beginning of the fourth quarter. Lions fought back.
Giants, had they kicked a field goal, would have got up by 6.
Yep.
There's Sailors on the return. Instead, the Lions defense stopped them. And then Bates matched the franchise record with a 59-yard field goal to tie this game. And now Goff and the Lions offense, first possession of overtime.
Yeah, very interesting. Giants defense. DJ Davidson is in right now, not Dexter Lawrence. So you have all the starters in there except for Dexter Lawrence. And I don't see him on the sideline, so I'm going to keep watching that.
Here's Gibbs on first down. Jahmyr Gibbs across midfield. One man to beat. Inside the 20, the 10. Touchdown on the first play from scrimmage. In overtime. Remember, the Giants will have an opportunity. Gibbs takes it 69 yards.
And that's why I mentioned Dexter Lawrence not being in the game. There was nobody to plug the middle of this defense. You just watch how they're hooking the defensive line. They stunt one way, they get out there, get out leverage. Nobody touches Jahmyr Gibbs. That is inexcusable Giants defense. Nobody touches the best running back in the league right now. He has burst on the scene for about 5 of these long runs today, touchdowns. Unbelievable. Nice play by Jahmyr Gibbs. terrible defense by the Giants.
He has touchdown runs of 49 and 69 yards. A career high 219 yards on the ground for Gibbs today.
Amazing. Amazing how fast he is. Amazing how well he runs between the tackles. Amazing the offensive line, what they did today. And look at the touchdowns today. The bottom three, 33-yard TD reception, 49-yard rush, 69-yard rush. He would have had another rushing touchdown. He got stopped right at the 1-yard line. Ended up getting a touchdown after that as well.
The Hall of Famer Barry Sanders once rushed for 237, once rushed for 220. Gibbs now third on the Lions all-time list with 219 yards on the ground today.
Dan Campbell said he is special. He is something special. Every time he touches the football, he felt like he could take it the distance, and we've seen that happen today multiple times. Still scratching my head why Dexter Lawrence was not in the game to start overtime. They could have used him there to plug up the middle.
So now an opportunity for the Giants, who trail for the first time today. Led by 10 early in the fourth quarter following the touchdown reception by Jameis Winston. Here's Eric Gray. So now the Giants need a touchdown and an extra point.
Look, they've had their explosive plays. It's just been a little different. It hasn't been, the run game being able to do it. It's been Jameis Winston. So they're going to rely on him and his big arm. See if he can get the ball to Theo Johnson, Wan'Dale Robinson. Those two guys have been outstanding today.
Looking ahead, if the Giants do reach the end zone, do they go for two?
I would. Why not?
Need to drive 70 yards. Trailing by 7 in overtime. Off the fake to Tracy. Winston's pass. It's Bellinger. Diving attempt. And Bellinger is down.
So Bellinger almost had it. That ball clearly touches the ground. Then, of course, he was not able to corral it. He's up. Looks like he probably landed on the ball, wincing a little bit in pain there. Meanwhile, that's a devastated defense. They have played really good football, again, up until the fourth quarter. It's been their Achilles heel all season long.
Same script as in so many of their games this season, especially on the road. 2nd and 10. Here's Tracy, tried to bounce it to the outside, and he's taken down by Anzalone. Short gain on the play. There's Dexter Lawrence, who you were talking about a minute ago.
Yeah, it's so frustrating because they have some really, really talented players on the defense. Dexter Lawrence being one of, if not the best, one-technique defensive tackles in the game. We've mentioned Brian Burns. He's having a career year. And then you have some other players that are doing well, but together, they're just not there as a unit when it comes to the fourth quarter.
3rd down and 10 for Jameis Winston and the Giants. Winston's pass incomplete. Hodgins, the intended receiver, and now it comes down to this. 4th down.
I'd go back to that bunch play with Wan'Dale Robinson. They like to bunch up the receivers. Get him on a corner route. Try to clear out. See if Amik Robinson can make that spectacular play again. If not, it'll be a completion.
Giants must pick up the 1st down. Trailing by 7 in overtime. They pump up the play clock. Winston on 4th down. Flag on the play as Winston picks up first down yardage with his feet. There is a flag. Winston gains 11 out of bounds at the 41.
Defense number 54. Lined up in the neutral zone. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a first down.
That's a Liam McNeil penalty decline. And Winston keeps this game alive for the Giants with an 11-yard first down run.
Yeah, it was press man by the Detroit Lions. Jameis recognized that as soon as he got out of the pocket, there was going to be nobody there. They would get that first down.
Record-setting number of games with a game-winning score the final 2 minutes of the fourth or overtime over the first 11 weeks of the NFL season. Giants need a touchdown from the 41. The fake to Tracy. And then Winston throws. It's Theo Johnson, the tight end, who comes down with it in Lions territory.
Let's see if he comes down with it. Nice reception, nice hands. Theo Johnson, left leg down, right leg inbounds.
Gain of 14.
He maintains possession of that.
So Winston converting on the 4th and 10.
Yeah, but Theo's
Johnson
now
shaken
out.
up.
Yeah.
From the Detroit 45, Devin Singletary picks up 5 yards down to the 40.
This goes back to them just running their normal offense. They've been doing this all game long. Nice mix of running pass. Theo Johnson is back in the game for the Giants. And then now the defense, Lions, they're starting to trade out some of those defensive linemen as well. You can see they're starting to breathe a little heavy. And I mentioned that this offensive line, they lose the game, that's fine, but it's not on them because they played really good football today.
Over 1,000 yards of offense today in Detroit. Here's Singletary to the Lions 37. Third down and short coming up for the Giants.
Tyrone Tracy's coming in for Devin Singletary. Wan'Dale Robinson comes back in. Now this is 3rd and short. You really have your option. You can do a run play, knowing you can go for it on 4th down. You can try a quick hitter with Wan'Dale Robinson. One thing we haven't talked about is how sudden he is in the short and intermediate routes. We've seen him on all the big plays, but he is really good at the slants, these option routes as well.
Play clock at 2. Kafka trying to call timeout. And he did. He was sprinting up the sideline to get the attention of the officials. And the Giants use a timeout here in overtime, trailing the Detroit Lions by 7. What a game. Kenny Albert, Jonathan Vilma, overtime here in Detroit, over 1,000 yards of offense. Giants with touchdowns on 2 trick plays, a 59-yard field goal to tie it by Bates of the Lions, and then a 69-yard touchdown run by Gibbs on the first play of OT.
It has been extremely exciting, and then just watching the way that the Lions responded every time, right? The Lions would see the Giants go, they'd make a big play, then somehow the Lions would come back, they'd make a big play as well. And I just keep going back to the start of this fourth quarter. It was 27-17, now in overtime. First time that the Giants are losing in this game.
3rd down and 2. Winston complete. It's Tracy. Picks up a Giants first down.
Yeah, and that's a nice play call by Mike Kafka. It really gives Jameis Winston the option to run or pass, right? Like, he could have run for that. Didn't have to. Tracy is out there, throws it, gets a completion.
Remember, the Giants were down to their final play, 4th and 10. Game would have been over had the Lions stopped them. Winston picked up the first. Giants now over 500 yards of offense. New set of downs as Winston swings it out to Robinson. That's his 9th catch. Wan'Dale Robinson has a touchdown.
He thought he was going to have Theo Johnson screaming down the seam. It wasn't there. It was nice defense by, nice eyes by the Lions defense. And he swings it out to Wan'Dale Robinson for a couple yards. I see them going back to the running game. It's second down. Try to make it a third and manageable, knowing that you'll have 2 downs to go for it.
10th play of the drive in overtime. 2nd down and 7. Winston's pass incomplete. Looking for a diving Wan'Dale Robinson.
This time, Jameis just put a little too much on it for Wan'Dale, and they have been connecting all game long. Usually that would have been a completion. See, Jameis, wish he would have that one back. Brings up this 3rd and long, but again, they're going to go for it on 4th down if they don't convert here. So really no panic. Just run your offense the way you've been doing.
3rd down and 7 for the Giants. Trailing by 7 in overtime. It's Tracy. So now another 4th down coming up. If they do not convert, the Lions will celebrate.
And I know defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard, he likes his press man. That's his bread and butter. If I'm him, I will show press man, drop back in zone, because I don't want Jameis Winston to have the opportunity to escape the pocket and then run for a 1st down again.
Giants must convert here. 4th down and 5. Must get to the 22-yard line of Detroit. Winston looking on 4th down. He's wrapped up, and down he goes. Aiden Hutchinson with the exclamation point in an overtime victory for the Detroit Lions.
Just watch the relentless effort of Aiden Hutchinson. He keeps going, circles back. Jameis Winston tries to get out of the pocket. Nobody to throw to. And Aiden Hutchinson, the captain that he is, puts an exclamation point on the game. What a way to come back.
The Lions win at 34-27 in overtime. For Jonathan Vilma and Megan O'Leary, I'm Kenny Albert. America's Game of the Week, next.
Clock keeps running. Dan Quinn, now he'll stop it. Now we'll stop it at 3:12. Was thinking about it for a couple of seconds. And we'll take it here before 3rd and 4.
I don't think you're going to see any pressure. I really don't. But man, you're tempted to, because 3rd and 4, and you know what Sean Payton has in that bag of tricks. But from Sean Payton's standpoint now, he's got to say, do I assume this is going to be a zone? Because those are 2 different plays, right? Obviously, there are adjustments you can make during the course of the route. But the success that they've had tonight, Washington, on defenses, coming in zone defenses, but so many times tonight we've seen Evan Ingram just pop wide open on that little release route for an easy 1st down in a key moment.
Interesting chess game here. Washington's looking to see what personnel Sean Payton put on the field. He's so masterful at different personnel groups. They're matching it with how they want to play this.
Yeah, they're coming out with 3 wide receivers.
And Prentice, the fullback, as the lone back there to protect or release. He had a catch earlier in this quarter. Timeout, Denver. So Washington had the answers. Denver did not. 2 left for the Broncos. So isn't it fun when one team has lost this many in a row, 6 in a row like Washington has, and Denver's won 8 in a row? You're like, this game isn't going to be good. But every December you see these games end up being close, and it just speaks to culture and what's going on in locker rooms and in franchises, how much you play this well, even with a bad record.
Yeah, and Terry McLaurin's return, I think, definitely has been a factor. Bobby Wagner's having a big game out there. Jerron Payne. So some of the veteran guys that are the reason you bring those guys in, because you know they'll never quit. Yeah. They may not be as talented as they once were, but they'll never quit, and we've seen that out of Washington tonight.
And if they can get a play here, they'll have a chance to come back and end that losing streak. Denver trying to keep it rolling, get to 10-2. Wagner with the last word for Jacob Martin. 3rd and 4. They only bring 3. Nixon's throw is incomplete. They drop Martin back there to get in the way of Cortland Sutton, and Denver will punt it away with 3:09 to go.
Not only did they not blitz, they simply are going to drop back underneath, not just make it a 4-man rush. It was a 3-man rush with Martin going to the exact spot where the ball was going. That is just tremendous defense on the part of Washington, and let's give Dan Quinn credit. Once again, he had the right answer.
Lane had a 90-yard touchdown return on a punt earlier this year against Las Vegas. Crawshaw hits it. Lane's got it at the 15-yard line. Cannot get away from the initial tackle. J.L. Skinner on special teams makes it a long field for Washington. Great play.
Tremendous, and Antonio Hamilton, the other number 34, chasing, was upset with himself that he failed to make that block.
Skinner and Devon Key have had an outstanding special teams season for Denver and come up with that one that makes it a long field now for Marcus Mariota. 3 minutes, 1 timeout, and they start at their own 15.
In 4-down territory now, so you understand going into it that you have an additional down.
Mariota stepping up, firing for Burks, incomplete. Burks trying to draw the flag after the ball was gone with Surtain. Nothing doing, 2nd down.
I don't know how many more I would throw at Surtain on this final drive, because this drive might end on 1 throw. Look at him, man coverage, and what it allows them to do is no matter where he is, he can take away your best, and then you slide to help everybody else. Just a game changer since he's been back in the lineup.
We're seeing guys slip out of their breaks here with this newly laid down sod. 2nd and 10. Great get off by Benito. Mariota going the other way. Got a 1st down. At the 26. Hit on the sideline. No flag. Gain of 11. Clock stops at 2:49.
Same thing, Mike. You get in those situations where you try to get fancy with your rush, you dip inside, and you leave the edge open. You can't do it in these situations. You know it's a hurry up. You cannot give a mobile quarterback like Mariota that kind of edge.
Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito, those edges. You've had a great year. They get off at the top by Benito. The throw to Burks. Incomplete. Riley Moss had the coverage. 2nd and 10.
Maybe one of the biggest statistics of this night in my mind is that Riley Moss does not have a pass interference call on those deep throws. Those are plays earlier this year he has consistently been getting penalized. Give him credit. He's cleaning it up. No foul so far tonight.
Well, for 9 DPIs, defensive pass interference flags this season. 2nd and 10. Mariota putting it up top and deep for McLaurin. Nothing going there. Surtain right with him, step for step. 3rd and 10, 4-down territory, 2:38 to go.
But that does help. If you're a receiver and you've thrown something deep, and Vance Joseph knows this as well, that now you know they're willing to take that kind of shot. So defensively, in your mind, you don't want to be the guy that gives up a 75-yard touchdown to lose the game. So you get a little extra space after a throw like that. Where they are all up here in a blitz look.
Seven across that line. Now 5 as they drop back. Underneath the throw is caught right near the line. Let's see the mark. It is marked short with Ertz. 4th and inches. Clock running. Offense stays out.
Snap it. Snap it. Don't wait for them.
Mariota goes to the gun. Inside give. McNichols has the 1st down. 38-yard line. And Washington will likely see this run down to the 2-minute warning. See Dan Quinn smile. He loves that his team's competed here tonight. Trying to be the 8th team in this Week 13 to pull off an upset. Can they do it? Or will Denver win a 9th consecutive game? Final 2 coming up. Washington down 3. Right after the game, Chevrolet postgame. Melissa with the stars of the game. We'll look at the big storylines from today. Preview next Sunday. All coming up after the game. Washington Commanders trying to do to Denver what Denver has done over and over this year. A comeback in the fourth quarter to tie or win the game. They're just under 30 yards out of reasonable field goal range. From the 37, Mariota in the middle. That was caught at midfield. Zach Ertz with the grab. First down, Commanders.
One thing you know about Zach Ertz is that he can handle the pressure. He's the guy that had the big fourth down catch and the winning catch in the Super Bowl for Philadelphia.
Get a whistle here and a flag for illegal motion on Washington with a running clock in the last 2 minutes. Would come with a 10-second runoff. The question now is, does Sean Payton want that? Sean likes to just take his time and go through all of this to get the call right and the decision. He likes to have control of the game. And here's Lan Clark. Land's
laughing.
Well, he's talking on the communication amongst the officials to the official staying next to Dan Quinn to ask what he wants to do.
False start. Offense number 17. 5-yard penalty. Still first down. Washington is elected to take a 10-second runoff. Clock operator, please set to 1 minute and 29 seconds and start on my signal.
Yeah, McLaurin's going to be the receiver at the top. I don't see much here. Let's see. Is he not set for a second? No, he is. Wow. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
We'll be reset to the end of the play in 10 seconds to be run off. Clock operator, please set to 1:31.
That's not a foul. I mean, it's really not.
Thank you.
Yeah, unless that's the wrong number.
What? No, it's right in front of the official who blew it dead. Yeah. You could see him running in. And yes, there was a moment where he got set, but I don't think at this point in the game that's a foul.
So inside of 90 seconds now. Mariota first and 15 with time. Throws it away. Everybody covered, gets rid of it. 1 minute 17 to go.
Terry McLaurin is just having a nightmare of a time with this newly laid sod, I guess, and staying on his feet. It has been slipping and sliding, and it is tough.
Did they call intentional grounding here? Lan Clark just put a flag down back by the quarterback. Again, he slipped and fell. The ball was thrown. He had a lot of time in the pocket. Did not get himself outside of the pocket, if that's what Clark is saying. And this has lost it down with it. We'll look at it as they sort here. Exactly what happened. And then the 10-second runoff is involved on this as well.
Intentional grounding. Offense, number 8. A 10-yard penalty with the loss of down. Second down.
The route's up here, this hook, and then when McLaurin went down and it sort of messed up the timing of the route. And I do think Mariota at that point said, I'm just getting rid of it here. Threw it over his head. I guess he just threw it too far.
Terry McCauley?
So this is absolutely not grounding, guys. He throws it over the head of number 17, who is outside the numbers. By rule, that is not intentional grounding.
So it's a couple backing up Washington here. First 5, then 10. Back to their own 35-yard line. Washington sideline very upset with not just the 2 flags, but also the administration of it here.
And they are talking about it again.
Well, what they're asking is what down it should be, Terry, here, with that intentional grounding call.
Second down with the loss of down. Second down.
Which goes back to Ertz making the first down catch around midfield. And then the McLaurin penalty made it 1st and 15, so now it's 2nd and 25. So that is correct, and a good job by the Washington sideline to be alert to that. Now they still have to get to the 40 for a first down and around field goal range. So a lot to do, couple of plays, up for McLaurin, it's broken up. And incomplete. And it's Riley Moss, the off-targeted corner, with the PBU.
Just perfectly timed out by Riley Moss. Good for him. This secondary, this defense, they're making plays when they have to in the clutch, and it's not just their superstars doing it. That's when you know teams like this have a chance. When I say you have a chance of winning it all.
Timing good there. 4-man rush coming for Denver. 3rd and 25. Mariota trying to get away. Keeps it alive. Finds McLaurin. And they'll have a shot at it. They'll have a shot to pick up the first down. Is 4th down and about 5 at the 45-yard line. Clock stopped, 52 seconds remaining. Again, McLaurin, who has been out for a while, trying to catch his breath. Missing a quad. Well, missing the games because of a quad injury, so he's got to come to the sideline after that one, so they don't have their biggest threat on the field for the biggest play of the night.
So you basically are thinking about Deebo Samuel, but tonight it's been Zach Ertz open the most in these situations.
They're both inside. Here comes the pressure, picked up for now. The throw inside. It's caught by Ertz for the first down, right around the 36-yard line. In field goal range for Moody. 38 seconds left. They erased 3rd and 25. Denver brings heat again. The Mariota throw is caught by Samuel. He's pulled down just shy of the 25-yard line. Washington has a timeout taken here. 26 seconds to go. We have a flag, though, on the far side. So in all of this craziness, yet another flag, this one on the opposite side of the field.
There was a player that ran on the field for Denver only about 2 steps and then ran back off the field right before the snap of the ball. I think they've got too many men on the field.
12 players on the field. Defense. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a first down.
So that leaves the ball at the 27-yard line. And the flag gives Washington a chance to catch their breath as the clock stops at 26 seconds.
All the way up here on the top.
Yep.
Is where that extra guy came on and went right back off. But now you go and start talking about winning the game if you're Washington.
Because they were getting ready to take a timeout. Got a chance to get themselves
Clock
collected.
Operator, please set the clock to 31 seconds. 3-1.
Get some extra time. Keep that time out, Chris, so everything's available to Washington.
And they also got Terry McLaurin back on the field here.
Again, Jake Moody is in his first game kicking for the Commanders. In field goal range, what can they do? Deebo Samuel trying to work on the outside. The 21 and the 20. And pushing there is forward progress stop. Clock running and stop now with a Washington timeout.
Yeah, you got to take the timeout there. Because with 22 seconds, you still have a chance to work the middle of the field here and just have plenty of time to get up and get it clocked.
And now with no timeouts, you've got to be ready in case something does happen inbounds for that fire drill of a field goal to run everybody out. You hope they have time to spike it, stop the clock, and stay calm. But again, we tell you the story of Zach Triner, who's played 84 games in the NFL. 3 with Miami last year. He's been in a couple of camps this year. However, he had to be added to the roster. I was added to the roster late on Friday when Tyler Ott came up with an illness and a back injury. Ott was declared out this morning. So very few opportunities to work with that battery of Triner and Moody, both making their Washington debut. But Tress Way, the veteran, the holder, is the glue to keep it together.
Tell you what, right down here, you've got a matchup you're going to like. That's going to be against Riley Moss. He has a lot of penalties in this situation. You have a receiver who's made a good play.
Mariota taking a shot. Nobody is there. It is incomplete. And they're pointing towards the receiver who is outside the numbers as the intended receiver. So it will be no grounding, incomplete pass. 3rd and 3 as Jaden Daniels watches this play out.
That's what Mariota, he saw the same thing I did. He goes, we're going to take our shot and throw this thing down here. And yet it was Burks who somehow broke it off to the inside, and Mariota was taking a shot to win the game.
McLaurin will be the lone receiver at the top of the screen. Surtain, the defensive player of the year, over there with him. They're going to decide to run here. They don't have a timeout. Mariota tries to get to the sideline, and he does. Whoa, 12 seconds left. They got the first down. That was so dangerous.
Well, the other part of this, if Mariota does not finish going forward and he's going backwards there, if he doesn't do that last lunge, he does not get out of bounds.
That's a really good call by the line judge. Now 12 seconds left. You want to take a shot at the end zone?
Of course.
No timeout, so it's got to be that. Kill the clock, middle of the field, not available.
No sack.
Timeout taken.
Cannot have a sack here against the leading sack team in the NFL, and you're going spread.
Denver.
Here is the run, and you pointed out the end of it so big, Chris.
If he is pushed backwards in the field of play, even if he's pushed backwards out of bounds, that clock is going to keep running. It looks like that's what's going to happen there, but Mariota pushes back forward to allow that timeout to happen. That is a really heads up and a strong, powerful play for a quarterback running the football. And that was Surtain that hit him, who's a stud.
So you talk about making big plays in the red zone, and you've got Burks. We saw his one-handed catch before. Ertz, who's had so many big plays. The strength of Deebo Samuel, and Terry McLaurin, who's made plays over the years for Washington in big moments. So options here. Denver protecting the goal line. 12 seconds remaining. It's a 3-man rush. Mariota throws it out of the back. Nothing came open. 7 seconds left. Do they take one more look at it?
The one thing they've done so well is have those low to the ground throws to Ertz, you know, around the red zone. Just try and drill one in low right on the other side of the goal line. But man, this is getting close. Any sort of forced scramble, any sort of movement.
Play clock's running down here at 13 and 12. They've got to get going quick here.
And Deebo doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, really quick. Got the play clock reset, and just going to throw it over by the cheerleaders. And now they'll go to Moody to try to tie the game and send it to overtime. So Jake Moody, really good kicker during his college days at Michigan. Won the Groza Award that goes to the best place kicker in college football. So good, San Francisco drafted him in the 3rd round. Didn't work out the couple of years there. Cut after the opener this year. Signed with Chicago when they had an injury. 2 games for them. First game for Washington, trying to tie the game with a 32-yard field goal.
Watch the footing here.
Snap was good. Wade put it down. Moody tied the game, and we'll go to overtime. OT here in Landover.
Perfect snap, perfect hold, and even the field held up there. We have seen so many people slip tonight. And if you slip on a normal pass route, I was thinking the kicker, he drives in there just as hard as anybody.
Credit to Dan Quinn's team, huh?
Yeah, what a performance tonight. And for Dan Quinn, he basically told us how this game could be won.
Exactly.
I mean, he laid it out. He said, we're going to stay with the run, be consistent, a little safer on defense, some zone plays on the back end, and it's worked to perfection. And now they have a chance in OT.
And Washington will go to overtime for the second consecutive game, as they did in Madrid a few weeks ago. It's been a minute since Denver won an overtime game. Glenn Clark getting everybody organized. And we'll give the verbal to what you read on the left side of the screen.
Gentlemen, welcome to overtime. We'll play one 10-minute period. Each team will have the opportunity to possess the ball unless the first team keeps it the whole time or the defense scores a safety. Timing will be like the fourth quarter. Each team will get 2 timeouts. All the replays will come from the booths. If we're still tied at the end of the 10 minutes, the game will be recorded as a tie. Any questions? We're just going to flip the same coin, heads and tails. Heads and tails. What is your call? Tails. Call is tails. And it is head.
We're going to kick that way.
Kick that way?
Kick that way.
You're going to kick?
Yeah.
You'll receive this way.
Kicking that way.
Yes, sir. Washington's choice, they will kick this way.
The mechanics of this have not been smoothed out yet, but you get the idea that Washington wants to play defense. We'll go to the 10-minute overtime. How about more football on this great Thanksgiving weekend? Marcus Mariota filling in for Jaden Daniels. Solid performance here tonight. Takes Washington down the field. 2 field goals from Jake Moody to tie this game at 20. Send it to overtime. Moody, the Washington kicker, has a game-winning field goal in this stadium already this year. But for Chicago, when he was kicking for the Bears for those 2 games replacing Cairo Santos, maybe he'll get another chance to have 2 game winners in the same stadium for different teams.
This game is crazy.
Isn't it? It's crazy stuff.
They got away with kicking that way. That one's not supposed to happen either.
That's right. On the coin toss, you don't get both options. And Tress Way just kind of took the steering wheel and just decided to take it and take the direction too.
Oh, boy.
You should have 2 separate choices. Once you take one, the other comes up. And with all that, overtime begins. Madej stumbling on the return to the 24-yard line, where Antonio Hamilton Sr. was waiting to tackle him. I mentioned it's been a minute for Denver since they won an overtime game. They've lost their last 5. Their last overtime win was the last Monday Night Football game of 2015. They beat Cincinnati in overtime. Special year for the Broncos that ended up in the Super Bowl in Santa Clara. They hope to do the same this year.
55, Jacob Martin is the best pass rusher so far right now for the Commanders team. He needs it.
From the 24, it is Nix throwing underneath. Space for the back, R.J. Harvey. He's going to get a little assistance to be carried out off his feet to the 36-yard line.
It is interesting, the trade-off. You know, J.K. Dobbins averaging 5 yards a carry, and we've seen pretty good runs tonight out of R.J. Harvey as well. But I think come playoff time, Harvey as a receiving threat late in games might end up being a bit of an edge for the Broncos.
Washington choosing to kick off after winning the toss. That's happened in 7 of the 11 overtime games played this year. Here comes the pressure off the edge. Harvey got enough for the pickup, and Nix smoothly to Troutman, the tight end, to the 48-yard line. Good play all the way around. Denver first down.
Oh, boy, you love this when your rookies actually know what to do. Watch him here. Harvey is going to come over and pick up this blitz from McGee, who is a stud. He is a really tough player. And watch how calmly Bo Nix just gathers himself, steps up into the pocket, looks around, and makes the play.
43 pass attempts for Nix tonight. Pointing at Frankie Louvu. Four-man rush. He's got time. And in the middle, he's got Evan Ingram inside the 20 to the 10-yard line. Big play from Ingram. 41 yards.
Mike, here's the joker again. This is the play they can't stop. Bobby Wagner is a good athlete, but he can't cover these moves inside by Evan Ingram. They just haven't taken advantage of that enough. Even in a zone defense, you still have to be able to make that play, and the throw is so short, it's just easily done.
From the 11, Nix. Inside route complete to Sutton for 6 to the 5-yard line. Denver scored on all 4 trips inside the 20. 2 of the 4 trips with touchdowns.
But this is the danger of playing too much zone defense. It's why you have to sort of be able to change up. And right now, Washington doesn't have the pass rushers to get any pressure, so your zone gets stretched out, your quarterback's comfortable, and they can take those short, quick throws.
Harvey, the running back. He's got it left side into the end zone for the touchdown. They want to get there, they go left. R.J. Harvey for the second time tonight with a rushing touchdown. Denver by 6.
That was just an explosion of running right there. Right down the defense and barely a finger laid on R.J. Harvey. So, you know, you say you want to see Bo Nix in tough situations. How about that one? What was that, a 3-play drive?
Yeah. Really quick, just took 3 minutes. Extra point added by Lutz. 4 throws from Nix. And that touchdown run, Garrett Bowles, great block too. Buried Frankie Louvu. Gave a clear path for Harvey. Washington needs 7. Dan Quinn's team down in overtime. Back in a minute. Denver's up 27-20 in OT. Under the old rules, we'd be into the Chevrolet postgame and the game would be over. A touchdown in the opening drive of overtime. Washington now gets the chance to match, and because of that, they'll be in 4-down territory here as they get the opportunity to possess the ball. Samuel lets it bounce in the end zone, so they get the advantage of good field position here. It'll come out to the 35 to start OT. Last drive was 18 plays for Marcus Mariota, 71 yards, and they overcome that 3rd and 25, getting downfield for the game tying field goal. Now they need to get it in the end zone.
And maybe they caught a break, did Denver's defense, with the fact that basically Denver's offense got the ball there. They could have just left them on the field. Yep. You're out there for 18 straight plays. If Washington has the choice, you want to see Denver's defense on the field because they got to be tired.
From the 35, and Mariota with a play action. Middle shot from McLaurin, who's got it at the 45-yard line, gain of 20. And Washington gets going on the opening play of their overtime drive.
Well, you can just see it, can't you, with Mariota. Since we've seen Terry McLaurin back in the game, just the raw belief that he's going to be exactly where he expects him to be. Here comes Ertz back in the game as well.
Remember, somewhat of a pitch count for McLaurin, trying to preserve coming off the injury for the big plays. He's been targeted 13 times. He has 6 catches. Ertz, who came in, has 10 catches tonight. Mariota taking a shot to Burks downfield. Burks late to recognize the ball in the air with the coverage from Riley Moss incomplete.
You knew they were going to take another shot at Moss before this thing was over with. And the one thing that it's a little bit surprising is that Moss really has not gotten any help here. We really have not seen that. mostly because of the fact that Surtain's back on the field and he can handle it one-on-one on the other side.
John Franklin Myers got a good jump, dangerously close to an offside on that last play. We'll watch him here on 2nd and 10. Mariota escapes, tries to take off. A lot of Broncos waiting. It's a gain of 4. Singleton and McMillan make it 3rd down and about 6 in 4-down territory. Washington must score to keep this game going. Must score a touchdown.
But these star pass rushers are a little tired after that long drive. And right now, let's give them credit. The Washington tackles have held up pretty well, and Josh Connolly in particular on that right side, he was thought to be the vulnerability in this one.
Play 78 of the night for Washington. Inside and incomplete, almost a game ender. The rookie, Shade Barron. 4th down coming up.
Shade Barron got to play a lot during the course of that time off that Surtain had, but here you are once again. It's 4th down and 5. Sort of who do you trust most at this point? I think you've got 2 choices based on the game we've seen so far, McLaurin and Zach Ertz, or Mariota running the ball.
Ertz is the slot at the top. McLaurin's at the bottom. Deebo Samuel next to him. 4th and 6. Gotta have it. Mariota trying to escape. Does for the minute. Puts it up for grabs. Deflected in the air. Intercepted. Game over.
No. I think they're going to call pass interference.
Oh, it is. In the middle of the field, there's a flag. Broncos start coming on the field. 2 separate flags.
Ran right over the receiver on that one, and that was Jeremy McNichols. Hufanga came flying up, and he batted the ball.
Defense number 9. First down as part of the foul.
He batted the ball, but right before he batted the ball, he knocked down McNichols. Take a look at it right here.
Yep. Great pickup.
Knocked him down.
So it'll be 1st down for Washington. And Hufanga says, my bad. 1st down at the 36-yard line.
There are some exhausted football players out there right now.
Mariota has dropped back to pass 48 times. 2 sacks and 46 attempts. The 36-yard line. He will give it inside. McNichols. Good mixer of a run for 8 yards to the 28-yard line.
Mike, I'm going to tell you something. That Mariota's best play of the night was that last one. How he got that ball off. Yep. You don't get pass interference unless you get Mariota scrambling around and somehow making that play.
And he got away from one of the best sack guys in the league,
Absolutely.
in Benito.
Absolutely. One of the plays of the night.
And there's a big list of those. 2nd and 2. Inside again. And Denver stout in the middle. Tillman and Roach. The inside guys take care of McNichols.
Malcolm Roach has made an impression on me on the couple of tapes I've seen of him lately. He is just all heart. That time he was scrambling, crawling, trying to get his hand on the running back going through.
Ertz, bottom of the screen. 3 receivers to the top, 3rd and 4.
Just a 3-man rush.
Mariota puts it up to the end zone, caught by McLaurin. Touchdown! Flag down, back by the quarterback. Let's just make sure.
Number 72, 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
On the rookie, Josh Connerly Jr.
The pass rushers for Denver get so low to the ground, and you can see Connerly, his right hand was above it, But yes, I understand that's a hold. They're going to call that one. But that is made by the fact that these rushers for Denver can get within inches off the ground, and oh my gosh, what a play to have called back.
Wow. Play clock is running down to 13. It is third down. They've got to get to the 26-yard line, so 2 plays to get 14 yards. Mariota again, shot downfield again. Deebo Samuel is down just shy. He's at the 1. Deebo Samuel takes it to the 1-yard line with Riley Moss in coverage.
They just kept going back to the well. They knew where they had to try to get to. Riley Moss, they couldn't get him beat. They couldn't get the pass interference. And finally, Deebo does get it done. Just one-on-one. There's no help anywhere. It is just Moss. Trust him. He's played well. And for some reason, Moss took a little hesitation step there, like the ball wasn't coming, or maybe it was a back shoulder. And Deebo made him pay.
Wow. Denver takes a timeout here. Denver perhaps trying to preserve, get rest for their defense, and then preserve time if Washington scores and kicks an extra point to tie the game, or to try to have time to go.
My opinion, if I'm Washington, I'm going for 2.
That's the next
You've
question.
Got an exhausted defense over there that's been on the field almost the entire fourth quarter and overtime. I'm going for the win right here if they score.
You're 3-8 also.
Correct.
Washington.
Correct.
First, they've got to score. Jeremy McNichols is the back.
I'm sure they wanted to get that goal line defense on the field, too, with that timeout.
From the 2, McNichols trying to run inside, and Denver's defense makes the first contact. Rosarique getting in among those inside. Rodriguez stopped, 2nd and goal.
All the pass rush ability that this team has shows up in the run game as well. And Rosarique, that time, just all the way in the backfield. Boy, part of me wants to see a battle between Terry McLaurin and Pat Surtain, one-on-one at the bottom of the screen.
Mariota pulls it, looking for Ertz, who's doubled. McLaurin to the back. Surtain in coverage. It's incomplete. 3rd and goal.
McLaurin that time walked off the line of scrimmage and thought he was going to fool him, and then took off. Tried to get him to relax, and Surtain did not relax. There are defensive backs that would have taken a breath there because they are exhausted. It's first game back. He did not.
So now 2 plays, 2 shots to get 3.5 yards. McNichols back in, 3rd and goal. Denver brings a little heat. Mariota throws to the back. Ertz couldn't hang on with Hufanga in coverage. So close, down to 1 play.
Mike, you know what happens on plays like that? You're tired, and you're trying to time up a jump that doesn't go as high as you're used to jumping, and sheer exhaustion sets in. He just didn't have enough to get to where he thought he was going to get to make that catch.
And so comes down to 1 play again, 4th and goal. Dan Quinn's going to take a timeout. Runs down, he got 2 in overtime. He'll take 1 of his here with 2:50 to go in OT.
Isn't it amazing just making the tackle? How many times do we see it? It looks like Deebo's going down. Did he get in the end zone? No, just short, but of course they're going to score. And now here we are, 4th down.
And just like earlier on this drive, that interior defense for Denver helped set the tone. I guess it's 4th down. It's money time. It's the familiar subjects here for Washington.
Ertz has been so good all night long. Just didn't get there.
10 catches. Look at those hands. Like, come on. Don't fail me now. Maybe he'll get another shot. McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, bottom of the screen. Burks and Ertz to the top. Game decider. Mariota inside McLaurin, touchdown! Going for 2 and the win. Washington will roll the dice.
There's no doubt here's the pick action right there. There was contact made. There was no call.
Ball threaded with the contact. Long drive, 11 plays, 65 yards. And here we go for 2, win or lose right here.
They are
timeout.
Oh,
Denver.
Yeah, I think that's probably as much a let them catch their breath as anything else. The defense they showed out there was a zone defense, was a softer defense, which also brings in the possibility of Mariota running this ball into the end zone. Don't know if they'll come back with it or not.
Washington 2 of 5 in the 2-point conversion attempts. Denver has stopped the one they faced this year.
What a slugfest.
This is great. It's been great. So many good games all week, pro and college. And Thanksgiving weekend's about some great football. And these two teams have given it to us. Washington's lost their last 6. Denver's won 8 in a row. Those streaks come down to this snap. Jeremy McNichols, the running backs at the bottom, now coming back. Next to Mariota. Washington for the win. Mariota has it rejected by Benito. And Denver has won 9 in a row.
They had a walk-in touchdown. They had a walk-in touchdown. All they had to do was get it over the head of Nick Benito, who is known for his sacks, 9.5 on the year, and they had the play called perfectly. The blitz was the perfect setup for it. The total pick was made, and there was no way that wasn't going to be a touchdown or a 2-point conversion.
Nick Benito, second-team All-Pro last year. One of the top edge rushers. There's the guy who's going to come and open.
There's the defender, Hufanga, who had to come over and watch him get picked. Absolutely wide open for the 2-point conversion and the win, but for Benito's long arms.
Oh, he gets up too. And as you said, Chris, that's the 86th snap of the night. Benito's been on the field for so many of them in the key spot. Marcus Mariota had such a good performance tonight for this Washington Commanders team. Good performances everywhere on this field.
And if Mariota had it to do over again, he could have thrown it about as high as he wanted to because there was nobody there. I'm sure he saw him and just wanted to get the ball to him and just give credit to Nick Benito. He made the play, but I never say I'm proud of a team, but Washington showed up. I'm telling you, they fought their tails off out there tonight against a really good team.
The Denver Broncos' 9th win in a row after trailing at some point in each game. That's the longest streak in NFL history. Dan Quinn's not alone. A lot of guys have been so close. But Nick Benito and the Denver Broncos come up with big play after big play in the fourth quarter or in overtime. Marcus Mariota came this close to a tremendous comeback win, but instead Denver goes to 10-2, tied atop the AFC. Chevrolet postgame after this.
To the inside.
20 out of 25 today, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He's pressured, he's got a ton of room. There goes Josh Allen through the snow, into the end zone. Touchdown Bills, 40 yards.
Well, there's quarterback rush lanes, and then there's this. Josh Allen hits the top of his drop, and just watch this lane just completely open. Great job there by Deion Dawkins. Taking the inside rusher, leaves the widest guy for the quarterback. And when you have an athlete like Josh Allen playing the quarterback position, it doesn't have to always be perfect.
It was more than a snow blower. Clear the path right there. They had one of those big snow plows. It was an industrial snow plow. His extra point wobbles through. Well, they had to be quick, and they were. 68 yards in 1:11. Josh Allen with a 40-yard touchdown run. The Bills far from finished. That's the longest rushing touchdown of Josh Allen's career, and it keeps the Bills in this game 28-25 with 7.5 left.
Yeah, so watch Deion Dawkins right here, the left tackle, back from injury. This is what they call empty protection. So you only have 5 offensive linemen. So he knows if both Burks and Johnson both rush, Johnson belongs to the quarterback, and he will take the inside rusher. So Josh Allen understands who's he's responsible for, and the big left tackle, Dawkins, he knows. And no one in Cincinnati even knew who had the ball in the back end. And Joe Brady said, all right, that's about as easy as it gets.
That's how we drew it up, right?
Yeah, exactly right.
We drop back, everybody else run out of the way, and Josh, you just run to the end zone.
Is this game awesome?
So good.
Gosh, this is so good.
28-25, Bengals in front. Charlie Jones from the 10 for Cincinnati. He was met at the 30-yard line. Reggie Gilliam, the fullback, getting involved on special teams, and Joe Burrow goes back to work. He said it took him some time to shake off the rust in the first half. In his return against Baltimore, he said, I was pretty lights out in the second half, and he's kept that going today. 20 out of 28, 3 touchdowns.
And it's really just continues to be his work on third down. 9 of 11. Just a ridiculous number against the defense that coming into the game was among the best pass defensive teams in the entire league, being the Bills.
Not supposed to be able to miss that much time, 2.5 months, and come back and look this good so quickly. Fake and a throw, and there's Noah Fant. His first catch. He's getting all his tight ends involved. I'm sure you're okay with that.
Hey, when I call games, tight ends have good days. That's kind of the way it's worked over the years, and there's a lot of really good tight ends in this game. And what I think's so cool about both the rooms, Joe, both for the Bengals and the Bills, is maybe not the star, maybe not the George Kittle or the Brock Bowers of the world, but just depth. They play with multiple tight ends. Each guy has kind of their own flavor that they bring to the offense, and getting them all involved.
Fan over from Seattle, his first season with Cincinnati. First down and 10, close to midfield. Here's Chase Brown, spun away from the first man, got a couple. Finished off by Maxwell Hairston. 6:40 and counting in a 3-point game. Burrow needs a new helmet.
Interesting. I have to wonder, is he having some issues with the communication? Or
28-25 game at Highmark Stadium. One of the final times in this place. The new Highmark Stadium rising up across the parking lot. Over the middle, Chase plucked it out of the air, stayed on his feet, and got a first down. Jamar Chase, there is a flag down as he gets 16 yards. One catch in the first half. Chase with his 4th of the second half.
Illegal use of hands to the face, defense number 99. That penalty is declined. Result of the play, first down.
Larry Ogunjobi, the former Bengal, caught for the penalty.
And Jordan Poyer, he thought he saw this route coming. Gesicki goes vertical, and Jamar Chase just uses running through his wake, and Poyer's trying to knock the ball out and can't secure the tackle.
Strong hands again from Chase, who moves over 1,000 yards for the 5th time in as many seasons in the NFL. Joins Randy Moss, A.J. Green, Mike Evans, his old LSU teammate Justin Jefferson. The only guys ever to do that. 5 out of 5 reaching 1,000. From the 33. Oh, my goodness! Look out here! Christian Benford, gift wrapped the other way! Touchdown! touchdown! What just happened? 67 yards. Christmas comes early for Christian Benford and the Buffalo Bills, who lead this game for the first time.
I just don't think Joe Burrow got a good handle on the ball. It was one of those run alerts where the entire team is running a run play, and he sees Benford come off the slot on pressure, and he's just trying to throw it over his head. Just don't think he got a good grip on the ball, and throws it right into his face.
Second game in a row with a touchdown for Christian Benford on defense. Look at his eyes are big. Even he's saying, whoa. First time that Joe Burrow's been intercepted all year. And he may not throw another one like that ever.
Buffalo, their second. It's a 30-second timeout.
Timeout taken by the Bills here.
Yeah, so you see Benford, he just comes off the slot, and Joe Burrow saying, okay, I'll just throw into that space. I'll just tag it. You don't want Benford coming off the edge, creating a lost yardage play. So again, everyone here is just running. He just kind of shot puts it, and then he just can't secure the tackle, and that's about as easy as a pick six Christian Benford's going to have during his entire career.
My, oh my, the Bills have taken the lead as Christian Benford finds the end zone. Prater pokes through the extra point. And it's 32-28 Buffalo. Well, some massive turnovers in this game. We welcome those of you that are joining us from Minnesota, Roland, Washington. Much different story in this game. It's been tight. It's been tense. Really high-level quarterback play on both sides. This last play notwithstanding. Christian Benford, after a scoop and score touchdown last week, on a corner blitz, on a DB blitz, gets an interception and takes it back for the touchdown.
And this Bills defense, they love blitzing, especially to the short side of the field. Those are run blitzes. They're trying to create negative plays in the run game with their secondary. And Zach Taylor looks on and says, man, my quarterback has been so good all day, and just makes a mistake.
Boy, two turnovers that have resulted in 7 points one way or the other, right? You had James Cook fumbling at the goal line. Didn't score. It was a touchback, and now this turnover directly to 6 the other way.
I'll tell you one thing that we know about Joe Burrow.
He ain't phased.
He's going to come out this next possession, and he's going to let it rip. That is going to have no impact on him going forward.
Short one here. Charlie Jones. Charlie Jones taken down. Jordan Hancock with the tackle there on special teams. And here he comes. Cool Joe going to need to be just that. He never looks rattled. If you happen to just join us, you have missed a thriller of a ball game. You got the top two quarterbacks perhaps in the league right now going head to head, and they've both delivered.
They've been incredible. Third downs, high level scramble play. This is quarterback play, to your point, other than the last play. The rest of the game is about as good a quarterback play as you can have on both sides of the ball. And it just feels a one-score game with one of these quarterbacks is the way it should be.
Burrow has it hit at the line and picked again. Lightning strikes twice for Buffalo. A.J. Epinesa gets this one.
All right, we got to stop saying good quarterback play.
Forget it.
It's just the last two plays are an absolute nightmare for Cincinnati, and a Buffalo defense that early on today, we weren't sure if they were going to get a stop with the way Cincinnati went up and down the field. These last two plays resulting in takeaways have completely shifted this game.
Epinesa the interception after Jordan Phillips, the 11-year veteran, got his hand on it. And Joe Burrow, who had not been intercepted all year, gets picked off on back-to-back plays.
All right, so now Cincinnati's defense, they've got to step up. They've got to find a way to force a field goal here. 7-point game and get the ball back to Joe Burrow with 5 minutes to go getting this thing to double digits seems tough.
James Cook. James Cook close to a first down inside the 20. There is a flag, though. There's a flag back at the 25-yard line. There's a couple Bengals slow to get
number
up.
74. 10-yard penalty. First down.
A rough day for Ryan Vandermark continues. He's called for the penalty. And an injured Bengal. They come out to take a look at him. 5:03 left to go in this ball game. We're going to take a break. Now, prior to his last 2 pass attempts, Joe Burrow in his career against the Bills, 7 touchdowns, no picks, and now 2 interceptions, back-to-back plays as this game has shifted in a hurry. It had been all Bengals. They had led from the start. Josh Allen with the longest run of his career, 40-yard touchdown right there to get him to within a score. And then Christian Benford, a 67-yard pick six. Although you need to watch the clip of that to really understand what that pick six looked like. The next play, a tipped ball, and an interception for A.J. Epinesa. So the Bills have it, leading this game for the first time. 5:03 left, and Burrow hoping for another shot over on that Bengals sideline. Huge game for both these teams. Bengals trying to keep their playoff hopes alive. Bills trying to solidify their standing. Allen given time. He's got his tight end, Dawson Knox, having his biggest game. Dawson Knox makes it first and goal. 31 yards for Knox.
And it's just Joe Brady going into his bag. You go post, wheel, and then a tight end delay drag route. It's just so hard. Look, they're going to send James Cook all the way through the line of scrimmage. So he takes that flat defender, and then they just replace him with the tight end Knox, and just a ton of green grass. It's just a great call coming out of the break there by Joe Brady.
How about 93 yards today for Dawson Knox, who came into the game just a little over 200 for the year. First down and goal for the Bills. Hand it off. Cook, both hands over the ball as he trips inside the 5, and it's second down. James Cook as productive as any running back in the NFL, but if you happen to just tune in, fumbles have been an issue. 2 of them today, 4 of them the last 2 weeks. And you know the Bengals are going to be ripping at it.
Yeah, you have to imagine now, Joe Brady and Sean McDermott just saying, all right, last time we were down here on the doorstep of the goal line, he fumbles. I think I'm getting in the gun. I'm putting the ball in Josh Allen's hand here if they get down to the 1 or 2 yard line.
Only receiver here, Gabe Davis to the top, one-on-one. Second and goal, it's Cook again. James Cook got stopped by Geno Stone, who's the injured player a moment ago. So Stone's back in there making a tackle. Third and goal, and a timeout taken by the Bengals. With 3:15 on the clock, one of them left for Zach Taylor. James Cook now 77 yards on the day, having a career year. 3rd consecutive 1,000-yard season. Not just the yards, but the volume now. Only Christian McCaffrey has carried the ball more than James Cook has this season. And, of course, Warren Buffalo's got to be cooking wings, huh?
No doubt. Now, I'll be real curious here. You know, if you're James Cook, you're in that huddle, and you're saying, man, give me another shot. I promise I'm not going to reach the ball for the goal line, but let me finish this thing off. Be curious whether they get under center and take the Josh Allen run off the table, or what we've seen over the years is keep him in gun and keep him alive.
You got your 2 plays here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think, oh, man, you know how I feel. I'm going to try to put a knockout shot anytime I can. You get 2 downs here to make this a 2-score game. I think you take it. A lot's going to determine how this 3rd down goes and how close they get.
All the big bodies are in there. They're going to boot Allen. Looking end zone for Knox. Taken away. Takes it himself. Throws last minute for Knox. And a touchdown. Dawson Knox. His career day continues. He's got a touchdown. Was he in bounds, and did he hang on?
So you see the Bengals defenders, they're giving the sign that they believe he juggled it. Let's take a look here. Oh, he definitely juggles it. That's an incomplete pass, and they'll fix this real quick, and it'll bring up 4th and goal.
You got the kick team out there for the extra point, and you're going to need to decide whether to keep him out there to kick a field goal or pull him off and send the offense to the field for what would be a 4th down
review,
try.
It's an incomplete pass.
Get it right very quickly.
Yeah, I think I'm going. 4th and goal. You're at the 3-yard line. You've got one of the best red zone threats at quarterback in NFL history. You mentioned you just broke Cam's record, most rushing touchdowns from the quarterback position. And I think either way, it's a touchdown game now with a 4-point lead. A field goal makes it a touchdown game anyway. So all you're doing is introducing a touchdown could still beat you. I'm going for it here, trying to make it a double-digit game and saying, I don't know if Joe Burrow has enough time left to have multiple possessions. So I'm with Sean McDermott going for it here.
All right, so here we go. 4th down and goal. Allen has thrown for 2. He's run for 1 today. Out of the I formation. He looks to throw. He pumps. He throws. He's got a touchdown. He's got Jackson Hawes.
Just no pass rush whatsoever. We got Snow Angels in the end zone. Cincinnati does a great job defending the initial pass scheme. Just, you got all day. So watch Jackson Hawes. He comes across. He's right here. He's initially a blocker, but look how long he has. Now he just sneaks out, and he's unaccounted for.
And the rookie out of Georgia Tech, who's been vital in the run game as they've leaned on that in recent weeks, has his 3rd touchdown. And the Bills, after trailing this whole game with 2 takeaways to turn the tide, now lead by 2 scores. It's been completely flipped upside down.
It's unbelievable, and it all just starts with the amount of time that Josh Allen has. Take a look here. Cincinnati does a really good job. They're trying to get a little mesh. They're trying to get a bunch of crossers. They do a good job passing it off. They just don't account for Hawes, who initially is in the pass protection, leaking out late. And Sean McDermott's like, that's why you go for it on 4th down, and you make it an 11-point game. Barring something crazy here, Cincinnati only has 1 timeout and the 2-minute warning, so they can only stop the clock here 2 more times.
All smiles up there with Joe Brady. And this offense has done what it's needed to. They've been heavy with a run game in recent weeks, but turning it to the reigning MVP today, saying go do it for us, Josh Allen. 22 out of 28, more pass than run in this game. And the Bills have scored 21 unanswered over the last 4:30.
I just love that aggressive approach. You want to win these kind of games, you've said it a couple times. This feels like a playoff matchup, playoff energy, a lot on the line for both teams. And you kick a field goal there and you go up 7, it's a lot easier standing at the podium. And that really drives a lot of decision-making for coaches. It's hard to be aggressive in those critical moments, knowing you face the music if it goes wrong.
Charlie Jones from the 5. Bills have done a good job covering his returns today. Almost slipped through there. He's lassoed down at the 33. So with 2:57 left, Joe Burrow had been so good all day, but back-to-back throws get intercepted. And he's going to need some kind of magic here to not just keep this game alive, but to keep the Bengals' faint playoff hopes going. 2 games back of Pittsburgh and Baltimore coming into the day. Looks like Pittsburgh with a 5-point lead over the Ravens at this point, late in Baltimore. It doesn't matter what happens there if the Bengals can't find a way to pull off a late miracle here. Burrow for Gesicki. Perfect strike and a one-handed catch. Gesicki right down the chute gets 36 yards.
And that's huge because as this clock continues to tick, ideally you'd love to get a score on the plus side of the 2-minute. Give yourself 2 opportunities to stop the clock. So scoring fast here is big.
Underneath this time, same target. Gesicki racing for the sideline, and he'll get there. Gesicki, who's got a touchdown today, a couple more quick catches here. 5 total for the day. 2nd and 6, 2:25.
Probably something we don't give enough time and conversation around is the ability to maintain your timeouts for these moments. Cincinnati had to burn it their first timeout because they couldn't get lined up, got low on the play clock, and then used their second timeout there on defense. You'd love to have 2 timeouts remaining.
Burrow pressured by Rousseau. He's got Brown in the end zone. He couldn't hang on. Cam Lewis, who they've gone after a few times today, was able to jar it loose. 3rd and 6.
That was a great ball. I mean, he drops this thing in the bucket. Down 11 here. Save your season. You just got to make that catch. Saw him make a great catch for a touchdown on the pylon in the first half, and would have had himself another one there. Just can't quite hang on.
9 out of 11 on 3rd down in this game. They need more than just a 3rd down conversion, though, quickly. Down 2 scores. Into the blitz. Wants T. Higgins. He's got him. Higgins fights through contact for the touchdown. 2nd one of the day, and T. Higgins returned from the injury. He catch that thing with one hand. I mean, he had Tre'Davious White all over him and still made it look easy.
All right, watch pre-snap. You see just kind of alerts to it. He looked at T. Higgins. He saw something pre-snap that he liked and just said, hey, go run right by him. You see Tre'Davious White. He's kind of waiting at the sticks, thinking it's going to come out fast. And now Cincinnati's going to elect to go for 2 here. Try to make this thing a 3-point game.
With 2:13 left, the 2-minute warning and 1 timeout. Burrow hopping around. Lost the ball. And a failed 2-point conversion this time. So it remains a 5-point game as the Buffalo defense gets the stop on this 2-point conversion. A.J. Epinesa recovering the Burrow fumble.
Yeah, so big stop there clearly. Now keeps this as a touchdown game. Well defended. Right there, I thought Burrow was thinking he was going to get up there and try to take it in himself. Ends up running into his own guy, and ball gets knocked loose.
So 39-34. Bengals had led this entire game until early on in the 4th quarter when it swung in a hurry. 21 unanswered for the Bills over a 4-minute span. And outside of 2 passes, back-to-back passes, Burrow's been awesome. But those back-to-back throws critical. One of them a pick 6 for Christian Benford on a corner blitz where he just jumped up and picked it off. And took it back 67 yards. The next pass intercepted as well. Josh Allen just kind of lurking there, playing a steady game, but has made some big plays for him here in the 2nd half.
All right, so let's talk through this final 2 minutes and 13 seconds. The Bengals have elected not to onside kick. Remember, at the end of the game, they would take the return unit. It would look more of like a traditional kickoff that we're accustomed to, but they're going to elect to kick this deep. Think back, we said you want to score your first score on top plus side of the 2-minute. They can now stop the clock 2 times, a timeout, a 2-minute. And what they don't want to do is onside kick. If they do force a stop, it's a much longer field position game, knowing they need a touchdown.
Ray Davis on the return. To the 30. Now, Josh Allen last week, just 123 yards, was his lowest total in 2 years, but today 251 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's also had his longest rushing touchdown of his career, 40 yards. Spread the ball around. He has made plays whenever they've needed him.
Tell you what, whether it's been with his legs, whether it's been as a scramble runner, a scramble passer, or just an in-rhythm pocket passer, he's been absolutely incredible this entire game.
4 more touchdowns total today, 34 for the year. Right there with Matthew Stafford, the NFL leaders. Handoff for James Cook. 3 yards. And the 2-minute warning. On the other side of it, Bengals will have 1 timeout. Bills looking for 1 first down to seal the deal. Well, snow falling. This has been Buffalo's time of year, trying to win a 12th consecutive December or January home game and trying to do it in comeback fashion today.
In one of these next 2 downs, I'm not afraid to play action, keep the ball in Josh Allen's hand.
That's what they'll do right here on 2nd down. Look out, he gets sacked, and he's lucky to hang on to the ball.
Yeah, I think he's better off taking that than trying to throw it away. Right now, it's about the clock. Of course, you want to get a first down, but he throws that ball away while in the grasp. Cincinnati can save their final timeout.
Osai got there, Slayton was there, and then Geno Stone out of the secondary, and there is Cincinnati's last timeout with 1:54, and it's 3rd down and 15.
I don't hate the play action. I think kind of what I had in mind was those plays we've seen him run a lot today where he gets out on the perimeter and he's got guys in the flat, he's got late trailers, and then of course if nothing's there, he becomes the outlet, stay in bounds, get yardage, and get down. The play action in the pocket, his ability to improvise on the run is not quite as strong as it is outside the tackle box.
What are you doing here? Are you going to drain the clock, run the ball?
Yeah, 3rd and real long. I'm just going to say, okay, I'm going to try to take as much time off this clock as humanly possible. 3rd and 15, your odds of picking this up aren't great. If it is a pass, something underneath, rely on yards after catch.
They will throw. Allen dances and runs, and Josh Allen looking for the knockout blow. High steps his way to it. Josh Allen put him on his back today. 18 yards to seal the deal on another snowy December Buffalo win.
Now, feels like the perfect ending to the game we just watched. He's trying to just throw the ball to Ty Johnson in the flat. But again, there's just nobody at the second level with eyes on Josh Allen. You cannot rely on your defensive front to contain him. 3rd and 15, your off-ball linebackers have to be your run and chase, and there's just nobody home.
And if you're the Bengals, you're sitting there saying our season hanging by threads, still with a chance. We're about to give the ball back to Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen on 3rd and 15 runs for a first down.
I mean, let's go back. We came onto the broadcast, and we talked about this new look Buffalo Bills and the run game and James Cook, and all of that remains true. But in the critical moments, the ultimate ace in the hole is having quarterbacks like Josh Allen behind center, because when most teams are just going to walk out of this stadium and say we're going to rely on our defense, critical moments of the game, the ball is going to continue to be in his hands.
And as good as any quarterback in a long time, Josh Allen, you don't know how many chances you're going to get with him in his prime, and enough pieces around him to win the whole thing. And the Bills' first step, they just got to get in, and that was not a sure thing coming into the day. Sitting at 8-4 in the last playoff spot, but solidified that standing a little bit, seeking their first Super Bowl trip since the early 90s, and those 4 in a row, and of course hungry for their first Lombardi trophy ever. They think they've got the guy to bring it here in Josh Allen. 39-34. He and the defense orchestrate the comeback win today. Kurt Menefee in Los Angeles has it for the State Farm game break.
21 just because they won the Super Bowl, but that regular season wasn't fantastic. They caught fire at the right time.
Absolutely.
At the end of the year.
Yep. Had a hold off Tampa Bay and Brady, then beat San Francisco coming from behind in the championship game. Meanwhile, that punt is caught, and down the line goes Rashid Shaheed for the score. Out of nowhere. 58 yards. They picked him up. John Schneider got him in a trade with New Orleans midway through the season. He has been masterful.
And Shaheed picks up Sam Darnold after the interception. The Rams only took 1:21 off the clock. So you get a good job by the defense, a 3 and out. A good job, obviously, by Shaheed with a big turn of events with this return. And now it comes down, they got to get this 2-point conversion.
Huge 2-point conversion here. They bring Shaheed back into the game.
Make sure he stayed in bounds here.
Yeah. Good. Still good. All good. Tight roping. And we talked about Jay Harbaugh, the special teams coach. Boy, does he have a nice little piece to go with his group. Charbonnet is the back. Kupp sprints in motion. Darnold throws, and it will be in there for the 2 points. Kupp. They serenade him with Coop, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's a one-possession game.
Yeah, one-possession game after all this. You and I are talking about the Rams and what they have in front of them after that interception. And the Seahawks defense does the job to get him back in, to give Shaheed this opportunity. He's been doing it really his entire career, coming out of Boise State in his 4th year. What a job of setting it up, Weber State rather. What a job of setting that up, and then it's just him being so instinctive as a returner. And then it came down to it, you got to get the 2-point conversion, and they move Cooper Kupp from the right over to the left. That's very important because I think that allows him to be aligned with JSN and kind of uses him almost as just like bounces off of him, uses him as a screen, and timed up perfectly against McCullough, and a great throw by Sam Darnold to get the 2-point conversion.
And 8:03 remains, ton of time. That was the Rams' first punt of the night. Myers sends it down, fielded at the 4, dropped, picked back up. This is Whittington, gets smothered at the 22-yard line. So the crowd totally back into it now. Look again now at the remaining schedules. Told you about the importance of this one. Rams go to Atlanta next week. Have the Cards at home. Hawks go to the Panthers next week. Still, they are very much in the hunt in the NFC South at the Niners, and the Niners at the Colts. Then the Bears at home and the Seahawks.
It's game on now.
It is. Don't forget Kobe Bryant is out. Ty Okada is in his spot from the 22-yard line. Rolling, throwing. Nakua gets taken down after a short game. Minwari making that stop. 2nd and 7, gain of 3.
McVay has changed up his personnel groupings all night long. He's back to that 13 look with the one back and the 3 tight ends. McDonald did a nice job of his defense, taking away those tight ends on those sail routes, forced him to go underneath.
Kyron Williams is the back. Play action, look out. Stafford avoids the sack. But the pressure costs him the opportunity to hit his receiver, Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence. The 2 veterans come in side by side.
Remember we talked about if this team's going to get back into it, this defense and some of these alphas got to make plays. And there it is, 99, Leonard Williams able to work around. DeMarcus Lawrence able to finish on it. We've not seen them attack this offensive line in Stafford all night the way they are right now.
Decibel level is 111 according to the message board. 3rd down 7. Four-man rush. Stafford chased, escapes, throws downfield into traffic, and that is incomplete. Intended from Mumpfield. So it's 4th down and 7, and that drive took all of 54 seconds.
Now watch this. You know where Stafford wants to go on 3rd down. Look at their bracketing him, but look at 21 Witherspoon. Good job of keeping eye, plastering, not giving him a chance to throw the ball where he wanted it to go. Forced him to go to the rookie Mumpfield, and that's incomplete. Terry McCauley giving us the sign to confirm it. See the ball on the surface. Defense again, a 3 and out, doing their job.
Rams back-to-back 3 and outs. So here's Evans' second punt. The first ended in a disaster. It's a short, wobbly kick that bounced out of bounds near midfield. So the Seahawks are going to have pretty good field position with 7:02 to play in regulation here in Seattle. We're back at 30 seconds. We're back, 32-yard punt. When trailing by 15 or more in the fourth quarter, 172.
Whew. All right.
That's one hell of a schneid to get off of, isn't it?
Hell of a run.
Yep. Start this drive from the 43. Shaheed. Flag is thrown. So Shaheed with another good run, but. Where's it going to go? Flag thrown at the 47-yard line. Teams are starting to move back in that direction. What do we have?
They're lined up in a neutral.
Oh!
55.
Yeah, 55.
That penalty is declined. The result of the play is first down, Seattle.
Both teams started to head back toward midfield.
Much like last week, where Shaheed made a difference late against Indy, you're seeing that same thing here tonight. The big punt return. Now they get him out in space in the reverse. I mean, he is dynamic. They brought him over November 4th when Torrey Horton went down. He was a speedster. They needed some speed, and they went down to the Saints and brought him over. What a difference these last few weeks he's made.
31-yard pickup, first down from the 26-yard line. Play clock at 3. Rolling left. Throwing back the other way. He's got a man. Caught. Barner. Touchdown. 26 yards. And this place just exploding. Obviously going for 2.
I'll tell you what, man. Sam Darnold takes a lot of heat. You know, he's thrown 6 interceptions against the Rams. If you go back to week 11 and tonight, everybody probably in the stands booing him, wondering what's going on with 14. He can't win a big game. Well, Shaheed gave him a chance. What a call by Clint Kubiak. We'll show it to you in a second. Got the Rams out of position, makes a great throw, and they got a chance to tie it up. Last time they went to Cooper Kupp, brought him over in motion, used JSN as a decoy. Now they got JSN off to the right, lined up one-on-one against Forbes. Safety cheating over there.
Does it go that way? 3 receivers to the left. Quick throw here and into a lot of traffic and incomplete. Man, there was a whole traffic jam on the left side. Who was he going to at that point? Verse is there to help break it up. It remains a 2-point game.
Yeah, watch this route by Barner. Typically, when you run this route, you work to the inside. He sets it up and then goes to the outside. See the safety there? That was Cam Kitchens. Completely fooled with that route.
Now you got a scrum in the middle of the field. These two teams, obviously, not thrilled with each other.
What an effort by Barner at 6'6" to climb the ladder and come up with that catch. Unable to hit the 2-pointer, but with 6:23 to go, and the way their defense, 2 straight 3-and-outs, it's going to be an interesting finish here.
Terry, what do you see on this play here?
Al, this may be a backward pass. We need to get a good angle on it, but if it's backward, then this recovery in the clear and continuing action in the end zone would be a good 2-point conversion for Seattle.
All right.
Here's your look, Terry, right here.
That would be...
It's from the point of release to the point it's touched by the defensive player.
Right. And then picked up by the Seahawks after they thought the play was over. That was Charbonnet just picking up the ball in the end zone. And apparently they're looking at this, but for the moment, they're lined up to kick off.
Another look.
They stopped there.
Ruling on the field of completed. Incomplete is under further review.
Well, Terry, you're on top of it. That's exactly what they're looking for. And wouldn't that be the craziest thing?
Continuous action here. Charbonnet did pick up the ball in the end zone.
So Brad Allen will get on the headset, check it out. I don't think anybody in the crowd had any idea what's going on right now. We probably wouldn't either without Terry.
That's true. That angle looks backwards there.
Terry, we're going to bring you in one more time. What are you seeing again?
That last shot we showed from overhead, it's clearly backward. Even if it was parallel, that would be considered backward. So if we look at that overhead shot again, he releases it, and it clearly goes backward to the point of first touching.
And that's where
and there's the recovery right there. That's in the clear and continuing action.
Can you imagine?
This is good. This is a good 2-point conversion. Yes.
Wow. Imagine this announcement. This place will go ballistic.
I mean, for what's at stake, is this the craziest 2-point conversion
ever?
Ever?
To tie a game of this magnitude in the fourth quarter with 6:20 to go. So Brad Allen is the man of the moment right now. It tells us.
After reviewing the play, the quarterback threw a backward pass, which was recovered in the end zone by the offense. It is a successful conversion.
That is the craziest ever.
Craziest ever. Great job by Terry and everybody involved there to be able to pick that up. Appreciate Terry, you seeing that, and everybody involved seeing that. And I'll tell you what, we were so focused on is it a lateral or is it not. Let's not forget the hustle by Zach Charbonnet to have the presence of mind just to go over to pick the ball up in the end zone.
Just pick it up, right?
Because if that ball rolls dead, it's a moot point.
That's all it took. Gets the recovery, knows what he just did. The whistle did not blow. That's the key there, too. The whistle never blew. Otherwise, the play would have been blown dead. 3-yard line, the kickoff here. Ronnie Rivers up to the 25-yard line. Seahawks on fire right now.
I mean, this is incredible. They had a 3% chance with NGS, and now they're up to almost 50% with 6:18 to go.
I'm surprised it was 3%.
I know.
It was like 0.2.
Well, here we go.
The way the game was going. Well, this place is always raucous. Full volume right now. Rams from the 26 to start this drive. On the ground, Corum. Next to nothing. Second down.
Here's the probability I was talking about. After that interception, you go back and look at that 3% after the Kobe Turner interception. But remember I said earlier in the third quarter, I said he prides himself on whether it's good or bad, we put it behind us, we go forward. We keep working forward. And I said, we'll see if it's going to play out. And here we are at 30-30.
Second down, 8. Stafford hit as he throws, incomplete. Off the hands of Colby Parkinson, 3rd and 8. And Shannon Nwosu put the heat on that time. 3rd down, 8.
Yeah, Stafford's getting heated up here these last few series. 2 straight 3-and-outs. Best job they've done defending the run, and the best job they've done at getting after Stafford. Nwosu that time hits him right as he delivers that ball right in the ribs. Parkinson's been making those catches the last 3 or 4 games, that time off the fingertips.
Yeah, you saw Stafford wincing. 5.5 in the fourth to go. 3rd down, 8. Rush 4, tip, caught. Nakua, can he get the first? He cannot. 4th down. Ball tip. Rory put the heat on that time. 4th and 3.
Yeah, Nwosu had a heck of a series. That's the 3rd straight 3-and-out for this Seattle defense. We can talk all we want about the return. We can talk all we want about the lateral and the two. This defense stepped up against the best offense, arguably in the NFL. And they've been having a great night, and the defense put them in a position to get back in this thing.
And all that, and all this in like 4 minutes or less. Ethan Evans to punt. Fair catch called for. Made at the 23 by Shaheed. 4:47 to the finish line in regulation. 30-30 in a wild one. Telling you all night, Rams and Seahawks, what's at stake, winner controlling the path to the number 1 seed. What's fascinating, though, the number 1 seed gets a bye. They're off. 2 games at home in all likelihood. If you are the number 5 seed, and we'll get to that in a second, as Darnold throws, and Smith and Jigma looked open for a second. So if you're, in other words, you can still win like 13 games, be the number 5 seed, right, and somehow wind up playing at Tampa or Carolina, because if you win your division, you get a home game in the wild card round.
Yeah, and we saw that last year with Detroit and Minnesota late in the year playing. Both teams. I can't remember what a couple losses, and the loser ended up going on the road in the playoffs.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah, play the Rams.
Meanwhile, Stafford went to the blue tent. 2nd and 10. Pass Walker, fighting his way for extra yardage. Wallace makes the tackle there. You saw Stafford wincing, got hit in the ribs when he released, and now he goes to the medical tent on that hit by Nwosu.
Yeah, he was hit a few times, and maybe just a couple hits adding up. This is the big one by Nwosu right here, right as he delivered it right into that right side there at his rib cage. But the Rams, you see the reaction right there. Now the Rams defense has Darnold now at a big 3rd and 7.
That was Jimmy Garoppolo, who's the backup Rams quarterback. 3rd and 7, pass to the outside. Smith and Jigba is going to get wrestled down shy of the first down by Jalen McCullough. So that's a quick 3 and out. Stafford is out of the 10. It's 4th and 4.
Yeah, this is a game that he knows what's at stake. He's having an MVP season. Sure, he's not feeling the best. And remember, they've gone 3 straight 3 and outs. Game is on the line. It's time for the MVP to step up and his offense to respond.
So Dixon to punt. Sends Xavier Smith back to receive. Line drive, low kick, fair catch call for made at the 19-yard line. 3:19 left in regulation, 52-yard boot. Rams 323-1, leading by 15 or more in the 4th. Seahawks 0 for 172 when trailing by that in the 4th quarter.
That graphic both ways is crazy.
The Rams lost. That loss came to the 49ers all the way back in 1989. Drive starts from the 20. Stafford is 20 out of 31 for 311. Looks right, now left, and throws over the middle. Caught. Tackle made 4 yards shy of the first down. Davis Allen makes the grab. 2nd and 4. Tackled by Ernest Jones.
Remember, we talked a lot tonight about Seattle and how they have blitzed Stafford, and Stafford almost welcoming it, hitting some big shots and some one-on-one opportunities. Now we're seeing some adjustments by Mike McDonald, rushing 4. I think because they've cranked up some energy up front, it's allowing them to get pressure with 4, sitting back a little bit more, playing some zone.
Stafford knocked down. DeMarcus Lawrence got his hands up. 3rd and 4.
Just like it's a different energy, a completely different effort. And I think the crowd has helped. The defensive line is playing very, very differently with the physicality and the energy and how they're attacking Stafford.
Rush 4 again. Stafford. He's got a man open and a big first down. Terrence Ferguson got free. Huge play. Flag is down. Teams are already moving to the Seahawks side of the field. Conference going on right now. You heard unsportsmanlike
Yeah, I heard
conduct.
taunting.
Yeah.
Ferguson maybe after the catch, flipping the ball around and pointing. I don't know. Taunting can be a number of things.
Taunting can be smirking at somebody these days. So here's your play. Brad Allen.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 39, 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
Ty O'Connor.
Hit on a defenseless receiver here. Let's take a look at it. Remember, this is a third down throw, and they were so concerned about Puka Nacua. Watch the safety come down. Here's the route. He gets a mismatch against a linebacker. See the safety down, taking Puka Nacua away, and you get able to get away from Drake Thomas with Terrence Ferguson, the rookie out of Oregon.
So Nacua gets an assist. First down to the 31-yard line. Williams to the outside, still on his feet, turns it into about a 7 or 8 yard gain, but a flag is down. He's jumping up and down and knows this one's probably coming back.
Yeah, probably a holding call on the edge there.
Holding, offense number 87, 10-yard penalty, remains first down.
Davis Allen. Makes it 1st and 20. So right now the ball at the 41-yard line. What would you be looking at?
Well, they got to get it to about the 34-yard line to have a chance.
You can't take a, well, you got a kicker who hasn't missed the season, but you're asking him to go 59. Need a lot of yardage, or at least some yardage, to make it makeable. 1st and 20. Pass is caught, tackle made, 36-yard line. That time they go to Parkinson. 2nd down, Drake Thomas makes the tackle. Clock stopped at 2:18. Seattle's taking a timeout.
Yeah, they're going to try to preserve that clock.
As they did last week. Look at, here's Nacua.
That's the rookie, Eamon Wari, going at it with Nacua.
Yeah. Oh boy. This is, you want to concentrate on what's at hand at this point.
Yeah, and it's kind of been brewing here in this second half on both sides.
So Seattle takes a timeout. They've got 2. The Rams had to use one earlier. They've got 2, and you have the 2-minute warning.
Think about where this Rams special teams unit. Remember early in the year, Philly blocked the kick late.
Yep.
The snaps weren't great. They made some changes with the snapper, made the changes with the kicker. Much more confident now at the end of the game with Long.
Had a lot of success. Williams, he's going to take it to the 29-yard line. So now you got 3rd down. Seattle's going to take another timeout, as they did.
Seattle, their second.
And I think
well, they did it very judiciously last week against Indianapolis, because he figured that Indianapolis had a chance to kick a field goal, which they did, where Blake Grupe kicked one from 60, gave him enough time to get in position to kick their own 56-yarder.
And I think, Al, with the holding call that got him way behind the sticks, I think it's a smart move. You're kind of betting on the fact that you're going to stop them and force this field goal on this getting a stop right here and forcing the field goal right here. And now you got some time to work with.
You got a 47-yard field goal attempt if they don't get another yard. Stafford on 3rd and 8. Stafford throwing. Nobody is there. Nobody is even close. So you got 2:11 now. Clock stopped. That time it was Okada who had the taunting call, who put the pressure on. 4th down and 8, and here comes the kicker who hasn't missed. Picked them up. Middle of the season, Harrison Mevis, who has tonight kicked 3 field goals, so he's 8 for 8. Practice squad guy, first-year player out of Missouri. So here we go from 48 yards away to give the Rams the lead, and he has been no good. Looked like it was heading to be good. Off, it drifted to the right, and with 2:07, the game remains tied.
Oh my gosh. Snap is clean. hold is perfect. I was with you. It looked like it was right down the middle. It just kind of kept falling to the right.
Drifting.
Wow.
So, not only that, now Seattle has the ball. They still have a timeout. You got the 2-minute warning. We're at the 38-yard line.
Well, all we've heard about is Sam Bradford can't win a big game. What an opportunity he has with 2:07. Or Sam Darnold can't win the big game. What an opportunity with 2:07 to go and a chance to get them into field goal range and have a shot to win it.
And do it in prime time on national television in a huge game. Very little there. 2-yard pickup. Charbonnet. So Seattle running the ball. They run the ball as much as almost any team in the league. Buffalo is slightly ahead of them in that regard. We reached the 2-minute warning. What a fourth quarter we have witnessed. This got Seattle back into the game. They were down by 16. There goes Shaheed. 2-point conversion was good. Darnold hitting tough there. Then Darnold hits Barner shortly thereafter. Then it looks like the 2-point conversion doesn't work, but it was a backward pass. Charbonnet recovers in the end zone, and here we are at 30, and the missed field goal on top of that. What's to come? Still 2 minutes to go.
Well, they need to get to about the 43-yard line to give Myers, who has a career long of 61. Season long is 57.
J.C. Penney postgame show will be coming up. You think the guys and the gals have anything to talk about?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit. Maybe a 4-hour postgame show. So here comes Darnold. It's 2nd down and 8. There's Myers. Does it come down to his foot again this week? Last week, of course, 6 field goals, no touchdowns to beat the Colts 18-16. Smith-Njigba sets up now on the left side out of the slot. Walker going back and forth. Darnold in the pocket. Darnold under pressure. Darnold's going to get sacked back at the 29-yard line. Verse and Turner are both there. Big sack, 1:54 to go. Now the Rams.
Boy. Yeah, Rams going to use the timeout. Watch Turner on the inside and what he's able to do, just getting the leverage. He has had his way with the rookie left guard, Gray Zabel. Able to work the edge there. He has such strong hands, and once he gets to the side, he's able to work by it. Verse does a good job of winning from the edge. Just nothing Darnold could do. You'd love to see him be able to get that ball out and just throw it away, but they both collapsed on him. And you go from being in a really good spot on 2nd down to now the sack, and you're way back to 3rd and 17. And McVay obviously does the right thing with 2 timeouts, using one of them.
17 yards to get the first. They have to get to the 48-yard line. Cup on the left side. Smith-Njigba out of the slot. Darnold throws, and that's going to be knocked down. So it's incomplete, stops the clock. 4th and 17.
And look who does it. You talk about having a night. Kobe Turner, we showed him earlier playing the piano. He's been attacking this offensive line. It's beautiful because you don't have to blitz anybody. Look at Verse with that bull rush right into the face, and then Turner gets his hand up to just bat the ball away. But that sack just got him way off schedule.
And not only that, the Seahawks had to use those 2 timeouts. Low snap here. The kick has gotten away. It's a good kick. Deep, fair catch call for back at the 11-yard line. 142, and that's where the Rams will start to try to work their way into at least field goal position. Well, 57-yard boot. I tell you, that's a clutch kick by Dixon, one of the best in the league. 50 game-winning drives, 4th quarter or overtime. Nobody among active players has more. Can he do it again? He leads one here. He cements the MVP. Probably,
I was going to say, how fitting for him to have the ball in his hands in a tie game with so much at stake.
He surveys. Drive starting at the 12-yard line. Stafford under pressure, gets it away, but pressure was put on. The pass is incomplete, intended for Williams. Pocket collapsing on him that time.
This is one of those cases where people will go up to Mike McDonald after the game. But what was the difference in what you guys did those last 4 or 5 series? It's like a fuse has been lit up front with Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence and company. They're just winning the one-on-one battles.
Second down, 10. Stafford, deep, reaching up. Nakua holds it in. Who else? They're going to mark it now at the 41-yard line. Quickly coming up to the line of scrimmage, 122, ticking down.
And that's good against good. Nakua against Witherspoon. Who's going to win that matchup? Just enough separation. And how about the ball and the location there by Matthew Stafford?
9 catches, 168 yards for Puka. That pass is incomplete. Pressure put on, had to get rid of it quickly. Intended for Parkinson.
Yeah, that time they did throw in a little blitz. They've been relying on that front to be able to get home. That time they brought a safety. Stafford felt that, had to get the ball out of his hands before he really wanted to.
3 straight games, 150 or more. He needs a breather.
Need about 25 more yards to give yourself a chance with Long.
2nd and 10. 66 seconds in regulation. 4-man rush again. Throws, and that's contested. Is it caught at the 49-yard line? The officials come in. It is a catch. That much shy of the first down, 3rd down. That's Mumfield making that grab.
Stafford couldn't even really follow through on that throw because of the pressure that he felt up front. Jaron Reed affected his follow through, and we got a guy down.
Their 3rd and final.
And that cost them a timeout, an injury in the last 2 minutes in this situation. As Nevis walks the sideline, looking for that opportunity. Here it is again.
Yeah, look at that. He couldn't even get anything. The fact he somehow got that ball thrown that far and that accurately, when he got hit as he was throwing it. Not able to follow through at all.
They expedited it's a first down. It's not going to be 3rd and inches. Even Worry was there. Good coverage on the play, but a great catch by the 7th round rookie out of Pitt.
And again, without Devontae Adams, it's been different guys that have had to step up. Mumfield is 3 catches on the night. Smith has a couple catches. Ferguson with 3 catches.
8 total receivers, but Nakua has been the guy. 12 targets, 9 catches, 168. Now McVay wants Stafford to come over.
Going to hold on to that timeout. Remember, all they need is about 16 yards, and you got a shot at a game winner.
It's 1st down Los Angeles at the 49-yard line.
Even Warriors out. They lost Kobe Bryant earlier. You're minus 2 starters. 62 seconds. Stafford, he's wondering where the play clock is. Well, it shows 25, which is what it should show. Maybe looking over to get the call.
Look at those eyes.
Yeah.
I mean, he is locked
Totally.
and ready. Just waiting for the green light. Here it comes.
They'll wind the clock. They'll wind the play clock. And here we go. Nakua back in. Nakua wide to the right. Nakua comes out of the slot. Stafford throws incomplete. Intended for Mumfield. Rookie's seeing a lot of action tonight. Witherspoon coverage, 2nd down 10.
Yeah, sitting back again in zone, trying to trust that front 4 to be able to get home. That time the offensive line, much better job of protecting Matthew Stafford. Remember, 16 yards is all they need.
Second and 10 to the outside goes the pass. Drop. Incomplete. Parkinson would have picked up about 5. Third and 10.
Second time we've seen Parkinson, who's really come on of late, unable to finish just off the fingertips. And you wonder where, even when we saw it last week against Detroit, even when you know they're going to go to Puka Nacua, they go to him and he delivers. You got to think third and 10. The whole stadium, the whole country watching. How is 12 going to make a play here on third and 10?
Go empty here. Stafford fires, and nobody's home there. Looking for Nacua, well overthrown. 4th and 10.
Yeah, they had him bracketed from the inside out. They're going to actually bring the punter out and punt this football because of the field position. I mean, he's an aggressive head coach. You just have to. You can't take that chance. Give Drake Thomas a lot of credit. We knew Puka was going to get the ball. He took it away from the inside, forced that ball to go high.
So Shaheed is back. Ethan Evans to put it in the air. He had a silent first half. Now 4 punts here in the second half. High floater, fair catch called for. Shaheed makes it at the 15-yard line. 42 seconds and no timeouts.
Well, you keep waiting for, is this the drive? Is this going to be the drive? Is this the drive?
Yep.
Darnold gets another opportunity out of timeouts. Got to get that first completion and get some urgency to be able to get a little tempo and get into attack mode. At the same time, a guy that's thrown 6 interceptions against his defense wants to be aggressive but wants to be smart.
Yep.
6 interceptions going back to the last game and tonight, 2 tonight and 4 in the previous game in week 11.
Cooper Kupp sets up on the right side. Darnold throws over the middle, wide open. It's a nice game to the 28-yard line. Charbonnet makes the catch. They'll quickly run to the line of scrimmage. Clock ticking down.
Gonna clock it here.
Yep, they do. 29 seconds. Ball will be at the 28-yard line, second down and 10. Oh, and there goes even Worry back to the locker room. Rookie having a great season, number 2 pick. Kind of a joker, kind of a Derwin James kind of guy. Can play all over the place. Second down, 10 from the 28. Extra pressure, look out. Darnold got him by the ankle. Poona Ford knocks him down there. Rams have a timeout. Well, they're just going to let it tick down, and I think both teams are looking for the 5th period.
How about that defensive line? The last 2 times he had the ball, we saw Kobe Turner come up with a sack, and this time Poona Ford comes up with a sack.
4 sacks tonight, and we go to overtime.
The end of the 4th quarter.
Why not? A highly anticipated game. Wasn't living really up to expectations when it was 30 to 16 to 14 to 14.
Well, after that pick by Turner, who dropped in coverage down by the goal line, I think I think most people thought that was a wrap.
Another interesting thing: 3 turnovers to Seattle, none for the Rams. This year, Seattle is -2 in points, despite an 11-3 record. A lot of it has to do with that. Brad Allen to the coin toss. Here comes Stafford. Here comes JSN.
All right, gentlemen. We will now play one overtime period of up to 10 minutes in which each team will have the opportunity to possess the ball unless on the first drive there's a defensive score or that team maintains possession of the ball for the entire 10 minutes. 4th quarter timing rules will be in effect. Each team will be given 2 timeouts, and all replay reviews will be initiated by the replay official. We all on the same page? All right, this is the same coin as before. This is heads and this is tails. I need your option. Call his heads. And it is tails. Okay? I got you. I'm going up. All right.
Well, Brad Allen saved me from having to give you what you just saw on the screen.
Very thorough.
Very.
Seattle wins the toss and defers, essentially. They're going to take the ball second.
And we will be back with the 5th quarter right after this. Boy, the Rams have done 0 in the last, 20 minutes? Who's back? Yeah. Here we go. Overtime. Kick. Nice look at this run back out past the 40 to the 50, but a flag is down. That's Ronnie Rivers, who gets all the way out to the 50, but the flag is all the way back at the 28-yard line. That would have been a 42-yard return, but it's coming back.
Holding. Receiving team number 56. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down, Los Angeles.
Sean Dolak. This is the 13th overtime game this season. 9 of the teams have chosen what the Seahawks have done to be the team to kick off. Terry, what'd you see on that?
So on the coin toss, Al, you heard Seattle say defer. You can't defer. They can either kick or receive or choose which goal to defend. They clearly wanted to kick and get the ball second.
Right. In other words, defer means kick these days.
Yeah.
So here we go. 8 seconds into the extra period. Nakua on the right side. Pass goes out to him, and he fights his way close to a first. Stop the yard shy. 2nd and 1.
Just so physical after the catch. 6'2". A lot of people don't realize 6'2", 216 pounds. And he's got the speed to be able to pull away, but that time uses physicality. There's the last 5 possessions. Those 3 straight 3-and-outs is what opened the door for Seattle to get back into this game.
Nakua is now caught 10 for 177 and a touchdown. 2nd and 1. Stafford comes back the other way, finds the open man there. That's a first down. Caught by Blake Corum out of the backfield.
Long, slow, developing play. Usually that's a levels concept where he's going to throw to his left. Instead, a great call here by Sean McVay, throwing all the way back with that arm strength of Matthew Stafford to get it to Blake Corum. Everybody's sinking back into coverage deep, especially towards number 12 there.
8 of 13. Guy who hasn't seen any action tonight is Tutu Atwell. He's wide left. Stafford under pressure, avoids the sack, fires downfield, and that's incomplete. That pass intended there for Ferguson. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, he broke free and just a bust in the coverage because the play took so long, and he was able to shake away from Leonard Williams. Watch 18. There's nobody at that second level of that defense. A linebacker didn't sink. Safety's not there. Once Stafford got away from Williams, he tried to get his feet set to make an accurate throw, but the ball just got away from him a bit.
Stafford on a 2nd and 10. Protection's good. Deep pass, flag is thrown. For the moment, nearly picked off but incomplete. But who is the penalty on? Julian Love with the coverage.
Illegal contact. Defense, number 13. 5-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
It's a whole lot better than pass interference. It's on Ernest Jones. So 5-yard penalty.
Terry, watch this. Just a little touch that right there. That's the push. Terry says, yep, good call.
Just enough.
Just enough.
To the 47. 1st and 10. On the ground. Gain of maybe 4 to the 49 of Seattle. That's Corum carrying. Kaylee.
Guys, the Seattle secondary is more and more shorthanded. Nick Emanwari, the jack of all trades for that defense, he's being evaluated for a concussion right now. Reek Woolen, the rotational corner, he's questionable to return with a knee injury. And then, of course, you lost Kobe Bryant, the safety, earlier this game.
Yeah, you got Okada in there, and you got Nehemiah Pritchard, who's barely played tonight, who is in there. 2nd and 6. Stafford under pressure again. It is incomplete, and almost did he pick it off? Did he pick it off is the question. That's Ernest Jones, and they say it is an interception off the deflected pass. He got it. We'll look again. It's off Blake Corum's hands, and for the moment they can celebrate.
Again, this ball is thrown just a little bit high. Corum is not the biggest target at 5'8". Ball goes off of his hands, and the former Ram, Ernest Jones, who you know how fired up he is for this game, does he get his hands underneath and secure this ball?
Of an interception is under further review.
All right, the ball touches the ground. Does he have control of it? Terry says no.
Here's a great look for you, Terry, here. The point of that ball, let's see, does he protect it? Incomplete.
That's incomplete, guys.
That'll change. So the premature celebration as they ran down to the cameras in the corner in the end zone. They'll come back. That was a 2nd and 6, which would make it a 3rd and 6.
Just
then they turn this back over.
Not enough time to get those forearms and elbows together to protect the football from hitting the surface.
Officially incomplete is the call we are hearing. Brad Allen to make that official right now.
After reviewing the play, it is an incomplete pass.
So now you're back to a 3rd and 6.
Boy, let's not forget this play. If they end up converting and going down and scoring. I mean, what a quick reaction by Jones. Like I said, the former Ram, he would have loved nothing better to be able to make that play, but they give Stafford and his offense another shot here at 3rd and 6. And again, you look for 12. Do you use him as a decoy to open up someone else, or do you still just say, hey, we're going to go to him regardless? He's off to the left.
The back is Williams. You saw Nakua circled. Stafford looking that way, throwing, and it is caught. Flag is thrown, though. Another flag on the other side of the field.
Offside. Defense number 53 lined up in the neutral zone. The penalty is declined as the result of the play is 1st down Los Angeles.
It's Boye Mafe lined up offside.
And they threw it to him regardless. We said, you know, are they going to go to him or use him as a decoy? They said, hey, we know you're going to try to stop it. In fact, they used Leonard Williams to drop to try to get into that throwing lane. You see him there. And you see Sean McVay running down. He does that quite a bit. Sometimes he doesn't. He goes right by him.
Yep. He's in great shape. Meanwhile, Nakua now on the sideline. When Nakua's on the sideline, that's a great sight for the defense, isn't it?
And
here he comes.
And a great tale that they're going to run the football when he's on the sideline.
Got one. Williams carrying for one. Rams tonight have run for 124 yards. Seahawks have run for 160. 2nd and 9.
How about the last 3 games for Puka Nacua? 7 for 167 and 2 against Arizona, 9 for 181 against Detroit, and now tonight 11 and 184 and 1 against this Seahawks defense so far.
Phenomenal, doing it all year long. Play fake. Stafford fires. Nacua again. Nacua will take it to the end zone. Puka Nacua, 41 yards. What a night. Stafford 457. Nakua is now 225 receiving yards.
And what a job by Matthew Stafford of waiting for the second window to be able to make this throw. Ernest Jones, who just came up with the interception, watch him drop into this lane on this crosser. He's got to wait for him to clear. Not now, but right there. Nobody throws that ball better than Matthew Stafford. That in-breaking dig route at about 18 yards. Waited till he cleared Jones and made it great throw out in front of him for that touchdown.
Mevis' extra point is good, which means the Seahawks get the ball. They need a touchdown, and then they can figure out whether they want to kick the extra point and extend the game or go for two. Once again, 225. He's caught passes tonight, 54, 58, and this one 41.
Unbelievable job. You just knew it's a matter of time till he had a chance to make a difference. He's been doing it all along. Matthew Stafford, I showed you where 13 was. He was sitting in that spot because Stafford once again used his eyes to move Ernest Jones where he wanted him and then threw the ball away from him right to where it'd be in front of Nacua to be able to score that play. 133 yards after the catch tonight alone for Puka Nacua.
He came in second to Jackson Smith and Jigba in receiving yards. He's closed that gap. Smith and Jigba with 75 receiving yards tonight. Meanwhile, how about the offensive line? I mean, Stafford's had a lot of time to throw.
Yep.
On that series in particular.
You know the saying, big-time players make big plays in big games. We've seen that tonight with 12.
Looking for his 51st comeback of this sort. So the Seahawks will now have to go 65 yards to have a chance to tie the game or win the game. Darnold now 17 to 28. 2 picks, 1 touchdown. 221 yards. A tie would help the Rams more than the Seahawks, because they have already won the first game, so you'd be 1-0-1. First things first. Walker. Can he get around the corner? Yeah, but only for 3 yards. Forbes makes the tackle there.
And this decent defense sensing an opportunity, obviously, here. Seattle going with their big unit. We haven't seen a lot of 13 from them, but 1 back, 3 tight ends. Tried to go heavy that time with Kenneth Walker. He actually bounced the other way, away from the tight ends to get some positive yards.
One of the advantages that going second, obviously, is everything is 4-down territory now. From the 39-yard line. Play action. Scramble. Throwing along the sideline. Smith and Jigba, did he make it inbounds? The officials look at each other, and he does. First down, 44-yard line.
Yeah, 2 things there. Great job. There was pressure again from Kobe Turner. Darnold gets away from it, and this is Jackson Smith and Jigba. Great footwork, great awareness, kind of slowed down, throttled down before he got close to the sideline and gave his quarterback a great target to be able to make that throw, so he didn't have to worry about his feet because he had already throttled down.
He now has 92 receiving yards from the 44-yard line. Darnold has to fling that one away. Waiting the sack, chased by Poona Ford, 2nd and 10.
This defensive line really just having their way. Kobe Turner, Poona Ford. We've seen Jared Verse getting in there, Byron Young.
Well, one reason, of course, is that the number 1 left tackle, Charles Cross, has been out.
Yep. Not able to play tonight. Josh Jones, who hadn't played a ton of football this year, has had to step in. They've been using a tight end a lot to chip on that side.
Smith and Jigba coming this way. Cup in the slot the other way. The play clock is at 1. Darnold fires, and that's incomplete. Crowd wants a flag, and there is a flag that comes in late. Emmanuel Forbes with the coverage on the play, and they got him.
Pass interference, defense number 1. By rule, the ball is placed at the spot of the foul, automatic. First down.
And it looked like he grabbed the arm there. Let's take a look at Forbes, who has that length. A lot of times he's able to work around the body and use those long arms, but here he hooks that right arm right there and turns him away from the ball. So good call by the official, right on top of it.
The Seahawks now 39-yard line. Out of a tight formation on the ground. Walker gets spilled. 2-3 yard pickup. Kobe Durant with that tackle. Second down 8.
Better be very careful. You know, I know they're running the ball, and you're just used to everybody, these quarterbacks throwing it and making plays. These great receivers, but we saw Kenneth Walker hit a crease and in a blink of an eye go about 40 yards for a touchdown earlier. So this Rams defensive line's got to be very careful with the linebackers being gap sound when they hand that ball to 9. It's not just about rushing the quarterback, Sam Darnold.
Walker with 100 rushing yards tonight and 64 receiving. Low snap. Darnold hangs in. Darnold under pressure. Throws along the sideline. No. Yes. It's called a catch. Cooper Kupp making the grab.
Wow.
Fabulous.
Great throw. Watch the right foot just toe tap. Gets the left one down. The right toe tap right there. And who better than Cooper Kupp to be able to make that throw, but Sam Darnold with an excellent throw.
To the 16, gain to 21. Darnold over the middle, settles for the underneath route by Charbonnet. Second down, short gain, Space makes the tackle, 2nd and 8. So Cooper Kupp with that fumble at the end of the first half. Comes back, makes a great play, sets him up with 4 minutes left in the overtime. Again, if they tie the game, the Rams get the ball back. The game keeps going to the 10-minute mark. 2nd down and 8. Play fake, rolls, looks, throws, caught inside the 10-yard line to Barner, the tight end.
Now, I really think Seattle, because of the loss in Week 11, and looking at the time, it would make a lot of sense to me. Instead of tying, first they got to score a touchdown, but it would not shock me at all if McDonald would decide to go for 2.
Yeah, he knows right now, if the game winds up in a tie, the Rams still would have the advantage because they had won the game, they had a win and a tie versus a loss and a tie for the Seahawks.
So he's telling Clint Kubiak, get that 2-point play ready would be my guess.
The best you ever called. 3rd down and 3. Inside the 5 goes Charbonnet for a 1st and goal. And that seems to be where we're headed right now. 1st and goal. Put it at the 4-yard line.
Great job there on 3rd and 3. The interior getting a good push. And how about the vision that time by Charbonnet? Looks like the Rams are going to call a timeout.
Charge timeout. Los Angeles, their first. It will be 30 seconds.
And each team has 2. So you get a timeout with 3:17 left in the 5th quarter. Again, Rams, Seahawks, winner controls their path to the NFC #1 seed. Seahawks still haven't clinched a playoff berth. 2 more games to go for them after tonight at Carolina and then at San Francisco. So this could be the last time this crowd sees this team at home.
I mean, we're at week 16. They're on a short week. They're playing to get to the top of the NFC West, maybe a #1 seed. And how fitting. We're in overtime, and it's coming down to this.
All you could ask for.
Yeah, these guys are leaving it out there.
1st and goal. Darnold, play fake, looks, throws, caught! Smith and Jigba. Now comes the drama.
What a drive by Sam Darnold. They're not hesitating. There's Clint Kubiak. Like we said, I guarantee you Mike McDonald said, hey, Clint, we get in here and score. Give us your best 2-point play.
Well, they scored on the wackiest 2-point conversion you'll ever see earlier. Where do they go here?
Well, the guy that just made that touchdown would be a great place to look. He's off to the right. They try to isolate him on his own. Rams going to call another timeout.
Yep, isolate him on Forbes. McVay wanted to see how they were going to line up. He did.
Here's the touchdown, Al. What a job by Darnold with a nice play fake and a good job of separating by JSN. No receptions in the first half, all 96 yards and a touchdown in the second half. But coming to defense a little bit at number 14, this game was going sideways. The turnovers, he sure has responded here in this second half when he's had his chances.
Can he cap it off?
From a 3% chance to win.
Comes down to this. One play. One time. Again, you got Smith and Jigba, bottom of the screen there. Charbonnet is the back. Cup moving back and forth. And now you got a
Seattle timeout.
Yeah, timeout by Seattle, of course.
It will be 30 seconds.
Okay.
It's almost like in basketball. Let's see what they're in. Call
Right.
a timeout. Get a feel.
McVay saw it at first. Now McDonald sees what they line up as.
Now they've not moved the ball off that right hatch. The play they want, they're not going to change. Maybe a different formation, personnel grouping, but this is, think about what's at stake here. We've talked about it all night, the number one seed here. It comes down to, like you say, this one play.
This is it. This is it. Make no mistake. 2-point try. Here comes their best 2-point play. 3 receivers this time. They changed the formation. 3 to the right. Barner in motion. Darnold throws. Caught for the 2 points. Eric Saubert. They throw to a guy who hadn't made a catch or was targeted all night long. What a game. That's one for the ages right there.
Unbelievable. Just take it all in. What a scene. One of the best venues in the NFL. Comes down to a 2-point play, and when we show you how close this was to being tipped at the line of scrimmage, you're not going to believe it.
So the Seattle Seahawks have the number 1 seed in their hands. Win out, they're number 1.
Now let's look at how this play was developed. Remember, you talked about how the 3 receivers to the right, the tight end leaks. Look how close Kobe Turner came to knocking that ball down. But I'll tell you, Saubert deserves a lot of credit for being patient before he delays and comes out. Just wait. Got completely lost by coverage. Did a nice job of looking it off, looking towards that 3 receiver side. And almost like a check down. Came back to the backside, found the answer to hit that 2-point conversion, and good for him.
Calf injury on IR until last week. Signs a 1-year extension the other day. He's already paid the biggest dividend. Don't call his name all night long. There he is, 38-37. Can hoist up a lot of guys tonight.
And he knows how close he came to knocking that ball, getting his hand on it. 2 of the best right there.
No question. Neither has his 40th birthday yet, so Sean McVay now goes to Atlanta, comes home against Arizona. Seattle, 2 on theirs, Cup and Stafford. Of course, the 2 of them made some magic 4 years ago. Sam Darnold wins a huge one. And off he goes to our post-game show, I'm sure, because don't go anywhere at the JCPenney post-game show after these messages.
rivalry in the NFL, but because of that mishap and it took so long to kick the field goal with 2 timeouts, the Bears have to really go onside kick here. Otherwise, they would get it back maybe with like 45 seconds left. So it sealed the decision. Try the onside kick. It's laying around. Got to pick it up, and it's loose on the ground. Who's going to get it? Oh, the Bears have it! Are you serious? It's been an 8% chance all year, and somehow the Bears get it. Unbelievable.
Blackwell on the recovery. 1 in 12 chance. Another fourth quarter. Oh my God, Dobbs got it. He takes his eye off the ball. And at that point, there's so many black jerseys around the ball. God, you put your most sure-handed players out there. Dobbs is certainly that for the Packers. But a huge mistake here at the end.
Crazy.
Unbelievable.
Cairo Santos has done it before, by the way. That's his 3rd successful onside kick of his career. Dobbs got hurt at the end of that play. Can you imagine this? The Bears have had 5 cardiac wins on the year. Comeback wins, most in the league. They stay alive with an onside kick they probably didn't want to do, but had no choice. But they need a touchdown with 2 timeouts and 1:56 left against a Packers D that hasn't allowed one yet today.
This Packers defense has played so well. There's been 0 momentum for this Bears offense all day, except for that onside kick. Now they got a little juice. We'll see if they can use it. Caleb, he's so dangerous with his legs. Again, these receivers are going to get fatigued.
Looking to throw. Quick hitter outside to Komet, who makes the catch up to midfield. He goes. Short gain, going to pick up 3. Clock runs.
Yeah, and time is not a huge factor at this point. They're so ahead of schedule with 2 timeouts. 50 yards with 1:40 left is an eternity. At some point, you're going to have to hit a seam ball, an in-cut. And Caleb's going to use his legs to extend some of these plays.
Quick throw here. Loveland's got it. First down. Chicago down to the 40 for him, and he's got 10.
And that's the area of the field that is easily exploited by this defense. They try to play a lot of coverage to help their corners out. The middle of that defense is very exposed. That's where Loveland, Komet can work.
Again, a 4-man rush. Williams will take it underneath to Swift, who gets away from Walker. Good run by Swift. He's going to be a little short of a first. 1:04 to go, and a timeout is called. Everyone catch their breaths.
Yeah, interesting use of a timeout there. I almost think there's...
We'll be right back after this message from State Farm.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing the leadership of this captain, but getting that captain.
Eyes by motion on the port side! Yarg, missed again! Imagine again!
What are we doing? So don't settle for just any insurance when there's State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, squalls are coming!
1:05 to go. Bears 1 timeout left.
Yeah, kind of, in my opinion, kind of an interesting use of a timeout there by Ben Johnson. I felt like the Packers D is a little bit on the ropes. You know, you get their 2nd and 2. It's another opportunity to get a first down. You could clock it, but chose to use his 2nd time out there.
Williams going deep. It is caught! Leaping grab from DJ Moore down to the 12.
As I said, you're going to need an in-cut. They found it there plenty of time. Everybody keep their poise. You don't want to score too fast.
43 seconds to go. Caleb Williams looking for the equalizer. Fires. Caught by Loveland. He's out of bounds with 36 seconds left.
Watch DJ Moore go up here on the top shelf. Valentine in coverage. It's called an in-cut, indigo, dagger, a lot of different terms in football. But an absolute strike for Caleb. And on the next play, you got Loveland working on this short little out cut. Gets him out of bounds. Nice throw. It's a little more surgical. That's what you want to see from the quarterback position.
2 weeks ago at Green Bay, Ben Johnson said if they scored, they were going for 2. You could bet your bottom dollar he's doing it again if they can get in. 2nd down. Williams looking, throwing, corner, incomplete. Zacchaeus, the intended receiver that time. And now it's 3rd down.
Yeah, he had him. You just need an absolute perfect throw, low and outside on the pylon. He let that one go high and inside, a little dangerous. There's definitely enough separation. But maybe it's the wind, maybe it's just an inaccurate throw, poor mechanics. Got 2 more chances.
Obviously, time's a factor, but the Bears can get a 1st down here at the 2. You know they're looking for the score. 3rd and 4. Williams backpedaling, lofting, incomplete off the goalpost. And now comes down to this.
Yeah, good choice. Rashawn Gary free on the blitz pickup. Caleb does a good job of getting the ball out of his hands, not taking a sack, and now it just comes down to one play.
Crazy.
Your best play, you got Ben Johnson. Your best defensive call, Jeff Hafley. An entire division on the line in one play. Great shot at the bottom. Loveland, DJ Moore, those are your go-to guys.
Williams, pressure, throwing, corner, has a man, it is caught! Touchdown! Jazay Walker, unbelievable!
Unbelievable is right. Williams with his Steph Curry impression, that fadeaway, lobs it up in the air, miscommunication and coverage. Walker comes down with it. They tried an all-out pressure, no help, miscommunication. Nixon thinks he has the guy that breaks inside. Nobody in coverage.
They aren't going for 2. They're going to try the extra point to tie. Santos to tie it up. It is up and good. Unreal. The Bears had a 0.5% chance to win for the onside kick.
Unbelievable.
And Janae Walker, who played 8 snaps the entire year, catches the equalizing touchdown.
See all these guys up here, that means there's one more in protection they can't handle. So everyone is free in the back part of the end zone. They've got to communicate that stack receiver well. Nixon and Bullard don't. And then you just kind of throw a little fadeaway jump shot. Frustration and a great play by the undrafted rookie. Coming from nowhere. I had to look down at my depth chart going, who?
Amazing.
What?
Amazing.
And I kind of like that thought by Ben Johnson. You got a little momentum, you got the crowd on your side, and they're still at their backup court. Now, Malik Willis has played awesome, but now he's in a highly pressurized situation. I got what you do if you're the home team.
I got to say I'm surprised, though.
Yeah.
I thought he'd go for 2, but he ties it up, and now we'll see what we got.
Well, last game, 2 weeks ago, we asked them, because they were in a similar situation. Caleb threw the interception to Nixon, and we said in the production meeting call, were you going to go for 2? He goes, you're darn right I was.
Doesn't here, though. Here's Savion Williams taken down, 17 seconds left. Is there any world in which you're trying to throw this into these wins and get yourself for a long field goal? Probably not, right?
3 timeouts.
What do you think?
I think you're going to overtime. I think it's just too much to put on. I don't know, maybe take one shot on an in-cut. Tough into that wind conditions. They would need to get the ball about 40 to 43 yards, 17 seconds, 3 chunk passes. You could do it. It doesn't hurt. They only have 1 timeout. They can't stop it.
We'll see what they got. Malik Willis. Pressure in his face. Steps away, and he's sacked. Montez Sweat gets home.
Oh, no. Great effort sack by Sweat to bring down Willis.
And so it takes us to the end of regulation.
Yeah, he got kind of buckled. That's what I saw in the sack. Standing in the pocket, trying to hold on to it a little bit longer. And then Sweat kind of collapses his body on him.
Oh, yeah. Went down hard on that play. This place is electric.
Oh, man, so much momentum by that onside kick. Bringing this stadium, bringing this city to life. What a game.
Josh Blackwell recovered the onside kick. And then on 4th down, Ja'Day Walker gets open. And here we are, overtime.
Okay, gentlemen, the regular season for overtime, we play 1 quarter of up to 10 minutes, where both teams get a chance to possess the ball, unless one team keeps it for the whole 10 minutes, or unless there's a defensive score. 4th quarter timing rules apply. Each team gets 2 timeouts, and there's no coaches' challenges. All the replays come from upstairs, okay? Green Bay, you'll call a coin. That's a head, it's a tail, what's your call? Heads? Heads is a call, heads is a call. It's a tail, you win. You want to kick. You want to kick? Which way do you want to go? Okay, stay just as you are. Chicago 1's going to kick. Green Bay receives down here. Good luck, gentlemen.
There you go. Packers will get the ball first. We head to OT. First place in the NFC North on the line when we come back.
We're in overtime at Soldier Field, and the Green Bay Packers are without their starting quarterback, Jordan Love, and this is why. After that hit, he was ruled out with a concussion, and now Malik Willis, before we got to overtime with that body slam there, he came right over to the sidelines, Kevin and Tom, and Green Bay athletic training staff told him right away, throw the ball. Tom, you saw him throwing the ball on the sideline. What'd you see?
Yeah, the mechanics looked a little different. He was definitely straining. He came right down on that right shoulder. We'll see how it looks when he gets out there.
Here's Savion Williams looking for a return. He gets bottled up quickly. Well, this is going to be obviously big. Aaron said earlier in the game that they don't have a third available quarterback.
Yeah.
So it's all on Malik Willis. Remember, overtime, each team will possess it. 16 all. First place on the line. Let's go.
This place is absolutely on fire. What it's going to be from Coach LaFleur, some misdirection. Get him. His legs are still fine, that's for sure. But heavy dose of this run game. At least give it a shot. Try to keep it on the ground and play to your strength.
There is Wilson on the ground and fighting his way forward for as many as he can get. He'll take 3 that time.
Yeah, Tremaine Edmonds just running straight through the middle of the kind of offensive backfield. Nobody there to pick up the weak side linebacker. No Josh Jacobs in the game. A lot of injuries this Packers team has kind of withheld and withstood. See if they can do it again.
Willis on a play action, looking to throw. What does he have in that arm? A perfect pass is what he has. Unreal to Jaden Reed. That was something in the Bears territory. He grabs 31.
Nice route. Jaden Reed ends up working on Kevin Byard, the safety. Goes in, and then a sail concept back to the outside. Byard just hard to stick with him. And again, Malik Willis, terrific fundamentals. Feet are underneath them, totally balanced, and an absolutely perfect throw when his team needed it.
Now you see Romeo Doubs with a wrist injury. He's questionable return, so maybe add another injury for Green Bay. And we haven't seen Jacobs in overtime. First down. Going to give to Williams again. Savion Williams trying to get that edge with that speed. He's going to pick up a few.
Again, just using all available bodies.
It's literally whoever has a pulse for Green Bay is going to get a handoff.
Someone touch it and do something other than the usual suspects. I mean, what resilience by this Packers team. So well coached by Coach LaFleur. Coach Hafley come in this environment. Some crazy bounces at the end of the game, but man, they are right in it.
2nd and 7. Willis dumps it underneath, and a good throw and catch. Going to be a little short that time. It's Dontavian Wicks who makes the grab. The second one for him today, and now a 3rd down and short coming your way.
Yeah, just good job by Willis seeing the field. And that's the one question I always thought, how well does he kind of see with his vision? Very good, accurate throw. Again, more zone defense by Dennis Allen. Just requires these receivers to go up, find a little spot in the zone, and the quarterback rips it.
And this play's blown dead.
Yeah. Got down to the play clock.
I think the Packers called the timeout.
Timeout, Green Bay. Their first of this.
Matt LaFleur called one of his 2 timeouts. Well, this one's been great, obviously. More good stuff tomorrow. The Chargers and their postseason push full throttle against Dak and the Cowboys. Jags take on the Broncos. It's a good one, too. Other action as well. Check your local listings. The game in your area only on Fox. Tough to top this one. 16 all. Packers Bears in overtime. Packers got it first. The winner will be in first place in the North and the number 2 overall seed in the NFC. So not big stakes at all.
It's all on the line. How cool are these games coming down to defending onside kicks and 3rd and 1s, 4th and 1s, making field goals. This has been a great football game.
Jumbo formation.
Nothing too fancy, probably just an inside handoff to Wilson.
Oh, it's a fake. Willis rolling out in trouble. He is hit, surges forward, but he's not going to get there. T.J. Edwards snuffed it out, and now a big decision for Matt LaFleur.
Well, so much for that. Thinking it was just going to be an inside run. They tried to get a little fancy. The little play action boot. Use Willis's legs. Oh no, and Edwards comes out of there and says, not on my watch, bro. Here I am, face to face.
TB, normally this is a field goal, obviously, but with that into that wind, they're going to go.
Impossible.
Ball is loose, picked up, and the Bears get a stop.
The fumbled exchange, Melton on the motion. Not sure if he was trying to give it to him or not, but the exchange between Ryan and Willis again. There are so few times the backup quarterback and the starting center are taking snaps. Dennis Allen, bend it, don't break. What a play, and Coach LaFleur on the opposite side of the field in total disbelief. The fundamentals snapping to the quarterback in this situation. Devastating.
So now any score wins. 6:10 remaining in overtime. Caleb Williams looking. Now some pressure, and turns around and fires it out of bounds. I mean, just think about the 2 games these teams have played in 3 weeks. At Lambeau a couple weeks ago was a great game, and then this was the end of it. Keyshawn Nixon with a pick in the end zone, the final seconds, and the Packers win it. Today, Green Bay has just got to recover an onside kick. Bears do that, and then they hit the undrafted rookie, Ja'Day Walker, who had barely seen the field all year on a 4th down touchdown, descended to overtime, and now they got a chance to win it. Swift, right side, and good effort there by Swift. Didn't look like a lot there, and then somehow made it a 7-yard run. Packers say they have the ball, but the signal here is down. Oh, Packers have it! The initial signal from the near side was that the runner was down.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't know. They're mean. It's super close.
Let's see. Replay.
Does he come down on Walker? He's still on. He's definitely down.
He's 100%
After
down.
discussion, the runner was down by contact.
Yeah.
Big 3rd down.
He's down for a long time. But what a run by Swift. Contacted maybe 2 yards downfield. And his drive and power, he's just been such an unheralded star for this offense. You don't see him as this power runner, but man, does he run powerfully.
So now 3rd and 3. Manungai in the game in the backfield. Here is Manungai up the middle and a first down into Packers territory.
A ton of misdirection. Thank God for McKinney coming out of the middle of the field and getting Manungai on the field, or that could have been it. That would have been a foot race with Valentine and Nixon. Again, a 3rd down run. Not surprised Ben Johnson calls that. He does that more than any offensive coordinator. And certainly with these guys in the backfield, the trust he's got with his offensive linemen and these backs is pretty awesome to watch.
On the fake, Williams looking downfield, launching downfield, going for it all! It is caught! Bears win it! DJ Moore!
They go for the jugular. DJ Moore on the full field post. Off play action. Nixon, an absolutely 10 out of 10 A+ throw for Caleb Williams. He knew it when he let it go. That ball's in the air a long time. He's thinking, go get it, DJ. Go track it down, big guy. The throw of Caleb Williams' life. The catch of DJ Moore's life. What a scene.
One of the most improbable wins in regular season history. A walk-off for the Bears, and Tom Rinaldi is with one of the heroes, DJ Moore.
If we can get to him right now, DJ.
Oh, yeah.
DJ,
what's up?
How would you describe what it took to win that game?
It took a lot of ups and downs on our side, but we fought to the end, made this shit happen.
On the onside kick, you guys get the possession, you stop them. Take me through the touchdown pass that won it.
Just now?
Yes.
Yeah. We worked on it in practice. I seen the look. Nobody back deep. I just got to run my ass off and go catch the ball for Caleb.
This has been such a challenging nemesis, the Packers against the Bears. I see the nod.
Yeah.
What does it mean to get this one, DJ?
Man, it means a lot. And at the end of the day, it's after Packers always.
That's my man right here. That's my man right here.
Well done, DJ. Well done. Go and enjoy it.
Appreciate it.
What just happened? Unbelievable, the Chicago Bears exercising all the Packers demons in a game they had no business winning. Let's go back to Tom with Caleb.
Caleb, we just talked to DJ. Take us through what you saw on the pass that won it.
Yeah. It's a hell of a player. It's a hell of a, I want to start out, that's a hell of a team over there, the playoff team. You know, we'll probably see them again. But that's a play that Coach and I, we were sitting in his office, one of those meetings, and we discussed that play. You know, it's funny how it worked out. But, you know, hell of a job by everybody to be able to make this play happen. Coaches, players, everybody in the building.
You've talked over and over with us about the power of belief, the belief that's built with this group.
Yep.
What was the belief when you recovered the onside kick?
Yeah, we know who we are. I've said it multiple times. We're a team that's going to fight to the end. And there was too much time on the clock.
And you did, and you got it done. Congratulations, Caleb. Great win.
Awesome. Thank you. The Bears.
KB.
Tom, well done. Holy cow, one of the best regular season games you'll ever see. And the city of Chicago says the Bears are for real. What a win, an overtime thriller.
Okay, third and goal. 4 yards out.
Gibbs flanking the quarterback. Over to Gibbs. He's wide open. Easy touchdown. Lions are in.
Just watch this. These two guys on defense are going to have to guard him and Ferkser. So you got Gibbs and Ferkser. As soon as Ferkser releases outside, it's too late. And you can't get there, Moon. And that's really on Moon, just not being prepared for a quick release. Thought the running back was going to block first.
Yeah, Moon just signed off the Carolina practice squad this week, brought back to Pittsburgh, where he has spent time, and the extra point by Bates is good. They just went 68 yards, Tony, in 2.5 minutes. In this game that was a chess match early on.
Yep, they're
turned wide open now. I'd like to welcome the audience to just joined us. We've been watching the Texans and the Raiders, with the Texans holding on for a 23-21 victory. We've got a wild fourth quarter game going on here in Detroit. Jared Goff just threw his third touchdown of the afternoon.
Well, you said Moon just signed from the practice squad from another team, and now you're playing. TJ Watt's injury, Herbig is out. You got to play multiple people on a big play. I don't mind targeting those guys when they just show up, because they're going to be possibly a little late to understand the defense, and it showed there.
Goff now with 30 of 45 attempts for 311 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Well, he did it again. That's out of set the record for 10-game stretch.
Well, one thing he has done too.
Now in 11 games is probably the record.
He's tied. That's correct. He's just tied with his first touchdown in this game today. That made it now 21 straight games with a touchdown pass. That happened on the pass to Tesla. We talked about that earlier.
Yes.
So he ties the Stafford franchise record. Sneakily doing great things. You know, name doesn't come to the forefront all the time. Not the much flash.
Not
as other guys.
Should be in the MVP, but their record, and they've got to win this game.
And those that just joined us, Warren just returned that. He has had 2 rushes, 45 yards for touchdowns in this game. Did you see Aaron Rodgers' numbers are good too? Warren averaging 10 yards a carry in this one. There's Stafford with that 21-game streak of a touchdown pass, though they've only rushed for 18 yards today.
You think that puts pressure on the quarterback? Yes, but Aaron Rodgers has answered the bell every time this has happened, and Detroit keeps putting pressure on him in this third and fourth quarter, especially the fourth quarter right now. Can they answer the bell again?
Handoff to Jonnu Smith. And Maddox trying to bring him down. They need some help.
Arthur Smith, incredible to start these drive starters, back-to-back drives.
How about Liam Cohen and the Jacksonville Jaguars have now made it official. They've defeated Denver out in the Mile High City and finished off their 11-game home winning streak, and the streak they had going on all season long. As now Denver drops to 12-3. New England's at Baltimore tonight, and Jacksonville is there within 1 game of the best record in the AFC.
Who would have thought?
Incredible.
Jacksonville, Carolina. Impressive. Oh.
They move Spencer Anderson to go fullback. 1st and 10. Fake the handoff, and they're going over to Washington. And he runs over one defender, Reed, who's already been shaken up one time. He takes another big blow that goes for 13. It was Washington who ran into him that knocked Reed out of the game briefly before.
Watch the fake, but look at Aaron Rodgers' eyes. He's going to no-look this. Hey, everyone, run over here to the left while I throw the ball way out over here. Could have thrown a little bit better ball with the no-look, if I'm honest, but look at that. And nobody wants to tackle this guy, Jim.
Especially DJ Reed.
Twice my size.
Yep.
Because I've gotten so skinny. I think that's probably the thing. I got to probably gain some weight, my wife says. So, you know, that's totally true. Just buy that.
Timeout called by Pittsburgh.
That'll be their last one, which wasn't a big deal when they were up by 2 scores, but gets very uncomfortable now.
Great. Tracy, down to you.
Jim, the Steelers could use a long drive here because after that touchdown by the Lions, this defense was gassed. There's oxygen being taken on the sideline. Cam Hayward wasn't even in the game on that touchdown because he was so gassed. So certainly they could use the offense to stay on the field here and give them time to regroup.
Meantime, the Detroit defense needs to make a stop. Now, they could hold them to a field goal and still be mathematically in the game at 8.
And for the people who joined us, that did not look like that was going to happen about 5 minutes ago in this game. You might know the real time. But the run fits are the issue. They've got to be able to get the run fits on defense and figure that out because it's coming.
They run Smith behind them, and they toss it to the tight end. Lining up in the backfield, got a flag out as he takes it for about 10 yards.
This is a big call right here.
Holding, number 98, defense. 5 yards will be added to the end of the play. Automatic, first down.
Wow. DJ Reader, this defense for the last month just can't stop anybody, Tony.
Well, so much of it, that's just Sean McVay being Sean McVay. But today, it's these safeties. You got to remember how many guys are out for the season.
Yep.
And the run fits, I keep talking about it, have just not held up. They are not in their position. Now, I do think Shepard has done a great job adjusting today, but not in the run game in the second half.
They gave up 519 to the Rams. Now you see over 470.
They're going to go right back to this, Jim. Cover one. We're going back to who we are. Tigers have stripes. Here they come.
That's Gainwell. And there's a play made. That's McNeil. McNeil with the stop.
You've got a plan coming into a game. You tried to do it. But here's the funny part. Everyone right here, they didn't want to do this. Go ahead and run that. They're going to play the run. They always overload the box. And coordinators and quarterbacks know we can throw the ball down the field. Not now. They're going to go back to who they are.
Goff just wants a chance with it being a one-score game. Wants a chance. Can the defense do something here with 2:25 to go? 2nd and 11. To Gainwell. He's got about 3. Going to have a 3rd and 8 coming up and a timeout call right here by the Lions. Left with 1 now. Well, we have a moment tonight on CBS. 60 Minutes. Treks to Mount Everest. Then a CBS News special, Rob Reiner, Scenes from a Life. Followed by the finale of The Road plus Boston Blue tonight on CBS. 3rd and 8. We've seen so many conversions today by the Pittsburgh Steelers. A number that were 3rd and 10 plus. They got a running back who ripped off 2 45-yard touchdown runs. The first Pittsburgh running back to do that. 2 rushes of 45 yards plus in a game since Frenchie Fuqua 55 years ago. So this is a monster play.
Game's over if they get the first down.
3rd and 8. Pressure. Rodgers heaves it, and it's thrown away.
I'm not so sure. It's the first time I've seen today, Jim, that the veteran might have made a mistake. Run into the pocket, move up 3 yards, and take a sack. Throwing it away gives them an extra timeout.
2:09 to go, and out comes Boswell to try to make it an 8-point lead. It's going to be a 36-yard attempt.
Because if he takes a sack, it goes down to 2 minutes. Now, I'd be making sure that they return this kickoff because you're trying to hope it gets down under 2 minutes so they don't get 2 timeouts.
Another Detroit defender. This is Avonte Maddox,
who's been solid after all the injuries. They can ill afford that.
You've been talking over and over again about the safeties. Just remind our audience that they had one of the great tandems in the league coming into the season.
Maybe as good as anyone.
Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph as well, both out for the year. So he's wobbly as he heads back to the sideline, and now Boswell trying to make it an 8-point lead. He's already made one from 59, one off his career long, one from 23. This is going to be 37 yards with Waitman on the hold. Coons will snap it back, and the kick by Boswell. Oh no! No good.
Wow. This place is rocking. Snap was a little low. Arthur Smith, or Danny Smith, not loving it.
Big thud.
We can hear it from up here.
And the Steelers are rejected. And now if Detroit can drive down the field, they'll win it with a touchdown. Assuming there's no time left for Pittsburgh to do anything. If they're able to do that, Goff's given his chance. He was begging for. There you go. Your low snap, Tony.
That affects it. Here we go, Jim.
Oh, I was hoping to hear that one more time from the 27. Handoff Gibbs. It got him by the uniform, and he's going to be dropped for another loss to take us to the 2-minute warning. Going to come down to the wire, right to the finish. Steelers and Lions.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Capital One. What's in your wallet? And by McDonald's.
Everyone united and standing for these last 2 minutes, including Santa and the Grinch. A reminder, the kickoff, Patriots and Ravens, kicks off at 8:22 on NBC. Here's a 2nd and 13. Oh, that's wide of the mark. Now you got a 3rd and 13. Zylstra was the target.
Well, Sawyer, the defensive end, basically is going to guard the tight end. He's in for TJ Watt, and they do the zone blitz. And impressive by the 4th-round pick from Ohio State. He's had a couple of flash plays today.
Not exactly ideal right here for the Lions. These first 2 plays after getting the big break off the missed field goal. They got 2 plays to pick up 13 yards and stay in it. Goff right there picks up 12 to Zylstra. Now you're going to have a 4th and 2. He's going to take his time because we make sure they get everybody aligned for this one.
Game comes down to this play right now. Pittsburgh emptying the bucket with all their blitzes and pressures, and Goff reads this one out. Throws it low and away. And I think he caught it.
Ooh, that's close. That is close. It's definitely contact with the ground there. Was it a control reception? Was it under control by Zylstra? Seems to right there, but has an arm underneath it, a hand underneath it. I mean, huge decision here as this is being looked at. Will it be 4th and 2?
Previous play is under review.
All right, Gene, I don't know. What do you see here?
Really, really close, Jim. I see Zylstra when he's tucking it away. That left hand does seem to be underneath of it, but then from one other angle, when he's starting to roll that hand underneath, there is some contact with the ground and the ball. This is a pretty good angle there. And then there, you see almost that the football kind of moves the second time. So really, really close play. Wouldn't want to just jump out there now and say it's indefinite, just completely conclusive that it is a catch. He is controlling it there. But we see that second bump right there, guys, where I don't know if that's the football laying down. Remember, it has to be conclusive to overturn. To me, that doesn't jump off the screen as an incompletion.
And again, he did have a hand underneath it on the other end of the football, on the far nose. So it'll be either 4th and 13 or 4th and 12, depending on how the officials see it. 4th and 13 or 4th and 2. 4th and 2 would certainly be manageable.
The ruling on the field stands as called.
And Gene, I think you had it. I think it had to be. It was so close they probably couldn't overturn it there.
Yeah, Jim, I think you stay within those parameters when you get to plays like this, and I think that's a good job by replay.
Okay, here you go, Tony. 4th and 2.
I think they're going for it.
Cut. I like it.
The biggest thing is how aggressive do you want to be if you're Pittsburgh? You can end the game right now, but you could also give up an explosive. I think you kind of play this like simulated pressure that they've been doing, but you got to be protective of a big play. Make them still drive the field.
Amon-Ra in motion. Stay in the game. Got to pick up a first. Down the middle. Tip. Incomplete. The Steelers make the play. Oh, the flag comes out. 2 of them late. Duggar was on the coverage of Jamison Williams.
This is the correct call. You can see it in real time. Duggar gets there just barely early. And this is that aggressiveness I talk about. Do you want to end the game right now? Take a look right here.
Pass interference, number 29, defense. False place at the spot of the foul, automatic. First down.
That was pretty revealing, that replay right there, Gene Steratore.
From the end zone, you could see the right arm by Duggar, and he's turning the receiver, Jim. So not just a hand there materially affecting with that restriction with the right arm. That's a really good call.
Duggar, who made the play for the safety at the start of the second half. It's a 14-yard penalty. And they got a new set of downs. They have one timeout in the pocket with 1:24 to go. Goff has thrown for 158 yards in this quarter. 3:22 for the day. On first down. He is dropped with flags down. He is dropped at the 39-yard line.
Are they calling holding or
Personal
tripping?
Foul.
Tripping.
Number 56, defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
You could see Highsmith. He knew it right after he did it. Right here, sticks his foot out. If it's accidental, it's okay. But not when you decide to go, hey, no, don't go that way. Get over here.
He can't do that.
And then watch Highsmith's reaction. He's going to go, no, after he does this. He's like, oh, why did I do that?
Oh, bring the football, Tony, all the way to the Steelers' 36-yard line.
Monster call right there.
And like I said, Highsmith knew it.
Yep.
1:19 to play. Goff in trouble. And that ball deflected. There's Highsmith again with the pressure.
I mean, Highsmith has played an outstanding football game today. Just watch on this left side. He's going against, these are 2 outstanding tackles, premier tackles, and he pushes Decker right back in to Goff. And if you needed a guy to show up today, it was him, having T.J. Watt and Herbig out.
Gibbs lines up wide to the right. Now they're going to bring him in.
And nobody motions with him, so you know it's zone.
Back over to Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra's got a blocker out in front. Amon-Ra to the 20. Being pushed from behind. And he's down to the 10-yard line as we approach a minute to go. Egg Walken, the new center, was out there helping throw a great block. Picks up 24.
What a play call in a big moment.
Inside 50 seconds to go. Goff to the end zone. That's in the direction of Tesla. Now, they ran to the line of scrimmage. Did they have to be that chaotic right there?
Well, I think what happens, you'll see the motion. Gibbs goes, Penny Sewell gets out, and he's able to get up on the corner. But it's really the perfect play call versus the coverage. Give Dan Campbell credit. But to get up there that quick, Jim, to your point, it was mostly because you can catch them not being able to get a play call in. And they had a chance, but they ran cover 0. Good throwaway.
Got down here with Amon-Ra, St. Brown's first reception of the half. Down to the 12 for a 2nd and 10.
And cover 0 means everyone blitzes, no help.
Barely got that off in time. Tesla to the 10, to the 5, and down to the 1-yard line. Patrick Queen kept him out of the end zone.
I'd get up quick right now and run a play. Don't use the timeout. Get up on the ball, hand the ball off, then use the timeout.
And again, Steelers, if they get any time, they'll have no timeouts to play with. Here with 25 seconds. Goff rolling, and throwing. Wide open. St. Brown with the touchdown. And the Lions have come all the way back. There is a flag.
Could they be calling a
Pass
pick?
interference. Number 18, offense. 10-yard penalty. Replay first down.
Wow, after this place went wild.
Duggar is late to come down because they're blitzing everyone. So now he's got to get out there and cover the flat, and it's a pick by the offense.
That will back them to the 11-yard line with 22 seconds. They still have that timeout to play with. 11 yards from victory.
Looking like cover 0 again, Jim, which means all-out pressure.
And it just got a little more difficult.
Number 65, offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
The center flinched on this one.
And back to the 16 they go.
And this happens when everyone starts to run up there to blitz because you're like, oh, I don't know. How am I going to get to my guy? Take a look as everyone comes running up on the outside inside, and there is the flinch.
Who said it was going to be easy? From the 16. First and goal, 22 seconds.
They got to back out here.
Across the middle, they've got Gibbs. He's tackled at the 8-yard line.
Timeout.
They better take it. They better hurry up and take it. They do. At 13 seconds. Maybe they'll put a second or two back on the clock. I thought I saw them calling for it sooner. They just had 16 seconds, so they do. They had 3 seconds. Look at this. Under Tomlin, never lost when leading by at least 12 points in the fourth quarter. And they led with 5 minutes to go by 12.
I don't think we're getting a tie today. It's the only time ever. What a game.
Just a crazy week in the NFL. A wackiest year ever. Been spectacular to watch. Is there another phenomenal comeback to go into the books?
Lions need it, to say the least.
They have no timeouts. Clock reset at 16. Second and goal. They're 9 yards away. Goff retreats to the 15. Looking, fires, incomplete. Nothing was there. Jamison Williams was a couple of steps to the right of that throw.
Pittsburgh elected to drop 8 guys. Only 3 guys are rushing. Goff right here knows with the time on the clock that he can't run up and get tackled right at the 5. The game would be over. Aaron, you could see the nerves, seasons, everything. Here it comes.
Now,
cannot run the ball as a quarterback. Cannot take a sack.
Now 11 seconds. Goff looking, back in the end zone. Oh, incomplete. Tesla, who makes all these acrobatic catches, had one earlier today, had it for just a sliver of a second.
This was an incredible throw by Goff and almost an incredible catch, because that's what you're going to have to do in this situation because they're dropping everybody. Wow.
Okay, Tony, people say that it all comes down to this. This is what they really are talking about. This situation right here. The king of the fourth downs. Campbell and the Lions. Can they pull it off with the season in the balance? Goff fires at the 1. He didn't get across, but there are flags down. Ball ends up in the hands of Goff. He goes across. Did they have a whistle first?
There's so many things on this level that I just saw. Could be offensive pass interference, actually. And then they actually did score. When did the whistle get blown? Oh, too much for me. You go ahead, Jim.
This is like the 2-point play in Seattle the other night.
Yeah, exactly.
What is going on here?
This could be on the offense. I know everyone expects it to be on the defense. I'm just saying it could be.
The Steeler bench is out onto the field. I mean, they basically are like ready to walk in as if they've won it and heading home for a victory. Is this going to be a call against Pittsburgh to keep this game alive? Goff is making an appeal. Probably wanted to point out, hey, I scooped up the ball and scored anyway. They're explaining it now to Jared. You got all these possibilities, Tony, including offensive pass interference, which some believe on that Pittsburgh sideline that's going to be the call, which would be the game over because Amon-Ra didn't score anyway. So this is getting all kinds of looks, I'm sure, from New York as well. It's being reviewed. I mean, Goff ended up with the football. Will this be the play that will usurp the crazy 2-point conversion by Seattle? Is that possible? Rodgers thinks it's over.
They're discussing it because it's a unique rule.
They're looking up
here. I think they're going to call offensive pass interference. Let's hear the call right here. What a major call.
The ruling on the field is a touchdown, however.
Pass
interference, number 14 on the offense. By rule, that penalty is not enforced, and there is no replay. The game is over.
Wow.
There is no touchdown.
Whoa!
The OPI on number 14 negates the penalty. There is no replay. The game is over.
The OPI ends it. They even conceded, Gene, that Goff had scored a touchdown. As bizarre as it gets.
Yeah, 100%. And in the NFL, offensive fouls with time expired do not extend. I was looking to see, and they may have been discussing whether there was progress on St. Brown and whether there was time, but once Carl Shepard said the ruling was touchdown, we knew that time had expired. You see the OPI by St. Brown there. And as I said, the game was at 0 whenever Goff scored, so that is end of game. You don't extend on offensive penalties with zeros on the clock.
You know, the players are still standing on the field. The Lions players are looking up at the big board, watching the replay over and over again, and incredulous. Trying to figure out what just happened. How about the effort right there, by the way, and the presence of mind for Goff to fly into the end zone, all for naught.
I just sit here and watch this and you say, I mean, this is such a huge moment for seasons for these teams. And all of a sudden, St. Brown doing that. Jalen Ramsey going to the nickel because Echols was out. What a game by him right there.
Tracy, it's all yours.
I mean, Aaron and I are in disbelief down here. How would you describe that one, Aaron?
Chaos. I mean, I was a part of a game 13 years ago that had this kind of chaos.
So were we.
With some replacement referees, though. I mean, just watching it now, looks like there's an OPI. Looks like he's stopped. Forward progress is stopped. But a crazy game. We had another PI on the touchdown. So happy to get a win. We played great in the second half on offense. Picked up our defense, and they came up with a big stop.
What is it about this offense right now? It seems to be clicking at just the right time.
We can come at you a lot of different ways. We ran for 200 yards today. Jalen had a fantastic game, but we had some fly sweeps to Kenny, to Jonnu. We had some tosses to Jonnu. Art was mixing it up really well. Guys battled through some injuries. I thought Dylan played really good at left tackle. Spence was battling some injuries. DK made some plays. Adam Thielen made some big plays. We were way better on third down today. And, you know, we should have scored more points because we had a touchdown taken off the board. Didn't convert another one down here, but feels good to win. Everybody's picking us to lose, right?
There you go. But how can you take this in terms of going down the stretch of the season and trying to make it into the playoffs?
I tell you, we're going to enjoy this one. I'm going to enjoy this because I played here a lot of years. Had some incredible memories, especially 10 years ago in this stadium. But I'm going to enjoy this one, and we're going to turn on the Sunday night game and root for the Patriots.
You deserve this. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Trey.
Great summation. Great job by Aaron Rodgers today. He had the Motown miracle, and today some Motown magic. As you look at the AFC playoff picture, the Steelers go to 9-6. And next week we'll play at Cleveland. Meanwhile, on the NFC side, by virtue of the Lions losing, guess what? The Bears and the 49ers are in the playoffs. They are in, and the Lions' hopes are hanging by a thread. A frayed thread. Just barely. Patriots and Ravens are coming up on NBC. Just a wild finish. That ended it right there, basically. Everything that followed didn't matter. The push-off by St. Brown. The Steelers have won 3 in a row. At Baltimore, against Miami, at Detroit. Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes for Tony and Tracy and Gene. Jim Nance saying so long from Detroit. Merry Christmas, everyone. You've been watching the NFL on CBS.
Right now, doesn't it? Because a field goal means the Bears likely to get the ball back with the hammer and a chance to go win the game. So each first down puts more control in the hands of Kyle Shanahan.
We know if you leave the Bears a little bit of time this year, what's been happening. Use check in motion. Still Purdy with a clean pocket. It's complete. It's Jawan Jennings to the pylon. Touchdown! The Niners take the lead.
There it is, Mike. You're going to see these linebackers react down to Tonjes. Here's the dig I was talking about. They react up to that underneath route. It was a Tampa 2. The linebacker that time, Edwards, reacted up, left the hole that he was supposed to have covered in the middle of that defense, and there it goes. Unbelievable. Kyle Shanahan saw it. He saw exactly what I saw, which is those linebackers now are trying to take away the little stuff. We're going to get them with the big stuff.
Huge extra point to make it a 4-point game. And Pinheiro nails it. Brock Purdy, 303 yards, 3 touchdown passes, 2 touchdown runs. Who's got the most TDs this year for the San Francisco 49ers? Jawan Jennings. This one puts them up 4 with 2:15 to go. What a great night here at Santa Clara. Our SNF storylines. Caleb Williams, 281 yards, 2 touchdowns for the Bears. One to retake the lead earlier. Christian McCaffrey, the league leader in yards from scrimmage with 181 and a touchdown. Luther Burden has stepped up tonight. The rookie has a 119-yard, 1-touchdown game. Brock Purdy for the 2nd consecutive game, 5 total touchdowns. He threw 5 against Indy. Tonight it's throwing 3, running 2. The latest giving San Francisco a 4-point lead. 2:15 to go. The faithful are rocking Levi's, but they know that guy has done it. Over this year, the Bears have come back 6 times in the 4th quarter. And with 2:15 left, the folks who write the script have done it again. The Bears are getting the ball down 4 with around 2 to go. What will the field position be? Pinheiro kicking to the end zone. The Bears drive will start at the 35. It's happened against the Raiders and the Commanders. It's happened in Cincinnati and then against the Giants at Soldier Field. It's happened in Minneapolis and last week on a Saturday night. If you were watching, you know exactly what you were doing, watching the improbable comeback for the Bears, who were down 10 with 5+ to go. Field goal, onside kick, touchdown, overtime winner. Can they do it again? Here we go.
Remember, the 49ers really struggle trying to rush the passer.
Fewest sacks in the league. None tonight. It begins with a DeAndre Swift run for 5 to the 40-yard line. That will take us to the 2-minute warning. All 3 timeouts. The Bears, buoyed by the confidence of been there, done it before. Can they do it again? Or will the Niners continue to have control of the path to the #1 seed? Final 2 coming up. Coming up, it's the Chevrolet postgame. We will have the schedule for Week 18. We don't have it, so we're dying to see it. Melissa will talk to the stars of the game, the top storylines from Week 17, and we'll look ahead to the finale, Game 272 next week on Sunday Night Football. So here we go, final 2 minutes in Santa Clara. Teams battling to get right back on this field in 6 weeks for the Super Bowl, trying to do it from their home stadiums, trying to get that #1 seed. Chris, how much confidence do the Bears bring out to the field knowing they've done this 6 times this year?
Honestly, I think they'd rather be in their position than the 49ers position right now.
Really?
I really do. It's the way the game's gone. Why would you not? Plus, you've got 4 downs in every situation.
Full complement of timeouts. DeAndre Swift is the back. Bethune gets his lineman properly aligned. Caleb Williams back. Has to throw it towards Swift. Incomplete. It'll bring up 3rd and 5. There's a flag in the secondary on the far side of the field.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense number 26. This is a 5-yard penalty that includes an automatic first down.
So it's on Chase Lucas. Will bring the ball to the 45-yard line.
And Chase Lucas in the game because of the injury to Upton Stout, and Darrell Luter in the game because Renardo Green was hurt coming into this game. So a couple of backups in there. And there is the contact.
Contact after that 5-yard belt. Terry McCauley confirms with us. Correct call. Bears snap it just shy of the 45.
Really need some action from Bryce Huff here. He is the one edge rusher that could get it done for San Francisco.
Bottom of the screen, 47. He's contained. His pass is deflected. It's incomplete. Big hands of Alfred Collins getting up to bat it away. The rookie 2nd-round pick out of Texas sets up 2nd down.
Let's take a look. We've seen this throughout the course of the night, and they are big plays. Takes a lot of energy for those 300-pound-plus guys to get their hands up at the end of a game like this and the end of a pass rush.
Luther Burden, 119 yards on the sideline at the moment. 2 tight ends in the game for Chicago. 2nd and 10. Niners stick with the 4-man rush. As Williams goes to DeAndre Swift, turns it upfield. He's 3 shy of the first down at the 48-yard line. Clock spins, final 100 seconds. 3rd, and they'll call it 4 for the Bears.
Last time they were in this situation, D. Winters, number 53, the linebacker, was a spy, making sure Caleb Williams did not get out.
Janae Walker looking over, trying to make sure he has the right play. Niners trying to get the right number of people out, and a timeout taken. I think San Francisco, with the confusion, needed to stop it. And they take a timeout and make sure they are in line here with 1:24 to go.
The tough thing about that timeout, though, is if you get in one of those situations where you've got to be able to stop it for an entire series, you may not be able to do that, but I guess no choice there. This is one of the plays of the game right now.
Yeah, with 10 guys out there. Robert Saleh trying to get his defense out. And after that last play, you saw one of the defensive linemen asking out as he was a little gassed there, and maybe that caused some of that confusion.
Well, what we've seen for the last few weeks here is that nobody's throwing at Diamador Lenore, number 2, at the bottom of the screen down here. They are going to take their shots going the other way, either against Chase Lucas or Darrell Luter, 26 or 28.
Kyle Monungai has come into the game. He'll be the running back for the Bears. Luther Burden is back in the game. He's at the top of the screen. This is 3rd and 4 for Chicago. Williams escaping the pocket, taking off, running for the first down, getting to the sideline, and getting the first down at the 45-yard line. So the wheels of Williams keep the chains moving.
It was a terrific job on the outside by Monungai, the receiver, the running back who went out. Instead of coming back and trying to block, he turned up the field, which took his coverage with him, gave Williams just enough room to pick up that first. And this is going perfectly for the Chicago Bears. They have plenty of time here. They can take their time. They have the timeouts. They're eating up the clock so San Francisco can't use it the other way.
Minute 17 left. Swift is the back. Pressure comes. The throw is dropped by Loveland.
His first drop. First drop of the year right there. He has more catches without a drop than anybody at the tight end position this year, and dropped a key one because they caught him in that slot blitz again. Williams has been doing this so well all night long. They fire that slot blitz, they throw right behind it, and just did not execute the catch.
And that was an on-target throw by Williams as well. You see Fred Warner on the sideline. Yeah, he'd love to be out there. 2nd and 10. Williams strokes it in the middle, incomplete. Cole Kmet, Malik Mustafa was flying down towards the tight end. It's 3rd and 10 with $1:09 to go.
Oh boy, here's where it gets interesting now. We'll see whether or not we get D. Winters with the spy in the middle of the field again. But just what we know about Caleb Williams, he's going somewhere here.
And those feet that keep these drives alive, will he use those? Burden and Walker, the receivers, top of the screen. Burden in motion. Here comes some pressure. It's out. George Burden stops on a dime, turns forward for the first down. What a run by Burden, just shy of the 30-yard line with exactly a minute left in regulation. Big time play by the rookie.
They're going quick. I'm not so sure I wouldn't have burned one of my timeouts right there. Eating up a lot of clock here, just trying to walk up to the line of scrimmage.
45 seconds left in regulation. Williams throws it. It is caught by Burden, 26-yard line. Ben Johnson, timeout, 39 seconds to go. The Bears have it at the 26, down 4.
This is why Luther Burden was my favorite receiver coming out, because his ability to create after the catch. Just get the ball in his hand short of the first down marker and let him go to work. He did it in college. He's been doing it in the NFL, and I feel like people have missed it. I really do. And I started digging into some of the numbers and the statistics, and they say that he is in the top 5 of all receivers in production when he's on the field.
You can see it. Had him in motion there. 8 catches on his 8 targets are 138 yards. Devin Duvernay has just come in the game in place of Jade Walker. A little more experience on the field, although Duvernay's only caught 2 balls this year. More of a kick returner. Clock adjusted to 40 seconds remaining in regulation. 2nd and 5. Bears trying to do it again. Here comes the pressure. Williams going to try to run away from it. He throws on the run, incomplete. A bounce to Duvernay.
So they bring the pressure. He does a great job getting out of it. And yes, he's fading away from this, but it is a wide open throw again. Going to be right in this area. You'll see all the pressure. He gets away. He's fading away from it. But there is a wide open wide receiver that's at least number 3 in this game that he has completely missed. I mean, like, by a lot.
And knowing Duvernay's speed, he might end up scoring on that play. 3rd and 5. 36 seconds remaining. Niners crowding the line. Here they come. The throw again to Burden. Can't pull it in. They brought him in motion again. Chase Lucas makes the play. It's 4th down.
Well, we've had 2 rookies in big situations make plays and miss plays. And this is one they desperately needed. Loveland had one, Burden had one, and now somebody is going to have to be that guy.
Timeout, Chicago. And Ben Johnson's going to take one here. Knowing how little time is remaining, even with those 2 timeouts, they weren't going to get the ball back. So might as well use one, make sure you get everybody rested, get to your best play here, still have a timeout in your pocket, needing to score a touchdown.
Most quarterbacks in this situation that have the kind of mobility that Caleb Williams has, I would prefer to drop him back, try to create space, try and create some lanes to run up the middle to pick up the first down.
Right.
I don't feel that way about Caleb Williams. He's most comfortable outside the pocket, getting a chance to attack the line of scrimmage, run pass kind of situation. My guess is that's what you see here. But the guy that has been probably the most dependable in these situations has been Colston Loveland. He's a rookie. He's missed one already. But he has been the guy that I think throughout the course of the season you probably would have the most confidence in.
Gotta have it. 4th down.
They're showing a 0 blitz like they're bringing the house. And then drop out.
And Williams looking. He throws. It's caught. It's Loveland inside the 15 to the 13. They stay alive. 25 seconds left. Timeout, Chicago, their last. The Cardiac Bears keep it going again.
One of the problems with faking these blitzes, right, is now you've got to sprint out to your coverage. Well, that gave Loveland a chance to work with this guy sprinting wildly over here. He's got his eyes on the quarterback. You can see him looking around, and Loveland able to take advantage and just fade out of there and make an easy completion. Nice job there by Caleb Williams.
All right, talk to me strategy now, Chris. Out of timeouts, 26 seconds left. What do you have to be thinking about in terms of your throws? Do they have to be to the end zone?
They certainly do not. You have plenty of time, but I don't want a throw with their back turned to the end line. If I'm going to throw short of the end line, I want to do it where they're running forward, where they get a chance for a catch and run from somebody like a Luther Burden, who is so elusive out there.
1st and 10 for the Bears. 25 seconds left. Williams is chased. He throws it incomplete. Got rid of it as the pressure was on, and they had him hemmed in. He could not escape. Okwuonu and Huff nosing around the backfield.
Yeah, all of those had their backs turned to the goal line. Even if they caught it, they would have been short, and you would have basically milked all the time out. I think you're either throwing it in the end zone or you're throwing some seam, some slant where you get a chance to catch it and run. Still time here. It's 21 seconds, plenty of time. Complete it anywhere you want and get up and spike the ball or call another play.
Walker and DJ Moore top of the screen. Tight ends to the bottom. 2nd and 10. Williams goes underneath. It's a little pitch. It's Swift. He's got the first down, but he's short, and there's 13 seconds left. They've got to get up there and spike it. It is a first down, but they've got to spike it. They're only going to have one play if they can get it. He'll take the snap, kill the clock with 4 seconds remaining, and the Bears probably have one play left. Oh, they try the hook and ladder with Loveland and Swift. Woof.
Diamador Lenore, they have not asked them to do much because they just simply don't attack him. But Lenore makes a huge tackle on this one. He is one-on-one. He has to do it against Swift, who is a running back quality, elusive kind of guy. They run the play perfectly. Lenore makes the tackle, and we're down to this.
San Francisco has a timeout if they want to take a picture of what they're doing and take the timeout. Kyle Shanahan has walked down for a look. 4 seconds left, 2nd and goal. Here is Williams. He's got to throw it to the end zone. Clock has expired. Williams keeps the play alive. He's looking. He's got to get rid of it. Retreating, he throws. Incomplete. It's over. And the Niners have won. Burden injured in the end zone. Clock finally strikes midnight on these Bears. Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers win here next Sunday against Seattle. And the road to the Super Bowl in the NFC comes through the place where they'll play the Super Bowl. Williams runs off. Burden being helped by the athletic training staff as he's just gotten up out of the end zone to our right. And then back to a knee as he was trying to put some weight on it, walking off. Here's the last play. Williams trying to keep it alive. Chased by Bryce Huff. Got away once, got away again. Everybody was coming with him. Just couldn't get enough on it as he tried to reach Shade Walker to have another end of regulation drama catch for the rookie receiver. Credit the Niners and their relentless pressure. Yetur Gross-Matos was there at the end. Malik Mustafa and this defense finally comes up with a big play. Tatum Bethune, the linebacker, who stepped into Fred Warner's role, taking care of it on the defensive side on a night when Kyle Juszczyk in this offense carried the load. Nearly 500 yards gained by San Francisco. Caleb Williams and the Cardiac Bears needed one more life tonight. Brock Purdy's team got it done. Chevrolet postgame Week 18 schedule coming up from Santa Clara after these messages. Another helmet change, perhaps back to the original. Out of timeouts, 3:53 to go. Ball's just inside the 2-yard line. Kenneth Gainwell's the back. Valdez-Scantling bottom of the screen. It's Gainwell running right, trying to get to the corner. In for the touchdown! Well, Gainwell made up for it. That false start on 3rd down earlier. Chris Boswell, big extra point. Good rushing there by Robinson of Baltimore. But the extra point is good. And the Steelers lead by 3 with 3:49 left in regulation.
Mason McCormick here, and he's got to get all the way out to this block right there. Watch him hustle and get on top of that. That is such a difficult block, and he executed that one perfectly. No holding call, got his hands in there a bit, but got him down when needed.
And Mike Tomlin loved that play down near the goal line for the 2-yard run. For Kenneth Gainwell, he's got his Super Bowl ring from Philadelphia last year. And Aaron Rodgers has put the Steelers defense in position. If they can hold, they'll host Houston here next Monday night. Still a lot of time. 3:49, 3 timeouts. And the Baltimore Ravens have Lamar Jackson, the 2-time MVP.
And remember what this offense has been for Baltimore tonight. It's been 2 big plays. 2 big pass plays by Lamar Jackson, and not a whole lot other than that. So now you put the ball in the hands of Lamar Jackson and say it is time, MVP.
Single return man, LaJohntay Wester goes back now along with the Ravens' regular return man, Keaton Mitchell. And that's the man who's going to take it. Wester across the 20, stumbling and avoiding that hit down just after the 25-yard line. And Melissa, Mike Tomlin's team up 3 with 3:43 to go.
Yes, and he is so animated, so positive, so communicative with his defense down here, getting up in his players' faces with Cam Hayward and Nick Herbig. And he's saying, I'm watching you all. And he's talking about smashing the run. He even goes up to guys and says, "You good?" Answer his own question, saying, "We're good." He is loving the physicality that they are bringing.
Ravens drive starts at the 27. To Derrick Henry inside, nothing. Another play by the 36-year-old captain, Cameron Hayward.
Well, remember what they did on the last drive. They came out and threw the ball on first down. That was one of those plays you go, I bet you they come out and run Derrick Henry on first down. They did. Now backs up against the wall. Now you have to allow Lamar to either get on the edge or get creative with some kind of scramble. Lamar checking. He's checked into some big plays this year, too.
Fakes it to Henry. Jackson in the middle. It's caught by Ricard, the fullback. His first reception, his second target of the year. What a time for that. To the 37-yard line. It's a first down, 2:45 to go.
Ricard said, "What, you're throwing it to me?" That is what you do. Sometimes in coverage, you just book certain guys. You just go, okay, I know Ricard's not going to catch the ball. And then he does, and they got a first down.
Well, they are replay assisting this to short of the first down. Wait, if they replay assist it to short, it should be third down. Because they had the run for Henry for first down.
Correct.
In the second down play, so the announcement was different than the down box.
It'll be third down.
And it is third down. So the clock gets paused here at 2:34 for the administrative reset of all the chains. And we'll start on the whistle.
Still a shotgun.
3rd and 1. Fake to Henry Jackson. Shot downfield. Zay Flowers again. Zay Flowers inside the 20. He's going to go. There is a flag on the far side of the field. Let's see what that is. The Ravens react as though it is on Pittsburgh. And the Ravens get the Steelers the same way for the second time in this quarter.
Holding. Defense number 24. That penalty's declined. Is over play as a touchdown.
Unbelievable. Zay Flowers behind the defense again.
They got up to the line of scrimmage quickly. They faked a little pitch out there to Henry, and they got the clear out route on the outside by Devontae Walker, and nobody picked up the number 1 receiving threat of the Baltimore Ravens.
By far. Tyler Luke now has an important extra point. And he nails it, so the Steelers are going to need a touchdown. 24-20 the score, 2:20 to go. Wild fourth quarter for the North.
I thought I was watching a replay of the first half. Got that down the field and over there, and there is nobody in the middle of the field. Look at that. I mean, you could stop that. That is as big an area as I have ever seen wide open on a football field.
The 4th lead change of the game, the 3rd in the 4th quarter.
Zay Flowers had to be as shocked as anybody out there.
Look at Jalen Ramsey looking around like, where is everybody? Wow. Flowers, couple of touchdowns, 138 yards on the night, and has given the Ravens a 4-point lead. And now we go back to the point that the Steelers are out of timeouts. Lamar Jackson saw the flag, said no, yes, it's on them. I've got 2 big touchdowns in this quarter, 3 on the game. And Flowers, we mentioned the disappointment that's happened to him, one with injury, one with a key turnover in the postseason, trying to get his way to the playoffs. Luke's last kick went out of bounds. This one won't threaten that. He's going to kick it deep. They'll get the ball at the 35-yard line.
Well, what did Mike Tomlin tell us? This is why you go get Aaron Rodgers, for these kind of moments right here.
Aaron told us on Friday, the league is so beautiful and frustrating. 1 or 2 plays in every game make a difference. he has authored so many memories, so many last-minute comebacks. Well, he has the pen one more time, perhaps one last time, with a chance to write another chapter in one of the greatest NFL careers and get the Steelers to the playoffs. If he doesn't, the Ravens will be division champs.
And cornerback Nate Wiggins, number 2, back on the field again, so a little deeper than they were on that last drive.
From the 35, Rodgers inside, caught by Austin. Calvin spins, gain of 17. Probably take this to the 2-minute warning. And there's no rush from Rodgers, so Pittsburgh will just let it spin down to the 2-minute warning. As Alohi Gilman continues to feel the pain of this game. Baltimore 24, Pittsburgh 20 at the 2-minute warning. We're back in 30 seconds after this from AWS. It's down to its final 2 minutes, and just like the rest of the season, who knows what's going to happen? It's been so unpredictable in so many ways, and for these teams, they've been in the middle of so much drama, and now it's on the field some 49 yards away from the end zone to decide what's going to happen. Timeout's not really much of a factor here now, Chris, with 2 minutes and the ball across midfield.
Except on the Ravens side. As we go down this drive here, remember, even if the Steelers were to score a touchdown here, they would be just a field goal away, so they're going to want to try to preserve time if they can.
Rodgers has it for the Steelers at the Ravens 49. The 4-man rush fires. It's complete. Inbounds, so the clock keeps running with Adam Thielen. His forward progress is going to be marked up around the 41-yard line. So it's going to set up a couple of yards on second down, 2nd and 2.
The lack of a pass rush, if the Ravens don't make the playoffs, that'll be why.
Double move. Gainwell slipping inside. Through the tackle of Washington, Kenneth Gainwell brought down by Gilman at the 26-yard line with 1:25 left in regulation.
Beautifully done. Just when you knew the Ravens were going to have to come after him in some way, shape, or form, slip that screen pass.
On from the Steelers as the time spins down on their season. Rodgers with the fake and throwing over the head of Gainwell and incomplete. Not grounding Gainwell in the area, over his head. 1:03 remaining here in the fourth.
But the difference is, remember we're watching the tape when he was facing Cleveland and Myles Garrett. Every single snap was in on Aaron Rodgers, and he did not play well. He was making mistakes. Tonight, we have not seen the Ravens, but an occasional time when there was nobody open, when they got pressure on him. And a confident Aaron Rodgers is one that's not getting hit.
They don't have that guy. Player with the most sacks has 4 on the season. So will there be pressure at any point? The 26. A little bit of a different look. Inside, the throw is high and incomplete. Thielen looking for a flag. He doesn't get it. And it's 3rd down and 10 with 60 seconds left.
When these two teams play, they're just bodies flying everywhere. I didn't see the interference. We'll take a look.
Nope. All good. Steelers need to get the ball to the 16-yard line. Calvin Austin is the lone receiver to the left. 3 to the right, including the tight end Freiermuth. Rodgers protected. Throws to Austin for the touchdown!
For the Baltimore Ravens, a season may come down to a slip.
Calvin Austin's 3rd touchdown, back off the hamstring injury. The extra point from Boswell. Twisting, no good, no good. He missed the extra point. He had not missed one all year. It's the second missed extra point in his last 4 years. At an unbelievable time to do that.
There's the slip. Going to come up, little hesitation and go route. And Chidobe Awuzie has had a nice game out here. He slips. There's no way anybody else can be responsible. And it is a horrible thing when it happens to you. We were waiting for somebody to make a play, and there it was.
And on the extra point, everything looked fine. And that is the path that his ball has been taking. It's some misses against Cleveland as well. That's just a crushing miss. He'd only missed 15 in his career. He had made 85 in a row, 89 including the postseason. His last miss of an extra point was December 16 of 2023. And of all things at all times. So now a field goal for Baltimore would win the division. And Lamar Jackson, who's already thrown a couple of touchdowns in this fourth quarter where we've had 4 lead changes. Can he get it down there close enough for the rookie Tyler Loop to have his moment in this Ravens-Steelers series?
Plenty of time, 3 timeouts. Time really should not be a factor here.
Keaton Mitchell, LeJonte Wester await. It's going to be the speedy running back Mitchell from the 5. It's the numbers, got a good return going. There goes Mitchell, right around midfield. They're only a first down or so away from field goal range with those 3 timeouts. Keaton Mitchell, a big moment.
This game is crazy.
And credit the special teams and Chris Horton, the special teams coordinator, who played special teams for the Steelers special teams coordinator, Danny Smith, when he was in Washington. There's Horton, and his unit has just come up with a massive play. The ball is marked at their own 47-yard line.
They stay in that 5-down look. They are more afraid of Derrick Henry than Lamar Jackson right now.
Jackson throwing sideline. It is complete, out of bounds at the 45-yard line to Devontae Walker. Just 1 point on Loop. We are so used to seeing kickers make 60-yarders, all those long field goals. His long is 52. His 3 misses this year have been from 55 or more. So they've got to get it a little bit closer. That's Danny Smith, the Steelers special teams coordinator.
The respect of Derrick Henry is getting these receivers open, Mike.
Because with those 3 timeouts, the run's right in the playbook. Jackson going to throw, out quick, flag down, Mark Andrews. The grab, let's check the flag. Is it a formation issue on Baltimore?
Illegal formation, offense. Number 79 was not on the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
That is Ronnie Stanley.
And one of the problems that Ronnie Stanley has had is with Highsmith out here. He tried to gain a little advantage, and they got him.
It's a good call. Your helmet has to break the belt line of the center, and he was back behind it. It's a close one that at other times may be let go. Sighted here, 2nd and 7 from midfield.
Steelers need a sack.
Jackson dancing, keeping the play alive. Now scrambling, lofting over the head of DeAndre Hopkins, whose name has not been called all night, but he was standing there with room to run.
Oh my goodness. And Hopkins thought that he wanted him to just stand there, and Lamar's saying, go down the field, you might have scored with this thing. Watch the scramble out. He's just going to drop it right over the top. Total miscommunication.
31 seconds left. It's 3rd and 7.
Goose.
Play clock running down. Steelers adjust the defense and bring some pressure. Jackson chased, keeps it alive. Herbert tries to get him. Jackson flings it out of play. Avoids the sack.
On the field is an incomplete forward pass. Fourth down.
Out of the tackle box, past the line of scrimmage. That was all right. But now it's 4th and 7. And the season comes down to one play.
And they went back to the blitz that they used early in the game. They brought Nate Herbig back inside, rushed him right up the middle, and just like he did in the first half, got pressure again. Wouldn't be surprised to see him come back, because the one thing you cannot do is allow Lamar Jackson to hold this ball.
Good time to take a timeout. Get organized when it's one play for the season with 21 seconds left.
It's amazing that penalty on Ronnie Stanley was absolutely huge.
Just been an incredible season of great moments, unpredictable plays. And now maybe the best rivalry the NFL has at the moment comes down to one play to keep alive hopes of a division title.
So many times you look to the veterans here, and Mark Andrews has been a guy over the years that you can really count on in these key situations. Of course, had the awful moment in the playoffs last year, but I'm sure he would love a little redemption right now.
Will the Steelers bring that pressure? It's 4th and 7. Season on the line. Jackson lofting it up, and it is held on to by Isaiah Likely at the 22-yard line. He's been in the middle of so many big moments, and he comes up with a catch. Timeout, Baltimore. 12 seconds left in field goal position. Wow!
Absolute insanity. First of all, they block Andrews over here, but they have to commit coverage, so there's nobody left in behind. So if they can protect it long enough, that meant that Likely could get across the field, and Ramsey mistimed the jump. And my goodness gracious, Lamar Jackson, there have been questions this past week about his own toughness. Does he really want to be here? Could he have played last week? We've heard it all, right? And Lamar Jackson has delivered time after time, and Aaron Rodgers cannot believe that what he's done in this fourth quarter may not be enough.
Think about Likely, Thanksgiving night, the touchdown he almost had against Cincinnati, fumbled out of the back of the end zone. First game against Pittsburgh, week 14, controversy in the end zone with the catch. Now that big one. 14 seconds left. Baltimore's one timeout, trying to line it up in the middle of the field for Loop. Jackson takes a knee. Harbaugh goes over to the official. Will tell him when he wants the timeout for Tyler Loop's opportunity, and he'll bring it all the way down to the end. The missed extra point by Chris Boswell. He had only missed one in 4 years, and Harbaugh is telling Likely how special that play was to set up this moment for the rookie out of Arizona. The Ravens, of course, had Justin Tucker for so long, the most accurate kicker in the history of the league. And Rodgers can't believe what he has just witnessed, what might be the end for him. But they went around the country and spoke to a lot of the kickers who were coming out, and they decided Tyler Loop was made of the right stuff for moments like this. He now has a chance to win the division for the Ravens. The final play of the regular season for the final spot in the playoffs. Tyler Loop from 44. Snap good. Hold it. The kick is no good. It is wide right. And the Steelers are the champions of the North.
One more game out of Aaron Rodgers.
season-ending heartbreak for the Ravens again. And for the first time since 2020, the Pittsburgh Steelers rule the North in the AFC.
There is no way, Mike, to practice the pressure of a game-winning free throw or a game-winning kick or a game-winning putt and the rookie succumbed that time.
The Ravens still in disbelief. As Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers will host Houston in the wild card game next Monday night. The touchdown as the man fell down. Calvin Austin to the end zone, puts the Steelers on top 26-24. And then for the second time in 4 years, one of the best kickers in the league, Chris Boswell, misses to the right. But then the Ravens come back down the field, and Isaiah Likely, who's had so many close calls that didn't go his way, on a fourth down play, goes up to get them in field goal range. And the rookie Tyler Loop from 44 yards. And just like the Boswell extra point, the kick goes right. And the 106th National Football League season takes all the emotions up and down, including the devastation for the rookie of what might have been. And for Derrick Henry, he missed it. It will not be. And for John Harbaugh and the Ravens, a crushing defeat, just like started this regular season. And for Mike Tomlin, the standard is the standard. And the champion of the North is Pittsburgh. Lamar Jackson was ready to celebrate. Aaron Rodgers got to celebrate. The Chevrolet postgame coming up after this.